We're waiting. We're waiting to see if there's a heroic entrance. Is he here? Is he alive? Well, he was alive, and he might join us. But John Granado, for those of you tuning in to see if he made it through the devastation of the fires, which is really no joking matter. Yeah, he's he's alive. He's well, and he'll join us at some point. He's no power for giant chunks of the Los Angeles area. Winds of up to 100 miles an hour knocked out power and kept power down for a bunch of the areas around there. Of course, you know about. It's also helped to spread the fires. Devastating, just absolutely devastating scenes of entire communities just burned completely to the ground. Churches, we got John now. Churches, hospitals, grocery stores, and of course houses just completely leveled and annihilated. I'll tell you what, John, this is like we've been through Katrina when we were here, and so many people from Louisiana came over, and Houston jumped into action. We've been through hurricanes, floods. This is one of the worst things I've seen. It's unbelievable. I mean, just unbelievable.
Yeah. And it's not stopping anytime soon. The winds are still going to continue. The red flag winds again today. And last night we were watching. So Hollywood Hills had not been affected, and all of a sudden it just sparked up,
Fire,
and then it's just house after house after house, and it blows up the one, and then Studio City, which isn't far away from
Studio
there.
City?
Studio City as well. That was
caught on fire
night.
also?
Yeah,
dude, that's where I used to stay when NFL Network was there on Culver. In Culver, I used to stay at Studio City in hotels there. It's a nice little area. It's a cool little area.
It's great. It's a really nice little area. There's all kinds of nice little areas that have been devastated, and it's just it doesn't get any worse. Running out of water, all kinds of stuff that has just been story after story after story here. So
they say the wind. They say the wind, John, that it's so bad. So the Santa Ana winds are something that happen every year, but these are unusually powerful. I was watching a report.
It's because of it's winter that they're stronger. It was the perfect storm. It was the perfect storm for everything here. So it's just been a mess. We didn't have any power, so we slept here at the station, Wendy Station. I had an engineer here trying to hook up my gear here last night, but they've got firewalls here that are preventing me from being on the regular Comrec. So I'm on my field tap.
It doesn't sound bad.
Doesn't sound bad.
No,
That's good. Okay, I'll just be on a phone call the whole time. You can see on our video if you're on YouTube or if you're on X or wherever you're watching, wherever you are, you can see that I'm on a phone. So, but that's okay. We'll do this. We'll get this. We'll get through. Here, I think I'm going to try to catch a plane to Houston today. I'm supposed to come in tomorrow, but today would be better, I think, especially if we don't have any power.
Mm-hmm.
And so get back to Houston where we can do the show. But we have got.
Hang on before we get to sports stuff. I want to ask you. You drove around yesterday, and that was after the show. I mean, you're on the ground. You're in the middle of all that stuff, and one of what's going to be is already considered the worst fire disaster in the history of California and of Los Angeles. Already, it was considered that when there was 2 people dead. Before there was, I think we're past 5 now. The amount of houses at one point was 11,000. Then I saw 15,000. I can only imagine how high it is now. Do you you were here for the hurricane that flooded, the 50-inch flood as well. Which hurricane was that?
Hurricane.
What's the one that flooded, that stalled over
Harvey.
Hurricane Harvey. I'm going to bring something sports related into it as well here in a second, but
if you're going to compare the two, I think they're pretty comparable if you want to know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the devastation and a number of people that are becoming affected. Mm-hmm. It's funny though, in Houston with the hurricane, everyone because of the rain. I dropped Wendy off because we couldn't open our garage door yesterday because we lost power. So I brought my truck was outside, so I brought her to work, and I posted. If you're not following me, you might want to see a picture of it right from out front of her building. Here, it was a morning, which was light out, and the sky was completely black with snow with smoke, and you could see the fires in the background in Pasadena. It's just a town over here from Glendale, and but then you drive. I was going around yesterday the city, and it's unaffected, totally unaffected. So the difference between the hurricane was everyone got rained on.
Right.
Everyone was affected. There were plenty of places, even if you didn't have house damage, there were plenty of places you still couldn't go. You had to hunker down. Here, in a lot of the area, it's a huge area. Now, LA is a huge, huge area. But in most of the areas, you're unaffected by it. The traffic is just terrible. In certain places, they're shutting down cities. Now, I will say this: the tree downage here with the winds, we had 100-mile-an-hour winds here. The tree downage has been spectacular.
Yeah, and that
It is
causes
the
its own set
trees
of issues.
all over. Yeah, it's all over. So that's another thing. But for the most part, you'll see the smoke in the sky for most of for a lot of the area, but you're unaffected
Well,
by
it
the
depends.
fires.
You are unaffected.
Yeah, right.
Right. The people
No,
in
but
the
it's
toward the
house and homes
north.
or whatever. Right,
Yeah, people
right.
toward the north. I know it's really, really bad. The Pacific Palisades area, which is a really pretty area, that's
Mhm.
just getting completely
Not anymore.
wrecked.
Not anymore.
No, that's getting completely wrecked. So it's pretty crazy. Just watching the stories, reading the stories, and all that. Is everything good with your place? Or you like? I guess any place could be in danger, but I would assume there's not like. Well, I saw places burning down that didn't have a bunch of trees around them. I guess once the wind starts whipping up, it
Yeah.
just takes, the wind is the great culprit in terms of turning areas that are unaffected into massively affected all of a sudden. Not everything. Is it safe over there where you are right now? I mean, I assume
Oh yeah.
so.
Yeah. We're okay. I mean, they're trying to contain it. They've got helicopters now, and you should see the pouring in of firemen from all over the state, all over the country, just coming in here trying to help. And one of the issues though is the water, so that's been a problem. But everybody seems to be pitching in. Everybody doing everything that they possibly can to get this thing.
There's one thing that I find that firefighters love to have, it's water.
Yes, firefighters need water
Typically,
sometimes. A lot.
they like water. I saw that the Pentagon was going to bring in helicopters to help with some fire suppression, but the wind was too bad. They're like, we can't do it. The wind's too bad.
No, right. That was the biggest problem was that the winds were so strong that they couldn't get helicopters in the air to drop water from above for a while now. But last night some helicopters were flying around. So hopefully it gets back to normal soon. But man, these winds are just ridiculous, and there's going to be more winds today. So we'll see what happens. Yeah,
Well,
it's
from a football standpoint, just because there's some similarities to 17. So in 17, when we initially had, people talk about the hurricane helped the Astros won a World Series. I think people forget the hurricane wrecked the Astros. I mean, wrecked. Justin Verlander coming is what helped propel the Astros to the World Series. But the hurricane itself, you remember, John, the Astros got no hit and one hit. They weren't able. We know the Rangers were a bunch of a-holes who
Mhm.
wouldn't let the Astros move a game, and the Astros players even said we can't focus on anything. You got a wide receiver coach for the Chargers whose house has been quote unquote impacted, which means probably burned to the ground. Who knows how many other players or family members? Kawhi Leonard didn't play yesterday because his family's dealing with his immediate family is dealing with fire, and that
Wait,
kind of stuff.
Kawhi had a reason for not playing a
Yeah,
basketball game.
Kawhi had actually one that I could get
Huh.
behind.
Mm.
So this is going to be, I think something that's going to be. It's not something I want to spotlight, but I think it's, we've got the Chargers coming in town. They've already had to start changing and altering their practice plans. The air
Mhm.
quality is getting to a level where it's just you can't be outside, and so they're going to have to change how and that's going to rapidly deteriorate. They're changing how they're getting through their practices. This is going to be a really tough game for the Chargers emotionally, because remember, this isn't San Diego Chargers anymore. This is Los Angeles Chargers. A lot of these players, they've got houses, they've got family who live there. They've got whatever apartments, whatever the case may be. Um, that's this is going to be something where, John, I think that because of the nature of this disaster and the scope, this is going to be hard for them to be as focused as they need to in this game. I mean, I feel bad for them on a personal level, but when you look at the when I'm looking at this as the game and I separate the game from the humanity, I just there's a lot of similarities to when the Astros were dealing with that hurricane, and in the short term, they were not able to deal with it at all because it just overwhelms people's emotional beings. And this is what the Chargers are going to have to deal with this weekend, because it's not like you said, John. It's Thursday today. These fires are not
The
stopping.
Chargers and the Rams. How does this sound now? Does this sound different? I put the earbuds in.
It's
Does that
not
sound
as good, but
worse?
it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, you're fine.
Otherwise, I got to hold the phone up
No,
to
no,
my
no,
ear
you're
for
fine. It sounds fine.
So I was reading Bill Barnwell. Bill Barnwell thinks the Rams are going all the way to the NFC Championship game. And this is the kind of thing, you say that about the Astros, that they weren't able to cope and everything, and then they win the World Series.
Yeah,
I
but they
mean,
weren't in the short term, and that's remember how they got
no
blown
short
away.
term in a couple of days. Right. But you're right.
Well,
And in
a
football, it's
bad
just one game.
yeah, and a
Right.
bad
It's just
couple of
one
days,
game.
and you're done. And that's kind of my
Yeah,
point.
well, 4 hours, 4 bad hours, and you're done.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right about that. But however, this is the kind of thing that can unite a city as well. A hurricane helped the Saints in the long run win a championship. A hurricane helped the Astros win a championship. And maybe these fires, bring people together. We'll see. If anybody's going to make a run, I think it's going to be the Rams, and not because the Rams are playing good football right now. The Rams are playing real good football.
Well, there's
right
already
now.
talk
And
that they're probably moving their game. I think you alluded to that. It looks like the Rams game has a really good chance of getting moved.
Yeah, well, games are everything. I'm telling you, it's a little bit weird. It's not like a hurricane at all in that everyone's affected. So we'll see. We'll see whether or not I was down by SoFi yesterday. I mean, matter of fact, I was right there, right next to it yesterday, most of the day. And it's life as usual. It's life as usual in that neighborhood.
Yeah, that's where NFL Network is, right next to SoFi, and I reached out and they said it was that area is at this point unaffected, and they're hoping it stays that way. But that game,
well, we'll see. Let's talk about
the contingency plan, by the way, is for Minnesota and the Rams to be moved to Arizona. So that's what they're currently monitoring. And if the air quality and the safety features are too big a concern, they'll move the game to Arizona, which will mean, the Rams, I don't know how much of a home field. The Rams will have a home field advantage. They have more fans than the Chargers do. But that'll really neutralize that game from a standpoint of, I like the Minnesota Vikings a lot. I've seen how hard it is. I've seen how hard it is for teams to deal in the short term with this type of stress. And I just don't know how I think the Chargers and Rams are both in a lot of trouble, because this is a lot to take in from a coaching staff, a support staff, a front office, the players, a lot.
Yeah, there's everybody in especially with businesses as big as that is, 50 players, all those front office people and everything else. Somebody's been affected by it.
Oh yeah,
and somebody is going to have a hard
somebody's
time doing their
going to
job
be
because of
affected,
this.
and somebody is worried that they're going to be affected. I mean, and that's going to be on your mind. If you lose your home, that's on your mind. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, right here at Channel 7 with Wendy there's people that have been devastated by this. So it's absolutely been touching a bunch of people. We'll find out how it affects the Rams and the Chargers coming up this weekend. We're taking a break now, and got to talk about HRP, talking about your business, talking about how you can handle. And now HR isn't just, oh, we got to scold you for this or scold you for that. There is a bunch of stuff that HR does for people that need help, okay, that are in situations that need help. I mean, HR handles positive and negative situations for you. And how are you handling that? Are you doing it yourself? You sell your widgets. You're not in the HR business. You're not in the payroll business. Do your business and let HR and P do their business. Their business, they know what they're doing. we use we've been using HRP forever, and you can call up to the station and ask Laura Beavers about it. We have a one-person department to handle our payroll and our HR, and that's Laura Beavers. And that's how good HRP is. And not only that, when it comes tax time, simple, simple, simple. We just got an email from Laura. As a matter of fact, contact us. They'll send us our W-2s, and it can't be easier. And HRP makes it easy for you and your business to do what you do. Sell your widgets and let HRP do what they do. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
John, can you say hi to Dell? Do you see him in your little restream there?
You know, what's funny is that he's got AJ in today so that he can sit around and do nothing. I mean, so Dell, because of the fires in Los Angeles, Dell just takes the day off.
No, not really. Joe, because of his proactiveness, decided if redundancy was going to be the biggest problem because we weren't sure whether you're going to be on or not, he says, I don't care. We just want to make sure we have people covered. So that's why AJ's in the building. Just so happens that you were able to get on the air. That's all it is. That's all. Joe, proactive.
Wow, you were trying to be ready, and look what he did.
Yeah, Joe.
And
credit
by the
to
way,
Joe for that.
Oh yeah, how touching for him
touching.
How concerned was he last night, Lance?
I'll tell you right now,
about everything.
not at all.
How concerned?
He wasn't
Everybody
concerned
is
about
sending
you.
well wishes to me and Wendy. Everybody is concerned. How you guys doing? What does Dell say?
You did this bit yesterday.
Nothing.
I don't know why this is supposed to be a topic of conversation. It's pretty clear. I don't care what happens to you. Why is this a topic of conversation? This is not shocking to anyone. Who cares?
Yeah. See,
look, you wound up
ball of hate.
I'm not. It's not hate if I don't care. Look at you. You wound up doing the show. I guess life goes on, right?
I guess it does.
Look, John's in KABC doing the show, right? I guess can we stop crying about his situation?
Yeah,
he is not the most affected person by what's going on out there. Not at all.
Oh yeah, no. This is the fact that I had to sleep on a little baby tiny couch here.
That's
okay.
And you said you're flying out today, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna look into it because it's just if we don't have power today, it just doesn't make any sense.
There were people talking yesterday about how
listen to him.
How you got on
he may go a couple of days without power. I'll just fly out. I'll just get out of here. I'll just fly out.
Remember when we had that just this summer?
Well, I don't. I
multiple days
get to my job in Houston. Most people don't have that, Dell.
You've been doing the job.
If I didn't have a job in Houston, I would stay here. Okay.
See,
but I have a job in Houston.
Do you believe that?
Not at all.
You don't believe that, do you?
Not at all. Not at all.
No. It'd be a PJ and you'd be out of there.
Yeah. He's like, look how affected I am. I can just leave. I can get out of here.
They were calling him John Cruz yesterday.
I know.
Johnny Wood had to make his own coffee this AM. Plus, the golf courses are closed. The struggle is beyond real. You know what? You're right about that. You're right about that. Bulldog.
This man's going to be at Wildcat after
Bulldog.
Are you
right? The struggle is beyond.
Are you going to be on a golf course on tomorrow after you do the show here?
No. Tomorrow in Houston?
Yeah.
I don't know. How cold is it?
It's probably too cold for that for you.
Still in the
I
40s.
don't
know, but it's going to be cold enough that I'm not going to Dallas now. I'm not messing with snow and ice. No thanks. It's going to be in the 20s. It's going to rain tonight for sure, 100% in Dallas. The weather's going to be in the low to mid 20s. It's for sure going to ice and snow.
You driving in that?
I know, and I have to leave right after the show, because it's going to end up being a 5.5 to 6 hour drive potentially, depending on the conditions.
No, it just has disaster written all
over it. Yeah,
for
what? For what? And then I'm going to go, and the tickets have plummeted now for that game.
Because of the weather.
Yeah, the tickets for the weather. Because remember now, there's going to be thousands of people coming from Houston making that drive up. So I mean, it's not the roads are going to be unusually. The traffic's going to be unusually heavy anyway. It's going to be on bad roads. The tickets now are plummeting because everyone who had tickets who thought they were going to make out, all those ticket brokers, they've been cut in half now. You can get upper deck tickets, but you can get upper deck tickets for just over $100 per ticket, which for a game of that magnitude.
Well, the week started. I went on StubHub right after they got there. $300 for standing room only.
Oh yeah.
Now the weather has affected it. Has had the biggest effect on that, and bigger effect than anything else. Because if the weather was nice up in Dallas, that ticket would still be a really, really hot ticket.
Right.
But people are saying like you, I ain't doing that. I ain't about that life.
No. For what? For who?
Yeah.
It's not. It's just. It doesn't make sense for me. I got a hotel or whatever. Like if I were flying in, I might consider it. But I'm not flying in. And I looked at flights to see if I would. I'm like, no way. I'm not wasting. I said, well, what about money and miles? Maybe I can make that work. No, it's eating up all my miles. Like, no, thanks. I'm not. And I'm not driving 5.5. So I'm going to tell my boss, I'm going to be like, nope. And he already knows. He lives in Chicago. I said, Dan, we don't know how to drive. I said, I don't know how to drive in snow and ice and any of that stuff. And he already
you barely can walk on when it's sunny out. How are you going to drive?
I used to break dance, John. What are you talking about?
Dell,
well, more popping and locking. I didn't really break as much as I popped and locked.
That he tripped over a curb and broke his
That's not what happened.
That was a Senior Bowl.
It was
Senior Bowl in Mobile.
And it wasn't a broken leg. It was
sunny. And you can't even walk a curb.
And a guy took a woman's purse, and I chased him.
It's not true. You also tripped on the way into the Superdome and almost
I thought you forgot that.
No,
I did not.
That's because I was wearing unusually high shoes.
Why? You Tom Cruise? Why'd you have lifts on? What do you mean?
Well, it's these really spongy Adidas that I got, and it's
And you
in hindsight, yeah, and then I busted up my arm.
So
that was now that one was
so tennis shoes got you.
well,
to
it was
trip.
kind of a cobblestone thing outside, and
cobblestone.
there was a lot of factors at play there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of factors at play. Yeah, I was hoping that everyone had forgotten that.
No,
No. Nobody's forgotten that. So let me ask you, do you guys see two places, 33rd team and the NFLPA, the Players All Pro team? Stingley, the cornerback, and Patrick Surtain on both lists. Both lists, Stingley and Patrick Surtain, are first team.
It's official right now. It's a push with Sauce Gardner and Stingley has outplayed him over the last year and a half. When he's he's been healthy for a year and a half now. He's outplayed him for the last year and a half. Period. So Sauce outplayed Stingley for the first year and a half, and now the second year and a half has clearly been a Stingley win.
So do you guys still buy that? Well, Sauce is so good they don't throw. That's why he doesn't get any interceptions.
No. If you look at his numbers this year, they have thrown at him, and it's not been great.
Yeah,
his average depth per catch and all that, like his numbers are not good. So that argument is over. That argument is over. Stop people from getting catches. If you want to say he's not getting interceptions, stop people from getting catches.
Yeah. And he's not. And Stingley, you know what? It was, Stingley, God forbid, stays healthy, but that after taking as much, Nick Caserio has taken some heat on some of the things that he's done, and some of them have turned out, well, maybe we should have just waited.
Well, Stingley and Kenyon could have been a disaster, and it was last year when Stingley's out and he's not even playing, and Kenyon Green doesn't even play for the whole year, and it's like, what in the hell? These were the first round picks. Kenyon's never gonna, that's done. That's a miss. But Stingley's a huge hit. I mean, Stingley is, provided he stays healthy, there's no way around it. They killed it with Stingley. It was a great pick. It would have been a great pick with Sauce. It may be a better pick with Stingley.
Yeah. So we got that going on. You put him, and we've got sound from D'Amico asked, "Hey, is Stingley gonna travel with McConkey?" And D'Amico said, "What am I going to tell you my game plan? Don't worry. We got a plan for McConkey." As a matter of fact, I put in some AJ in the rundown. Kamari Lassiter, who played with McConkey on the same team. We got sound. We'll hear from him.
Does he say at any point that white boy Cole?
He did not say that white boy.
That white boy cold. If he said that, I'm gonna respect it, because that white boy is cold.
Well, I don't think those were the exact words that he said.
Well,
but
let's hear what
find
he
out
says.
when we
Maybe
come
he
back.
did.
Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You hear that LA drop right there that AJ's putting on you? Some Dre, John? That's for you. Shout out to you, John. And shout out to you, Del. Going to have our first black head coach in a championship game. So congratulations.
Are you giving me
Freeman?
Congratulations?
Yes, Freeman. And I know you like for one or two people to represent an entire race or culture, especially you. I know nothing makes you happier.
That's what Del always does.
I love when you ask one person to represent the thoughts and feelings of an entire group, no matter where they're from, where they grew up.
I speak for all black people.
They were,
sometimes
how they were raised.
When Stephen A. says that, I'm like, Del's not going to like this.
And I would say this, two light-skinned coaches.
What?
He very quietly said, two light-skinned coaches.
I mean, Lovie Smith versus Tony Dungy. There's a side I picked in that Super Bowl.
That Freeman's mom.
I love Devin Hester. I picked the Bears.
Freeman's mom is 100% Korean.
I know.
And so
you picked the wrong side on that one.
So is Kyle Hamilton, by the way. I didn't realize that Kyle Hamilton.
You forgot the Rex Grossman part of it.
I'm sticking with Devin Hester, and he showed out, so I was right on that one. Although the Colts did win. But you were saying about Marcus Freeman.
Well, Marcus's mom. That's like a big deal to him, is that he doesn't disrespect his mom and that culture, the Korean culture side of him too. He had a whole thing where he was talking about eating kimchi pancakes when he was young, and like I was watching an interview with him. It was some type of Korean forum or something.
Like, hey,
like
Marcus, we don't want to hear about your diversity. You're a black.
No,
okay?
This was a Korean.
Oh, okay.
Forum. It was important.
Hey, the thing we're selling is the black head coach thing. What are you doing?
Well, and they asked him that the other day, and he goes, "Well, also Korean."
Yeah,
and they're like, "Yeah,
stop it.
That's not cool.
That doesn't sell. Knock it off.
Enough."
We can't. It doesn't. It's not a smooth tagline. The first time a half Korean, half black coach will go against another.
Biracial
coach for a chance to win.
Does that sound as good when you say two biracial coaches battle it out?
It's not what we're looking for.
In the Orange Bowl.
It's not a smooth and concise headline. We're not looking for that.
No.
But it is. This is historic. I mean, it's pretty cool that this is happening for the first time, right? Or no, doesn't mean anything.
Is it cool for you, Del?
Well, AJ and I will have a discussion about it. AJ, do you think it's cool that there will be at least one?
Don't say light-skinned
coach.
Don't say that.
I was going to say biracial coach. I don't even know if James Franklin's biracial. There will be at least one black head coach in the national title game. Do you think it's cool, AJ? Or do you even care?
I mean, it's whatever to me. It's about the best team that wins and best coach ultimately. So, I mean, it is cool though, I guess. But
I think Freeman's better than Franklin.
What do you mean, as coaches?
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm. Franklin does some goofy stuff. His clock management's not great. I think Freeman's a better coach. I love the little move Freeman did the other day
with the punt team.
Yeah, because you knew they weren't going to actually go for it. You knew you just had to sit tight. Any level of football IQ in Georgia.
Well,
you sit tight
Kirby,
and you don't worry.
And then they jump offside.
And what he was trying to do is get Kirby to burn a timeout. And Kirby knew, I don't have timeouts to burn. I can't do it. Because if he did, he would have called timeout. Then they would have just punted.
Well, and Kirby's point was, I don't know if you saw, but Kirby was like, you see them after that? You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't substitute all 11 guys, which is what they did. But the center never touched the ball. The center never touched the football.
So how is this a rule? Like, who? At what point in college football did they make that rule up?
I don't know.
How do you even come up with something? So that's the rule.
The rule.
You can substitute them all if the center never touches the ball.
Never touches the ball. He never. I guess I don't know if he never even got.
So the play
over
wasn't
whatever
set.
The case may
so
be.
It wasn't set yet.
It wasn't set. So he was so Kirby's yelling the whole time. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. And the refs were like, yes, you can. Center never touched the ball. You can substitute all 11 guys. They went back out there and with the offense, and Kirby got the substitute as well. But they jumped offside. And they were never going to snap that football. There's no way. But you know what? He got over on him. the problem with James Franklin is that he doesn't beat really good teams. That's the problem with James Franklin. He finally got over the hump with beating a top 10 team in Boise. So congratulations there.
Mhm.
Whether or not now that's the same thing as playing I like Notre Dame today. Who you guys got?
I'm going to say Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame's. Nope. I'm going to go Penn State. I'm going to go Penn State. I just think that the pass rush from Abdul Carter. So Notre Dame has played great with the injuries on their offensive line. They've actually somehow gotten better. It happened early in the year, which is very helpful. But I think when you look at the, man, this is a really hard one. I'm just going to say the defense of Penn State ends up having a bigger impact on Notre Dame's offense than Notre Dame's defense has.
I don't know. Notre Dame's defense has been playing really good.
I think it's going to be a low-scoring game.
And here's the deal: is Notre Dame can run the football. They're explosive with Love. The wide receivers are okay. I think the quarterback is probably Drew Aller's been playing really well. But how about stopping Ty Warren one time?
Wait.
If you can shut down Ty Warren, you can shut down Penn State.
Hold on a second. Why did somebody in Twitch just say that James Franklin looks like Matt Thomas got into a tanning bed for too long?
Why would you read that?
Why would somebody say that?
Well, why do you think it's Twitch?
What?
That's not the question. The question is, why would you say it?
That Matt Thomas got into a tanning bed for too long.
You asking why Twitch would say anything you think is egregious is not the actual point here. Why would you read it out loud?
Because I can't believe that somebody said that. And I wanted
Yes, you
why
can.
would you say
because
it?
I wanted to bring attention to it.
You don't have to bring
I
attention
wanted
to
to
what
bring
Twitch says.
awareness to it.
Awareness. What?
That's what you do, Del. When you want to,
That's not
when
how that
things
works.
need some shine, but you don't want to go all the way in, you just bring awareness to things.
That's not. You're not supposed to bring
I could
awareness to things you don't like.
I could wear a flag pin, or I can wear some type of colored ribbon to bring awareness to James Franklin.
I think if you actually did want to bring awareness, because you have a big platform on social media, why don't you do the best of Twitch? You simply screenshot what you think are the best things Twitch has to offer and post it on your social media accounts and see how people react to you doing
That's
that.
not how
Oh,
we
you don't
do
want to
that.
do that? Okay.
No, that's not how we do that.
And
I've already got to figure out how I say Shedeur Sanders isn't good. I'm still working on my wording for that to keep me from.
All you got to do is throw
keep
out
people
there
from coming
what
after
you
me.
throw out what
you're
you
in
believe.
trouble.
Throw out
Yeah,
what you
no.
Oh my
believe.
God! Can you see Lance crying at his kitchen table?
No.
You know, in about a month or so.
Dan Orlovsky.
Let me tell you who's
Yeah.
not Dan Orlovsky. Me.
Yeah.
I've been
You're
through
gonna beat
this.
Dan Orlovsky in
I've
this
been
one.
through this.
When you throw out
Okay.
there that he's got third round tape, I can't wait.
Well, and look at Justin Fields.
Pretty much all
Look
these
at how
quarterbacks have third round
Look
tape.
at
Watch yourself.
Justin
Don't talk about
Fields
Cam
has
Ward that way.
been outstanding.
Nobody caused
Dan
more.
Orlovsky was so wrong.
Nobody
about him
has
before.
caused more smoke for people than Justin Fields, and at the end of the day, people ended up being right on him. Well, not. I mean, some people, but nobody was in a protected class more than Justin Fields, a quarterback. And I mean, rightfully so. Early on, he didn't have I think all quarterbacks should be protected early on. Bryce Young. This idea that Bryce Young was, well, you got to start taking another look and maybe start thinking differently about Bryce Young. Well, I never did think differently about Bryce Young had a bad year in 2023, a terrible roster, and it was too much for him his rookie year. But that doesn't mean he's done. That doesn't mean he's cooked. I mean, Sam Darnold. Now, sometimes these guys take a while, but Bryce played a lot of football. Sam Darnold played 2 years. He had really bad situations. Look how, it's taken a while, obviously, but Sam Darnold started to come around as a good player. Sometimes these quarterbacks just need time, and sometimes it doesn't matter. Like with Justin Fields, I just don't think it's going to matter. He's going to be a low-end starter to a good backup. But you do take a lot of heat in these draft streets.
Well,
if you don't big up the whoever the popular quarterback is, you take a lot of heat.
Why did everybody come to Justin Fields' defense and nobody to Bryce's? Nobody.
No.
I mean, I had not heard one person say anything. Oh no, well, you got to give. You know what?
Del?
Bryce is going to be nothing.
Why, Del?
Nothing.
I'd ask for you to
it doesn't work
speak
here.
for college football fans.
It doesn't work for what I think you're
For
going
draft
for.
fans.
I will say it because people love trait. Sometimes they see big, strong Justin. He can run around and do things. So that is enough to believe.
Yeah, he looked like that big dual threat.
Yeah,
athletic
Bryce
quarterback.
Young, you could go, well, he looks like he's a skateboarder.
He's a skater.
He can't play.
He looks like he's one of the rappers in the pack.
Yeah,
is what he looks like. like Young L.
No,
or-
it looks like he should belong in Odd Future. But that's what he looked like, and people are like, Bryce Young's done. He's too small. He can't play. That was an easy one. You can lean into the Justin Fields is big, strong, he can run. Just give him an offensive line. Matt Nagy's terrible. All the things you would say to protect the quarterback. If turns out Justin Fields is just a product of the Ohio State system, apparently. The only guy who's beaten the allegations so far is CJ, and this year ain't helping the cause.
It's true. I mean, it really is true. If you go down the list of Ohio State quarterbacks, you've got one good year from all the quarterbacks. Haskins, no. Justin Fields, no good years. I mean, he had a good running year, but not a good year. CJ had a great year last year. This is not a good year. It's in the bottom third of the league in pretty much every metric. It's wild that Ohio State
was a nothing.
Troy Smith was a nothing. That was before we really considered them. Braxton Miller changed positions.
Yeah.
Cardell Jones was he was a one hit. He happened to have a good game.
Art Schleicher had a good year.
Mm-hmm.
That's 38 years ago or something.
And Joe had to leave to make his way.
Yeah,
Joe Burrow had to leave. So.
Joe left.
Well,
he doesn't count for them.
Ohio State is claiming Joe.
No, they can't.
Ohio State can't claim
and they're going to Quinn Ewers. They're
not claiming
They're
Quinn.
not claiming.
I promise you.
Yep.
And Will Howard's not going to be an NFL quarterback either. No. What's quarterback you? Wide receiver you. LSU's got a chance. Now, LSU will crank out their Terrace Marshalls and Kyron Lacey's. I'm already putting Kyron Lacey on Terrace Marshall, but they crank out
I wouldn't do that yet.
Ohio State.
They crank out some monsters.
Alabama can get that tag. Ohio State can get it. LSU.
Alabama's safety you. Alabama's safety you, isn't it?
They get a lot of
for a
safety
while.
drafted,
Your school used to be pretty
McKinney.
good. Miami actually usually has some pretty good safety. Not the high end guys
but
anymore.
Cam Kitchens is pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah. But who's quarterback you? It's too hard to get a quarterback for you to have a quarterback you.
And if you get him, you might lose him. They'll transfer.
Who's the quarterback? I guess LSU has had Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow.
At this point, yeah.
That's two.
And Munchies.
No, that's a long time ago with Jamarcus.
Although he was a first pick.
That's a long time.
First pick, second pick.
But Oklahoma had Baker and they had Kyler transfers, by the way, and another Jalen got drafted in the second round too.
Caleb Williams was there.
Riley,
but
those are all Lincoln.
Well, Lincoln are Lincoln's quarterbacks beating the allegations.
Lincoln,
I guess.
Williams?
I guess so. I mean, Kyler got to a second contract.
And
He's okay.
Baker's still
Baker's
around.
Baker's had a little career resurgence.
And Jalen.
Now he's the quarterback guru. If you really want to point to a guy whose players tend to have upward or tend to get drafted high. That would be Lincoln. But now you've got an entire university that doesn't even want to support him because they're over Lincoln Riley.
Well, I've got a business that I want you to support, and it's called Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and it's Billy Brown, and Billy is awesome. I was talking to Billy, as a matter of fact, a buddy of mine, he had the weirdest situation where his sink had hot water, but his bathtub and shower didn't. And it was like, what? I mean, that's just so strange. And it turns out that they were on two different water tanks, and it's just it was so convoluted. It was so terrible. Billy got involved. Billy said he found out. See, Billy's on top of it. And didn't even know that it was my buddy that was involved in this thing. But Billy gave my buddy a call and sorted the whole thing out. And that day that they, had problems figuring the whole thing out because it was so poorly put together by the builder, that Billy just said, don't worry about that. We're not going to charge you for that because, it took us a while to figure this thing out, but we figured it out. And here we go. And now hot water. But that's the way Billy is. Billy is so cool. Billy is so great. Billy is he's going to look at every situation differently. And if you have a problem that can be, really complicated, and sometimes it is, well, Billy is here for you. And Billy said, he told my buddy, he said, don't worry about that day that we spent there trying to figure that out. We are certainly not charging you for that because it took a while to figure out. And that's the honesty. That's the kind of integrity that you have at Aqueduct Plumbing. Happens every day. Okay. Not that you can't figure stuff out, but that there's integrity involved in this business. So if you're looking for a plumber, and this plumbing industry, not sure that it's got all that integrity going on, it's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Dallas just cutting loose in the break.
What? What? You're blaming me when you're the flagrant one throughout the break?
I was a little flagrant.
Yeah, don't blame me for that.
God, these mics stay off.
What was he
AJ,
doing,
the
Del?
mics are off, right, during the break?
Yes. What
Yeah,
was he
make sure.
doing? Oh, he was talking.
Yeah.
He was just talking about some preferences that he had.
Uh-huh.
That's all.
By the way, good luck to my wife.
She running another marathon?
Nope, I just saw that Cash Warren and Jessica Alba are getting divorced.
Oh, I did see that.
The great Jessica Alba, maybe the greatest.
Are you saying good luck to her because Cash is available or because Jessica's available?
Because Jessica's going to be out there looking, and
you
I'm
think-
taking. But if she likes the NFL draft, it's almost unavoidable that she's going to run into my stuff.
Okay.
So
She's going to be charmed by
Good luck
by your
to your
grades?
wife, then.
I'm just wishing Nicole the best of luck. Let's tighten it up with that behavior around the house.
So she needs to
May-
get in line.
Let's
May,
tighten it
may
up.
the best woman win.
Hey, I'm not saying it's open competition, but that transport portal gets loud. Okay,
Okay.
so that does
And
transfer portal.
And we're just a couple
calls.
months away from spring football. Is an open quarterback battle, an open battle?
It's not open.
Okay.
I've got my starter,
Okay.
but I'm just saying. I'm sure if her representatives come trying to she'd really like to play with your team. I'd be like, I don't know.
Hey, Nicole, don't.
I don't know about this.
Nicole, just don't throw a couple picks in the first couple practices.
Yeah.
That's all. Don't leave it open.
Don't be yelling at me about you didn't clean this stove. This stove top. There's still grease here. From hey, what now? Hold on, I got a call. I got to take. It's from Alba's people. So
Yeah.
stop.
The Alba Collective.
Now this is
but-
all, of course, if she likes the draft.
Yes, that's the only
Which-
way you've got a shot.
That's
She
it.
likes to draft.
Yeah, because from a charisma standpoint,
What about your bubble?
from
From her Riz?
No, his Riz is what he's talking about. His,
Oh.
Or
Yeah.
lack thereof.
yeah, no, not lack thereof. So she's like,
What if she likes
if
a
she
bubble?
likes, okay, for example, today at 12 o'clock, I'm going to be taping Move the Sticks with Bucky Brooks because
Sure.
Daniel Jeremiah's not going to be there. If she likes pro football, she's going to run into Move the Sticks video forecast. She's going to, she may just have it on the podcast, but if Jessica Alba goes podcast or the YouTube, if she's subscribed, I'm just saying.
I'm sure the thought of you on Move the Sticks will make her all warm and fuzzy.
Yeah. If I'm Nicole, I'm starting to pack now.
I'm not telling her to pack. I just said tighten it up.
Be ready is what he's saying. Just
Yeah.
be ready. That's
Ice
all.
up, son. We don't need all this. Let's keep the attitude right. Because
I didn't even think of, but the dominoes falling here.
why
in
don't you
this
just go ahead and just YouTube Sin City Jessica Alba just for a
Oh,
reminder.
we're not aware of why you would be into her. The question has always been why, in any way, shape, or form, would she care about you?
The draft,
pro
Okay.
football.
pro
football
football,
draft.
Yeah, I've seen her
draft,
at Knicks games, so
I could see
I know
that.
barbecue.
I've seen her at sporting events, so she's tangent, whatever that word is.
I mean,
She's close.
it made
Yeah, see,
Nicole.
I can't
Yeah.
say it either.
It's a hard one.
Yeah, but she goes to sporting events,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
she may care about your draft stuff.
That's right. And a lot of people from California moved to Texas.
Austin specifically.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
it's 2.5 hours away. But yeah, that's the hell go up to Austin and find out it's a desert. They're like, oh, I didn't know it was this hot. It is. I didn't know the traffic was this bad. Oh, it is. And it ain't ever getting better.
Do your research.
So apparently, you know what they're doing in Austin, John, to make the traffic better? They're going to be tunneling under and create tunnels under the ground for traffic because there's nowhere for that infrastructure to go. So they're actually going under the ground to create, it's like going to be some 5-year, 6-year plan where they're going to tunnel under. What could possibly
Have you
go wrong?
heard that in LA they have secret underground tunnels for the elite to avoid traffic? They can just drive
I
around.
have heard that before.
John, have you been able to take part in that?
I want to
In-
do that.
Underground what?
In underground roads and highways so the elite can get to where they want to go without having to deal with the traffic. Allegedly,
Yeah,
that goes
I
on
think
in
you
LA.
should-
And don't call it
Yeah, you
underground
should
railroad,
Make
John.
it all
It's underground
make it all
tunnels.
toll roads. Make it all toll roads. It'll be cooler, right? And everybody, and then the Austin elite can get where they have to get to.
Well, they have it in
No.
LA. Well, John Hamm, like in LA, if John Hamm wants to go somewhere, he just gets in these secret tunnels.
Yeah.
It takes off. In Austin, it would probably be like Sark and Arch Manning.
It'd be,
and Tom Segura, Joe Rogan, they get to go. Trey, Juggalo Trey, they get to go in the secret. Yeah, they get to go. Tony Hinchcliffe, they get to go in the secret tunnels. Probably Craig Way, voice of the Longhorns.
Oh, you think Craig Way has access?
He might. And that's the other guy I got to worry about with Jessica Alba is Craig Way.
It's called the actor bond.
Why Craig Way?
Well,
why do you have to worry about?
Because she may be a Longhorn fan, especially she moves to Austin. That's all they talk about. And all of a sudden she's like, I kind of know this Craig Way guy. I kind of like him. He's kind of cute. She might say that to her friends.
Fan? Then what if she's a Hurricane?
So nobody's a Hurricane.
So Mark Vandermeer, she remembers the glory days. Mark Vandermeer.
Is Dell in play?
It wouldn't be me. It'd be Mark Vandermeer from the glory days.
Dell's not in play.
Yeah, Vandermeer was there for the best times in the last 25 years. It would be him, not me. It's called the actor bond, John, in L.A., where the elite of L.A. get to drive around these tunnels that other people don't have access to.
You need to get on the actor bond, John.
Yeah, that's what I need. Yeah, that's what I need here in L.A. It's so stupid. The traffic is so stupid here. I mean, it's even worse than Houston, and that's just ridiculous. It's stupid.
Who do we have?
It really is. I mean, like, you're going 6 miles, hour and 20 minutes. It's just ridiculous.
Hey, Chris has a real quick question about the fire, John.
Right.
And you're our local fire expert. What's up, Chris?
I am a fire expert.
Chris, how we doing?
Good, guys. How about yourself?
Good.
Hey, so super cool question in jest, but then a real question for Lance. You might have to get to after the break. But John, can you phone a friend for national emergencies to get you out of places on a private jet? I thought that was kind of something that you had like on an emergency phone that you could.
I mean, you're cracking people up, Chris. I mean, how did you hold that back this long?
Long-time listener.
I mean, how did you hold that back this long?
Hold on. It's a relevant question.
It's
Answer
hilarious.
It is.
Goodness gracious.
John, answer a question.
Why could you come with this like yesterday or the day? I mean, why are you holding this material?
Why is he so upset? Answer the question.
Real honestly, though.
No, Chris has got some shots every once in a while, and that's just terrible, Chris. Chris, you got to write some better stuff. You got to write some better stuff, Chris.
Sleeping on an undersized couch without power, that's big of you, dude. I mean, that's not normal. So
hey, it's what I had to do, Chris. Chris, it's what I had to do. That's all. I'm sure in your Woodlands estate, you slept right on a nice bed. Okay, I'm sure you did, and you thought of a brilliant joke that you brought to the table. I appreciate it.
I didn't know this was the thing between them. I didn't know, Dell.
It is. This happened.
Dell just told me this is.
Chris has gone after John before.
Yeah. No, Chris.
I didn't know.
I didn't know how he comes up with this stuff is amazing.
John's
I think he's a comedy writer. I mean, out of the Woodlands, who would expect a comedy writer out of the Woodlands?
Well, I mean, they come from anywhere, John.
I know they do. They do.
He had a phone a friend question for you, and you took it too personally because Chris just had that's something he had been working on.
Chris has had shots before. It's fine. But if Chris is going to come, you better bring something better than that.
You said that was a knife to a gunfight?
Yeah, that was a spoon.
Spoon to a knife fight?
Yeah, come on, Chris. You're better than that. Right. You got to bring it. I mean, you woke up this morning and thought this would be good.
Chris, we welcome you. And next time you want to take a shot at John, please don't be dissuaded by John and his sarcasm. And,
please bring
don't let him bully you like
this. Don't let him cut you down.
Don't let him
like
bully
that.
your comedy.
Yeah, you're just trying some stuff out. You got a good 5 minutes,
jokes.
right?
Chris got jokes.
What? He just asked you a question and you wouldn't answer it. Dell said it's a relevant question. Answer the question.
Answer the question, John.
What a waste of this show's time.
To be fair, we did do the whole thing with Chad a couple days ago.
Yeah,
but
that's us.
But that might be the problem. It's unoriginal because we've already done this bit earlier in the week.
Yeah.
Well, it was yesterday.
Earlier in the week.
Yeah, earlier in the week.
Well, Chris, he got to sleep on it, and he got, and it was, oh man, I itching. He woke up this morning thinking, I got one. Oh, do you have to phone a friend to get a private jet? Ah.
Well, that is a means of communication, calling someone.
It is. It kind of is. All right. We got a break right here. 713-780-3776. The number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN.
And I don't condone this, by the way. Those were jokes about Jessica Alba, and somebody in the chat said, always threaten your wife that you're going to upgrade. It helps them hone their skills. That's not, we're not operating that way. That's not the way that we look at this.
But you just did.
Yeah, but it's like me and Chris are the same. We have jokes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh,
we have jokes.
The same? Okay. So let's take a quick break. I want to talk about Dream Rate Mortgage. I want to talk about a guy who is really, really great at this thing. Brokers just do it better. And you figure when you hire a broker, oh, this is going to cost me. No, it's actually the exact opposite. In instant, you're just doing it wrong if you're trying to do your mortgage yourself. Let a guy who does this every single day, that knows everything about the game, that knows everything about the business. I mean, even if he sends, okay, if he saves you a couple $100 on your mortgage, how's that? Well, that's a couple $100. That's great. Well, what's the downside? If you did it or didn't do anything, like we didn't do anything when we bought our houses, then you just lose. We'll lose the money. But in a lot of instances, I'm talking about big savings. And the guy is fantastic at what he does. There's nothing over 30 years in this business. You think that there's anything that Kent Jones hasn't seen or Kent Jones hasn't? I mean, in a lot of instances, he's very creative where he will find this stuff for you. He's amazing. So if you're looking for somebody to help you get that house and possibly save you like thousands of dollars at signing, not only at signing, but over the life of the contract, it's Dream Rate Mortgage. He is awesome. Okay, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell and AJ. AJ is with us this morning. Wave at the camera there, AJ. Nicely done. AJ came in, so Dell didn't have to do anything today.
It's not
so Dell
true.
can just sit, lay around and not do anything.
Dell had to just act as a buffer between you and a caller.
No, the origin of beef with me and Chris right now is, and it's not beef. I got no beef. I've gone to Chris a bunch of times. He always asks you questions. I don't give a rat's ass. Chris is whatever. Chris likes you. I mean, I think you two have some kind of relationship.
You don't care about this at all.
No, but the origin was with the Bobby Slowick thing, because I was critical of. Listen, here's the deal.
The origin is Bobby Slowick.
The Bobby Slowick thing, yeah. Because I was critical of Bobby Slowick,
right?
And Chris calls in. Well, last year you were so worried about him being a head coach, and now all of a sudden you're critical. Hey, listen, if you're good, I'm going to give you praise. I'll give you your flowers. If you're not, I'm going to say that you're not very good right now. And the fact of the matter is Bobby Slowick has had some more struggles this year. There's no question about that. Where he falls in the blame game, as far as where CJ is, where the offense is, where the play call, all of the things which make the Texans' offense not as effective as it was last year, then Bobby Slowick has his place in it. So Bobby Slowick is not the star that Bobby Slowick was a year ago. CJ's not the star.
Tell it to the Jets.
CJ's, well, they're going to interview him, and they're not going to hire him. So he's good. CJ's not the star that he was a year ago. Do I hate CJ? No. Do I hate Bobby Slowick? No. But has Bobby Slowick been as good as he was? No, he hasn't been. And you know what? And I'm going to say that. I don't care if Chris, you said you did. Listen, Bobby Slowick was asked just yesterday, the day before yesterday, about his second year play calling. Here is Bobby Slowick talking about the difference between year one to year two.
I kind of alluded to it already. Like, every year is different. You can go into seasons and you think you have like a certain group or a certain scheme or a certain style that you think you're going to be able to go in and play and do. But it happens every year. Like, it changes and evolves as you go. And that process this year has without a doubt happened. And I think last year I probably found the answer faster than I have this year. But I feel like we've really gotten to a place right now where, coaching staff, organization, and players all feel pretty good about where we're going.
Okay. Agree or disagree with that last statement? Coaching staff, everybody, players all feel pretty good about where we're going.
I don't know. I can't I have a hard time. Well, what does that mean in the long term, or does it mean in the where they're going in the playoffs?
They did have one. Listen, after the worst offensive performance in recent Texans memory against the Ravens, they did have one drive against Tennessee. So I guess that everything is
in a game where they didn't play their quarterback after the first quarter or first drive.
Right, exactly.
I don't know. Only Slowick can say I didn't see any growth this year from the offense. So, I mean, to me, the car's in neutral. I don't. There's no other way to say it. That's not.
Well, it's in reverse.
Some would say
aspects.
Reverse. I just say neutral because I didn't see growth, and there have been some. I would say next year is a really big. I came in with all kinds of confidence this year, and I'm going to go into next year like, I'm curious to see what happens here. I will be cautiously optimistic, but I will not be brazenly optimistic like I was this year. I was brazen.
Well,
I'll admit it. I was brazenly optimistic. I was thinking everyone else is a sorry people, and I was the king.
What's a little struggle? What's a little worrisome is that they went 4 or 5 games without scoring in the second. What was it? What was the 4 games without scoring in the second half?
Focusing on all of the negatives.
Well, no, that there weren't the adjustments like you're saying right now. Boy, I'll be interested to see next year the adjustments and what's going to change and what's going to be different. Well, they're kind of slow to change. I mean, maybe in the off season you can adjust this thing and because Well, I don't know. Have you seen the numbers on Titus Howard?
How do you
Have you seen the numbers on Titus Howard?
No, what are
Titus
the numbers
Howard's
on
numbers
him?
are tremendous since he's moved to guard.
Oh yeah, but I never had any doubt about that. He's a tackle playing guard. It's so much easier to protect inside. It was always going to be the best thing for the Texans to have 3 tackles on the field when it came to protection. That was a no-brainer. But it does have an impact on the running game though, because Titus is not a good run blocker.
So I don't know that there's not going to be wholesale changes on this offensive line, right?
I think the line coach will change. So that's tricky because Titus is going to want to be like, okay, season's over, back to right tackle. And the Texans may think,
that's right.
We sure do like having our quarterback protected. That's going to be, there's going to be a conversation there between Malky, his agent, and the Texans, because what's best for the Texans is probably having Titus at guard, only from a protection standpoint. He's not a run blocker. I don't think he's a guard. I think he's a tackle. But if the choice is get CJ's wig split or have a tackle playing guard, I'm choosing tackle playing guard.
Well,
so
and
I don't know.
It's that hopefully, well, I don't know how amenable he has to be to it, but hopefully that's not going to offend a guy who has right tackle only in his bio.
Well, there's one change that I think will happen. More than likely, Titus bounces back out to right tackle. Fisher will have another year as a swing tackle. Shaq will be back at right guard. You'll have the center in place, and you'll get a new left guard. I think is how that's going to work out. Juice will be center, and then you have a new left guard.
Anyway, the question will be, I mean, Bobby Sloak, you just heard him, and apparently everybody's down with what's going on offensively with the Texans right now. We'll find out. Hopefully, I'm hoping that they just destroy.
What changes would you want to see? Like, what adjustments would you want to, like, when you say something like that, what does that mean to you in the offseason?
Well, if this offensive line doesn't change, then a quicker passing game, not a slower developing
That's what I
game.
think. I think that you may need to integrate, with your levels passing concept, which is a great concept. It's a great concept when your quarterback's protected, and I think it really fits CJ well. I just think they're going to have to probably integrate some of the Ohio State stuff that they had in there, meaning, an ability to spread and let him maybe simplify reads and try to go to the best matchups. Can they integrate
some of those Ohio State wide receivers? That'd be great.
Well, if you want to.
I'd love to.
If you want to, there'll be one coming out this year.
You don't have them. You don't have them.
Well, you can have one if you want. You got one coming out this year that will go in the first 2 rounds.
Igbuka?
Yeah. If you'd like one, there will be one.
Right. Well, okay. There's your question. You putting wide receiver on him in first round?
I'm not going to rule it out.
Certainly a need.
I'm not going to rule it out.
When you put down Texans needs,
I'm not going to rule it out.
Wide receiver not first?
I still think left guard is probably first. That's pretty terrible.
Well, not if you go Fisher right, right tackle.
Yeah, then I don't know if you're going to run block very well, but I guess it is what it is. I would say wide receiver, because Tank's not going to be there. You're probably not re-upping with Stephon Diggs coming off an injury. Yeah, so who are your wide receivers now? Mechie, replaceable. Hutchinson, replaceable. Robert Woods, replaceable. You're right. You literally have one. You have one NFL starter on your roster starting next year, more than likely, until you get to free agency. Or free agency is an easy way to supplement depending on what level of player. Like, you can go find a player. I don't know who the free agents are, but I mean, wouldn't you love to get he's too expensive, but God, wouldn't you love to have T. Higgins?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but you know what? Oh my gosh, I just read the Texans have about $14 million to spend this offseason.
That's it.
You know what that gets you?
Not much.
Not much.
Well, but there'll be some guys who are gone. That number will go up. But you're right. That's typically at this point right now. That's not a whole lot.
No, that's even with re-signings and got your 50th, your main 50. I mean, there's not going to be much.
Why?
It's not going to.
Why? What's the why? You still have a rookie contract with your corner, a rookie contract with your quarterback. I mean, Nico's not crazy overpaid by any stretch.
Well,
where's the money coming from? Will Anderson's on a rookie contract. Hunter
Well,
has a veteran
and the
contract.
thought is you're going to have to extend Stingley. You might work out that deal. Yeah, that might actually save you money that you backload it.
If you
You
do it
backload
in
Yeah,
advance,
yeah.
Give
Yep,
him more money up, give him more cash up front.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, you're more than welcome to do that. I want to talk about Coors Lights. I want to talk about enjoyment. I want to talk about freshness. I want to talk about chill. I want to talk about the Blue Mountains. I want to talk about that cold, clean, crisp Colorado water. All of those things go into my beer. I don't know what's going into your beer. I mean, your IPA, you know where the water comes from? You don't. You don't have any idea where that water comes from. Do they care about the water? No. You know what they care about? They care about what the Colorado spring water. It's the best water. And you know what? It translates into the best beer. I love me some Coors Lights. I hope you do too. If you haven't tried it, please do. If you've got friends, I mean, I'm seeing it more and more and more and more. The first thing that they run out at bars, Coors Light. Maybe because I'm there. I don't know. I don't know if it's just because I'm there or what. But here's the deal: is I know that people are enjoying cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I know I do. You're looking for that beer that's going to refresh you as opposed to that motor oil that you're drinking, that IPA. Stop. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here's a story, Lance, and the Texans are involved in this, and you, as a matter of fact, just said something about this. Players who are tradable or that will be or could be candidates for trades, Deebo Samuel, Kirk Cousins. I could see that. I don't know if you're going to
smell
get
a
much
Colt
for him.
quarterback. Kirk
DK
Cousins
Metcalf,
next up.
Deshaun Watson, Garrett Wilson, George Pickens. I don't know who wants that problem.
So Garrett Wilson is because they're not going to be good and they don't want to pay the money, I guess, for Garrett because he's going to get paid soon.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be there either. There's that. Garrett Wilson is a good player. It just seemed like I saw a couple of memes with CJ talking to him. Hey, bro, get me over there. I want to be there with you. I want to go there. Boy, that would be sweet. Nico on one side and Garrett Wilson on the other.
Yeah, it'd be a good mix. Be a good fit. I was thinking about Nico.
I got
Nico
somebody.
and DK, but
candidate.
DK is the same type of wide receiver, just a little stiffer hipped.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll take Garrett Wilson. Here's a trade candidate, and they say he's a trade candidate for your Houston Texans. Can you guess who it is?
No, I have no idea.
Kenyon Green. Not sure what you get on the open market for Kenyon Green right now.
7.
A 7.
Yeah.
Wow.
You get a 7
Dude
for somebody just to test.
He was the 13th pick 2 years ago.
So there's no value. More than like you get a 7 at best. More than likely, just wait for him to be cut, so they don't have to even pay the rookie contract. But he's still under rookie contract. He'll have one more year. You'll have an option year. If he were to really, really play great, you would have the 5th year option on him. But there might be a team who would give you a 7th for him, just to give him just to try him out and see what happens.
Is there any chance more than that. It comes together for him?
Not with this team. Not with this team. I think from a mental standpoint, I think he's cooked. I think his confidence is shot. He's had nothing but injuries and a lack of success. I don't see any way that it comes together for him after 3 years. He probably walks in that building, doesn't feel real, doesn't feel like I'm just guessing here, but there's a chance that he comes in the building. He doesn't feel like he's really contributed much to this, to the new version of the Texans. He probably lacks, he probably feels a little insecure, lacks confidence in terms of, his place and how he's played. He may look around the locker room and think, what do these guys think of me? Because I haven't been good and I've been hurt a lot. It could be one of those things where truly a change of scenery is the best possible tonic for him. I think it's the only tonic for him. I don't think he's mentally going to get it back where he has this fearless mindset and approach. There's technical issues at play. I think there's mental issues at play with him in terms of his confidence. I think the best opportunity for him is to go to a place that has, a really good teacher and line coach who can work on his fundamentals, and then someplace that he's not on the spotlight as being a first-round pick. Like we've got a huge spotlight on him, and we're waiting to see if he fails every time he comes back now.
Yeah.
It'll be way better if he just goes somewhere else and he's just another guy that they're hoping that this reclamation project, because then there's no real pressure on him. Not really. I mean, well, there is for him to maintain a career that pays him well, but there's not the same pressure that there will be in Houston, because that pressure is never going to subside.
No. Well, I don't know. He goes anywhere right now, and he's probably just considered, I don't know if he's considered a backup, but he's the guy that's got to make the team anywhere he goes now.
Yeah, I think
right?
Wherever he goes, he would be considered, he would compete for a job. I think he'd make a team. I think he'd compete for a job. It doesn't mean a starting position's guaranteed for him at all.
Yep.
You hit some, you miss some. I'll give the Texans a lot of credit. The Texans have done more than most teams to fix their offensive line. They've spent draft picks and money on left tackle. They spent a first rounder and money on the right tackle. They spent a second round pick, which is at least a round early, on their center. They spent free agent money on their right guard, and then they drafted their left guard in the first round. You'll be hard pressed to find any team in the NFL that has a total of 4 first-round picks, a second-round pick, and a good free agent contract for their five potential starters. I don't know that there's another offensive line in all of pro football, and yet the problem is it just hasn't come together like you hope. I give Nick and his people all the credit in the world for trying. They've done well. A lot of that happened before Nick, actually. Bill O'Brien brought in both the tackles. But I give them a lot of credit for everything that they've tried to do with that offensive line. It's a smart thing to do it. It just hasn't worked.
Right. Regardless of who brought them in, that's the teams. The team is the one that spent that capital on it.
Dude, Kenyon Green is only 20.
No, you're right.
He's 23 years old. He'll be 24 this spring. He's still so young. But I'm telling you, it's astonishing. Every year when I do draft stuff, I go look at, try to find player comparisons. And so I go through lists of players drafted previously. It is astonishing how many players, including first rounders, don't make it 4 years. It's I know we always see that the average NFL player plays
what did Charlie
3.5
Casserly
years.
say? It was 50-50? 50-50?
Yeah, 50-50
first
chance on first rounders succeeding, and the odds go down into the 30% range on second rounders.
Yeah. 30,
For Charlie
20,
and the
10.
Texans, it was like 3% second round success.
Wow.
Charlie
Well,
and Rick
but
Smith had
He had
no
some success on first rounders. They had first rounders success.
Yeah, the Texans have had first round success.
Yeah. Well, and then they had the Owen Daniels draft that was pretty. Well, that was Rick, but not Charlie. That was a great draft for them. Great draft. 7137. Is this true that J.D. Vance and Ted Cruz have a bet?
Yes, the Longhorns are cooked. Longhorn fans are all up in arms trying to see if he will cancel the bet. But he goes, Ted Cruz reached out to J.D. Vance like, how about we make a bet? I've got the Longhorns and you got Ohio State. And I immediately retweeted and just said, lay the points, lay all the points, unload. You can bet this like it's already been played.
He's going to be there too, right? He's got to be there.
I would hope. Well, I don't know. Yeah. The snow and ice Ted doesn't really like rolling into cold weather. He kind of goes the other way.
Wow.
I think he'll be watching from Mexico.
He'll probably be here in LA at the Rose Bowl. He likes fire.
Don't think he's going to be in LA.
I don't think
either.
he wants to be anywhere near any type of disasters.
Yeah. I don't think he's
so which does he shy away from, disaster or cold weather?
Cold. Well, we know cold.
If we're choosing football places for him to be, he would likely be in Miami.
Yeah, he'd go to the Orange Bowl.
For the Orange Bowl.
So what's his relation to Penn State and Notre Dame?
None, but he can watch. He'll watch.
It'll be warm. That's the relation.
He'll be warm, and he'll watch the other game on his phone.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if Ted Cruz openly.
The next day.
Okay, so is the Cruz curse? Is it only if he's in the?
If he's
so far, it's only been at the game.
I don't know about bets yet.
But if he openly says that this is his team for a game, is that enough to sink your team? And can you cover when you have something like that happen? He's not there.
A senator thing. Governors make these bets. Mayors of cities. I don't want the senators making bets. They don't hit the same. Like the governor of Texas and the governor of Ohio should be making this bet.
Well, keep your mouth shut for people who've already got Ohio State minus a point.
Well, if you're rooting against the state school, I guess that's on you.
The line immediately went up to 8.5.
You're really trying to solidify yourself and Jessica Alba by rooting against Nicole's school.
No, I'm not rooting against them.
Betting against them.
Ted Cruz just came out for them.
Sometimes
they're cooked. They're done.
Dell, you got to be proactive.
Yeah, you just can't wait around. You got to make things happen.
I'm just sitting here minding my own business, discussing this college football playoffs. It's in a way, kind of.
Just because Nicole is pissed doesn't mean that Jessica's on board. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, she may be an Ohio State fan. I don't know, but she doesn't seem nasty and mean like those people.
You don't know her.
No, she seems like
getting a divorce.
You know who she seems like?
Are you blaming her for the divorce?
No, it's got to be on Cash.
Yeah, it has to be Cash Warren.
It has to be him. He probably did something stupid.
I would agree.
You know who she seems like? She'd be she seems like
somebody.
Somebody.
Cash Me Outside?
No,
Cash Warren.
Cash Warren.
I don't really know who he is, but
some money guy.
I don't know either. I've never heard of him.
Pretty ass guy with money.
You've been hating on him for years, apparently.
Yeah, he's some pretty ass guy with money. It doesn't matter. We hate those guys, but The other thing
He's
is
a film producer.
she's done doing
whatever.
films. She doesn't need him anymore. Get on this draft train. So
What?
said nobody.
No
ever.
one ever.
So
Get on this draft train.
On this draft train, Jessica Alba.
what about them fourth rounders though?
Mm-hmm.
You keep on betting on Ohio State, you're going to piss Nicole off enough.
No,
You'll have.
I'm
Jessica
not. I
Alba.
want
Yeah,
Texas. I
it
want
won't be a
Texas.
problem.
Texas is good. It's good if Texas wins for me. It's good. Now it'll also mean that my wife's going to want to jump in and go to where's the national championship game?
Is it in
Is it Atlanta? I think it's Atlanta. She's going to want to get to that because we've been to the other two national championship games, and that ticket is not going to be cheap.
No.
So I can get my.
So which one are you rooting for? You win the money with Ohio State, and you don't have to spend the money on the national championship.
I don't win any money with Ohio
Nicole's
State.
happy.
I'm talking about the people. I've already been telling everyone
What time
to play
is it?
What do you
You have changed your approach to the Alba thing.
well,
Is she
Mason.
is
Mason.
someone listening right
so
now?
here's the thing. Mason.
Yeah, probably she's listening.
No, I'm not. I'm not changing my opinion, but there is a chance. But Mason, there's a chance that she could be in the car. But Mason, my dad gave Mason his car, so Mason drives to school. So I'm less
reckless.
Yeah, no, I'm more reckless because I know that she's not taking them to school.
Oh, okay. You can be more.
So now I can be more reckless. However, however, she also might be taking Marty somewhere, so that could,
That's a problem.
I know that
problem.
after 8 o'clock it gets more dangerous.
Mhm.
You notice how flagrant I was when it was 7:50.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Yeah,
I
was like, I cut it loose, even though I got some snitches listening who will tell her.
They will
With
tell
text.
her.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm talking to you, Nikki Guerra. Don't be texting stuff to my wife, telling her you should have heard him talk about Jessica Alba. You keep that, Tori. Get your girl, Tori. Get your girl.
Break. 713-780-3776. Come hang with us.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I just saw Shane Gillis video, and now he's forever linked to Nick Saban because he basically accused Nick Saban of cheating back in the day, and Nick was like, and Nick can't stand him.
Oh, you just saw that?
No. I just saw a Shane Gillis video, but no. So Saban was on with Pat McAfee right afterwards, and she gave Gillis some shots. He's not a big Gillis fan, but there is a thought out there that maybe Gillis isn't that far off. Is the SEC now brought back to the level of everybody else now that everybody else gets to pay players?
Everyone else could pay players.
As opposed to just SEC schools?
No, what? I don't understand that. Everyone, Big 12, I know guys at University of Texas A&M that got tons of money. So I don't know. This is weird that people are acting like only the SEC was paying players. It was always illegal. It was always done at multiple schools. Ohio State, Oregon. The numbers at Oregon for some of the players.
Bigger schools, though.
No, anybody could.
Schools were.
John, anybody could do it. It was illegal. You mean now that it's legal, are there teams? I think that, but I think the portal. The portal. Smart evaluators are turning the portal into their advantage. Like Arizona State. If you saw how bad Arizona State was the year before and then how good they were this year, that's almost all portal. That's because of the portal.
Well, but there is something to this too. Penn State, there are those who would believe and would want to believe. Penn State, Notre Dame, there were schools that were clean, and then there's schools that weren't, and more than a few SEC schools weren't, and they were paying players. And there was the Ohio States, and there was the other schools that were paying as well. Don't get me wrong; it's not just the SEC schools. But now that everybody gets to pay, does that tighten up the field? Does that level off the field for everybody?
I don't know.
And I think the answer might be yes.
I don't know,
because there were coaches that were playing it that were actually honest about it.
I don't know, because I think it's easy to say that, but when you look at the teams who are still the best teams, I mean, it's, we're in the Final Four: Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, and now Notre Dame. I mean, three of those teams have been in the college football playoffs. Those are still pretty much the hammers, though. Georgia, I don't know. I still think the hammers are the hammers. And you still can't keep Ohio State. I don't know.
Georgia wasn't a hammer this year.
Ohio State's going to get your top player.
Georgia was not a hammer this year. Alabama was not a hammer this year.
Georgia, but they just weren't as good. I don't think it had to do with paying guys. I just don't think. I think over the years, when you lose that much NFL talent, this kind of happens to you. Remember, it happened to LSU. After LSU lost a bunch of talent, it's hard to keep reloading. You lost your top two wide receivers for the year before they got kicked off before the season. Your quarterback didn't play well. Now the good question is, how does this affect Georgia? Because Georgia's not. They typically don't want to pay for other players. Well, now they're having to try to keep their own players on the roster. I think that is the real tricky thing now, is that your rosters are getting poached. If you're not a payer, if you don't pay top dollar, your rosters are going to get poached. And I think that's what's going to happen now. Is what Georgia would look like for 3 consecutive years in the past, they won't look like anymore. And some of that's not just, by the way, some of it's not just pay. It's also the portal rules that people can leave here early, because you're much more likely to just leave as opposed to stick it out. Hey, our old friend Raheel is on. I wanted to bring him on, John, because do you know that Raheel, they have a big landmark for Fury, which is the mixed martial arts fighting, the mixed martial arts fighting organization here in Houston. And our friend Raheel is obviously a big part of the broadcast. Did you realize he's part of this is a big headline show for them? Tell him, Raheel.
Yes, I do. Is it sponsored by City Cats?
It is not sponsored by City Cast, John.
City
not
Cast.
City Cats.
Yeah.
All right. City Cast.
Cast.
Okay. Say it with me. Cast. All right. No, it's not
It's
sponsored by
hard for
them,
me to
but
pronounce that. City Cats. City Cats.
It's not
Cats.
sponsored by that.
Cats.
Okay.
No, man.
City
Thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, but it's Fury FC 100. This is a huge show, the 100 broadcast, right? And for the last 3 years, Fury has been partnering with UFC Fight Pass, and we have become their number one feeder for talent. So we are sending a bunch of guys, like coming up in this next year, expecting 15 guys to get a shot at the UFC, whether it be on the Contender Series, whether it be filling in on a last-minute fight. Like this weekend on Fury 100, we have 3 title fights, okay? Of those winners, all 3 are more than likely going to the UFC. Like, they are right there. So it has been incredible, man, like to see Houstonians change their lives. Like, Fury guys are, for the most part, here locally. Now, we are doing shows in Denver, New Orleans, Dallas, and San Antonio, but some of the guys that have made it, man, and are now dominating the UFC. Like, we have a top 10 featherweight in the UFC that came from Fury. That's Diego Lopez. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and so if you want to, like, this is a great chance for you to go to get a watch either in person or on their pay-per-view. The next up in the UFC, which as somebody who's followed it for years and years, I remember when we had like Mike Swick. It was, and then and obviously you had well, I'm trying to remember who the like there weren't in the 90s and then into the late 90s for sure, and then into the mid 2000s. You just didn't have Houston fighters that were. Saul Solis was a great trainer who trained guys who would come to Houston, but you didn't have the Houston pipeline. But it's really started to slowly develop thanks to Fury and Mick Maynard, who's one of the
Legacy
the bookers.
Back in the day.
Yeah, he had Legacy, and you did a show with Mick back in the day.
Yeah, and you're right. Like before, it was you would see a couple of guys make it, right? Like Daniel Pineda, who just retired from the UFC. Alex Morono, who's on the broadcast call with me. He's one of the color commentators. He's fought 22 times in the UFC. Did you know that? Alex Morono has 22 fights in the UFC. Like, that is amazing. It's a Houston guy, right? But now there is a direct path. Like, let me tell you about this kid, Josh Fan, all right? 3 years ago, I was calling his amateur fight. And in that span, in the last 3 years, he's gone from an amateur fighter to winning the professional 125 title for Fury, going to the UFC, and is now 4-1 in the UFC. And that all happened in 3 years, right? And there's plenty of guys that have done that from Fury. So, yeah, like the next guys up are truly fighting right here at Fury. And that partnership with the UFC helps so much, right? Being on UFC Fight Pass, and you have hundreds of thousands of people watching it. And like, I didn't know it was that big. When I first started this, our friend Richard Burmaster, who I've done an MMA show on ESPN Houston, he was just like, hey man, can you come do some?
He's an old school fit. By the way, John, one of the old school 1560 listeners, like he did a lot of stuff at 1560 events.
Yeah. Like, it was cool. And he was like, hey, can you come do some play-by-play for me, man? We just need you to fill in. It was actually AJ Hoffman was doing it. But then when AJ moved, they needed some help. I was like, yeah, I'll come do it, man, whatever. Like, I just thought it was a local broadcaster, like 10 people would be watching. No, dude, my mentions were blowing up. Like, people love UFC Fight Pass, and they love the local talent. And now, like 3 years later, I've called over 500 fights. It's wild to see how much support there is for local fighters.
500 fights in 3 years?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome.
Dude, these cards are not like your UFC cards where it's, 6 prelim fights and then 6 main card fights. No, I'm calling on average like 18 fights a night. It is so crazy. Like, my day will start at 12:30 for our production meeting, then I'll shoot our intro. I'm not leaving until about 7:30 or 8. And your fights are back to back to back.
You're the announcer from Monkey Man. You're just bringing fight after fight
Monkey Man
out there. Yeah.
Monkey Man. Come on.
Yeah.
That was a great movie, by the way. Awesome.
It was pretty good.
Come on.
He dropped a Monkey Man.
Give guys a break.
He is the John Anik of Houston right now. That's what Raheel is. on the mic.
That's a
praise.
really nice comparison. John is awesome.
I don't know what that means.
He does the.
I like to call him the Monkey Man guy.
No, clearly you do like to call him Monkey Man guy.
Yeah.
How close are you to the
man,
action reel? Like where are your seats? Are you up there like where Cormier and Anik and those guys, are you away?
I am cage side. I get blood on me.
I was going to ask you that. Have you ever felt human fluids on you?
Dude.
That didn't. I know that didn't sound the way that it should. Yep. Nope. Especially after the
say that one more time, Lance.
I just said, have you ever had human fluids on you? It was.
Well, but I would have said yes well before you even asked that question. That Raheel has said that, but okay.
No, I get blood at least once a month. Like I have to buy new white shirts all the time because that blood stain isn't coming off. And we have 2 cages, right? So there's one that has a catwalk that gives us like 3 feet of space here in Houston.
The cats.
But when we go to Dallas, there's no like buffer between us and literally the caging. So on those Dallas shows, man, I get blood all over my stuff.
How come Dell's not talking to you? Are you two mad at each other?
No, Dell's not mad at me. Dell's working on something.
Are you in a little spat, you two? No, you're all right?
Hi, Jelly Bear.
No, sorry. I was in the middle of some business, so I didn't want to be involved in your nonsense.
What business are you doing during the show that you're hosting?
I'm not hosting.
Or not hosting
exactly.
because AJ's doing
He's
all
working
your work.
on his car thing.
I'm working on a script that I have to record a little bit later. That's all. Working for the station. That's all I'm doing.
Just working, John.
Yeah, John.
He's working on his scripts.
Business,
yeah. Yeah.
Business.
I love
my business, man.
I got business to take care of at about 12:05, so I'm working on it right now.
Now that he's got clients, he's all like, "Okay, I can do this during this show now."
Yeah, you don't need me.
Paying attention to the show.
You don't need me. You're vaguely referencing a Southeast Asian man with Raheel online. You don't need me for that. Calling him the Monkey Man announcer.
If I wanted to bet on the games this weekend, where would I go?
Raheel, I'm glad you asked. MyBookie.ag. And you know what, Raheel?
If I need to drive to Dallas and buy a car real quickly, where should I go first?
And I'm glad you mentioned quickly when we talk about Monument Chevrolet. They understand you don't want to be at a dealership forever. It's a quick and easy process. Go out there, get yourself a Colorado or a Silverado. Maybe you love a Tahoe. They've got great Tahoes out there, and they'll get you in and out. The service is great. They're friendly. They'll treat you like a family. MonumentChevrolet.com.
You're not supposed to give away free spots.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Yeah. No, that's added value for your client.
Yeah.
We got a break. Easy. Tell people where it is and get tickets and everything.
Yeah, man, it's going to be at the Imagine venues right there by Bush Airport. It's Sunday. The main card will start at 4:30 p.m. You can watch on UFC Fight Pass. If you do want to come out to the fights, there are standing room tickets left. This is a hot event, as I mentioned. 3 title fights, and the winner of those fights, more than likely, they will be in the UFC this year. So you can get your tickets by following us on Instagram at Fury Fighting. And then you can also get it at furyfights.tv. You can get your tickets now. But again, you're only going to get standing room because this event is a hot ticket. But I would highly encourage everyone to get your subscription for UFC Fight Pass. It's just $10 a month. And you can watch all of the Fury events. And, follow us on Instagram. You can always win tickets as well. Guys, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
You got it. Yeah. That's our guy.
Easy. Right here on ESPN 97. By the way, the announcer in Monkey Man was not an Asian. He was Australian.
I know. I watched the movie. I'm making jokes here, John. Relax.
Oh, you got jokes? I forgot. You got jokes.
Yeah, relax, John. I know you've been a little angry at people making jokes, but relax. We're good here.
No, it's not. No, I just wanted to correct you. You said, in Eastern.
Yeah, I know, John. It's part of the bit. We can go on.
All right, we got to talk right now. About Game Day Men's Health. We got to talk about getting your testosterone right. Is it right? If it's not, you need Game Day Men's Health. If you're going to the bath, if you are not feeling the same as you usually are, if at work, if at play, in the bedroom, wherever it is that you're having issues, Game Day Men's Health is here for you. It could be your testosterone levels. I mean, and guys, as we get older, it just happens. So if you're sluggish, more so than you have been in the past, Game Day Men's Health is here for you. And Game Day Men's Health is different. First of all, it's a free consultation. Okay. Secondly, they have labs right there on premises. These are the two main things. So the other places are charging you to find out whether or not you're a candidate to pay them. That's dumb. Secondly, you got to wait on your labs at the other places because they don't have labs on site. They got labs on site at Game Day Men's Health. That's a game changer. They can immediately find out. 15 minutes, they're going to find out what kind of numbers that you have with your PSA, with your prostate, with your white blood cell count, with your liver, with your kidney, all of these things. It's important that you get these things checked out. They do that there. So then they'll have a plan for you to get better, to recover faster, to just get your energy up, whatever it is, lose weight, gain muscle, whatever it is that you want to do. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. They're experts. They know it. I love it. It's great. And oh, by the way, I take my shots with me as opposed to the other places where you have to show up. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
So, real quick before we hit a break, and we're gonna we didn't combine breaks, right, Del? We're about to hit a break. We're about to go to one because we got John Cho coming up. And we also have 5-star in just a little bit. We got a big game today and one tomorrow for the see who's going to be a national championship. John, did you happen to see the Chronicle by any chance yesterday or today? I don't think I have John on. That's okay. We don't have much time, but I thought one of the things that was interesting. Oh, he thinks he's in a break right now. One of the things that there was an article about why does no one care about the Houston Rockets? This is a literal article in the Houston Chronicle, and the Chronicle's article says, does Houston care about the Rockets at all? The Houston Rockets are one of the most exciting young teams in the NBA, but no one in Houston seems to notice. I thought about that, and I wondered, is this a little much? Is this hyperbole? I think it's hyperbole to an extent, but I think the heart of the article is fair. Houston cares about the Rockets, but they're not really into them right now. Rocket fans are. The general Houston fan base, not as much. There he is. We're about to go to a break anyway, John, so you might as well just sit tight for John Chill. But I did ask the question for you to bump around. We're going to have John Chill coming up in a second. But does Houston care about the Rockets at all? Is the Houston Chronicle article. We're going to get into that in the next hour because John Chill's actually waiting on hold right now, John.
Well, let's go get a quick break, and we'll get back to John Chill after this right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92. But quickly, I want to talk about Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows. I want to talk about how Jim Fiume is the best at what he does. When you get the Pinnacle Award, that means that what is the pinnacle? It's the best. It's the tops. It doesn't get any better. And that's what Gulf Coast Windows has received. It's mostly Jim Fiume, okay? Because, and again, all of this stuff starts at the top. Okay, what kind of company are you going to have? Are you going to be a company that is going to skimp and save? Are you going to be a company that gouges your clients? Are you going to be a company that is going to try just to get as much as you possibly can out of your client as opposed to giving value in return? Well, how does it work at Gulf Coast Windows? The highest quality window, the highest quality service, the highest quality warranty, the highest in quality, period. Period. So when you're best in class, okay, then you get a reputation. And the reputation for Jim Fiume and Gulf Coast Windows, they're the best. They're just the best. And they have been for years. So you're looking for the best way to get those replacement windows, or if you're building a house, don't use flimsy windows and doors. Okay. You're just going to pay for it in the long run. Oh, by the way, it's not safe. So you want safety, you want security, you want privacy, you want beauty, you want all of those things. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 82.5, the 9 o'clock hour here. And it always starts on Thursday with John Chill, our man at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, to find out what's going on trend-wise, what is happening as far as the bets go. And we got a big week, playoff, college football playoff, NFL playoffs. And to see where everything is headed, let's head to Lake Charles, Louisiana, and the Golden Nugget and John Chill. What up, John? John Chill, you there?
Yeah, you there? Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, good. Hey, what's going on, guys? Yep, definitely a big playoff weekend.
Yeah.
Both on the college and football. I mean, we open up with the Texans, which is interesting to see there. We're locally, we're still seeing about 70% Chargers. Nationally, 90% of the handle is on the Chargers right now. So,
wow.
Yeah,
wow.
I was shocked to see that.
John, you know what that tells me? Bet Texans. If 90% of the national money is on the Chargers, that's a Texans bet.
Yep. I like them +3. I think it's going up to 3.5 right now. I'm with you. I kind of like the Texans. I think they play better at home. I was looking at some of the props out there. Nico Collins, I kind of like him, but you know, he's -110 at 90 yards. So that's a lot of yards for what that's paying. But I kind of like Stroud at home. I'm going to go with the Buckeye theme as we talk about college football. I think he's going to go over 225 yards and have 2 touchdowns. But I see Stroud having a big day, and I think the Chargers, as far as the defense, their weakness is the secondary, and I think, you know, to get the run going, you got to start with the pass. So I kind of like seeing Stroud having a big game that week, and I'm with you. I'm debating on taking the points or just going with the money line at +136. So it'll be a good matchup there.
That's a nice return.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking at. So if you take CJ over 225 yards, he's at -135. 2 touchdown passes is +135, and if you take the money line, it's at 9-1. If you take the 3.5, it's at about 6.5 to 1. So definitely be a good matchup there. But yeah, I'm with you. I see the Texans. They play better at home, and you know, I just think that with all that money, it's definitely a dog. I think since 2016, home underdogs are 8-2 against the spread. So that helps too if you're looking at the map there. Another one I was looking at, and I can get your guys' opinion. Dalton Schultz over 40 yards. He's +140, and you know, with all the injuries of wide receiver, you know that's
not a bad. Yeah, no, you know, and he has depended on him some. 40 yards is a lot for Dalton though to get. But when Tank was there and Steph Diggs was there was just no reason to be throwing it to Dalton Schultz. But now, yeah, that's a nice one, and that's a big return on 40 yards.
Yeah, I like the plus money on the 40 yards. I mean, that's just a couple passes, and you know, hopefully they can open it up down the middle for him and get some of those. So, but yeah, definitely that's the big game that opens up, and then Steelers Ravens. That's about 50-50. I'll probably be drinking instead of Coors Light Jack Daniels, watching my Steelers Saturday night there. So I'm undecided on that one. We have not played good the last 4 weeks, and our offense has struggled. So I could easily see the Ravens, you know, blowing them out. I can easily see Tomlin doing his magic, you know, Saturday night and you know, making that an ugly game and keeping it close. So
what's the number?
It's -9.5 right now. Yeah, Ravens. Yeah, that's a lot of points for a playoff game.
They're playing
especially
so well.
Rivalry. Yeah.
They're playing so well.
Yeah. So, kind of some of my other ones. I kind of like the Bucks -3. We're seeing that's about 50-50 there as well as far as handle. But you know, rookie quarterbacks going into the playoffs. They're 14-21 against the spread since 2014. So Bo Nix and, you know, Jaden Daniels, kind of different person. But I kind of like the Bucks. They've been playing well. They've been 5-1 with teams with winning records this year. So that'll be So kind of like them a little bit. Like I said, I like the Bills. You know, I think Bo Nix. You know, like I said, the record with rookie quarterbacks. It takes a year to get used to playoff football, and you know, Buffalo's been playing well too.
Didn't take CJ any time. CJ was that one of those wins, that's for sure. But you know, and then they caught up to him. What is the college? What are the college games? What kind of handle are you getting on the college games? And
so
what's it trending?
Yeah, we're seeing as far as the Notre Dame game tonight. Definitely seen some action on Notre Dame. The 68% of the money's on Notre Dame. They're at -1.5 right now. And then seeing a little bit of Penn State coming in a little bit this afternoon as well. So we'll see. Overall, I think Penn State's got more talent. I think that's just going to be an ugly game. The over/under is 45.5. I think it opened up at 47.5. I just see that being a defensive struggle throughout. So that's going to be an interesting game tonight. Of course, we got our Buckeyes in Texas tomorrow night. Definitely seeing over 80% of the actions on Ohio State tomorrow. So,
and what's that number? 6.5?
6.5. It's going down to 5.5.
Wow.
I think we'll probably get ready to move.
Well, wait a minute. The money's going on Ohio State, and yet the money, and then it's going down. That'll just tell me that the Sharps really like Texas in this one.
Yes. Yep. You're definitely right. Yeah, you're starting to see
because everyone likes Ohio State, John. Like, I haven't talked to one person who thinks, Texas is actually the right side here. Nobody says that, which automatically makes me think, oh man, this is too.
Except this year, Lance. This year
favorites are getting there.
The favorites get there.
I know. I saw an article on
teams are winning this year.
John, you don't have to comment on this, but I saw an article on DraftKings stock. I actually have stock in DraftKings, and one of the things that came out is that let's see, customer favorite decision, customer favoring decisions could put a damper on the economic or the financial gains this quarter, meaning the favorites are getting there and the customers are winning. That's basically what it means. And John Chill's been telling us that all year.
Yeah. This is the first year that we've lost on parlays as far as the book. Everybody, the favorites in the money line, we have not seen the upsets like we're used to seeing, throughout the year. So yeah, definitely those are the plays, and what's hurt us here in the book this year is definitely the parlays and the money line favorites have definitely taken over. But I'm with you. I think Texas, they find ways to muddy up the game too, and Ohio State can get caught in that, and so it'll be interesting to see, what happens with that. If Ohio State comes out like they did against Oregon, this game's over. But Texas just finds a way to keep it. Sometimes to make it ugly, and that 6 points is a lot of points, especially for a playoff.
Well, it's not only Oregon; it's Tennessee too. They blew both of them out.
Yeah.
But I'm sure. But Texas's defensive line is a little bit different, and I'm not sure that maybe they can pressure Howard, but he's got Smith is just as good a wide receiver as we've seen in the postseason. I mean, this kid Jeremiah Smith is just phenomenal. I don't know how Texas puts a stop to that. That'll be tomorrow night. Tonight is Notre Dame and Penn State at the Orange Bowl. So we just had our guy here who announces Fury fights. We got any fights coming up?
Yeah, we got a fight night in the afternoon, Saturday. So that's interesting. I think it starts at 3:00. So that's I think the main event's at 8. So you can watch some playoff games down at the book, and we got I think Rivas and Dern. As far as that, neither one has power. I kind of like the over 4.5 rounds at -215. I think that'll go all 5. So I kind of like that. And the Carlston Harris is the second card. I like that one to go under 2.5 rounds. Both got power. This one's just going to be a 1-rounder, 2-rounder, whoever knocks each other out. Kind of like Carlston Harris there at +120. If you parlay those together, you get a 3-to-1 ticket right there, going under 2.5 rounds, and Harris on the money line. So definitely big week. I mean, we got the couches. We got the Sony Open coming up, so it looks like we can't play golf here this weekend with the weather. But you can watch some golf and UFC and the Texans, and then so it's a good day there. And you can have our family. We've changed the menu. We got this big pretzel now, and I'm starting to get addicted to it. So I'll be heading down there Saturday to watch. Have some beers in the afternoon.
We got this new big pretzel, John.
That's right.
When there's something like that, when you got to say we got this new thing, I can't stop eating this pretzel.
Hey, listen, I love me a big pretzel now.
That's right.
I'll go all the way to Lake Charles to get me a big pretzel, which, by the way, we are going to go. We're going to be there before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Monday and Tuesday.
We're looking forward to being at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Why don't you guys make plans the week of the Super Bowl, the 3rd and the 4th? February 3rd and 4th, we're going to be broadcasting live from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We want you guys to come, be a part of the show, be a part of the fun that we are. We're at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Super Bowl is coming up. The NCAA tournament is coming up. Make your reservations to get into DraftKings Sportsbook and hang out. As good a place as you're going to find to watch games. Period. Anywhere, as good a games as you're going to watch to watch games as anywhere else. So, are you full on the Super Bowl yet, or can people still get a table there?
No, we're got some reservations, but yeah, there's some spots left. So yeah, make your reservations early. That fills up fast. So yeah, definitely start if you're planning on coming down. Make some reservations. But yeah, we got some openings, and definitely going to be a good year for the Super Bowl. So
that's listen, do it now before it fills up and you get shut out of the DraftKings Sportsbook, because it is a great place to watch any big sporting event. John, we appreciate it as always, man. Thanks, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys. All right.
John Chill right here every week, brought to you by the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and I'm going to bring you the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I'm going to tell you about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles if you've never been there. Do you go to Vegas? Do you like to go to Vegas? Well, let's start 2 hours before the flight or more, okay? Then the flight is a good 3.5 to 4 hours. Then getting your bags and getting to the hotel. By the time it's all said and done, it's a 7 to 8 hour or 8 hour ordeal. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, you got the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, which is as good as any Las Vegas casino. 12 different restaurants, the pool, the golf course, the poker room, the casino, the hotel, the entertainment. They've got a stadium where you can watch concerts, and they got concerts there all the time. Go see what concert is playing. I'm telling you, it's so much easier and just as good as any Vegas casino. So if you're looking for the Vegas experience and yet you don't want to spend the money to get there, the time to get there, or as much money, period, as you're going to spend going to Vegas as opposed to Lake Charles, one place to go. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make your reservation now. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in a hurry, you're more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. Anything, Del, is there any way that – how do you feel about what John said about Texas? You didn't chime in. Everybody and their mother is on Ohio State. What do you think about Texas plus the 5.5?
Well, you think this
I was talking to Del.
Oh, I thought you said Lance.
Del because he didn't chime in.
Well, I never chime in.
Del doesn't.
When do I chime in?
Do something
when do I
show?
chime in when John Chill is on? When do I ever chime in? What do you mean you didn't chime in? I never chime in.
I did not lie. You didn't chime in.
Well, that's consistent.
I don't care if you never do it. You didn't do it.
Well, what's your question again?
Texas. I can't trust Lance because I think that first of all, if he says Texas, then he just is trying to get some nachos. Secondly, if he says Ohio State, I think he's just trying to get Jessica Alba. Okay, so I can't trust anything he says about this one. Texas, you give him any shot, though?
Yeah, I know Ohio State has looked great the last 2 weeks, but that doesn't mean they'll look great against Texas. I think Texas is the best team they will have faced in these playoffs, and Texas has a shot, but they're going to have to make a decision. I know they like to get the ball out quick to their fast guys, but you're going to have to get chunk gains against Ohio State to win this game. I think Texas's defense is the stronger unit, so hopefully their pass rush can affect Will Howard. But you're going to have to say, hey, Quinn, this is a game where we're going to drop back, and maybe you take a couple in the mouth, but you got to make plays down the field. And we saw that against Georgia in the SEC title game where they had shots to make those plays and they didn't, and then eventually Georgia and their physicality took over. I don't think Texas can play in like a 10-yard box where they're throwing the quick screens and hoping to protect
what they do.
But they can't in this one. You're not going to beat Ohio State going 8 yards at a time. You got to make explosive plays against them and test that secondary. You got the guys to do it. I know Sark's going to draw up some things. He's a guy who's going to, in the sequencing of plays, get a couple shots open. But even in their basic offense, drop back and throw the football down the field and try to get chunks. You're not going to win any other way because I don't know if they're going to be able to run on the perimeter. That would help if they can get Wisner out on the perimeter and make plays that way. But it's a Quinn Ewers game, and maybe that's not a great thing for Texas, but he's going to have to use Golden and Bolden and all those guys more. All those guys, they have to be the biggest part of this game. I know Ohio State's receivers, we know them. Those are the guys we talk about as the dominant forces in this game. Texas has guys. Those guys need to play. They got to take it as a challenge. Like, it ain't just about Ibuka. It ain't just about the freshmen. We got guys too.
It's true. It's true. And you know what's funny is you always think something's going to, when you really think something's going to happen, and then it looks much different than you expected in the first quarter, you realize, man, how could I have been like, you're always reminded that there is no such thing as, well, it doesn't always go down the way it looks. Like, it looks like Ohio State's playing great football. Texas struggled with Arizona State. They were kind of, they were up and down against Clemson. They were okay, but they were a little bit up and down. That was a home game. And there's all these reasons to like Ohio State. And then all it takes is Sark to really dial up a good script in the first time down the field. Wisner to have a 26-yard run. Sark dialed it up for the first, like, his script was awesome for that first touchdown that Texas had against Arizona State. Things change when you come right out of the gate. And if Texas comes right out and they get it dialed up like they did against Arizona State and score quickly, all of a sudden you say to yourself, well, this isn't going to go how I thought it was going to go. Not at all. So I just think if you play it 10 times, Ohio State just outmatches them 7 out of 10 times. I don't have a lot of confidence in Quinn Ewers, blah, 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 all this stuff. But all it takes is a turnover, is Will Howard to be off a little bit, is the Texas running game gets going. They've got I've written up like 3 Longhorns now for the draft. Broughton and Alfred Collins and Sorrell, the defensive end, and those are just, and they're not even the best rushers, and they can get after the quarterback. So I don't think it's a guarantee that beat up offensive line and Will Howard has a lot of time to pass against the Longhorns. So this is, while on paper it looks like the hot team should roll, more and more I'm starting to think, man, it'd be a whole lot cooler if this game was -3. And I don't know now, will the weather have an impact on people drive? So here's the thing, John, I was thinking about this. I'm probably not going to make the trip to Dallas now. I've got a press pass. I got a hotel. I'm just not messing with the snow and ice that's going to be on the way up there. I just don't think I'm going to mess with it. I don't think it's worth it. There's a lot of people who drive around the state of Texas to this game. A lot of people. People coming in from Ohio State are flying in. That's a much easier trip. You fly in, you get in a cab, and you're basically on your way there. If you're from Texas, you got to get through the elements. It's a little bit different. I wonder if that's going to have an impact on what the home people were expecting, a home field advantage for the Longhorns. I wonder if that's going to have any impact.
So these people are coming from Ohio, where it's cold and snowy.
Well, they're not going to care.
And you're worried about the elements that Texas people have to go through?
No, I'm saying driving through 3, 4, 5 hours, there's going to be people with ice and snow. I'm saying if you fly in, you don't have to worry about it.
There's a lot of Texas people in the Dallas and Fort Worth area, too.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah.
No, there are. In Austin,
surprised that ticket has gone down, even with the weather. I'm surprised.
Well, that's the problem
just to walk in the building earlier this week, it was $300 just to get a standing room only.
That should tell you something.
Yeah.
That should tell you something about
and
the
now
weather.
You're seeing upper decks for $100?
Yeah, you can get into the upper deck for $100.
Wow.
Right now it's 33 with snow shower in Arlington right now. If you look at it from an hourly standpoint in Arlington, it'll be 32 snow, 32 snow, 32 snow, 32 snow, 32 snow. So it's going to continue to snow. Oh my gosh, it's 100%. It's going to continue to snow really from now until after. This only goes until 8 o'clock. So ice and snow and sleet is going to accumulate at least for the next 11 hours. So I'm just saying that is going to be, and then it gets actually colder tonight. It goes to 25 to where it will freeze everything up. And then the high is 41. You tell me, John, how quickly does that melt frozen roads? I'm assuming Dallas is going to they're going to do everything they can to get the roads right, obviously.
Yeah.
But remember when we had the mega freeze? They showed a 28 car pileup that took like 5 hours to clear in Dallas in 2021. They showed that on the news.
I love it. It's cold out, and Lance has got him on a 24 car pileup.
No, it happened in 21.
Everybody just drives to the game. I know it's cold.
You
just drive to
not
the game.
Cold. It's ice.
You walk in the stadium. You watch game.
Hold on. Do you trust
doom and gloom, a 24 car pileup now?
No, let me ask you something. That's what happened in 21. They were showing it that happened in 21 with the freeze of 21. I'm asking you now. I'm telling you, it's snowing. They're already showing it's going to continue to snow throughout for the next 15 to 16 hours. That's going to happen. I don't know. I mean, I don't drive on ice, snow. I don't know. I don't know how to drive on it. I never have to. I have no idea. I'm asking you. You tell me what will that do to the roadways? Like, how do you expect? Like, what does that typically do to the roadways if you have snow and potentially ice for that long?
It just makes it tougher, but you get through it. I'm looking on StubHub. Everything in the lower bowl is 1,000.
Yeah. Lower bowl is still going to be expensive. Now check in on that tomorrow.
Yeah, as you get closer to games, they usually go down.
Yeah.
250 for the most part up in the upper deck. 162 to get in a standing room. It's still it's still going to be and it's still going to be a tough ticket. Although I do see a corner seat down here in the lower bowl for $462. Grab it, Lance. Grab it right now.
I've got a press pass.
Oh, well, but
I could go. I don't want to drive in snow and ice. And then what? And then I can't get back the next day to watch the Texans?
What are you talking about? You
Get
can't
stuck
get
on the
back the
road?
next day. Why are you stuck on the road? You just drive home. I mean, everything is.
Yeah,
Last week, everybody's
actually
just
Saturday,
leaving
you're
and
right.
nobody's going to go to the Notre Dame game.
No,
and
Saturday,
it was
you're
packed.
right. It goes up to 51 on Saturday, so the road should be fine, except traffic. I don't like traffic.
You are like the doom and gloom of
But
going
you
to
fly up
games.
to these games in jets. I don't want to
No,
drive
I
there.
I drive up. I've driven to Dallas. I don't know how many times for games.
You drive
Okay,
to
I can't tell you
Oklahoma?
how many times. Huh?
You drive to Oklahoma? Oklahoma
Yes.
State for games? Liar.
You're not going to Oklahoma State for this game. You're going to Dallas.
I don't want to get stuck in traffic. I'm not going to be there for 6 hours. I'm not driving through snow. I'm not driving through ice. Stop trying to put me on the road to death. I'm staying at my house and watching it. I'm watching it here
because you're the Ted Cruz
no,
for
I'm
the
not.
Longhorns.
No, I'm not. I watched the
Yeah,
I watched the Clemson game with my wife, win and cover. We didn't watch Arizona State win and didn't cover. If you want them to cover, you need me in that building.
Well, I need you with your wife watching it.
Yeah.
Did she let you watch it with her?
She's not a fan of that.
Did she let you watch it with her?
Only when we were in Savannah because she had no choice. Last week I was up here. Actually, I watched Arizona State. I was up here writing players up, so I didn't watch it with her last week. She wasn't real happy. Most Longhorns weren't real happy for most of that game. And then they were happy afterwards and just crapping on Cam Scatabo, which I thought was weird. Longhorn fans were like, yeah, that guy sucks. Oh, yeah. Great. He got a bunch of because he pushed off on that pass play. That's why he got 260 total yards on you guys.
That's why he had by himself more yards than Texas did before the overtime.
I mean,
he had more yards.
I couldn't believe that. I thought Longhorn fans would be like, "Man, that guy played hard," but they were so mad at Arizona State for him and Arizona State for talking for being confident before the game because they were supposed to bow down. They were supposed to bow down and say, "You're excellent. You are the greatest. We have no chance against you Longhorns." And they said, "We think we can win. I think I'm the best quarterback on the field," Levitt said, before having a terrible game. And Sam just and Quinn put on an absolute show for the full 60.
Targeting. That's why. As soon as Arizona State was calling for the targeting, then Texas fans would, you guys stink. Cannabis sucks. You guys are trying to call, but what about your targeting? What about yours?
I thought they were both targeting, and neither one got called. So even Steven.
What about that?
That's how I look at it.
Yeah. So that's what happened.
You know, we didn't talk about it all today is, and we got to go here. It's like 5 stars about to come up, but the Cavaliers ended the Thunder's ridiculously long win streak, and they're doing that all without Chet Holmgren. And the Cavs, who had their own 10-game win streak, won. That was like a potential. I can't believe that would be a championship matchups. Those are the two best teams right now.
They're the two best teams, period. And somebody asked, why is this game not being talked about?
Because it's Cavs versus
because
Thunder. No one's going to care about the Thunder.
Nobody.
They barely cared when it was Russ and Durant. I mean, we cared, but it was Russ, Durant, and James. Yeah, he cared then. They're not going to care now with SGA but keep on not caring. That team can ball.
No. All right, we got a break. We got 5-star going to give us winners on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we got Access Vascular Health. If you're looking for a great way, listen, you got signs, okay? Are you starting and stopping? Are you getting up multiple times in the middle of the night? Do you feel like, you will know whether or not you have a prostate issue, okay? You'll know. And if you do, you go see Doc Benavides. If you go to your doctor and you find out, well, the doctor's going to tell, well, you've got, an enlarged prostate. Okay. What happens now? Well, we're going to have surgery, and you immediately put on the brakes and say, no, no, no. It's like one of the worst surgeries you could possibly ever have. My cousin had that, and it was like, holy crap. What did they do? Are you kidding me? And that's not what you're going to do. What you're going to do is you're going to go see Doc Benavides. She's going to put an IV in. In 45 minutes, you're going to be better. You're going to sit around for about a half hour. So it's an hour and 15-minute process. It's basically a long lunch, and you don't have a prostate issue anymore. It's why you go to Doc Benavides. Do not Do not get surgery ever, ever, ever for an enlarged prostate. Go to 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our good friend Five Star is here.
No, he's not.
And
is he here?
He's not here.
He should be here. We got games, right? He said he's going to be here on Thursday.
That's what I thought.
Well, not at the moment. Maybe he'll call in tomorrow.
Yeah, but
I don't want to brag, but we've got Portos here. For those of you, if you've ever been to, it's not Portillo's, it's Portos.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to LA, there's a place to eat here. It's called Portos, and it's it's South American food. I forget. I don't want to misname a country because I hate doing
Porto. It's Portugal.
No, it's not. It's not.
You sure? Because there's literally Porto, Portugal.
I said South America, not Europe.
No, but I mean Porto is Portugal.
Yeah, I know Porto is door. What are you talking about?
You talking about FC Porto, the soccer team? What are you talking about over there?
No, it's Porto restaurant.
Oh no, I know what he's talking about. Is it good, John? Is that the point?
You don't know. It's really, really good. And
it's a bakery.
You know who brought it? It's a bakery. I know it is. It's,
Steve Gutenberg.
Dallas Reigns. Johnny Mountain. Don't those guys still work over there at KABC?
No, actually, the president of ABC News just brought us.
Yeah.
It's and
because you're out there grinding. Well, Wendy's out there grinding. You're just feasting off
Wendy's
of her work.
Grinded. Yesterday. She had to she couldn't get her car out of the drive, so she's driving the Channel 7 news van.
Mm-hmm.
She had to go pick up Bob Iger. who's the president.
Yeah, he's
of
the
Disney,
big boss.
and he's the biggest of big bosses.
Yeah.
Plus Dana Altman and Deborah, and who's head of the kingdom, and Dana is. I mean, she was driving around with all of these people, and she's driving them. She said, if we would have died, I wouldn't even have been mentioned, and they would have all blamed me for killing the company.
Hold on. Didn't Shrek do that for us?
Yeah.
Go and pick up people from the airport. I thought she went out there for a big job. She's out there driving people around. What's going on out
She's
there?
out there. She's a porter.
Laughing.
She's the Shrek of KABC.
Yeah, she was laughing. She's like, I'm the driver now. But you know what? You'll take that.
Yeah.
You'll take that right
here
now.
it is. Porto. She was born. Rosa was born in Cuba. They're all Spain. The recipes are from Spain.
Spain? Oh,
Yeah.
really?
It's from the
really,
Galicia,
really
from the
really good.
Galicia region of Spain. For young Rosa, the kitchen was always filled with scents of cinnamon, sugar, and vanilla. Sounds like it. Yeah, I wish they would deliver to us.
Dude, it is really,
I wish
really
Bob
good.
Iger would bring us
We've been
food.
there 5 or 6. He didn't bring the food, but the head of ABC News did. And then David Muir said he wants to come in and meet Wendy. That's great. Yeah. He's here.
I don't know what that means.
For the fires. And
he is the
anchor.
Who David Isn't Muir he the anchor for ABC News?
Oh, is he the guy with the long face?
I don't know if
that's I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the long face guy.
John Elway-ish. He's
the
Elway-ish.
long face guy.
Yeah, it's him. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
Long facey.
Mm-hmm.
I know him.
Sounds like hate.
Yeah.
Is there a reason you're hating on David Muir?
You know people.
So what we've learned is there are multiple head muckety mucks at ABC that either want to meet Wendy or have been driven by Wendy, and John is siphoning her Wi-Fi and electricity to do the show.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, okay,
yeah. Exactly what I'm doing. Right,
and eating her pastries.
Yes, that too.
That's right. No. I had to go buy the food yesterday for the people because there was nothing was open, or they didn't know if anything was open or whatever. And Wendy said, "Why don't you go? We need to feed the newsroom." So
y'all gonna get any rain anytime soon? That would be good.
No.
See, I wish you would get the snow. Wouldn't that help if you had the snow instead of Dallas?
Oh my God, would that ever? Yeah. Why didn't you get it here? So that you could go to the game.
Yeah.
And that all the fires could stop.
Wouldn't that be perfect if we could just shift? Back. If we could use some of those lasers to just shift the weather patterns around.
If you don't think they can control the weather, you're wrong.
Right.
I heard Marjorie, what's her name?
Taylor Greene.
Saying Marjorie Greene. She said they can control the weather.
Well, how about we get some stuff done for the people of Los Angeles then, if that is possible? How about she answers that question?
Yeah. Get some stuff done.
Yeah, like moving weather around.
Yeah,
if you can control it, let's start hitting those buttons and shifting some weather around.
We got a big football game in Dallas. Let's not have any snow or cold weather.
Nope.
Shift that moisture potentially to LA.
Yeah, you see the dew point's minus 55 in LA? Somebody sent it to me. It means the atmosphere is actively sucking it's so dry that because of the fires, it's literally pulling moisture out of everything, including plants. It's like literally a moisture vacuum. We're just dealing with 40. It's like 40 something today.
It's uncomfortable.
I'm like,
it's not terrible, but
it's a 40-degree day. It's fine.
It's a 40-degree day.
Yeah, I'll put a coat on.
What's it supposed to be like this weekend? I'm coming.
It's in the 50s, and it's going to be nice.
Today.
50s and 60s.
I'm coming today, and so I'm going to need some golf weather this weekend. All right. I don't want to go anywhere where there's no golf weather.
Well, the high on Saturday is 53, and then Sunday it's better. It's 59. But
59?
there's going to be rain on Sunday.
Oh, see, I don't know if I'm coming now. I'm waiting until.
Yeah, no, the weather's fine. You'll be fine.
He may not want it. It's raining tomorrow.
You've got literal forest fires there,
but it's not going to be.
The whole city is burning down, and you're like, is it going to be 52?
John, I'm telling you,
on the golf course
tomorrow, guarantee.
Get out of there, John.
A guarantee of rain tomorrow. Saturday it should be clear, but you got a Texans game to watch, so maybe you don't want to golf. Sunday, rain and a high of 59. So those are your options.
Yeah, you're fine.
Let's go. I'm playing. That's it. 59 is right at the I'm playing or not playing, right there.
That's
AJ, AJ, where's your level of I'm going to play golf today?
How warm or cold does it have to be?
70? What is it?
I haven't actually played golf before, like competitively.
Okay.
I'm 22, so I'm still getting around.
He's
Yeah.
young. Let that man have time. Don't be asking a 22-year-old about golf stuff.
What are you talking about? 22-year-olds play golf?
Well, not this 22-year-old.
Okay.
I play
A lot of
basketball.
them. A lot of them don't.
Ludwig
Yeah, ask
Oberg?
him about pickup basketball. Don't ask
Ludwig
about
Oberg
golf.
played golf as a kid, okay? Scotty Scheffler as a
They
kid.
probably had different environments growing up. Maybe golf wasn't pushed on AJ as a kid, so he doesn't know anything about that.
Well, we got to. I need some pushers out there. Okay.
Look at
Let's
this.
go.
See, severe weather alert. Listen to this, John. Tell me if I should drive. Roads, and especially bridges and overpasses, will continue to become slick and hazardous. Travel could be very difficult to impossible, is what it says. The hazardous conditions could impact the Thursday evening and Friday morning commutes. But does it bother
No,
a Friday at noon? Like if I'm getting there by noon,
Yeah, see?
would it mess with that?
By
You're
noon.
being such a little biatch.
When are you
Just
leaving and
drive
getting there
up
by
there.
noon?
Well, I couldn't get there. Well, where the snow and ice would be,
Oh, okay.
2 hours from here.
So are you going or not? Because we've had a lot of talk.
I don't know. It depends on how my family's acting.
You mean if you want to get away from them?
Yeah, if they
Oh,
keep.
okay.
If it's like yesterday, I'm leaving. I'll just fade this ice.
You'll take your life in your own hands.
Yeah,
get away
but if
from them?
things calm down today, then I'll just be like, I'll just stay here.
Okay.
I like watching that way. I don't even like going to Texans games anymore. I just like watching on TV.
It's fun to stay home and watch games.
Yeah,
on TV.
it is. It
Yeah.
is. I mean, I like don't get me wrong. I love being in the building when atmosphere is special. And NFL playoff football, college football playoffs, like that's really a great
Do you think
atmosphere.
Jerry's place is conducive to a good atmosphere?
I've never been there. I don't know.
Okay.
You've never been
I've
in
never
Jerry's
been there.
World?
Nope.
Oh my god!
Not for one thing. I know. What's better, that or
I've been
SoFi?
there a dozen times. It's awesome.
What's better,
You need
that
to
or
go.
SoFi?
SoFi is better. It doesn't have the gigantic screen. Wait till you go and to Jerry's World. You can't take your eyes off the giant screen.
Kind of like the Rockets
even
game
if you're
now?
sitting lower bowl, you're still looking up at the giant screen
Have
because
you-
it's a better picture.
You've been to the
than
Rockets
live.
game this year, haven't you? In person?
Mm-hmm.
How about how enormous that screen is now?
Mm-hmm. It's not. Listen, the Jerry's World thing, it just takes over the whole building. It literally takes over the whole building.
Well, I don't want that.
I know. I'm surprised you haven't been to anything there.
It's like you're watching
Ever.
a closed circuit sporting event. You're just in the building and you're watching TV.
That's what you do, yeah. And you spend all that money and all that time and all that trouble getting in there, and you watch it on TV.
I found tickets $347 a ticket for second level in the corner for Texas and Ohio State right now on SeatGeek. Like, that's crazy for a game that level. It's not cheap. I'm not saying that's a cheap ticket to go buy 2, 3, 4 tickets. What I am telling you is it's cheap relative to a game of this magnitude.
Yeah.
It's really cheap. You don't find these typically for less than $1,000.
Yeah, this is the time to jump on during the ice storm. It's
Mhm.
time to jump on because you ain't going to find these tickets this price. No. This is the time to jump on during the ice storm.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, 946, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance, why don't you talk a little Underdog Fantasy, and then we'll do News of the Week.
Well, Underdog Fantasy has all of your college football playoff plays right now. You've got your ability to go higher or lower. Okay, so we've got playoff football, we've got NFL playoff football, we got college football playoffs, and all these different players. You got stats that are higher or lower. So you have to figure out, okay, is this person going to go higher or is it going to go lower? I'm opening my app right now and seeing what college football playoffs are. And you know what you can do, I tell you what's fun is go find something that is a little bit of a long shot and you play higher on that, and it gives you a chance to multiply your winnings at an inordinate rate. And so you can win, when I tell you can win up to 1,000 times your original play, you really can. And you can make it a very small play, $5, whatever, $10, whatever the case may be. Or if you want to go big, you can go big. Pick 2 players where you go higher or lower on some of their stats, or you can pick up to 6 or 7. It's your choice, but take your sports knowledge and do something with it. When you use promo code Lance, they're going to give you up to $1,000 in bonus cash, and you have a chance to get relief when there is an injury. They have an injury set up where if you have a player that's injured early in the game, they will refund your money completely and give you a bonus as well that you can check in your lobby. It's really turned the way that I watch football, basketball, baseball. It's really turned it completely around because it makes it so much more fun. I know a lot of you love doing it with fantasy football. We'll do it with the Pick'em Challenge, and you'll see that it's even more fun. It's you must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to inspgambling.org.
A man is living in a garbage bin to save money. Apparently, he can afford a house or whatever, but he's 30 years old. He's in London. He's an artist, and he lives in the garbage bin that was donated to him in 2023. I don't think people put garbage in it, but I think he lives in it, and he's got a nice little window. And do you feel like you would want, if you could save some money, live in a garbage bin?
No, I mean, is it clean?
Yeah,
It's kind of like a tiny house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably more last resort. I don't know if I'm doing that to quote unquote save money. Maybe I just, cut one of my streaming services, maybe not eat out as much. I'm not sure if I go straight to living in a garbage bin.
Yeah, garbage bin seems like, well, if it's clean, I don't know.
How about I got one for you?
I don't think Wendy will do it, but
No, she won't do it.
I don't know.
Chicago
I'm not,
John would have, not this.
Yeah,
not
Chicago John.
not the a Colorado man was allegedly attempted to rob a bank, but left with nothing after handing a note to the teller who was unable to read what he had written. Police said the man walked into a bank and handed the teller a note. The teller, however, had a difficult time reading the note since it was allegedly almost completely illegible. The man allegedly grew frustrated as the teller was struggling to read the note, and he quickly just left the bank.
Could you see the teller going to other tellers going, do you know what this
can't.
Hey, Bill, come on over here.
What is
Can
this
you
a T?
read this?
Is this a T? Is this an L?
What he want? I can't. What do you want? A new study reveals that people who make good decisions have an unfair advantage over people who make poor decisions. Do you feel like people who make good decisions have an unfair advantage in life?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
You do?
Sure.
It's unfair.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Well, because how about you? If you made the poor decision, that was a decision you made.
Yeah, but
it's not unfair.
Well, but the way we work now, John, is nothing is your fault. Like it is kind of unfair.
But see, I think the world is changing now. I think the world is going back to, not being stupid anymore.
You think?
Yeah.
Well, let's find out. Let's see how smart the world. See if all of a sudden the world heals and we're all intelligent again.
Well, that we're gonna it's nothing is your fault. Okay, let's go back to actually blaming people for making stupid decisions. I think, but we'll see. An armed robber was a good Samaritan. He helped free a man from his car from the snow, helped push him out of a snow issue, and then robbed him. Do you feel like the two things actually balance each other off? That, okay, we're even today. I did a good thing. I helped a guy.
Yes.
Get out of the snow, but then I robbed him.
Yin and yang. You got to have that balance.
That's right. You got to have a balance.
You got to have that balance. I watched Warrior, so I can pretty much comment on this.
You do
I've got one for you, John. A Gen Z girl was tweeting from her car. She said, I was in an Uber share today and a song came on that had the most sinister vibes ever. And all three of us were sitting in dead silence. I wish I could remember the song's name. I'm going to try to find it. What song do you think had the most sinister vibes ever, John? Well, I'll tell you. She retweeted and says, I found it. I was scared as F. The Uber is just going to drive us off the road. I do not like the energy this song brought into the car. The song was Billy Joel's Uptown Girl. The most sinister vibes ever. Billy Joel, a song about some blue-collar guy trying to get a hot girl.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. The most sinister vibes.
World. Is Uptown Girl about you and Alba?
No.
Is that
no.
your
not me?
Is that your couple song?
Not me.
Hold on a minute.
Not me. There's nothing sinister about me.
It seems like it's the same tale. It's a tale of two women who are being.
Well, not Uptown Girl didn't have a tale of two women. It's just some auto mechanic who was trying to get Christy Brinkley or whatever. Christy Brinkley
as a draft
analyst, and I'm not. And by the way, I'm a digital draft analyst. I'm not TV draft analyst.
Yes, that's kind of like a mechanic.
It kind of, yeah. I'm like the mechanic of draft. I'm a draft guy of the people.
You grind. You got like grease and oil under your fingernails.
Yeah, that's true.
Trying to get Jessica Alba. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you are. A woman was arrested after accidentally texting the sheriff's department instead of her drug dealer. Do you feel like this is the sheriff's department problem because they have a number?
Okay. She should go straight to prison and stay there forever. Who has a sheriff's department's text number in their phone? How does that happen? That's impossible.
Maybe her drug dealer had a number similar to the sheriff's department.
Yeah, but you got them under
Would
a
you have
name.
A contact for your drug dealer? Who's typing in the number to their drug dealer every time? How does that happen?
No, maybe it's the first time. Oh, what's your number? Oh, and then you put a 4 instead of a 5, and now all of a sudden you're texting the
this girl-
sheriff's department about the drug you want.
You
I
don't.
think she should be let go.
No, you don't.
Well, it
no,
depends
you
what she
go
looks like.
for being stupid. You know what you do? You probably don't want to write drug dealers you contact, but put whatever name you want to use, save it, and you're good. Always save the number.
By the way, I'm out on
What if
Jessica Alba.
What if
got
his
16?
name is Omar Sharif?
What?
Yeah. What if his name is Omar Sharif and you accidentally called the sheriff?
So you have the sheriffs under a contact?
What are you calling information? Could I get the number for Omar Sharif? I think he said sheriff. Yeah,
No. You put in Sharif, but instead of Sharif, you put in sheriff, and you text.
What if you've got Sharif Abdurrahim, but you only just have Sharif, but you don't know how to spell it?
That's what I'm saying. You could have. What if the guy's name is Sharif?
By the way, John,
and you put in and you accidentally texted the sheriff.
No, there's no excuse for texting the sheriff.
No chance.
Jessica Alba has a 16-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 7-year-old.
Well,
I'm out on that.
Well, you don't have to be her. You don't have to be the dad.
Listen.
The dad's alive. You thought she was.
I've got the longest run of dad in history.
You don't have to be their dad.
Haven is 7. Haven is 7.
Okay, so wait a minute. What are you talking about? Jalen Green has a son who's his age, 22.
That's perfect. He's already out of the house. It's the dream come true.
So your thought was
he's going to hook up with a girl with a. Now there's another baby coming.
Your fantasy isn't
doesn't
even
he
cool.
have other babies?
Possibly, but
no, they just had one, didn't they?
Well, the one that's been acknowledged certainly, but allegedly, if you go on the internet, whatever, that's a different story. But your fantasy isn't even cool. You want to settle down with Jessica Alba, but now you don't because she has kids. I thought you just wanted to have fun. He's like, no, can't be with her. She's got 3 kids. Who's looking to be the dad? That's not how the fantasy goes.
She's got that Skrilla. I need a little taste of the Skrilla.
I never had a lot.
Bring that cash.
I never had a lot of respect for you, but this
zero.
This makes it even less because you want to settle down with Jessica Alba.
Yeah, I'm a. You know what I am?
Yeah.
I'm a good person.
No, he wants to settle down.
I don't want to settle down with her. I'm glad that I'm with my wife, and I don't want to. I just told. See, you are making it sound nefarious. It's just my wife just needs to tighten it up and act right. She needs to act right.
Right, okay.
Because Jessica Alba's getting a divorce. I just said act right. That's all I said. That's not bad.
Become correct, Nicole.
Yeah,
correct.
John says that about Wendy as long as she's not around.
And if you don't,
when she's not here.
Lance has a lame fantasy where he wifes up Jessica Alba.
No, it's not a fantasy. I'm just saying there could be a world where she likes the NFL draft, and then all of a sudden. Bing, bing, boom.
And you said it wasn't a fantasy? The world where she likes the NFL draft?
No, I don't. You don't know. In the words of a famous man, you don't know.
A very famous
All right,
man.
We're done. Dell actually has to work now. He has to actually do his show.
I'm sorry.
Next.
I'm sorry I didn't provide the energy that you needed.
You did nothing today. I don't even know how you could accept the pay today. All right.
Don't worry. I've watched you do it for years.
We're done. Have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
piggybacking off the discussion that took probably way too much of the previous show's time about Lance and his unwillingness to go up to Dallas for the Cotton Bowl because of the weather. He didn't want to get stuck, treacherous driving conditions, just didn't want to be out in the cold. I realized something. I've probably been out. It's been a little cold here for the last last 3 or 4 days or so. I've probably been out in the weather up at most 15 minutes, probably less, going to get gas, walking to and from my car to other things. So probably totals about 15 minutes, if that. And I know one thing. Those football guys who, particularly from like warm weather locations, who try to prove that I'm good, I can handle this, like the Tennessee guys who rolled out there before they got their ass kicked by Ohio State and rolled out there without their shirts on, warming up. I can't be one of those guys. I ain't built for it. I'm not built for it. Even now, I'm inside, relatively climate controlled, and I feel like the chill in my bones. I feel it. I'm not built for it. I think it's more nurture than nature. I've grown up in warm weather spots and lived there my entire life. But the thought of playing a game or warming up without my shirt on to prove that I'm good, I can do this, it'd be like, the hater said you ain't built for it. I'm like, the haters are right. And the haters are right about Tennessee too, by the way. All that tough nonsense they were doing before the game, showing how tough they were. How'd that work out for them? We do have a college football playoff game, not the one in Dallas tonight. That one's on Friday. We got a game tonight here on ESPN 97.5, but it's actually in a warm weather climate where all games should be. That's my thing, Sean. Beyond the fact that games should be in warm weather climates for the big ones, I want them outside. I can't stand field turf inside games of importance. I don't like it. I'm old school, I guess. I like the games. I don't like Super Bowls inside. I don't like championship games inside. I don't like bowl games inside. And now the Fiesta Bowl feels a little different because it's natural grass, but field turf for a big game, I'm out. But that's how stadiums are today. So we will have one outside tonight, and then obviously in the Cotton Bowl in Jerry's world, we will have the other semifinal featuring your Longhorns versus the Buckeyes. But I ain't built for it. That's what I've come to the conclusion. That's my conclusion. Don't put me out in weather anything less than like 45 degrees for any amount of time.
Yeah. That I tend to agree with you. I don't think I'm built for this either. And I've said this entire week, I was like, if it was like 10 degrees warmer, I wouldn't be as miserable. But it's the fact that it's like in the 30s or 40s.
Yeah. High of 44. Yeah.
Yeah. I need that to bumped up where I'm okay waking up and going to sleep and whatever at night. And when I walk out to my car to drive here, that it's like 40 degrees.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
That's fine.
But just give me 50 in the afternoon.
Yeah. When I want to maybe move around a little bit.
Exactly.
Outside. I got some things to do. Give me 50.
I can't do 4. And the fact that we didn't get I wouldn't say we got a gradual step up to it.
It was just a drop, a 30-degree drop of temperature.
And day before,
be ready for it.
The day before, I was wearing like short sleeve and shorts, and then the night the front came in, I was like, "Oh my god, it's so cold!" It literally happened where I was sitting in my apartment in shorts, and then I went outside to pick up my trash can from outside. And I was like, "Oh my god, it's 40 degrees outside, and I'm wearing shorts."
What has happened? Now, certainly, our situation isn't the most dire one.
No,
when we look around the country.
Oh, no, there's one more.
Yes. So, and even in Dallas, it's going to be worse. The snow is hitting the ground. What it means for traveling to the game, I think people will be okay. It'll be a little treacherous, but I think the game will go on as planned. That is not the case, possibly, for the game set in Southern California when it comes to the NFL. A real shot that the Rams are playing a game in Arizona, and we know the Chargers are coming here. And of course, little disruptions possibly could affect how they get their preparation in, as it's Chargers Texans here in Houston on Saturday. The Texans have a chance to kind of repeat what they did last year, finish 10-7 in the regular season and win a playoff game against a team that's in their range. I mean, the Chargers aren't a real contender. The Texans, at least the way they played this year, aren't one either. But this is a game you can win despite being an underdog. But CJ, But CJ Stroud likes being doubted. He's one of those guys who I guess thrives on people not believing in him. I tend to think that's overblown, the athlete thing where they're like, I love it when you don't believe in me. Most of the time when you're not believed in, the people are right. Generally, there are not a lot of us against the world success stories. The world is against you for a reason. They've seen you play. But CJ Stroud yesterday, talking to the media, welcomes the doubters.
Yeah, I mean, noise is always going to be there. It's always, it's part of the sport. It's always evident in the sport. And they said the same thing about us last year, so playing the Browns. And I'm not saying this last year, but, we went out there and we did what we had to do to win. And that's ultimately what the playoffs come down to is like, it's 14 teams now and, the microscope is on you. We're the first team to kick it off with the Chargers and, so everybody has their own opinions, which they're entitled to have those things. So, I really don't mind. I mean, it's part of it. Guys are smart. They probably can see film and see that, whatever they want to see. So, and for us, we know we have faith in what we can do and know that we're motivated to play. I kind of like being underdog. I've been an underdog a lot of my life in my career. So it's actually comfortable for me. So, but yeah, I don't really.
CJ was one step away from going, yeah, if you watch this play, I understand. He was there. He got to the doorstep and was like, hey, I'm going to pull back. But yeah, the underdog status comes from watching you play. I just don't know if the Chargers are the team that should be considered the clear winner when it comes to Chargers Texans. The Chargers ain't exactly this death machine that I'm particularly worried about on Saturday.
Yeah, it's more of an upside thing where it feels like the Texans have no upside against. I mean, we saw them the second most recent game, the last game that the starters played more than a series was the Christmas Day game against the Ravens, where that seems like it fully, put it in concrete what the ceiling of this team is. It is, you're not beating these guys. You're not beating the Chiefs. You're not beating the Bills. You're not beating the Ravens. When I look at the Chargers, I see, yeah, this is a team they can beat. I think, shout out to Vegas. I think they got it right. I think that the Chargers should be a slight favorite over the Texans, but it's not. People are making it seem like it would be, Boise State over Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's not. It's not that. Yeah.
Also, I have a small thing with CJ Stroud being an underdog for most of his life.
Well, he's had some issues, not him specifically, but his family.
Yes,
has had.
I meant I was going to take him more on the football side of things.
He went to Ohio State.
He was
a big time prospect.
He was the number 2 quarterback in his class.
Yes. But context-wise, if we know anything about CJ growing up, yes, there have been things that would derail other kids.
Yes.
And he's been able to fight through it thanks to the support system he did have to make it to where he is. Like, is he just talking? And to be honest, well, how many games at Ohio State was he an actual underdog? The Georgia game? Maybe?
Yeah, Georgia.
And he played well.
Maybe. No, actually, in all those Michigan games, Ohio State was always the favorite.
Yes.
Which just makes it worse for Ryan Day. Shout out to you. Yeah, that's the part where he's like, yeah, I've been doubted for. He says career. He also says career. I've been doubted.
He hasn't had a long enough career for him to develop scars of people doubting him. I guess he was the second best quarterback in last year's draft. Going in, is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, he was the number 2 pick. Wow.
Well, Bregman fuel him too.
What an underdog story! You're the number 2 pick to someone who's 5'10".
It's insulting, apparently. Look, Bregman did it too. I will wear the number 2 because you dared to pick one person ahead of me.
One human being.
Yes. How dare you? So athletes get their motivation wherever they need it. He has done things, as I said, outside of football that you would say that's remarkable that you were able to fight through that and find joy. But as far as a football talent, there's not a lot of people who would classify him as an underdog. Great prospect coming out of Southern California, went to Ohio State and drafted number 2 overall.
But now on Saturday against the Chargers, the national media darling, the San Diego Chargers that now play in LA, he's an underdog.
By 3?
I believe. Do you believe?
I do believe they'll beat the Chargers.
We believe Texans.
No. as long as they don't go, I believe that we will win. You can save that corniness for the men's national team in soccer.
We need. I mean, we need the American Outlaws to buy
Please
up some
don't.
seats.
Please don't.
Get some chants going.
I stay
Bring
away.
a drum.
I am forced to listen to that because I love American soccer, so I have to listen to them do that. I don't need it in another aspect of my sports watching life. They can stay away. In fact, I'd love for them to stay away from U.S. soccer, but I can't get that done. Hey, Pochettino, you want me in your corner fully? Yeah. Ban those guys, or at least ban that chance. Say, I've coached in the Premier League. I'm an Argentinian. Yeah. That's crap. We're not doing that here.
We're not doing that.
Yeah. Sorry, he's getting yelled at about not getting the right dual nationals. He's getting some, or at least he's featuring some and giving them opportunities, but it's not the right ones. So he's getting killed for that right now.
I like the dual national thing because it basically adds recruiting to international soccer.
Yep.
With the Balagun, where they basically had to recruit them.
Yeah.
I just like that wrinkle
and it's,
for most of my life, it was just, this guy's American. This guy's English.
Yeah, he
That's
grew up
where
in
he's from.
He grew up in Corona, California. He's playing for the U.S. That's how it is. That's how it'll go.
Now there's a wrinkle to it.
Yeah, my favorite wrinkle is, before we go to break here, that maybe the best left back in the Premier League and is an established player for the U.S. national team, Anthony Robinson.
Love it.
Listen to him speak.
What is he? Does he have a? Is he like the Xavier Leggett of soccer?
The only time he ever spends time in America is to play for the national team.
Oh, so not like Xavier Leggett.
No, he grew up. Definitely not. He grew up in England, has family there, plays his professional soccer there. He'll come across here, for Gold Cup or friendly or Nations League, but doesn't spend time in America. And he might be the most, well, Pulisic's having a great time in Italy, but as far as the established veterans and stars of the team, he's one of them. Not an American bone in his body. As far as like what he sounds like.
Yeah, I was gonna say his Wikipedia page begs to differ.
I know. It's just the way the international soccer works, and a lot of our best in the past have not been like, I guess you would say, full Americans,
real American,
like Alexi Lawless would say.
Yeah, real Americans.
Yeah,
like
guys.
Hulk Hogan and Alexi Lawless.
Sorry if I didn't grow up in Brockton, Massachusetts. Sorry. There are other places you can be an American, and some of our best players have done that. Okay, we will get the break here. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. We will certainly talk more Texans. We will have the CFP here, so we'll talk more about that. Drew Aller versus Riley Leonard, Penn State versus Notre Dame at the Orange Bowl. So we're here. We had maybe, I won't say it was hyped because it was Oklahoma City and Cleveland, but as far as two teams who are considered, actually, I won't even say that, because if you ask people, they would still say Boston is better than Cleveland in the playoffs. But at least regular season wise, it's been Cleveland and OKC. They played a good one last night. I don't know if that's the dream scenario for the NBA, though. Like, as good as those teams are, as good of a product as they put on, don't think they'd won either one of them. But I don't think the NBA is going to have a real choice as far as markets. Think about the teams who are currently at the top of the West. There's no dream scenario for the NBA. But hey, we just watch the games. Ratings don't really affect us. So we'll get into the night in basketball. We'll continue to get some sound in from the Texans. Bobby Sloak was asked about play calling, so we'll get to that too. And maybe the game tomorrow night is a loser leaves college football game, because apparently the two coaches involved have real NFL interests, and maybe one of them will leave the sport of college football because they'll be interviewing for head coaching jobs. So we'll get to that too. We're just getting started here on the show. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Okay. We were discussing the possibility of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander going home. We were talking about Toronto and what their plan would be to try to become relevant again.
It started by me mentioning, like we're talking about with the recruiting process in international soccer,
Yeah.
how if the soon-to-be current president
annexes Canada,
my first thought is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, welcome to Team USA.
Of course. Dylan Brooks, we need a perimeter defender. We got a spot for you. But that led to what the hell is Toronto going to do to try to become relevant again? Of course, maybe their plan is just wait for Shai. Now, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a free agent after 26-27. Of course, there's going to be a max extension offer from OKC, and that will decide the fate of that franchise because he's their best player. And he was playing last night, played well. The thing for Shai, and probably it happens to everyone, he has been a really good player for a while now. He was an MVP candidate last year, and he certainly won again this year. He has the best team in the Western Conference. Once you become a player who gets to that level, people start to really pick you apart. It's a nice story when you're playing in OKC and you jump from pretty much a play-in team to a top seed in the West, and you have a run that ends up maybe quicker than you'd like last year, and now you're one of the teams expected to make the finals. People start to look at you a little differently, and they're like, hey, it's cool that Shai gets all that separation on his mid-range, but is anyone ever going to call him for a push-off? That was a storyline, and Sean shakes his head no, because that's the right answer. No, he's never going to get called.
Jason Tatum neither.
Yeah, it's never going to happen. That starts to happen. People start to watch you more and more, and you go from being this like lovable story. That's great that OKC bounced back after losing KD and Russ. It's now to, hey, now that they're playing games that mean things, and them winning means some bad things happen to my team. Hey, cut it out. Can we call a foul at any point? He gets away with pushing off. I'm not upset about it. It doesn't bother me. I'm not someone who cares that much, but it's always that turn. And right now, he's getting a little picked apart. It's not even just from like random fans. I saw it from people who are supposed to be proponents of the game, who cover the game. Like, yeah, it's cool and all. He's a great player, but at any point, can we blow the whistle? He's got a great whistle. Just type in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I'm telling you, there's a compilation of the favorable whistles that he gets. It's been part of the narrative for him this year.
Yeah,
it has not mattered because if the whistle doesn't change, he's going to continue to be a dominant force. I do wonder about that because we had a guy here who had the whistle change for him in the playoffs.
Yeah, that is interesting. I think,
but his whistle involves not just drawing fouls, but getting away with fouls. Harden. His whistle was drawing fouls. I mean, he would push off a little bit, but he wasn't just simply known for being an offensive foul merchant, and they were never called.
Yeah, I think that Shai, it's more of the push off stuff that never, like I mentioned, Tatum. Here's a fun thing for you to do. Just next time at NBA or House of Highlights or whichever tweets out like someone got dropped on a step back.
Yeah.
Just look at where the offensive player's forearm is.
Exactly.
A lot of times they just get shoved to the ground.
You didn't cook them and they had bad footwork.
Yeah.
You literally just shoved them to the ground with your off arm.
So it's not just a Shai thing. He's just kind of getting singled out because he played a really good national TV game last night.
Yeah, it was a good game.
Felt like it was kind of a spotlight for, like you said, the two most dominant teams in the NBA that don't quite have the spotlight on them. And at a certain point, I understand, like, especially early in the season, like when a team's on a 70-win pace, there is an understanding that, hey, this is probably going to cool off. This isn't, I mean, there's only, 3 teams that have actually done a 70-win pace for the entire year. So I get why they didn't get the love immediately, but I think right now, I mean, both these teams, I mean, the Thunder lost, and we're sitting here talking about them in a pretty positive way, other than Shai's pushing off.
Yeah, the Cavs are now 32-4. They didn't even need a great night from Donovan Mitchell. He had a big three relatively late in the game, but 3 for 16. He wasn't good. But they got great contributions from Jared Allen. Jared Allen was he went nuts, 25, 11, and 6, and Evan Mobley 21, 10, and 7. So
was the difference.
Yeah, the Thunder have one big man they can count on. They were really small in that game, and you saw it play out. Jared Allen either kept rebounds alive on the offensive end of the floor or got him himself. So they'll get Chet Holmgren back here, and whenever they do, that'll certainly help them with Hardenstein. So they need more size there. But overall, if we're talking about teams that should be in the finals, you got two of the favorites, and they played a really good game of basketball.
Is it wrong? And the Cavs have beaten this team this regular season, but I still just watch the Cavs, and I'm like, yeah, I think the Celtics still beat them. I get this Celtics team isn't last year's Celtics team, but some of that I feel like is defending champion the first 40 games of the regular season. They're not
going to play at the same level.
Yeah. So I just think, and we'll see them play each other hopefully in the East playoffs, but I do think that there's a series where we see that, like, oh yeah, Boston just has like one extra gear, and it's the difference between Tatum and Mitchell and Brown and Garland, Mobley, whoever you think the second best player.
Yeah, the wings for the Cavs aren't great. I mean, Max Strus tries hard. He's a pretty good defender, and he's had his battles against the Celtics because of his time with the Heat. But I think the Cavs are going to have to win on the backs of being able to play big. The Celtics, in general, it's just the NBA in general for the most part, outside of the Wolves last year, playing two bigs just isn't the way it's done right now. And they have two bigs who can do it. Jared Allen clearly is your more traditional big, and Evan Mobley is the mobile one. And I guess you would see him against a wing. You're going to stick Jared Allen on Porzingis and hope Evan Mobley can maybe not shut down Tatum or Brown, but hold up a little bit because of his versatility. So if it comes to be, that would be great. Of course, we know the Celtics benefited so much from injuries on the other teams last year. Their run was partly as dominant as it was because they never had to face someone at full strength until they got to the Mavs. And of course, Luka was doing his whole limping thing when he wasn't making shots. So we can question whether or how injured he was at that point in the season. So Celtics very dominant. I kind of agree. I think wings win, and I will believe it when I see it about the Cavs right now. They do have a new coach, so maybe Kenny Atkinson's the difference. No Bickerstaff there anymore. They do have a new coach, and they've kind of not just picked up where they left off last year, because they're a really good team last year. They've taken it to another level. So it's nice to see different names. Now the faces are familiar. You're watching the NBA. You've seen Donovan Mitchell for years. Shea's been around enough now too, but the uniforms and it's funny I say that because the Cavs with LeBron certainly were in our lives maybe far too much. But it's a different vibe around there. There is no LeBron, and we will see. It was a good game, but maybe Boston's just waiting. They'll play from the 2 seed most likely and be just fine. And the Knicks are out there too. So I think it's more open than it was last year. And the Thunder have not done it before in the Western Conference, at least going all the way. So I think it leaves a little space there too. But we have not seen them with Chet Holmgren. So maybe they'll just go to another level when Chet Holmgren's fully healthy, and then you can pair him with Hardenstein. So that's another couple teams who will play big. I wonder how those lineups will go, and if they'll play Holmgren and Hardenstein together. Because when you think about it, if they're 30-6 right now, and they have a great record when Hardenstein's on the floor, because if you remember, he didn't start the year healthy.
No, I don't think Hardenstein and Chet played
I don't think they played together yet. Yeah. So how will that go about? It's nice to have options, but will they put the 2 7-footers in the lineup at the same time? And who does that mean leaves? I guess Cason Wallace goes because you want Dort as your perimeter defender. Jalen Williams isn't getting benched. So I think Cason Wallace would be the one that heads out of the lineup, of the starting lineup, if Chet and Hardenstein are going to play together. So nice matchup. Certainly intriguing to see how they play out. Those teams go the rest of the way, as we are about almost 40 games into the season. Your Rockets played tonight, I believe. They've got the Memphis Grizzlies.
Battle for the 2 seed.
Well, that's right. As we talk about the Thunder far out ahead in the West for the 1, you got the Grizzlies and the Rockets tonight. Tari Eason, we'll put him in the space that we put Astros. Once he puts on the uniform and plays, then we'll start to talk about, oh, it's great to have Tari out there. We will stop speculating about when he's going to play again, because at this point, it's nope. There's no point.
Yeah. Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, exactly. Just assume he's not playing until he does. So the Rockets have their injury issues, particularly with one guy. And of course, the Thunder are going to be without Durant, Bane, and Jaren Jack. Actually, these guys are all game time decisions according to the report. Morant, Bane, Jackson, and to a lesser extent, Aldama, as far as what we might care about affecting the game. All those guys are game time decisions. And we know the Rockets have Jabari Smith out for quite a while. So that game tonight should be a good one. We hope to have more Texans games to talk about after Saturday, but it might be time to put the entire focus of at least local sports on the Rockets. They probably deserve it the way they've played. Okay. We'll come back and, ironically enough, get back to more Texans, because we'll hear from Bobby Slowick about what he's learned in the second season with play calling. But first, I want to tell you that Sean's going to talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and we're talking about the NBA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander did his job last night with his PRA projection. Giannis Antetokounmpo did his job with the PRA projection. Victor Wembanyama came up not just short; he came up way short. So that one was a loser last night. Last night. But the thing about Prize Picks, you can always get back on the horse. There's always another day. There's always another sport going on that you can put a little money down on Prize Picks. The college football playoff is tonight. You got Indiana. You got Notre Dame and Penn State. I don't know. If, I think I'll do rushing guards for Riley Leonard more. I think Tyler Warren has a big game, but I'm not sure if I quite believe in Drew Aller to get to his 185.5 passing projection. But the thing is, you can also combine that with some NBA squares. So if you think Amin Thompson continues his reign of dominance from the starting lineup, you can do that on Prize Picks. What you do, you download the Prize Picks app today, use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Before we hear from this man, let's ask this question. If you want to get in on anything, you can. 713-780-3776. Without knowing how it goes, but let's just say the Texans lose. There's no giant swing one way or the other of awful play calling or the offense doesn't score any points that would lead you to go, okay, of course this guy has to get fired. Let's just say the Texans lose a normal game. They drop a game, kind of the games we've seen from them for the most part this year. They drop a game to a pretty good football team. They lose 24-20. Nothing egregious happened on offense. Maybe CJ threw a pick, but it's not like they were unable to move the ball, because sometimes a disaster or catastrophe makes a move happen. We can't do this. This guy has to go. If it's a normal loss, is Bobby Slowick back? Do you think, Sean, or anyone else?
I think he is.
I would agree.
I think he's back, and it comes down to DeMeco Ryans being loyal to his guys, being loyal to someone he brought over from San Francisco. And a lot of times for first-time head coaches, like they don't want to, make that decision to fire the guy on his first staff until you absolutely have to. And if you're DeMeco Ryans, it's first 2 years we've won 20 games and won the division both years. So he's not quite at the, backed into the corner of having to fire his friend. So I don't think that it happens. Like you said, if it is a normal, offensive performance loss, nothing egregiously bad happens. Mm-hmm. I tend to agree with you.
Yeah, I think we are at a point where someone's going to go, but it'll be the online coach, Chris Strasser. If you're someone who can evaluate the Texans and you're inside that building, you can evaluate how this is gone. You go, this is the main issue with us. Sure, the injuries to your wide receivers aren't helping, but you point to the problem that's been the problem since week one. It's your O-line and them not living up to the resources you put into it. You've had to make changes, some of that due to injury, some of that due to lack of performance. And who has to fall on the sword? Who has to be the one who is held accountable? I think it's Chris Strasser. I think he's the guy who will go. And if DeMeco Ryans still has faith in Bobby Slowick, that'll be the way you explain it. You go, hey, it's not Bobby. The calls that worked last year would have worked this year. Our offensive line has not performed up to a level that we would like. And that's how you protect your players too. We believe in these guys. It's the reason we drafted this guy here. It's the reason we paid this guy. It's not them. It's this anonymous dude you guys don't really know about. Sure, we love him. We hired him. But if someone's got to go, it's easy for it to be him. We're going to make that move.
The guy who had one media appearance
all year
long, and no one was allowed to film him, apparently.
I don't know. That's very odd. I'm not sure.
I don't know if it was a rule, but no one did film him.
Yeah.
But got plenty of audio.
That is odd. I'm not sure why that happened. The one time he had to speak, it's like he's in witness protection for whatever reason. If you're going to do that, just change his voice too. Put that voice modulator thing on him and let him do it that way. We can't even look at him while he's talking. We will see if the Texans use Strasser as this. I wouldn't even call it a scapegoat. They've underperformed, and not just simply underperformed. They don't pick up things that should have been picked up at least after week one. The same things that have caused them problems in week one caused them problems throughout the year. So scapegoat is unfair to the underperformance of that offensive line. Someone's got to catch it, and if it goes away, most NFL teams handle these things. It'll be him.
Yeah. What do you think the line is for Bobby Slowick? Like, how it has to be ugly for him to get fired, right? Like, it has to be they lose. Like,
well, think about it.
17-3.
You can't have back-to-back home games where you don't score any offensive points.
That's true.
That could be part of the equation.
You know what? That'd be bad for my guy Bobby Slowick.
Yes,
that'd be bad on the resume.
Yes, if you don't score against the Ravens the next time out at home, and against a team who's actually trying, because the Titans weren't trying, You might be able to say that all year if you're shuffling in Mason Rudolph and Will Levis, but they really went for it against the Texans. We're going to give those guys a series apiece and just flip it depending on how we feel. Rand Carthon was like, maybe you should fire me if this is what we're doing. Callahan, what's up with that? But what's the line? I don't think they will produce another scoreless afternoon, but if they do, that would be certainly a way you get fired. Let's just say
no touchdowns. They lose 17-9 because I think it's important that
how it goes.
The defense isn't
keeps them in it. Like
yeah,
if the defense is giving up 2 touchdowns on the first couple of drives, it changes the game script. It could change the way you operate. You could point to, hey, we were never in it. It was just a bad day all around for everyone. But if it's a game that could be had if your offense played up to normal standards, there could be a way and a path where he gets fired. It could be a dual firing where Sloak and Strasser both get it, or Strasser both get it. Well, Gary just hung up. Gary, if you want to get back in, I was going to get to you because it looks like you had an answer.
Just having screened his call, he agreed with us. He thought that Sloak would be back this year. I don't know the reasoning. Maybe he has different reasoning than us. Gary normally thinks of it
generally.
He just has a different angle on things.
He does, and we welcome it.
Yeah, that's not a whatever. It's just a different angle. But yeah, I think that's conventional wisdom, at least from. I'm sure that like the fan base, or especially like casual fans, are like, get this guy out of my face.
The Twitter fans definitely want him out.
Yeah, but I think for as far as if you're thinking about this, logically, or if you're to logically have to make a wager on this, I think most people would think that he comes back.
We certainly live in a bubble where we think just the online noise or what we talk about in the day-to-day, because that's their job, is the way a lot of fans think. A lot of fans just want to go out there and watch their team play.
Yeah.
Do they even know who Bobby Sloak is? Would they know his? They probably wouldn't know his face, but if they tune into sports radio, they may know the name. But for the most part, people just want to go out and watch the football team play, and they know they're pretty good because KABC. Or excuse me, Channel 13 is talking about him. I'm thinking about the LA station because of what's going on out there. Channel 13 is talking about him. Fox is talking about him. Their local anchors who they see for 2 minutes at a time are talking about him, and they know the team's got a playoff game. That's how I think most fans take in a football season. Not the sickos who listen to us. That's a different vibe altogether. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe most fans want him out. I just don't know if that's how the regular football fan operates. They ain't listen to podcasts. They ain't listen to us. They're working. Not that you guys aren't, but maybe they're not allowed to listen to sports radio. So we will see. We went long, so we'll hear from Sloak when we come back. Bobby Sloak has some thoughts on his play calling this year after being asked the question. We'll hear from Gary, and looks like Dave wants to get into. Anyone else wants to get in on this or anything else, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Let's hear from Bobby Sloak, then we'll get to Gary and Dave. Bobby Sloak, we forget, a young coordinator, was part of the process in San Francisco, but full-time calling plays. First time was last season. He's deep into his second season of doing that. And asked about what he's learned and about play calling in year two. This is what Bobby Sloak said.
I kind of alluded to it already. Like, every year is different. You can go into seasons and you think you have like a certain group or a certain scheme or a certain style that you think you're going to be able to go in and play and do. But it happens every year. Like, it changes and evolves as you go. And that process this year has without a doubt happened. And I think last year I probably found the answer faster than I have this year. But I feel like we've really gotten to a place right now where, coaching staff, organization, and players all feel pretty good about where we're going.
That one drive that they had against the Titans really fixed the vibes, I guess. They all feel great about where they were or where they are. I thought you had to go out and play against Tennessee to fix the vibes, get that bad taste out of your mouth after not scoring a point against the Ravens. All it took was that one drive, huh? Everyone's feeling great.
That's the little bit of scope that they needed to wash out their mouth.
Felt like you need a full dental appointment, not just some over-the-counter mouthwash after the Baltimore game, and hell, the entire year. But all it took was going down to Nashville, buying something from the local CVS,
swishing it around.
You think it was Scope or
CVS brand, like the one that's just like the blank?
Maybe it was
not the blank.
Maybe it's prescription brand mouthwash.
Oh, extra strength.
Yeah, maybe it was something like that. Maybe they got a prescription. They didn't really get a real checkup, but they talked to the dentist, had a consultation. The dentist was like, you know what? I know you only got about 10 minutes. Let me scribble this out for you. Go on to CVS.
Picked it up at the pharmacy.
Yeah, and see.
The dentist was like, "Ugh, this might be halitosis."
What did you eat? What is that? I swear I brushed my teeth. Doesn't smell like that.
Yeah, what are you, a sailor?
I saw that Ravens game. You got trench mouth?
1800 sailor? What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah.
You got scurvy, son.
Hopefully, what happened against the Titans was enough to cleanse that palate for the game on Saturday against the Chargers. Let's get to Gary. Gary called in earlier. He's back. What's up, Gary?
Hey, good morning. I agree with Floyd said in one point of it. He was talking about mentioning that every year is different. The reason he was mentioning that is you never have the same team every year. And like in basketball, Jerry West, the logo, one of the greatest minds on the planet, even though it's basketball, it crosses all genres of sports. He indicated that if I had the right players, I would win all the time. Now, I'm not saying give Bobby Sloak or any coach 100 years to figure it out, but I don't think no matter the outcome of this game, you're weak on offensive line. That's not his fault. You hire when you were drafting people initially, or whoever's doing it, you give them time. And injury, there was no cohesiveness all year long with the receivers in and out. And Troy Aikman, on the other hand, also said, anytime I went in the game, if I didn't have Michael Irvin or Alvin Harper together or one was out, I struggled. These are the people that played the game. And then one last factors into it. Color does play a part in it. So if you're the wrong skin tone and you struggle, you're going to be a year and out. You act out. So those are the factors.
If you look at thanks, Gary. If you look at what has happened to the head coaching ranks in the last week or so, I mean, that has been a topic of conversation. The last point Gary made about the guys who have been fired, were they ever in a real position to succeed? Whether it be Mayo or Pierce, and now you go to Rand Carthon, the GM or the former GM of the Titans. That has been a topic of conversation. That's not something Gary just pulled out. Even if you might disagree, it is floating around that what the hell were those guys supposed to do? Were they supposed to turn those franchises around with Will Levis as your starting quarterback? You could say, well, you drafted Will Levis, so that falls on you when it comes to Rand Carthon. But yeah, I don't know if Slowick's getting a longer leash because he's white when his boss is black, but it's a thought people have, certainly. All right, Dave, you want to talk Texans? What's up?
Hey, Dell. Good morning. I enjoy your show. I agree with you guys. I don't think there's any chance that Bobby Slowick gets fired. I think they'll end up blaming if they do lose. It's going to come back to the offensive line coach. He'll be the scapegoat this year. My bigger concern is the head coach, and I'm careful here. I mean, I like D'Amico a lot, but I think the biggest contrast you're going to see on Saturday afternoon is, D'Amico versus Jim Harbaugh. And what I mean by that is I think Harbaugh has something that head coaches need to have, which is command presence. And I see D'Amico lacking that, CJ calls him D'Amico. He calls the general manager Nick. Pretty soon he's probably going to call the owner Cal. Tom Brady in his second year in New England probably never called the coach Bill. Maybe at the end of his career he did, but early on, there's something about the Texans. It's just too loosey-goosey. And I think that's part of the problem with the Texans right now. They've regressed in year 2. Bobby's regressed in year 2, but get in line because D'Amico regressed in year 2, and so did CJ. So those are my thoughts. I just wanted to offer that up. Thanks.
Appreciate it, Dave. There's a thought. It depends if you're those cliches, if you're new school or old school, how you think a team should be run. Is D'Amico a player's coach? I don't know. I don't know what goes on in there, but you would assume the former linebacker, defensive coordinator type would have a disciplined team. They're not disciplined. They committed a lot of penalties last year. I haven't looked it up since it was a thing mid-season where they're like third in penalties committed. They commit penalties, a lot of them. Now, Sean and I've pointed out before, Sean and I are fans of big college football fans. Generally, the more talented teams do commit penalties, but they're mostly penalties of aggression. We don't see a lot of false starts.
Live ball.
Yeah, it's live ball. He got called for a personal foul or pass interference.
Targeting. Maybe you don't get called for targeting.
Yeah, don't get called for targeting. But other things like unsportsmanlike conduct, because you're talking trash, all those things have not always correlated to being a bad football team. In fact, when I grew up, the Florida States of the world, the Floridas and Miamis, all the best teams, when they got called for penalties, it's because they were generally celebrating something good happening, and then they were good enough to overcome the penalty. That's changed as we got more into the 2020s or so, I guess. But in the NFL, committing penalties generally is going to short circuit drives. The teams are good enough that if you commit a big penalty, they're going to find a way to get a stop or go score points if you do it on the defensive end. So they're not disciplined, despite what you thought about D'Amico Ryans. CJ calling him D'Amico, what does that mean? I don't know. But yeah, to your point, Dave, Tom Brady wasn't calling Bill in year 2. Was he even calling him Bill in year 20? I don't know. You could, and to his bigger point about the coaching disadvantage for the Texans, we forget that D'Amico, as a young coach, isn't fully formed. What he is now may not be what he is in 3 years if he continues to win and the Texans have the patience if he hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. Jim Harbaugh has done it on every level. This is a quick turnaround for the Chargers, but we know eventually when they started cheating at Michigan, he won his title. But they were good before that. They just took another step when Connor Stallions got involved. Am I making a joke or am I serious? Think about it.
I mean, the timing is
interesting. We'll just say that.
I don't know if it,
but at
we'll never know.
But at San Francisco, quick turnaround. At UC San Diego, did a great job there. Stanford did a great job there. So the coaching advantage, experience, understanding the moment, and the Texans have been asked quite a bit about the second year in the playoffs and the differences, goes to the Chargers. Now, are the Texans talented enough, and do they have the home field enough for that not to matter as much? We'll find out on Saturday. But Dave, you bring up a good point.
Yeah, and also what Dave, it's not exactly what Dave was talking about, but just to me, it goes back to Halloween, where the Texans were content for the first 7-8 games of the season, rolling out there with Kenyon Green. And the only time it ever changed
when he got hurt
is when he got hurt.
They did try to bench him in a game.
Yes.
And then their replacement got hurt, and then he had to come back in.
That was the week before.
Yes.
So that's why I was like, I forgot if it was 6 or 7 games, something like that. But D'Amico Ryans, and in the post-game press conference, which I don't take too much stock in this, but in the post-game press conference, it was always very positive. It was a lot of, we just got to do better. I believe in the guys. We got to do better. I do wonder if D'Amico Ryans quite has that, has that dog in him as a young coach to, like I said, throw one of his friends overboard. Because that's what Bobby Sloak is. That's what firing Bobby Sloak is. It is throwing someone that you have a years longer than he's been the Texans head coach. They've known each other. Is he going to throw him overboard after 2 10-win seasons? I don't think he will. I don't think it's come to that point. Now, next season they start 2-4. Then that might happen if the offense is still struggling. But I just don't think D'Amico Ryans has shown that he's going to make that kind of choice quite yet as a head coach.
Yeah, I don't think he would look at this year, even if it ends on Saturday, and point the finger at Bobby Sloak as the reason they didn't accomplish their goals. And we've laid out some of their issues really throughout the year. And I don't think he's going to look at Bobby Sloak and go, "You're the top of my problems." And maybe not even he might not think he's a problem, period, despite the overwhelming feeling from people who are on Twitter or calling the radio shows. It may not just be what he feels. Okay, we're done with hour one. If you want to call in, give your opinion on this or anything else that strikes a chord with you, you can. 713-780-3776. But before we go, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. And yes, the 50-year anniversary ended in 2024, but they're extending the deals up until the end of the month because of how well they treat their customers. They're going to help you out some more. So until January 31st, if you want to take advantage of the deals they have to offer, you can. And not only do they provide the best in new Chevys, whether you want a Tahoe or a Blazer or a Trax, they have it all out there. You can check it out on monumentchevrolet.com. They also have great pre-owned cars. And, when you hear pre-owned car, you always start to wonder, is this car a lemon? If I drive it off, is it immediately going to break down? Well, first, no, if you go to Monument Chevrolet. But even if there is a concern, they're going to add a warranty to it. 6 months, 6,000 miles on that warranty. So even if there happens to be something that pops up, they will take care of it. It's not going to fall apart once you get off the lot. But no matter what, they will take care of you if something pops up that's unforeseen. You want to check out the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com and then get on out there. It's off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. Check out the entire inventory that they have. If you're a business owner, they have a great fleet selection. And, of course, the new cars are there for you, too. Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to if you want great cars and great service. They're going to be very attentive, friendly, not pushy, and they're going to make sure you have the best experience possible. And the salesperson of the week is Melissa. She's been out there for a couple years getting people the best deal possible. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website. And remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive. it's that time of the year where the Texans start to feature and let people know what they can eat for playoff season. Now, if I'm thinking about what makes sense to me, I'm not breaking out the new stuff unless I'm guaranteed. Well, nothing's guaranteed. You got to win the game. But if I have a realistic chance to play 2 home games, like if I'm the Ravens, yes, I'm introducing new food for the playoffs. Chiefs, yes. Bills, although the Ravens may have to go on the road. But still, I have a realistic shot if things go my way. If I'm the Texans, I'm only getting the 1 home game. So am I breaking out the new stuff? But the more important question for me is how come we're not involved? Maybe it's at a time of the day where there's no chance because I'm doing this from 7 to 12. You're doing this from 10. And by you, I'm talking about Sean right now, from 10 to 3. But I'd like an invite. Like, why is Landry Locker at this event showing off the new food?
Yeah.
Did anyone at 97.5 get an invite?
No.
I mean, he's tangential. I've tried to use this word twice today, and I screw it up, so I'm not going to do it. He's on the outskirts of being with us. He's done shows here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of, but it ain't real.
No. He's again, he's filled in a handful of times.
Has anyone?
I mean, Cody Stutes, but he left.
Once again, not here.
Did he leave to go to the thing?
He wanted to be available for these events. How come
he left a year ago to be?
You plan ahead. That's called planning ahead. I look at the food and go, that's cool. El Tiempo's involved, but if it's just for the 1 game, what are we doing here? What's with all the investments?
Yeah, I think this happened. I can go back and look at the time of the tweets, but I believe this all went down during Gallant George.
This is 1:25. He posted this, so I could have been there.
Yeah, you could have been there. Morning show could have been there. Afternoon Bees could have been there.
Gallant George and you weren't going to be there.
No, there's no way to swim.
So they've got a beef po' boy. It's not just for the media. It's clearly for the fans, but the media gets their first opportunity.
Yeah, they get to eat
taste test
and
put out the videos, and it's all marketing for the Texans or whatever. But I mean, if it's for 1 Saturday, maybe hold off. I don't know what they normally have out there, but do we have a team worthy of breaking out the new options?
I mean, how hard is it to have El Tiempo whip together?
It's all the things they normally do anyway. They just brought it to the game. But the po' boys from Aramark.
Okay.
Tiempo has something more specific to what they do. But the po' boys from Aramark, a lot of Aramark stuff, and then El Tiempo. I'm just saying. Firstly, I'm just bitter that I didn't get an invite.
Yeah, I would like the invite. I would like the opportunity to say, can't fit it in my schedule. That I would appreciate that.
I give me the chance to say no. But then let's think about the financial implications. Since I wasn't given the opportunity to say no, I'm going to break this down. What are we doing, guys? I would love for the Chargers to use as bulletin board material like the Texans have. Rex Ryan saying they're a bye. The Chargers have, you're breaking out new food? You think you're going to beat us?
Yeah.
I think the Chargers will get beat, but I'm just saying.
They think we're food.
I think me, if I'm the McNairs, I need another home game if I win the first one before I'm doing this.
Yeah, the Astros broke out the what's it called? Haterade, the like $30 cocktail for the playoffs.
But they knew
this past season,
and they're guaranteed 2.
They're guaranteed 2, and if you were to get them in an honest moment, they thought they were getting like 5.
Oh, definitely.
Thought they were getting so many more.
Definitely.
So I think that that's what this reminds me of, and there's a chance it goes just as well for the Houston team in this, where didn't get to sell as many of these as we thought. I am wondering what the price point on these are, because I imagine, again, the cocktail was $30 for the Astros.
Yeah, if you want the Texas-sized tamale, which is a tamale drenched in cheese and looks like there's like brisket on top of it as well, you might want to go out there this Saturday because you might not ever see it again. So you might want to get out there and go watch your Texans play. If there are tickets available and you were on the fence, the tamale is waiting for you. So you might want to get out there, because you may never ever see this giant ass tamale or tamale ever again.
I don't. I don't know if science can replicate this. I think only the minds at NRG Stadium are capable of undertaking
Look,
such a
man,
project.
sometimes the gridiron grub beef po' boy is a limited time only.
It is. Got to get on that.
And if pundits are to be believed, it's going to be very limited time. Mainly between
Rex Ryan's like, why are they even bothering turning on the fryers? why are they even bothering?
Why are they serving food at this game?
What?
It's going to be over quickly. Everyone's going to be out the door. Who cares?
Don't even waste the electricity on the lights.
Yeah, I know
Just
you got. I know
have
you
them
got to
play
turn on
this
the lights
thing.
to play the game, but maybe close the bathrooms. No running water. Let's get everybody in and out of here.
Chop.
Pick it up.
Running clock.
Yeah, he was talking about it like the Texans are some overmatched high school team that's is going to volunteer to have the clock run late in the game or even starting at halftime. Yes, even the great Pete Prisco is picking against the Texans of all people.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
Yeah, it does make you feel better if you hear Pete Prisco, the guy who's been in on the Jags and Trevor Lawrence
My entire
for
life.
years.
My entire
It
life,
feels-
he's been the Jags.
You know,
gonna make the
you're
playoff
right. It
guy.
hasn't just been the Trevor Lawrence Jags. It's been the Jags forever as the next team that's going to take over. The man got fooled by Blake Bortles. What are we doing here? You know what? I don't tell you to gamble unless I'm talking about my bookie. Pete Prisco's, he's picking against the Texans. Put that money on the Texans, man.
I like it.
I like it. We will see. I just hope you guys take advantage of the po' boys that are going to be out there.
Rave reviews from what I'm seeing.
Oh,
on
the
social
media, when given free food, gave it a great review.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
I don't know.
What else are they going to say?
I trust Cody Stoots' integrity. I've been around him long enough to where he'll tell you if it's not hidden.
Or maybe he'll just not say anything more than anything else. Is he going to go online and rip the free food they just gave him?
Probably not.
No.
Probably not. He's a professional.
Or he's hiding truth from the people. Who's most likely?
Oh, it's unprofessional.
It's unprofessional.
It's his journalistic duty.
His integrity is at stake. If the food is bad, you're not mentioning.
Sucks.
Yeah. I think I would put Paul in the category of someone, if he got a chance and it wasn't good, he'd let people know. Or not, looking at your face.
No, he would.
Okay.
He would. I don't think he would tweet it, but I think like on the show the next day he would mention it.
Yeah, the Texans gave me gave me free food and it stunk.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
He doesn't weird thing about Paul, he doesn't like cheese. And
that is a little weird.
Yeah. And so I could see him just being like,
so mac and cheese is a no-go for him.
I think so. I think so. There are some exceptions, but for the most part,
got it.
Anti-cheese. And so I think that'd be his criticism. He would be like, yeah, the giant tamale was fine. It's just drenched in disgusting cheese.
So, since you know more about this than me, is it any cow byproduct like milk?
No, I think it's just.
So he doesn't like the process of milk being turned into cheese.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
I think he had a bad experience as a young boy,
and it scarred him.
Yeah, with I want to say mold is involved, or he learned that it's basically just like moldy.
Oh, so he can't get it out of his head.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. What does he think about mushrooms then? Oh, it's a fungus.
I'll ask him.
You don't have to.
Okay.
I'm just throwing stuff out there before we close out the segment.
Mushroom Swiss.
Like if you had
some in hell, a mushroom Swiss,
which
burger.
is a very popular thing. He's got to hate that. Hate that invention. Okay. If you hate anything, certainly call it 713-780-3776. You know, normally I'm setting myself up for you to call about someone who works here because that has happened in the past. It's an open forum. I'm not gonna mute and censor you until I have to. So we welcome your calls. Okay. We will talk about some CFP stuff and whether we believe a couple of teams and programs are strong enough to survive possibly losing their head coach, because we heard about Sark being involved in potential interest. Not that he has the interest, but teams around the NFL may have some interest in Sark. Well, the team he's going against, their head coach, may garner some interest as well. So is the program strong enough, or are they only head coach based? We will talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Some news breaking, according to On3. A flu bug, or as they call it, an outbreak, is pummeling the Notre Dame locker room, except it is just mostly backups and special teams players. But those who have it bad. I don't know how the information gets out that the backups and special teams players are the only ones who are dealing with it, and if I actually believe that, or is it just something Notre Dame's putting out there through sources to not make it seem like they're going to get their ass kicked because their entire team is sick? Do they section off the team depending on your status, and that's how this has happened?
By the two deep,
or is it just simply something that happens organically, that the backups hang out with the backups and the special teams guys? And we're not talking about like the specialist, the punter and the kicker. It sounds like guys who will run down on kickoff.
Yeah, the guy who scored against Georgia.
Yeah.
That guy's been sneezing up a storm. But he hasn't been sneezing on Jeremiah Love or Riley Leonard.
No, or their offensive line.
They don't even talk. They don't even talk to each other.
So we will see. We will see how that plays out. But Notre Dame, sick, the flu. Except
is that the graphic on On3? Sick.
No, well, on you make jokes, but the tweet is obviously what I just read, and then there's a picture of the Notre Dame mascot with his hat on, looking ill, mostly just because he's screaming and excited with flu in big letters on the graphic. Flu.
3 letters.
Yes. So we will see how Notre Dame responds to the outbreak, and maybe their depth is an issue, but all the starters are fine. We will find out.
Okay.
When warm-ups hit. Pete Thamel, where are you? Break some more news. Let's find out what's going on with Notre Dame.
Does that mean whoever the source is to whatever Pete Nakos or whoever On3 reported this, does that mean that like Marcus Freeman was like, yeah, we're dealing. I don't know if it's Marcus Freeman, whatever. It's probably not. But he goes, yeah, we're texting like, yeah, we're dealing with a flu bug. Don't worry. It's all backups and special teamers that got it.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll be fine. Those guys barely play.
Who cares?
It was Tyler Horka. I don't expect you to.
I know.
You know who he is?
Yeah, he was a beat writer for Notre Dame. He went to UT.
Oh, okay. So he works for On3. He is reporting that news, and he's the one saying, sounds like it is just mostly backups and the special teams players. So we'll see if Notre Dame is good to go tonight against Penn State. All right. Those two coaches done a really good job. James Franklin has been up for other jobs, even some NFL stuff. That was mostly back in the Saquon, Trace McSorley era where he had it really going. Now he's back. He's got a chance to make a national title game. And honestly, I'm kind of beyond the Notre Dame sick news. I'm backing that guy to make a title game, which is tough for our agenda. But hey, it is what it is. You just watch the games and see what happens. Now, those guys, Marcus Freeman and James Franklin, may be on the radar of NFL teams. We know Sark is, and according to Dan Orlovsky, he shouldn't be the only one we expect to be mentioned in those talks. Here's Orlovsky on ESPN talking about the college coaches and whether they are going to the NFL at any point.
I think many teams in the NFL are going to want to talk to some of the college football coaches in the college football playoff that are left if they lose. I don't think it's just Sark. I think teams in the Cowboys could want to talk to Ryan Day. I think they could want to talk to Marcus Freeman. I think that the way that the NFL is going is trending a little bit towards the younger coach. And so I think many teams in the NFL are going to want to talk to some of the college football coaches.
But yeah, Ryan Day went from you got to fire his ass to all of a sudden he is an NFL name. I don't know. What is Ryan Day's expertise? He's an offensive-minded guy, but he doesn't call plays for Ohio State. If you ask anyone who wants to hate on him, that guy is a product of Urban Meyer bringing him along. And now Chip Kelly is the OC. So is Ryan Day a leader of men? That would be another path to being a head coach in the NFL. Maybe you aren't a spectacular X's and O's guy like Ben Johnson, who the Bears need a leadership plan from him because they know he can call plays. We know Sark is a play caller. We know he has that as something you can push if you're trying to make a hire. He develops quarterbacks. Quinn Ewers, take it or leave it, I guess. But at Alabama, he develops quarterbacks. So you would go, that's why we want him. Why do you want Ryan Day? What's the appeal? Because I think Ohio State, I asked the question before we went to break, are these programs that are based on who their head coach is, or are they programs that, as long as you don't hire a complete dummy, are going to be just fine? Ohio State has proven really since John Cooper, although he didn't win to the level they wanted, so they had to fire him because he never beat Michigan. Sounds familiar with when it comes to Ryan Day. They can hire Urban. They can hire John Cooper. They had a Fickle interim for a year. And then Ryan Day. They win.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Tressel. I forgot about Tressel. Tressel. They win. Now, Texas may be considered a different category because they have not hired good coaches all the time. And
yeah, they've had a down spell.
Yeah. So
most of my life.
Yeah. But it appears when Texas hires someone competent, and sometimes that is very hard to figure out because you would have thought Tom Herman was competent. Some cases, not everyone did when he came in, but a lot of people thought Charlie Strong was competent, and it didn't work out. Namely, one of their biggest boosters.
One guy.
A giant booster.
Don't see it.
And turns out,
yeah,
the haters were right.
Red McCombs knows ball.
The haters were
Turns
right.
out, I hate to admit it.
Yeah.
Or I forgot if it was Red McCombs.
I think it was
Joe Jamail.
I think it was McCombs. Turns out, despite some of the overtones or undertones, depending on how you felt about that situation, McCombs, right?
Boom.
Don't like saying it, but he was right.
Swish.
So there it is. Step back 3 in the face for McCombs.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that the Ohio State job. It's like, I mean, just go through their Wikipedia of their records. Like they're just always good. The only
Just a machine, man.
Only time recently they're bad was the year they had to fire Tressel and they went 6-6
right before the year
with Luke Fickell as the interim coach,
and then
which is funny to look back on.
And then the next year, Urban's there, and
they go 12-0 and are banned from the postseason.
Yeah,
his first year they go undefeated.
Now you can credit them for great hires, and maybe that's what it is. But it almost feels like they're on automation. And like I said, as long as you don't hire a dummy, you're going to be pretty good there. Texas, I wouldn't call I wouldn't call Charlie Strong or Herman dummies. It just was a spot where they weren't great fits. So there can be some fluctuation. Alabama, Kalen DeBoer is a good coach. We will see how it plays out going forward. We know they were in the wilderness until they hired Saban, but they have had success even after Bear Bryant. Gene Stallings won a national title there. Trust me, I remember. It's the last time I cried over a football game is when he won that one.
Oh, wow.
1990, the 92 season, 93 Sugar Bowl.
Basically, at Alabama, you're guaranteed, unless you're Nick Saban, you're guaranteed two things: a 10-win season and to be fired and have basically your family in danger. That's the two things that you can bank on. Kalen DeBoer, what they get, 9 wins, not enough.
And the way you lost those games doesn't help either.
Take their over next year. They're going 10, but also Kalen DeBoer, make sure your address doesn't come out.
I'm sure that thing is already out. I don't know how you protect that address.
Vanderbilt game.
Tuscaloosa's not that big.
We're done.
Yeah.
As far as Ryan Day, though, I do think that there's a case to be made. Like, the offensive coordinator for all those, or for a lot of those,
That's
Urban
true.
Meyer teams.
Urban Meyer hired him to be the guy who ran that offense.
You want to throw QB developer at Sark. I mean, Ohio State's developed more or just as many quarterbacks as at least Alabama during.
Now they have
Sark's
not
time.
translated to the NFL, which would be.
I mean,
who's Sark's
the
guys?
Alabama? Mac Jones.
Was Kiffin there for the entirety of Tua's time there?
I can pull up the years that Sark was there.
Sark has also been a NFL OC, correct?
Yes, 2 years with the Falcons, 2017 and 18 after Kyle Shanahan left.
Okay, and
he was Alabama interim offensive coordinator for one game in 2016
when Kiffin got fired, right?
Yes. Actually, I think it was he finished the 2015 season, like in 2016.
Yeah, in the playoff.
And then he did that season, and then Falcons OC 17 and 18. And then Alabama OC 19 and 20.
And Sark gets the label not just developer of quarterbacks, but he gets play calling genius. Yeah. I don't know if Ryan Day is considered that. So
not in the Michigan game, he wasn't.
Yeah, so
he wasn't a genius there.
And he was not even the OC at the time. He's taking the bullets for that when it was Chip Kelly's game plan. So Ryan Day, successful maybe Ohio State's simply on an autopilot, and it's less about him than it is about the program. We know what Jim Harbaugh thinks. Said he was born on third base.
Yeah.
I don't know if that opinion applies to decision makers in the NFL. That may be just Dan Orlovsky throwing a name out there who's winning games on the college level and has a chance at a national title.
And it could be just a way to, hey, both these coaches.
Yeah, not just Sark.
Yeah.
Let's not forget about Ryan Day. I would say if I'm a decision maker, forget about Ryan Day. That guy feels like a college coach in my eyes. Although I do believe people have put him on the climber type, where he would be looking for an NFL job if one came along.
Yeah, has he done any NFL stuff?
I don't know if I would want Ryan Day as.
If I'm Ryan Day, though, this could actually. He was a Niners quarterback coach in 2016. I think that's the year Chip Kelly was the coach.
So
that was the year Chip Kelly.
And we know they have a relationship from.
And he was an Eagles quarterback.
Their college
coach.
days. Yeah, Chip. They have their relationship goes deeper than Ryan Day played quarterback for Chip Kelly, I believe.
New Hampshire.
Yeah, New Hampshire. They were together in the NFL as well.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, if I'm Ryan Day, though, I don't think you can draw something up better than win the national championship. Boom. Later.
Well, it just happened.
Welcome to the New York Jets. But also
with the guy who's going to be in town on Saturday.
But this is even better because it's not Ryan Day running. It's not specifically Ryan Day running from the grind from Michigan. Can't beat Michigan. It is, I can't beat Michigan. Here's a national championship. Shut up. Let me leave. Stop bothering me.
Yeah,
that the only games I ever lose are to number one ranked Oregon, playoff games to Clemson, Alabama, Georgia,
and
good Michigan teams until this year. This year was
a very average Michigan team.
But shut up. let me go in peace. But it doesn't look like he's fleeing, I guess.
He's leaving on a high note, certainly.
And getting an upgrade, although I could make the case that being an Ohio State head coach is better than being a New York Jets head coach.
I would too. Now, it is the NFL, so there is a great deal of pressure, and you're in a big city as opposed to Columbus, where that's the only thing they care about. So he's used to pressure. It wouldn't be foreign to him. It'd just be on a more national level. Ohio State's a national program too. I will say, coaching the Jets and failing there, the pressure will be greater than simply, as you laid out, not beating some of the best teams you face.
I don't know.
I think so.
I think if he loses to Michigan a fifth straight time
after winning a national title,
yes.
But it's a 12-team playoff, so he'll likely still be playing.
Yeah.
With a chance to win it all.
I think people at a certain point, if I'm Ohio State, I'd be like, so are we ever going to beat these guys?
Oh, I'm not pretending like it won't be a stain. It'll be a stain on this season. If they go on and win a national title, not immediately after, like in the glow of winning, people will forget.
The barbershop conversation.
Yeah, but when it's remembered, we were a 2-loss team who lost to that average Michigan team.
Yeah.
And when they're ranking the strength of their national titles over the last 25, 30 years, this one, if they won, it would be the one. Yeah, Urban, undefeated, right? Or did they lose a game?
They lost to Virginia Tech early that season.
At home.
I think it was at the shoe. Yeah.
I think it was at home, but they went on with their backup quarterback, Cardell Jones, to win it. And, of course, Jim Tressel beat a team who hadn't lost a game in 35 opportunities to win theirs. This one would rank the lowest on the list, mostly because not only because they have 2 losses, because one of the losses was to that average Michigan team. So he would still have to fight. Yeah, you won it, but it's like,
and
it ranks 3rd on the list.
If you're an Ohio State fan, like every conversation you have with a Michigan fan is like, you guys can't beat us. Cool, you won.
Congratulations.
We won the year before, and we've beaten you for 4 straight years.
And they would say we won it with the 4-team playoff.
Got out of the mud.
If the rules were the same, like when we won it, you guys wouldn't have even been available or had a chance to win it.
Yeah.
So that's another thing they have to fight off.
Playing Texas on the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, because Texas did lose to Georgia. 12-team playoff merchants, the both of them.
But we earned our way in. We earned our way to the 4th. That's even harder, some would say.
This year, you're a 12-team merchant. And you
12, we're the 5th seed merchant.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah. So that game's tomorrow night. The glamour game of the 2 semifinals. Penn State, Penn State, Notre Dame tonight with a apparently sick, but not to the important players, a sick Notre Dame team, and not because they're talented. Sick with the flu, but it's the players who don't count that much, according to reports. So we'll see how it plays out for them. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go here before we wrap it up. I guess the final thing is Ohio State. I think that program is healthy no matter what. Texas, fluctuation. And Texas is more in line with how a lot of programs go. Ohio State seems to be immune to the hiring and firing of coaches. They just get it done. Okay. We will get to Kamari Lassiter. He talked about facing his former Georgia teammate. Of course, the questions have to be asked. It's one of those special interesting. Hey, you guys are teammates. Let's ask about it. So we will get to that at some point before we wrap it up. A couple more things to get to. In fact, we will get to this when we come back. Sometimes social media goes wrong. Sometimes you got to know your audience. And sometimes you got to know that certain grade point averages aren't high enough to brag about. We will talk about that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's Michael Carroll. He'll join us tomorrow. Hopefully, there is a better week of things to watch. It was a little sparse last week. It's not Michael's fault. It's just how the calendar went. So we'll see if Michael has some suggestions for us to watch when he joins us tomorrow at around 11:30. Lazy J, I see you. We'll get to you in a little bit. I got here when I was by here I mean Texas. I got here when I was right around 18 or so. But I didn't really know a lot about how schools were judged. I know Texas. I heard about Texas when I was a kid. I knew about A&M just from sports. I knew about that. I didn't know Texas State existed. In fact, it had a different name back then anyway. So you can tell me this, Sean. What is the reputation of Texas State as far as education is concerned?
Great extracurriculars.
Okay.
I'd say that. Great. Yeah, social scene.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say that.
You would say there's some runoff as far as people who maybe weren't capable of getting into one of the other schools.
That's what I've heard.
You
don't
were
know.
capable of getting into one of the bigger schools, so you have to speak about what you've heard.
I didn't even apply. I don't know the requirements.
you wouldn't
to Texas State.
demean yourself.
No, I did not demean myself. I just didn't apply.
Exactly.
So yeah, I would say it's below Texas A&M, Texas Tech,
like
Baylor.
People who it's a lot of schools you're mentioning.
Oh, I'm just off the top of my head. I'm just
I know
TCU,
that
SMU.
you keep going. That there are people who
U
throw
of H.
slander. I was going to ask because people throw slander at U of H, mostly Texas people, mostly like one Texas person who calls them 13th grade. Feels insulting, a little disrespectful.
It's very disrespectful to U of H.
Would Texas State be more in line with that accusation? If we're making the accusation about an accredited college in the state of Texas, would Texas State be the one that should have that label as opposed to the Cougs?
Listen, I don't know the coaches poll for the academic ratings. I don't know.
There actually is something like that.
I know.
They rank all
I know
the
there
schools.
is. People talk about with Texas.
And they brag about.
I do not care.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would have to, see what S&P Plus says.
The power ratings.
Yeah. See what the Coley Matrix has to say about this. BCS.
Mm-hmm.
I would put them. You know what? I'd put U of H ahead of them.
Well,
because I know people would be upset if I said I put them in the same category.
Yeah, you might.
So U of H, clearly better school.
You hear that, Andrew?
Clearly better.
Got a lot of people.
I'm saying it loud enough so Michael Carroll can hear me down the hall.
Just to make sure. Yeah, don't piss him off. I got to record some audio with him at about 12:05.
Hopefully he doesn't mess it up.
Speaks to his school he went to, I guess, as Sean's saying. Texas State has an 89% acceptance rate. That feels high. I'm not bringing that number up as a reason this story I'm about to do exists. It's just part of the context. An 89% acceptance rate at Texas State. Now, why this became a thing and came across my radar is because the Texas State football account put this out. One of those things where you write a little sentence and throw out the caption that's supposed to catch everyone's eye. 2.84, highest fall GPA in team history. That is what they decided to celebrate. That is what the internet decided to mock them over. Now, it's a football program, and you're not there to be a geneticist. You're not. Some people become doctors, but you know why we know about those guys? Because that's a big story. Some football player is now an award-winning biologist. It becomes a thing because we don't expect it. Like, what was his name who went to Florida State?
Myron Rolle.
Myron Rolle was a Rhodes Scholar. It was a big deal because he played football at a football school and was doing the thing, doubling up the education and the football game. I believe there's like a thing where he had to fly out individually because he had to celebrate accepting a Rhodes Scholar to the announcement of that and then go to the game. He had FSU got together and made sure he got to the game on time, or maybe it was the reverse. That was a story like over a decade ago. But 2.84 is what they're celebrating, and the internet was like, why are you turning off the comments now?
I mean, 2.84 it's nothing to turn your nose up.
It's pretty much a B- or so.
Yeah, C+, B-.
C+, B-.
That's
But it's not it's below the average of NCAA athletes. 3.0 for men is the average, and 3.3 for women is the average. So it's below average for
3.0 feels.
That's for not.
If it was 3.1 or 2.9, I would believe it way more than it being
They say not
exactly
and
3.0.
by the way, that's all athletes, not football
All
players. All athletes, all male athletes. 3.0, 3.3 for women. So a 2.84 by the numbers is not even average.
Kids are graduating on time. If I'm GJ Kinney, if I'm GJ Kinney, I'm like, see those wins?
If you're, I would say if you're so proud of it, why are the comments off?
That is true. This actually reminds me, as we were talking about this does remind me, and so full transparency, there was a time where Texas got mocked for this.
I think that's in the story where not that they got mocked, but that Texas
they
announced theirs. I think
yes. In 2019, they
2.89,
2.89, highest in team
but
history.
Since that
prepared
point,
off the field is what the thing says.
Prepared off the field,
2.89.
Well, since that point, the team GPA has gone up over 3.
Yeah, this year it's over 3.
Yeah,
which almost too high.
Almost seems
stop hitting those.
Yeah,
bugs.
exactly. A little counterproductive.
I could have used some of those points against Georgia. All right.
Perhaps if you got out of the books, maybe you would have beat Georgia at least once.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think like 2.9 is like the sweet spot of where I want.
For your team to be. You don't want them to be nerds, but you do want them to be kind of bright because you got to pick up blitzes.
Exactly.
You got to understand you got to understand where you should be in a cover 3.
Yeah.
When it's a 3-by-1 set on offense.
Offensive line, pick up the stunts.
Exactly. You need to be football smart, and hopefully that translates to book smarts. But if it doesn't, who cares? Just be football smart. So Texas State getting mocked mostly because they turned off the comments. Because I guess the first couple were like, "Oh, okay, dummies, congratulations."
It being highest in team history
it's a tough beat for Texas State.
I don't know. Highest in team.
What's more of a problem for you? The 89% acceptance rate or the 2.89?
That's fine. They're public universities.
So it's Texas.
They're educating the entire public. I have no problem with that.
Well, that's true. Practically the entire public. Yes.
Just I like your chances. Got to be tough to get a rejection letter from Texas State.
It's not. It wouldn't.
Got to be tough.
That rate is so high. It wouldn't even be considered like a safety school. It's like if for some reason all the other schools on the face of the earth decided they didn't want me, this is the one I know I can get into. And if you've I've been able to get it,
I've been being very respectful this entire time.
You're trying to.
This is where I might not be. It feels like it should be like buy one get one, where if you get into another school in Texas that maybe has higher requirements, I don't think you should even have to apply to Texas State. Wow. They should just send you a letter saying you got in.
So perhaps
if you get into Texas A&M, boom, you're into Texas State.
You think Texas State and other schools should collab?
Just like, hey, you let this guy in, we're letting him in too.
And it reduces.
Hey, you offered him a scholarship, we're offering him.
It reduces
more of a
paperwork. It reduces time spent by the person applying.
Why they won't do this, and why I might not have applied to as many schools as I could have, is because they won't do this because at least when I was a student,
don't they charge you?
It's a $50 application fee for most schools.
Even when I got here and went to a community college or junior college, depending on how you want to describe it. Yeah, I remember the fee for applying to all the schools, the 4-year schools I wanted to apply to.
17-year-old Sean was like, I'm keeping this $50.
Texas State.
Sorry.
I got a game to play. I got a game to buy.
Yeah, that's an Xbox game.
What are we doing? I don't want to go to that school. I do want this Xbox game.
That was part of it. I was like, I know I'm not gonna go there, so whatever.
Yeah, we will get to break. And Lazy J, I see you. You want to talk soccer? We'll get to that. We won't do the Kamari Lassiter thing. He just pretty much praised Ladd McConkey for being a great teammate, good player, blah, blah, blah. We'll see how much they match up against each other on Saturday. Lazy J, hang on. You want soccer. We will talk soccer. I welcome that. We talked soccer a little bit earlier today. But before we go to break, let's talk about MyBookie. You can bet on soccer there. Just go to mybookie.ag to check it out. You don't have to stick with soccer. They give you all those options, whether it be the college football playoff tonight, whether it be the Super Bowl, the NFL playoffs. It's all there for you. And it's funny that it was 100% match yesterday. It's back to 50%. Still, if you put in 200, you get 100 extra to bet. They want to give you the opportunity to win. So whether it be the the playoffs in the NFL and college football, basketball on the NBA and college basketball level. It's all there for you. Tennis, soccer, anything you want, MyBookie gives you the opportunity. Just use that promo code BET975 and go to the website, mybookie.ag, and check it all out. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Final segment of the show. Let's get to Lazy J. He wants to talk soccer. What's up?
Hey, good morning, Dale. Happy New Year's, brother.
Happy New Year, man.
Yeah. We wanted to talk some soccer. I know y'all don't really do that, but
I just told you we
that's
talk
why I
soccer.
called towards the end of the show. So
I know you're always very persecuted. Everyone's out to get you. I just mentioned we talk soccer, but go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Real. I know you hate that team too, so it's all good. But
I don't hate them.
just want to get your Vinny thoughts. Maybe you touched on this earlier in the week or late last week. I didn't really tune in. But what do you think about that red card? I mean, I think it was a little bit overboard on it. I think that and then the crowd, in Spain, they're real racist. They've been like that for years. So do you see him ever standing up and maybe boycotting and saying, I'm not playing no more until some things change? Maybe he might be like the Kaepernick 2.0. And I want to get some hip-hop thoughts, man. What you think about Leangelo, man? Is he the first rapper to thank his dad on the song? I've always heard moms get thanked on the rap song, but dads, the black community don't have dads. That's what, everybody says. So,
All
man,
right.
he's the first rapper that
Thank
does
you.
that, so,
Thanks, Lazy J. Thank you for that. Thank you for your very narrow casting of asking about a red card in a La Liga game. Oddly enough, wasn't locked in on Real and Valencia, and I didn't see it. So I have to look it up on YouTube.
Terrible call.
Yeah,
I didn't even pull it up on YouTube. I'm just going to say terrible call.
Oh, about the Vinny Jr. red card?
Yeah, sure.
Was it a red card? Well, as I look at it, you can't put your hands on someone's neck and face. So by the rule, red card. As far as what else you asked, no, I don't think Vinny Jr. is going to sit down and stop playing to fight racism. The reason it's so unique or so monumental that Colin Kaepernick did it, because no one's looking to do that. You know how much money Vinny Jr.'s throwing away? And yes, things have been tough for him in Spain. It has been a place where he has taken a lot of abuse. But no, I don't think he's going to stop playing. He may decide I don't want to play for Real anymore. But as far as play in La Liga anymore, he might want to move to and play in a different country.
Houston Dynamo. Won't have to deal with that nonsense here.
Not to the level that it happens in Spain. Like there have been instances where players have been suspended for saying racist things to other players, but this is generally a fan thing.
Yeah.
Although some players do it in Europe too. It's racism. It's worldwide. Not breaking any news there. What was this other thing? Oh,
Leangelo Ball.
Well, I would have addressed it until he dropped that last thing. Now I believe he thinks he can get away with it because he's biracial, I guess. I don't know his nurture thing. I don't know if a dad was involved. I'm not sure. I can't speak to that. but I'm not going to address it. I'm not going to play his game. He goes, that's what they say. No, you just said it. You just said it too. That's what they say. I'm not saying it. They say it. Cut it out. I normally would say I appreciate the call, but not this one. When you said
We appreciate Dave and Gary.
yeah, when you said a terrible call, I thought you meant his call, not the call in the soccer game.
I just wanted to.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. If what I'm looking at is the real context of it, yes, take your red card.
Back in my day, that's play on.
You're dead.
Again, I have not pulled up the,
He does.
the video.
Sean does not know what actually happened. We are done, and what a way to end it. Sean, since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. Gallant George are up next.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George on Thursday, January 9th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Busy night in sports tonight. First off, the college football playoff Final Four kicks off in Miami, where you've got Penn State, Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl. Notre Dame 1-point favorites. You got a huge game tonight for your Houston Rockets for Southwestern Division supremacy against the 3 seed Memphis Grizzlies. The Rockets are the 2. They're 1.5-point favorites tonight. Both those lines courtesy of mybookie.ag. But we're still focusing on the big game on Saturday. A game with which, Joe, I am feeling slightly better about than I was on Monday. Well, I mean, it was at rock bottom.
Yeah, so you don't sound much better.
Yeah, I think the more and more I look at the Chargers, the more and more I realize, okay, they're 11-6. They're the 5 seed. They play in a tougher division than the Texans, given both the Chiefs and Broncos made the playoffs. But this is a game they can win. I just don't know if the Texans match up particularly well with the Chargers after doing a lot of diving in last night and this morning.
Yeah, I'm curious what you found, because I feel like what the biggest thing I learned was they're not going to give it to you. I mean, this is
what does that mean?
They are disciplined. They are they have less than 100 penalties on the season. They're the 4th lowest penalized team in the NFL this year.
You're gonna have to take them on a few dates.
You have the best road zone defense in the NFL. They only allow 45% conversion, so they're the best in the NFL at that. I know we all know the Justin Herbert interception numbers are extremely low.
Second lowest all time for a quarterback with 500 or more passes.
So they're not going to give it to you. Like you're going to have to earn this win. Like they are not going to think back to last year, Cleveland 2 pick sixes. Like I don't think the Texans can expect anything of like that on Saturday. It's a challenge. It's a good matchup for the Texans. The Chargers, I feel maybe they're better than I thought they were. I know they have 11 wins, but like looking through everything, I was like, wow, this is a...
Well, then that makes it a bad matchup for the Texans then. And I don't think it's a good matchup for the Texans. I don't think that they're going to match up with a couple of things the Chargers do pretty well. The Chargers are pretty good at getting Justin Herbert on the move. They stink against quarterbacks who scoot. They are the 3rd worst defense in the league against mobile quarterbacks, whether they're taking off scrambling or on designed runs. Lamar Jackson obviously affected that, but we saw Josh Allen break away a couple of times. And on top of that, I look at the Texans defensively, and while I like the pass rush, I look at Herbert as a guy who doesn't turn the football over. And I also look at the Chargers as a team who get a lot of big plays. So I feel like they're on level footing, but it's a bad matchup.
Yeah, that's fair. I think they're like the Chargers are like what the Texans aspire to be, like in a lot of ways. Like they're very well. I think they're like they have the big plays that they have down the field. The Texans want to have those things. They don't have it. They want to have a quarterback that doesn't turn the ball over very much. They don't have that. They're pretty equal running the ball, I would say, offensively. Like really, the Chargers and the Texans didn't do a ton this year. J.K. Dobbins has some good moments, but like he's not been. You're not facing Saquon Barkley this weekend, right? So I think the Texans would love to do what the Chargers are doing. Look, the Chargers can get after you without having to bring a lot of pressure because of what their defensive line gets. So Texans can hopefully do the same, but I just don't know what to expect on Saturday in terms of like the style of game. Like I don't know if this is going to be a total rock fight and it's going to be like 13-6, or if we're going to see some explosion in this game.
I do think it's likely to be a rock fight. I think that the defenses for both of these teams are their strengths. The Texans, because of what they have in their front seven, which is about as healthy as it's been all year. They're not going to have their nickel guy in Jalen Petrie, but they will at the very least have just about all their defensive linemen, just about all of their linebackers. But, I look at the Chargers, and this is a team that, they don't blitz much, but when they blitz, they're very good. And this team is so bad at picking up confusing pass rushes. They really do it with a bunch of outside linebackers that they rotate in and out. Khalil Mack and Bud Dupree are there, but they're not the guys that you might have remembered them, whether it was Mack when he actually got into the NFL or Dupree when he came out of college. And this other guy that they brought in, whose name I'm 100% going to butcher, but second rounder last year, Tule Tui Pulotu has 8.5 sacks this year, is all over the field. And I feel like if you look at the Texans' offensive line, you're praying that they're going to be able to keep CJ Stroud upright. And even if they can, then it's a matter of, is Stroud actually going to be able to stand in there and look differently than he's looked all year long?
Yeah, is the kind of time off from not really playing last week. Maybe he really does feel more comfortable in front of this offensive line. Does the feeling, the pressure that's not there, does that go away in a short amount of time? I hope so. No, but
it won't. I mean,
that's a next season thing that gets fixed.
They want to tell us that, and we'll play some of what Bobby Slowick had to say yesterday. I wish, much like they've seemingly muzzled Tim Settle, they muzzled Bobby Slowick. I just don't want to hear him talk. But when you look at where they're at right now, I do think they can win this game. I just think it's not the best matchup, and we'll dive further into what the Chargers do. I think if you talk about the Los Angeles Chargers, even though they have changed locations, all conversations about the Chargers, who have the best uniforms in football, and on top of that, have the coolest fight song in football. Yet you have to start with the fight song. It's so hot. Hell yeah. Get some. Oh, yeah. Here it comes, baby.
San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers.
Hell yeah. It's a team named after a credit card.
We're gonna dazzle you with our play.
The
time has come. You know we're shooting for number one.
That's what they're doing.
Thunderbolts and lightning will light up the sky.
So good.
We'll give it all we got and more with the Supercharger drive.
Here it comes, baby.
San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers.
Never should have left.
Never.
Superchargers. San Diego Chargers.
I mean, they never should have left. They never should have left entirely because of that song.
Did they use it still? Like, have they redone it?
No, they don't want to flick off the fine people of San Diego.
I mean, it really starts off like a cheesy, like, television sitcom.
Oh, go to hell.
And then they start singing and it gets great.
There is not an inch of that song that is
No,
cheesy.
the start of it is.
No, it's not.
Yes.
You're an uncultured slob.
No.
What, a cheesy 80s sitcom? First off, that doesn't exist. That's like the prime television. That's the TV that you think you're watching when you're watching this god-awful network TV that you watch. That is the TV that you actually should be watching.
It's a disco song. Like that's like, it'd be like Three's Company all of a sudden.
Three's Company? How is it Three's Company?
It's very disco-y. I mean, it's a great song. They need to redo it. They can change Los Angeles and San Diego.
Los Angeles. You could do that.
Yeah, change it.
Yeah. But
keep some of your identity.
They should have never left. I mean, all their fans are still in San Diego. No one jumped on. And look, Justin Herbert's looking for his first playoff win. A lot of pressure on him. Jim Harbaugh's the head coach. You know all about Jim Harbaugh. There haven't been any money quotes from Jim Harbaugh this week, but this is Justin Herbert talking about the moment where he knew that Jim Harbaugh was different.
What was the first time, maybe during off-season workouts or something that Jim said where you were like, this guy's definitely different?
I think when he talked about remembering the day that he was born was probably the first day that he kind of told us the whole story and how he remembered looking out the window, and I think it was a cold, snowy day. And I really hope he does remember that. That'd be pretty cool.
I believe him, but Joe over here, he's a birthing truther. You know?
I am.
He wants to know, like, what was the log from Jim Harbaugh as a minute-old infant? Like, did he write it down? His experience emerging from his mother's hoo-ha.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? Hey, stick to the bit, Jim. Be you and your milk and your khaki pants and remembering your birth.
There's so much bitterness, like towards Jim Harbaugh. Was because Michigan kept on touching Notre Dame. Like, what's it all about?
He's a Super Bowl champion for the Bears, isn't he? Or he was on the Bears after they won the Super Bowl. I can't remember if he was after.
He played in like the 90s.
Yeah.
Like he's a Bears quarterback. I don't hate Jim Harbaugh.
I
I'm
don't
jealous
know.
of Jim Harbaugh.
I don't know because
I have Jim Harbaugh envy. I just don't believe that he remembers his birth.
Do you think that's why he likes milk so much? He remembers the good times.
100%.
All he had was milk.
Sean put it all together.
That's a good counterpoint. I can't really argue with that, honestly.
I gotta say the Twitch is right, Joe. I can't believe you're not wearing a Notre Dame hat today. This is a big game for your school that you root for.
Yeah, busy morning. Walked out of the house without it.
But you walked out with a Texans hat on.
Actually, I walked out for the first time in like forever without a hat on.
Oh.
So I grabbed the hat that was in my car.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want to blind the Twitchers with the light bouncing off the baldness of my head.
You've got a little bit up there.
I do. There's just a giant like circle spot in the middle that like might reflect right into the camera.
I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think that deep down, because apparently some Notre Dame players have the mud butt. I think
they do.
I think that you are a little concerned about the Golden Domers, and you don't want people to know that you're a Notre Dame fan when they lose to Penn State tonight.
Yeah, I just saw that. Like half the team, like a bunch of the team is sick.
They're all like the backups, I guess.
Backups and special teams,
something like that. Yeah.
So the kicker's just gonna be like pooping his pants while he's out there.
I think it's the backup offensive lineman.
Oh, great.
Now, I don't know if they were, if things spread around because of some Northwestern style Shrek shenanigans in the locker room or something like that, little poo play or something, but whatever the case.
No, I'm not worried. I just made a mistake this morning.
Joe, that's a bad day to make a mistake.
I know it is.
This is a college football playoff game Notre Dame actually can win.
I know. It's embarrassing.
All right.
At least I did wear it last week to defend myself.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the week to wear it.
He had an extra day to remember.
Yeah, I just forgot.
Damn, dude. What if Notre Dame forgets to show up tonight?
Yeah, this could be the last game of Notre Dame season.
And we'll blame you.
Nothing to.
Well, then it's
to
like a normal Notre Dame year. Get to the Final Four and not show up. Isn't that what they normally do?
Yeah, but you wouldn't have today.
They did make it though.
They did make it.
They earned their way in.
They won a playoff game. They won 2 playoff games.
Although it would have been given to them.
Yeah, but yeah, I know, big mistake. My bad.
You want to chime in, you can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Just how good are these 11-6 5-seed Chargers? So that's on the table. Also, given the ramblings of someone who's always a great quote, I'm curious as to what Houston things need to be renamed. Like something that's very close to us, that is on the verge of being renamed. Stick around, Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Texans Chargers Saturday. Texans 3-point home dogs. Tonight, Notre Dame 1-point favorite per mybookie.ag, promo code BET975 against Penn State. Some comments, because Joe's not wearing a Notre Dame hat, but he is a Notre Dame fan. River to the Sea says JG is a horrible Notre Dame fan. Junior Bronco says he's more than a T-shirt fan. River to the Sea continues by saying that you've done a bad job of defending the team this year. And I feel the same way as you, man. That's something you got to have laid out. Like I'm not accepting excuses.
No, I'm not.
I was a father. Oh, I forgot.
My bad. I made a mistake. It's on me. I take accountability for my actions, unlike others. Bobby Slowick.
Ouch!
Wow, well, nice deflection. At least it wasn't that Blair Henley this time.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's on the team anymore, so I feel I actually think they cut him.
To be fair, you can't say that Joe is a T-shirt fan because he's not even wearing a T-shirt.
Ooh, damn!
Not even wearing the T-shirt.
Touche.
You're wearing black. In navy blue. That's I think closer to Penn State Navy than it is Notre Dame Navy.
We're just ready for this Rockets game tonight.
Dressing for Notre Dame's funeral.
Ooh. He is wearing
Penn State's.
To be fair, he is wearing a Rockets pullover with a very small Rockets logo.
Yeah, you were focused on what Paul called the battle for the Southwest Division.
Big game.
Yeah,
big game.
You get literally nothing for winning the division.
All we care about tonight is Men Thompson. Oh, and Jeremiah. I love it. Notre Dame.
It is pretty funny just how little people are paying attention to the NBA, where the Rockets are the 2 seed in the West. They're playing for first place in the Southwest Division tonight. And there was a game between 2 30-win teams last night, one of which was in the midst of a 10-game winning streak, the other in the midst of a 15-game winning streak, and no one cared. No one cared.
Yeah, I thought especially here locally, like as the Texans season was kind of unraveling, that the Rockets would pick back up. The attendance has been pretty good. Like the people going to the game.
Yeah.
But the overall excitement is still not there.
Well, I would say for the Rockets themselves, I think there's a little bit of excitement, but I think this is more just a reflection of no one cares if you're a casual sports fan about the NBA this time of year. I mean, that was a great game last night. You had the 32-4 Cavs and the 30-6 Thunder. That's a hell of a game.
As much as we're like, why do they only talk about LA and New York and Miami on these shows? It's like, I tell you, if it was the Lakers that were 30-5 and the Knicks that were
Celtics
30-4,
right.
And the Celtics, the Celtics are up there. They're not that good, but I feel like the Celtics get taken more seriously than the Cavs, including by myself.
Yes,
but
by me too,
because they won last year. But I that is where the give the small guys a chance, and then you give the small guys a chance. And America's like, yeah, we're good. We've watched enough Cleveland Cavaliers basketball for our entire lives, thanks to LeBron.
Yep.
I think
we're good.
We'll sit this one in January. We'll sit this one out.
Donovan Mitchell. Remember when the Rockets almost got him? I do too. That's the extent of my care about the Cavs.
Stunk it up last night. Not actually, but still.
So Donald Trump is about to be the president of the United States again, and he is delivering zinger after zinger. The most recent one, and I love this one. And listen, I think this applies to all of us, apolitically. He plans to rename the Gulf of Mexico. Here he is. Is he riffing? Is this an actual plan? You never know. It's always fun to at least sit back and behold. Here is the president-elect.
Changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate. It's appropriate.
I love it.
I'm fine with it.
The Gulf of America.
It sounds way better.
I got to be honest. Why haven't we done this already?
First of all, I didn't know we could. I didn't know this was an option.
You can rename anything.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm like, this is the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
You just start calling it. Start printing maps with it called Gulf of America. It's not like it has a birth certificate.
But our map's
gonna
say, our map's gonna say Gulf of America, and then the rest of the world's gonna say Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other countries call themselves different things. We call them Germany. They're like Deutschland, and you got Italia, Italy, Roma, Rome. We can just call it whatever.
No lie. I'm starting to get a little nationalist, which is probably not good. But hey, we might take Greenland and also renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Hell yeah. The president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, said it should be renamed America Mexicana or Mexican America, and that the Gulf of Mexico has been this since 1607. Spain
what?
sucks, and you have no power, lady.
I think I like our chances of getting this called Gulf of America because she's already trying to negotiate.
Yeah.
We're already winning.
Yeah.
They're meeting us halfway already.
Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, said call it Gulf of Texas. So I saw this story, and it got me thinking, what are things in Houston that should be renamed? And I'm just going to go first. I hate Westheimer. I hate it with a passion.
Yeah.
My
it's the
car,
worst.
my car has been hit and run multiple times on that godforsaken street. And I associate it because of the constant belligerence and unprovoked aggression. I think of the Nazis. And oh, wow, Heimer. Okay, let's rename Westheimer. I don't care what we rename it. You can call it anything. We could call it West Side Street. What? For real. I don't care. But I don't want this to be Westheimer anymore.
I'm for that. I think whatever you call it though, it can't be a cool name. Like I think it has
okay.
I think it has to signal how terrible it is.
I was thinking Fury Road. I think you just call
well, no, see, okay, like
I like that.
Yeah,
you just call it so that encapsulates what it's like.
That
to drive
that works. Yeah, I think that works. I'm fine with Fury Road. How do we get this started?
Write a letter
Petition?
to someone. Yeah, who's our? I don't know. City council
No
person.
idea.
We could ask Lena. She might be on leave again. But yeah, I'm curious. Like, how do we change the name? Some people are saying, hey, Paul, you deserved it. You're Yankee. That's what they're doing on Westheimer. No, these people are all high and on drugs or drunk. Like, this is the person who hit and ran me was on drugs. He was like leaning all the way back in his back seat, and he fled on foot from a Chili's where he parked his car. His car was also wanted for another hit and run.
Triple dipper.
Right. I hope he got some
I
food.
said, did he stop on the way in?
Southwest egg rolls
before he got taken into jail. Like, I would hope so. But other things in Houston that should be renamed. River to the Sea is suggesting Kuykendall Road, which, yeah, that is, I'm not even sure if I got it right. Is it Kirkendall? Kirkendall, right?
It's Kirkendall.
Kirkendall, right. Yeah. Whenever I see it, I'm like, wait, what?
We could clean that up.
It
We
is
can Americanize
At
that.
least just like change the spelling.
Can we make it
spell it.
phonetically correct?
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna call it that, like you gotta make it one and the same. Either call it Kuykendall or Kirkendall, or respell it in Kirkendall.
I don't like Kuykendall. I'll be honest. It's like the
No?
Dyken Park of
of
names.
I
I feel uncomfortable.
How do
saying
we
it.
feel like Dyken Park?
Yeah, not the Nazis would like that one. Like, yeah, I hate it. I hate it too. Again, like that's all the Germans ruin everything. Sorry, Germans, if you're out there. But World War I, World War II, you got it started ended in 1945. You kind of started all this stuff. You got about like 12, 16 years before we can like kind of turn the page. But 100-year probation. That's how it goes.
The Texans?
Thank you for bringing
It's
this
a
up.
terrible.
I wanted to get to
It's
it later.
It's a terrible, terrible team.
You're wearing that. You're wearing the hat though.
I like the logo, but it's a terrible team name. I think if you can change change anything in Houston, that's number one on my
It
list.
sticks out like a sore thumb. Like,
Yeah.
as far as names go.
I've
Texans.
I've long suggested, and listen, we are a city with a majority Hispanic population. I've suggested this multiple times. I think it would be appropriate. This way we can call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. How about trade with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, the Houston Mexicans?
All right. Why not?
Why not? We get a little green and red?
Oh.
Christmas colors?
Oh, now they'll play on Christmas every year.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Christmas branding is here. Yeah. That's what we need.
There's a very good one in the Twitch. I think multiple people have suggested this. Bissonette to Busta. Well, that's where all the hookers are, apparently. Ladies of the night. My bad. Don't say that. You'll get in trouble.
Yeah, I feel like we'll be okay.
I got in trouble in Seattle for assuming that the hookers outside of a Chick-fil-A were hookers. People got very mad at me. They said, why are you eating at Chick-fil-A, first of all? It's like, because it's good. But I think they were like, well, do you hate gay people because you ate at Chick-fil-A? Second, they were like, how dare you assume like their jobs? And I was like, well, I don't know. It's 40 degrees outside, and I can see this lady's thong. So I think I know what they are. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Like, go do you. It's illegal, though.
But even like if you, I just don't know why you would get in trouble for that. What an odd station you worked for, Paul.
It wasn't the station. It was the city. That was the city.
The city got mad.
This is after. This is after I was gone, and they were like, "No wonder you didn't work out here." What? I eat at Chick-fil-A. It's like that's why I got fired.
Reason.
Like, go kill yourself.
No, like for like the love DJ, but for DJ at Bienemy, so loudly like Houston barbecue sucks. I feel like that was a bad play.
When did he say that? Wait, what?
On his way to Kansas City, just trashing Houston barbecue all over Twitter.
Yeah, brisket's better than pork. Like that's what it's all about.
Totally
ultimately. Things you should rename: Dallas Street from the 832. Yeah, anything but Dallas Street.
Yep.
I like that one. What else do we have here? Robert E. Lee College. Yeah, that
probably.
Why not Sam Houston? Oh wait, there's already a Sam Houston State. But could you do Sam Houston College too? Just like go all in on Sam Houston.
Confusing.
Yeah, that'd be. We don't even know
We could work our way down. We could do William Travis. We could do. There's other Texas revolutionary figures. Jim Bowie College.
Jim Bowie College. Yeah, that
I'm honestly surprised Robert E. Lee College still exists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of places that change their names and then change their names back.
Yeah,
that
makes sense.
There's a high school in Tyler when I went to school there that I drove past like every day for a year called the Robert E. Lee Red Raiders. I was like, whoo, y'all are going for something.
They're going for two things.
Yeah.
Two birds with one stone.
Double barrel.
I'm assuming that the Texas Tech Red Raiders weren't originally cowboys wearing masks. I'm assuming. Could be wrong. Does make sense, Western Texas, the Comanches, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Texas Tech Comanches would be a good nickname. But anyway, things are getting renamed across the country. It seems like the Gulf of Mexico might be the Gulf of America. You got more suggestions for what we could rename Houston area things, whether they be streets, teams, etc. Have at it at 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Joe's on Twitter at Joe George Radio. Sean's on Twitter at Sean A. Mapes. I'm on Twitter at Gallant Says. Coming up next, you want to weigh in on a Texans Chargers take, you can. Also, no matter what happens Saturday between the Texans and Chargers, know this: they are in no danger of being supplanted in the AFC South. You'll hear all the messiness of that god-awful division next. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Two big games tonight. Do a little quadruple action on a no-risk Thursday. Why not? You bet at MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975 on a Thursday. You don't get it? Your money comes back. So maybe you want to bet on the Rockets tonight on the road against Memphis. They won 5 in a row on the road. No Tari Eason, though, tonight. He is doubtful. They're 1.5-point favorites. The over-under for this game, 234. There's a part of me that wants to take the under, mainly because I look at Memphis and I just assume grit and grind, even though that team is like years in the past. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the Rockets. I'm going to take the under. And with Notre Dame, Penn State tonight, Notre Dame 1-point favorites. Since Joe's not wearing his hat, I'm taking the Nittany Lions. I don't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. I hate that school. Someone from that school pulled a switchblade on me once. True story. And Joe didn't wear the Notre Dame hat, so I have no choice but to pick him. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Sounds like the Gulf of Mexico is going to be the Gulf of America. With that in mind, we're saying, hey, think about things around town that you think need to be renamed and rename them. Westheimer, done. Kirkendale, done, because it's too difficult to pronounce. Someone suggested this on the text line. They should sell the naming rights to the Gulf of Crypto.com, the Gulf of Daikin. Yeah, the air conditioning company where the Mariners now play. Excuse me, the Astros. God, why did I say Mariners?
Honestly,
that's a slip up.
Maybe Daikin Park. Can we rename that already?
Yeah, I already wanted
Buc-ee's Park. And you could have had beaver nuggets in the train.
Nah, they're not that good, though.
They're not, but this is what people talk about all the time.
The beaver nuggets?
That's not what I go to Buc-ee's for.
Yeah, I get that they got the beaver and all. But
you don't like the beaver?
No, I mean, I'm not eating beaver, so no, not like that. I mean, that's not. Yeah. They're not.
Right. Cut that.
It's not chunks of beaver. It's not like the little rodent chopped up into bits. So it's
true.
I think it's misleading.
Do we think that beavers would taste good?
No, it's a rat.
Yeah.
I mean,
probably fat, heavy, so maybe a little bit better than a rat or a squirrel.
Like Xavier Leggett or whatever, and these guys are all talking about eating raccoon.
Yeah. I bet it's not that different from
like
Jerry Jones likes squirrel brains and squirrels.
Yeah,
fight over the squirrel.
I would guess a beaver. I'm gonna just guess beaver better than raccoon. Just a guess.
I think you're profiling there. I think you're taking.
I think you are.
That's what you think of the animals.
It's pretty racist.
Maybe
it has nothing to do with how they taste.
You're right.
Just raccoons probably a lot of trash in their diet. Beavers probably have like a little wood taste to them, given the amount of wood they're chopping.
A little smokiness.
Yeah.
Mesquite.
Yeah.
Are they chewing on mesquite?
Yeah, like when you grill them up, that smoky flavor just originates.
This is a fun combo. So you want to weigh in on that? You can 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You could also chime in on whether it's Texans, Chargers, the Rockets and Grizzlies tonight, or Notre Dame and Penn State. We got River calling in. He is a Notre Dame fan. I don't know if he's trying to defend Joe here because Joe forgot to wear his Notre Dame hat today. Supposedly a Notre Dame fan. River, what you got?
How's it going, guys?
Yo. Is that the fight song?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, Joe, join in.
No, you sing it first, and then I'll join you.
Yeah, you got to sing it. River, you got to sing it.
Yo, you got to show some bravado here. You got to be like,
you're the one playing it, River.
Notre Dame has returned to national relevance.
Notre Dame's
going to
win tonight, River. It's okay. Notre Dame's going to win tonight. I'm fully confident Notre Dame's going to win tonight.
It's so funny hearing these two fans.
As long as Riley Leonard doesn't have the poos, I think they're going to be okay tonight.
These two.
Now, I may not have the same confidence next week. But when we face Ohio, if we face Ohio State.
You said if there. Like, neither of you have bravado, and this is just the signs of like a downtrodden fan base. So cocky, so arrogant back in the 90s, and here you two are. Joe's too afraid to wear his hat today to work, and River comes in, but he doesn't even want to sing. Joe doesn't probably even know the fight song.
I still haven't learned it yet.
Unbelievable. Joe, it's Notre Dame. Like, there's so much history. You probably can't even recite Newt Rockney's speech by heart.
No, cannot.
Unbelievable.
No, cannot.
You are like, everyone hates on T-shirt Texas fans.
I also don't like Rudy. I'll just go ahead and put that out there.
Unbelievable.
Like, I'll just throw it in there, into the pile.
No, you're out. You're out.
No, I did like the movie at first until I met Rudy, and he was kind of a jerk. So
I was going to ask, do you not like the movie or the man?
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan when I met him at Radio Row. Like,
why not?
That seems like
he's a fighting Irish legend.
He was kind of a jerk.
Okay.
And then I met your Lord and Savior like 5 minutes later in his cutoff, white hoodie, Tim Tebow, and I was like in awe.
Well, hang on, Tim Tebow's the son, and Tom Brady's the father.
Yeah.
So I guess that would make him my savior.
Yeah.
Lord, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, your savior, Tim Tebow. But yeah, I went from Rudy to Tim Tebow, and I was like, this Rudy guy kind of sucks.
Damn, this is the worst Golden Domer of all time.
I know.
You.
I know.
Like, how did you steal this? Stolen valor?
Probably is. Probably is stolen
Probably
valor.
No. It is.
I went to an art school. What do you want me to do?
Learn the fight song.
And the first college I went to, I watched their rival like kick ass this weekend. It was not fun.
Okay.
Oh, the D3.
Yeah, the D3. Yeah.
Like Northwestern State.
Yeah, North Central. Their
North
rival
Central,
was the first college that I went to. So
While we're talking about this game, did anyone hear James Franklin throwing a little shade at Notre Dame? James Franklin is the head coach of Penn State, for those who don't know. And he does not want this to be interpreted as Notre Dame shade, but here he is suggesting that perhaps Notre Dame is getting away with it by making it all the way into the college football playoff.
And it's about Notre Dame.
Waiting for it to pull up.
And college football.
Caught me off guard.
And the Orange Bowl. I think there's been conversations about, obviously you talk about just the differences between our two programs and conferences. I think it should be consistent across college football. I think, again, this is no knock at Coach or Notre Dame, but I think everybody should be in a conference. I think everybody should play a conference championship game, or no one should play a conference championship game. I think everybody should play the same number of conference games. I was a head coach in the SEC. I've been a head coach in the Big Ten. I was in the SEC when the whole conversation was whether to go to 8 or 9 conference games. All the coaches voted against going to 9 games. The commissioner agreed and kept it at 8. I think it was one of the better decisions as SEC made. The Big Ten went to 9 games. I was not a math major at East Stroudsburg, but just the numbers are going to make things more challenging if you're playing one more conference game. So I just think things need to be consistent across college football. I think
that's James Franklin. Is that a shot at Notre Dame?
I think it's a bigger picture conversation with a little shot at Notre Dame in there, that Notre Dame should be in a conference. Because I think a lot of people feel that. A lot of people are jealous of Notre Dame. That last week,
there it is.
No, look, last week the Big Ten collected a $30 million check for Ohio State and Penn State advancing the entire conference. So Notre Dame collected a $15 million check to advance to the Final Four themselves. That's what people are jealous of, like the fact that you go to a certain point in the playoff, you get the revenue distribution. It goes to 18 teams in the Big Ten, and Notre Dame gets all of the money. So, I mean, this is an unpopular opinion amongst Notre Dame fans. Now, maybe they're going to change the playoff format after a year, and it won't matter. But when they put the bye system into place, I was pro Notre Dame joining a conference.
It's weird that they're in the ACC, but they're not.
But like they're,
because they play an ACC schedule, but they're not in the ACC.
Yeah.
They are in the ACC for everything that's not football, but in football, they're not in it.
But like it's starting to become, I don't know if it's going to become more popular, but like Northern Illinois just did that. They left the MAC in football. They stayed in the MAC in everything. But now Northern Illinois football
is
the
Mountain West, right?
Is part of the Mountain West Conference. So strange. Like, so strange that happens. And obviously, like, it trickles down. Like, I don't really care about the Olympic sports because that stuff's all super weird with D3 programs that are D1 and things like that.
Leah Thomas, too, right? Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with Notre Dame joining a conference. If you want to put them in the ACC to win it every year, like, that's fine with me.
Okay.
And they went through the ACC this year. They'll do it again next year. And I agree.
I don't know. You gotta watch
when
out.
James Franklin and Penn State starts their season next year with Nevada, FIU, and Villanova, they should match Miami, Texas A&M, and Purdue, just like Notre Dame is doing.
Damn, there it is. See, now you're cocky Notre Dame again. There you go.
I'm just saying.
We got you back.
Notre Dame plays a team that made the college football playoffs next year.
James Franklin talking trash got you back in.
Team won't be there for Boise State, but they play Boise State next season. And I'm fine if they want to go there, go there. But I do think for the bigger picture, he's totally right. There needs to be uniformity. Like how they hire referees is a huge problem. Like the full-time versus part-time referees, the amount of conference games that these schools play, everything. Hell, there should be the same amount of teams in every conference. Like it all needs to change. It's all broken. And if they want to force Notre Dame to join the ACC, go for it.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. That game is tonight. Notre Dame, Penn State. Notre Dame 1-point favorites. I don't know what's going to happen Saturday between the Texans and Chargers. What I do know is that regardless of outcome, or as D'Amico Ryans might say, irregardless of outcome, the Houston Texans are going to be running the AFC South for quite some time. Let's hit the South side.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Didn't mean to interrupt. D'Amico Ryans could do the exact same thing, theoretically.
I hope he does one day. Maybe like 3 years.
It's going to take him getting worn down by media that's frustrated with the good play, because that's where Bill O'Brien got to. But I mean, Bill O'Brien's first 2 years, 9-7.
Mm-hmm.
D'Amico Ryan's first 2 years, 10-7.
Yeah.
That was year 3, Bill O'Brien, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't ever listen to the Adam Schefter podcast, but Billy O was on today. So I might hit that on the ride home. Hear what Bill O'Brien's up to.
Over at Boston College. So taking a look at the AFC South, the Colts, I guess, are the closest team, but they decided to bring back head coach Shane Steichen. That makes sense. Bringing back Chris Ballard after 8 years, especially after it seemed, per reporting, that Ballard was out, is strange. So the only move the Colts have done over the last couple of days since the end of the season is fire defensive coordinator Gus Bradley, who gets passed around from team to team, bringing the same old cover 3 defense that any good quarterback can constantly rip apart. Okay, you get rid of him. Does that really show this roster that it's time to shape up? Because I saw DeForest Buckner say there's too much ego in the Colts locker room. A lot of individuals playing, no one really playing together.
Yeah, I mean, when that comes out a week after Chris Ballard Shane Steichen has to admit that players are not showing up on time to meetings and things like that. They did a really good job covering up their dysfunction, but they are super dysfunctional, and I'm shocked that they're moving forward with everyone still. I know they're interviewing Lou Anarumo today, the fired Bengals DC, as potentially their replacement defensive coordinator. They're a mess. Like, I know you said, like, technically they're the closest team, but because of their quarterback play, they still might be the farthest away from the Texans.
Oh, I don't think that.
Like, at least, like, the Titans are going to have Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward.
The Titans are a horrible organization. We'll get to them later. No, the Colts are leaps and bounds ahead of, right now, the Jaguars, who probably have a better quarterback, and the Titans. I think the Colts, at the very least, there are some talented players there. It's the buy-in that's the problem.
Yeah.
The Titans have nothing.
No, I just think the Colts, it feels like they're unraveling in a way that, as this continues to unravel over the offseason, potentially getting these guys out of there who are a problem, who don't want to practice, who don't want to work hard, don't want to show up on time. Like, the 3 of the worst teams in the NFL might be in the AFC South next year. Honestly, and 2 of them already are.
This is your God-given birthright now,
Yeah.
It's like it was for the Patriots in the AFC East back in the day. That is what the AFC South is for the Texans. Shane Steichen seemed to open to the idea of Anthony Richardson being in a competition. He was asked about it. He was furiously nodding his head before saying that's a convo that Chris Ballard and I are going to have moving forward. Anthony Richardson says he isn't scared of a quarterback competition. Well, I mean, if there's a quarterback that's younger than Joe Flacco with any pulse, maybe that's a Justin Fields. Maybe that's a Russell Wilson if the Steelers move on. Like, there's Rodgers, theoretically. That would be so funny if Chris Ballard goes back to the well with a Cousins or a Rodgers with an old-ass quarterback.
Yeah.
That really would be on brand for Chris Ballard. We'll see what happens. The Colts, I think, are the clear second-best team in the AFC. I think the next question is, like, who's better between the Jaguars and the Titans, both of whom have been very messy this week.
I definitely would lean Jaguars are the better team, because the Titans, I mean, look, in the last 2 years, they fired GM, coach, GM, and now they have a coach again who seems like he's on the hot seat.
Yeah. So let's go to the Jaguars then, because I agree. I think the Jaguars are the 3rd best team in the AFC South. They fired Doug Peterson, who has the 3rd best record in Jaguars history.
That's so sad.
It is pretty sad. It's like Tom Coughlin. I think Marrone might have had some good moments, but honestly, now that I think about it, I feel like Marrone had some bad years at the end that maybe brought him back to earth. They requested most recently an interview with Brian Flores as their next head coach, someone that, per Ryan Fitzpatrick, is a bit of a dictator. They did not get rid of Trent Baalke, though, and everyone's wondering why, especially given the awkward nature of this moment. Shad Khan, owner of the Jaguars, did a Zoom meeting with Jaguars media. There is a 2-shot in this Zoom call of Shad Khan and Trent Baalke sitting next to one another, and this awkward question got asked.
So I'd actually like to go back to John's first question, Shad, back to you. I know you noted that if this head coaching candidate was to say, hey, I think the medical needs to be reevaluated, the health and wellness, if they were to say, I would like to reevaluate the front office and the general manager, what would your response be?
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, you want to do it. Okay.
So they might move on from him after all if a coach comes in that doesn't like him.
I don't know like what an assistant coach knows about like hiring a GM besides like hiring his buddy. But if it gets them out of Trent Baalke, that's a win for the Jaguars. if whoever they hire, even if it's like Kellen Moore, and he's just like, yeah, hire the assistant GM for the Eagles. Like that's a win for that franchise if it gets Trent Baalke out of there. I think what you said is probably right. I think it was yesterday where they're probably just really keeping him in place to continue to scout and move forward. But I don't know why anyone would want to work for this guy. I mean, he's fired 5 coaches in his last 2 jobs. Why would you want to work for this guy?
Yeah, especially when he continues to survive.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. I also think it's bizarre that Shad Khan sounds like that when he has the biggest mustache of all time.
Yeah.
You would think he would sound more like an evil genius or something like that. No, not quite. All right, so the absolute worst scenario in the AFC South, the Tennessee Titans. Brian Callahan at his end of season press conference said, I know I'm a good football coach, but 3-14 is embarrassing. Will Levis, I think, said at the end of that last game, I think I've done enough to show I belong in this league. They're going to explore every avenue at quarterback, but the person doing the most exploring will not be former general manager Rand Carthon, who was the subject of a hit piece. This is from Paul Kaharski. Rand Carthon is a relationship-based guy. He sold that like crazy, and Amy Adams Strunk bought it until she didn't. It served him well at times, like when he got an extension with Jeffrey Simmons. But with others, it rang hollow and wasn't enough to fill in for missing ingredients. Backslapping and laughing it up with people who like you while fencing yourself off from anyone who doesn't buy into that as a magic formula for making things happen is not a route to success. That sounds like it's coming straight from Amy Adams Strunk.
Yeah.
His critics did not view him as a grinder. One reason, he left early from Will Levis's pro day in Lexington, Kentucky. The other reason, personnel people and scouts typically eat and dive into film of the game after teams had played while on flights back home to review. But Rand Carthon often napped.
I didn't realize napping was such a problem.
Coaches don't sleep.
Yeah.
You're supposed to do bath salts and look crazy like Adam Gase at all times.
Definitely the leaving no, I think pro days are largely useless. Like the act of like watching him actually throw the
They're
football.
overblown for sure.
Yeah, but I think leaving early is a bad look, especially when the quarterback turns out the way he has, right? Like it just the perception of it is not good.
These are flimsy reasons, and this is just, I think, symptomatic of who Amy Adams Strunk is, which is as impulsive as her father was before. In fact, probably more impulsive. I think she's closer to Woody Johnson than Bud Adams.
Yeah, where she's just if things are not good, she's just gonna bail. And also, she seems to have like a guy. Like we went through the timeline where like she was, team Mike Vrabel, so she fired the GM, and then she was team Rand Carthon, so she fired Mike Vrabel. Like it seems like whoever like the new person in the building is gets her ear the most and wins the power struggle. And that's probably how Brian Callahan gets fired after next season.
Yeah,
she'll listen to the new GM.
Yeah, I wonder what GM's going to want to take this job. I think the job continues to look worse and worse by the year, and it's entirely because of the owner. But hey, they got those Houston Oilers uniforms. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's the only thing of value they have. Anyway, there you go. That's the South Side. Texans run that thing. There's a guy on the Texans who some would argue is trying to stop him from running that thing. His name is Bobby Slowick, and he took a lot of the wind out of my sails yesterday, of which there is very little when it comes to Texans and Chargers. On Saturday, you'll hear some of what he had to say next. Stay put.
Obviously, your focus is on the playoff game, but will you have time to meet virtually with the Jets?
I have no idea. That's not even allowed this week, so that's far from anywhere on my radar.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
It's okay. They'll do it next week.
That's Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. Joe, you say that as if the Texans are going to lose on Saturday because
he can interview no matter what next week.
I don't want that to happen. I don't want him distracted before a better opponent than the Los Angeles Chargers.
Ah, good point.
See,
it's a good point. But if he's really head coach material, he's not. Doing interviews the week of a game
they
should be okay.
They don't have to know that. They don't have to.
If you want Bobby Slowick gone, I think the Texans have to win on Saturday. Don't right?
They have to go on a deep run.
Don't they at least have to win on Saturday against the Chargers and score like 4 touchdowns?
They have to go to the conference championship game.
Like if they don't score offensively in this game, there's no chance Bobby Slowick's gone.
And well, if they don't score, then maybe he gets fired. Like if they have a disastrous outing, he theoretically could get caught. Look, everyone's out on him. I feel for him to a degree because the players do have to execute, but all season long, his offense has seemed needlessly complicated, or it's just something that his players cannot grasp. Whatever the case, the Jets have requested an interview with him, but they've also requested interviews with at least 15, perhaps more, other potential head coaches. I guess the news in the NFL this hour is that the Raiders have also fired their general manager. We'll see if the Raiders make a phone call for Nick Caserio, as we discussed in the break. But it seems like the only person that is perhaps going to be poached from the Texans coaching staff after this year was Slowick, given he's the only one that's gotten an interview request. None for Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach, quite yet. Slowick was asked about the struggles of the Texans offense, and he is of the belief that they just need to get hot because they're capable of it.
We got to do everything we can to start to get hot, and that's really all it takes is if you get hot as an offense, especially around this time of year, that's a really good thing for your team and your organization. And I would say probably this year, generally, like I think last year we probably had a few hot streaks in there. I feel like this year we didn't have as many hot streaks and strides that we hit for multiple games as an offense this year. And that's really been our intent. Like how on the details can we be as we go through every single one of these practices and weeks so that we can kind of start a spark.
I mean, I don't think they had any hot streaks this year, to clarify. Did they have any?
Yeah.
First half against the Lions?
That's not a streak.
First drive, there was a streak of plays against the Tennessee Titans. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Find the spark. Feeling hot, hot, hot. What? You guys have never heard the famous song by Buster Poindexter?
No, I've heard it.
Yeah. No.
And I think that's a great rendition of it.
Me mind on fire. Me soul on fire. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Bobby Slowick?
Longest streak of the season, probably the Patriots game into the first half of the Packers game.
I was gonna say it has to be sandwiched between a team playing against a bad team and then the first half of the next game.
Yeah. They scored 19 points in the first half of the Packers game. So
feeling
of their 22 points.
Now, a lot of those were field goals, I think, but hot.
Only 2. There was 2 Joe Mixon rushing touchdowns in the first half. He rushed for 115 yards in that game. So, what were they, Paul?
Hot, hot, hot.
That's like 50 points in 6 quarters.
Yeah. That's their streak. That's the streak of the season. So they just got to do that again.
We go rum bum bum bum. Yeah, we go rum bum bum. Hot, hot, hot. Actual lyrics to this song. I'm way better than Buster Poindexter. How did this bastard get a hit single out of this?
I think we need like karaoke for Paul. Like, I think that should be one of your karaoke songs when you go out.
No.
I just want to see see it happen.
That song is beneath me. But Bobby Slowick thinks it's potential for them to get hot, hot, hot. We'll see. I'm a little skeptical. I don't know what streaks he's talking about. I think we all feel the same way. This is better than him saying football is football, but
Not by a lot.
No, it is by a lot. That was the worst thing I've ever heard this year.
When you get hot, which we haven't done all year.
But hey, you never know.
You never know.
Because football is football.
Football is football. 0-0. The playoffs are the playoffs.
The playoffs are the playoffs.
Ole, 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 ole. Feeling hot, hot, hot. The offense is not feeling hot. But I guess, okay, listen, maybe they carry what they did the first drive. I guess the Titans into it, minus the delay of game.
Now, okay, so if they score on the first drive of the Chargers game,
That's a streak.
Is that a streak?
That's a streak.
One
That's two
drive
straight
into one drive. 2 drives in a row is a streak?
Yeah.
Low bar.
It's a very low
Low bar.
Yeah.
More from Bobby Slowick at yesterday's press conference. At one point in this press conference, he talked about the Texans' offensive identity, and he gave a weird answer where he said, well, it's what we put on tape. He was asked to clarify what that means, because on tape this year, it's been frustrating to watch. Here is Bobby Slowick clarifying.
What people say outside of this building really, like, that's not really something we hone in on, focus on. We're very much self-reflection type unit and really self-inspired. And that's how we go. That's how we go about everything, you know? So we know what this week means to us. We know the challenge we have in front of us is one heck of a defense. I mean, they're number 1 in points. They're top 5 in like every good situational statistic that there is. You know, we got a challenge, but you know, through the course of the year, we've had many challenges that we've risen to. We're extremely explosive. Like I've said that really, if there's one thing we hang our hat on without a doubt, like we got playmakers out there that can take a ball and go 20 yards any given play. And you know, we got to clean up the in-betweens. It's been that way really all season. We know that. And, you know, we'll keep pressing forward in that regard.
It's good they know that, seeing as Bobby along the way there said that they're self-reflective, but the explosive plays keep on getting called back by some of those things that they haven't cleaned up. That's been a problem. Like they've had good plays, and then Laramie Tunsil downfield, Laramie Tunsil illegal formation, a lot of that.
Yeah, Titus Howard holding or Juice Scruggs holding a lot of times this year. Yeah, this is where there's focus that much on the outside noise part of the question. Like they clearly hear it.
Oh,
because he was asked to clarify about the identity of the offense. Because his first answer basically sounds like he's like, we're bad, because that's what the tape shows. So I think that's why they asked for a clarification.
It's a very political way to say we're bad.
Yeah,
we've not been up to snuff.
Yeah, I think that's why they asked for a clarification. They're like, wait, is he admitting they're not good, or is he trying to say that there's something on tape that we don't see that they supposedly do?
Something in the way. Ooh. Yeah, what is it? Oh, it's themselves. This very self-reflective team. This is what's frustrating. Leading up to this game, I'm just looking for any little sparks, much like Bobby Slowick is looking for, to feel confident that a win is possible on Saturday. And this is completely against Bobby Slowick. Him opening his mouth is the best way to just completely fire extinguish me.
Yeah, a little neutering.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Snip, snip, snip.
Snip, snip. It's not great. We don't need the Texans to be snipped. We need some deep steel blue pills for the offense.
There are hard. It's hard to find them.
Yeah,
it's hard to find them.
They got recalled.
They're not hard. It's hard to find them. Yeah, it's like the Adderall shortage. Like there's a sildenafil or whatever it's called shortage.
Yeah, he does nothing to inspire me. I tell you what, Bobby Slowick, if you ever gets a head coaching job, prediction, won't win the opening press conference. The panic that will arise after that press conference will be heightened in whatever market it is. People will be freaking out. Not to the Adam Gase level freak out, but they will watch Bobby Slowick in his first press conference and go, "What did our franchise?"
Because they will look at him and say, "Is he 25?"
Yeah,
he does look young. I mean, he's what, my age? Am I older than him?
I don't know.
That's a good
I
question.
don't know. I mean, at least you don't go by Paulie Gallant. I think that also.
Yeah. What if he was Robert Slowick?
He's 37.
Rob Slowick.
Okay.
I think to be taken more seriously at some point, you have to go by Robert.
Or I'll even settle for Bob Slowick. Bob Slowick, I feel like this team would run the ball more consistently.
What if he changed his name like Buster Poindexter, the
he
artist who
changed
made
his name?
Hot, Hot, Hot? What if he's Buster Slowick?
Even worse. He is fired. He got fired after the Jets game.
Do you guys know his dad's a coach?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
And
Yeah.
His dad's name is Robert, right?
He goes by Bob.
Yeah.
Because he's from the Green Bay area,
Yeah.
and he used to walk to and from Lambeau Field from his house.
Bob Slowick, current defensive coordinator for the Calgary Stampeders.
Oh, wow.
So
CFL, baby.
Yeah.
maybe he'll work for his dad next year.
He could be the head coach of the CFL.
Oh,
Calgary Stampeders
it's like
request
the
Bobby
Callahans.
Slowick.
It's like the Brian and
It's
Bill
the
Callahan.
opposite.
What about the Calgary Rough Riders? Oh wait, that's the Saskatchewan Rough Riders.
Yeah.
And the Ottawa Rough Riders. I think like 6. There's like 6 CFL teams, and I think 2 of them are called the Rough Riders.
That seems like a problem.
I like it. I think
It
they
seems confusing.
Rough Riders, Argonauts. That's all I got. Instead of
bow,
AFC.
bow down, bow, bow, bow down, bow, bow, bow down, bow. Hey, that's how Rough Riders play.
Instead of AFC, NFC, it's Rough Riders versus Argonauts.
Anyway, yeah, Bobby Slowick, everybody. Hopefully Saturday they find that spark. Hopefully Saturday they
Just get hot.
hot. Yeah.
That's all they got to do.
Hell yeah, dude.
For 4 quarters, get hot.
It may be cold outside, but it's heating up when the Texans are on offense in NRG Stadium.
I think it was Landry complaining about how cold it is inside NRG today. So maybe it'll be cold this weekend.
Landry hates the cold weather. It's so soft.
You're inside.
So soft.
It can't be that cold.
I don't
we
get
need
it.
Dyken to fix the NRG.
Football needs to be played indoors. Good God, everybody. Anyway, some comments about my singing. Sorry, I can't help it. I'm a little Metro boy.
What are people upset about?
You did Rough Riders.
Black Bassmaster says reminds me of Michael Scott. Yeah,
I was thinking. I was like, oh, that's where I've heard this song before.
I see that. Coming up next, we continue our countdown to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting. What's the latest with Alex Bregman? Plus, the Astros did make a couple of arbitration moves official today. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
A text from the 409. I respect this man's confidence. Texans Chargers Saturday, NRG Stadium. Joe's going to be there as a fan, wearing his Texans hat, not his Notre Dame hat, which he forgot today.
Maybe I'll wear the Texans hat. If Notre Dame wins today, should I wear the Notre Dame hat to the Texans game? Just kind of keep the same thing going, opposites.
Do what you feel is best.
I'm just representing Blake Fisher.
Okay, man.
And Jared Patterson. Sean, I can't hear you.
That's fun. We're all judging you.
Sorry, I made a mistake.
Yeah, you did.
I made a mistake.
You
That's
did.
all right.
Sean, did you have a zany one-liner? Because, we couldn't hear you for a second.
Oh, no, I said you'll be honoring Nick Martin. Texans legend.
Gone but not forgotten.
Yeah. Look, Will Fuller.
A lot of gold.
Let's just focus on currently the 2/5 of the offensive
Is
line.
Tim Siddle a Notre Damer too?
Heinisch is.
Kurt Heinisch.
Kurt Heinisch.
Yeah.
He has a brother on
Yeah,
the team.
Donovan's on Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll be
dude.
playing for Notre Dame tonight.
Okay. You know what? Sure, if they win tomorrow, bring some Irish magic in there.
Yeah.
But I will be there as well. And this texter, very confident, the 409, Texans win 20-17. He says that he wants us collectively to suck his, no, not that, his, can I, actually, I don't know if I can say this.
Probably not. It's technically graphic.
He wants us to suck something, but it's not that.
Yeah. It's
He wants us to, he's like halfway, you know how Bart Simpson says, eat my shorts? He's halfway between eat my shorts and Esma D, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Anyway.
Also pass.
He says they're going to win 20-17, though. I'm not passing on that.
20-17 is like a 45-yard Kaimi Fairbairn field goal to win it. Like,
Well, who better to kick it?
This isn't 45-0.
Yeah.
Like, you don't think that they're gonna smoke them.
If they win by 3 points, good. Like,
A win is a win.
a win is a win. Football is football.
Yeah, I'm not sucking
Playoffs is
anything
playoffs.
after a 3-point win.
I probably wouldn't either. Anyway, guys, we are 34. We are Nolan Ryan days away from the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. Gimme that bone. So they settled an arbitration with Mauricio Dubon, $5 million to avoid arbitration. Luis Garcia, coming off of Tommy John, $1.875 million. They also reached a deal with Isaac Paredes, who they just traded for, $6.625 million to avoid arbitration. They have other eligible players: Framber Valdez, Chaz McCormick, Jake Myers, Jeremy Pena, and Brian Abreu.
Actually, it looks
Myers
like
has been settled with. Okay.
Yeah. Myers,
And
Abreu, and Chaz.
Okay.
So it's just Pena and Fromber, which that makes sense.
Okay.
Why they wouldn't settle with them. And it's not, I mean, they could still technically do it, but
Chaz 3.4, Myers 2.3, Abreu 3.45.
what a steal, Brian Abreu. $3 million.
That's pretty good.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good. I don't
Pretty
understand
good,
how
bootlicker.
arbitration is.
Keep licking that Jim Crane boot, huh?
Yeah.
Let Alex Bregman go.
I mean, that's a Scott Boras problem, not a Jim Crane
Suppressing
problem.
wages.
That's Scott Boras' fault.
Look at all these cheap players that we have that aren't named Alex Bregman.
Do you see that they signed Framber Valdez and Luis Garcia for a ham sandwich out of the Dominican? You're like, good.
Yeah.
Keep them like that.
Yeah. Luis Garcia, $1.8 million in arbitration. Good. Keep him cheap.
Can't be 2.1. Nuh-uh.
No,
What are we doing?
1.8.
What are we doing?
That's all you get.
Having multiple potential starting outfielders that cost less than like $7 million combined, $8 million combined.
Seems bad.
It's very Oakland A's-esque. That's all I'm saying. By the way, the A's are spending money. But there you go. That's what the Astros have done today. Alex Bregman still unsigned. The Red Sox and Tigers have held meetings with him. Per John Heyman, they're the most likely landing spots because Alex Cora and AJ Hinch, respectively, really want him.
Yeah, and then there's an interesting report about Nolan Arenado that if he's going to be traded, Boston's pretty much it. So maybe
Okay.
Boston's trying to see if they can get Arenado first on a cheaper deal before they go for Bregman, but he's just sitting out there, just waiting.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what he eventually signs for. The longer this takes, the more I think it's going to happen at earliest, like the day before spring training.
Yeah, he's going to be signing with maybe a team that has like spring training in Arizona. So he doesn't have to go very far from home.
Mariners? Uh-oh. Just kidding. They don't spend money.
Gosh, it would make so much sense.
I was going to say, I think we said this one of the days you're out, Paul, or maybe it was a day Joe was out. But I just pulled up the Mariners roster. It's like, oh my God, do they need a third baseman?
Yeah.
It would make so much sense for them to swoop in for Bregman. And we all know they're not going to do it.
They won't do it. A bunch of cheapos over there. So, are they sniffing? Are they sniffing around on anyone? Supposedly, they are checking Alex Verdugo, who played for the Yankees this past season. Verdugo had a stretch this year where he was sidelined due to an allergy. Apparently, his batting gloves have cobalt and chromate in them. He has been having issues with his skin and issues in his hands going back to 2021. After figuring out that these batting gloves weren't good, though, he had a career low 606 OPS the second half of the season. So it's not like the change in batting gloves made things better. In fact, he might have been worse after playing without gloves that he's allergic to.
I thought this was swinging around to he had a 900 OPS.
I was hoping that would be the case when I saw that. And then I looked this up and was like, damn, so he was the worst he's ever been when he wasn't wearing gloves that he was allergic to.
Then maybe that's why he needs to be a Houston Astro, so he can come to Houston. And, we're greats who don't need gloves like Moises Alou played. Because he just pee on his hands. And then instead of using gloves, it solves all of his problems.
I thought you were going to say because our barber surgeons that are running the medical team here.
No, just take after Moises Alou.
Yeah, sure. Suck it up with the cobalt and chromate. Who cares?
I'd be fine with this signing. This is it's the kind of player that
I don't think they have the money to do it, though. Like, this is what it always gets back to.
Yeah.
Like, sure, I take him. I think he's better than all the Astros outfielders combined at this point. Like, Mauricio Dubon's your best outfielder right now.
There's not a outfielder that I've heard of and that played for most of last season that if you said the Astros are thinking about this guy, what do you think? That I wouldn't go, sure, bring him in. Like, can he stand in the outfield and is he decent?
Can he stand? Well, Jordan can stand. He'll just get hurt if he stands.
Can he
out
consistently stand in the outfield?
No. I do feel like this is lending itself towards you're going to see Jordan in the outfield, even though they said they're not going to put him back in the outfield.
Caratini's going to be your DH.
Yeah.
And Jordan's going to be left.
Yeah, you're kind of forced to in this spot. Although on YouTube, at Nathan Tope suggests at ESPN Houston, you want to watch us on that. Sign Bregman, make him play right field.
I'm not going to shoot it
This
down.
is the problem is like this
What
is
about
not a terrible idea given what you
What
have.
about Altuve in left field and Bregman at second?
Bregman said he would move to second.
Altuve's not the best fielder at second base.
I feel like left field would be easier, though.
I don't know. What if he runs into the wall and he's out?
That's true. That's true.
I don't know. I'm a little more protective with Altuve these days as he gets up there in age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or could Paredes play left field?
Biggio played outfield.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, Christian Walker definitely can't play outfield.
Yeah, I don't think so either. We do have some news on the Astros getting hitched front. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to pause for a moment. If you are a single lady in the city of Houston, Texas, I'm very sorry for you right now. Very sorry. Because Jeremy Pena has hard launched a relationship, and he has hard launched a relationship with a women's soccer player, NWSL Chicago Red Stars midfielder Julia Grosso. She's very attractive. She's an athlete, strong, powerful, independent woman.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, all those people at the Astros World Series parade in 2022, all you people who were screaming, "Have my babies, Jeremy, have your way with me," all of you people, sadly, he is no longer single, and your cries clearly were not loud enough.
Yeah, they tried. They tried. They tried to get their man, but honestly, I didn't even know he was single. I thought he was still in a relationship with the last chick.
Damn.
But you know what? This is what happens with Houston athletes. They find love with women from the Red Stars, like JJ Watt.
JJ Watt, Kelly Ohai.
Jeremy Pena.
Although Ohai was with the Dash
I think,
when they got together. Yes.
That would have been very funny, though, if it was just this one soccer team. These guys love them. Not even the soccer team in town.
Congrats to Jeremy.
Congrats to Jeremy.
Sorry
launching that relationship hard.
Sorry to Sam, our social media person. She was really upset.
Really?
I texted her. I said, "I'm so sorry for your loss,"
Mm-hmm.
and she just said, "I'm gonna need some time to think about this." So,
who becomes the most eligible sports bachelor in Houston after that?
CJ?
Paul?
Well, I appreciate that, Sean, but that's not true.
Amen Thompson?
He's tall. Yeah. He's definitely the tallest.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Jalen Green's still available. I'm not really sure.
No, he's
what?
He's graduating to fatherhood, man.
Yeah, and stepfatherhood.
Yeah, but with his 22-year-old stepson. I don't know if they're in a relationship. It's not clear if there's just if there's a boyfriend girlfriend fiance thing, or just like a baby mama basketball player.
That's how young people, how 22-year-olds are.
And like 40-year-old women. Yeah,
they don't want to put they don't want to put labels on it. These 22-year-olds.
Remember, she's older than Paul and I.
And 41. Yeah, that is a crazy way to think about it.
She's older than both.
She's older than both of you, and Jaden Green is way younger.
Would
than
be
me.
age appropriate for me though. Would be age appropriate
for sure.
Drea,
yeah.
Drea. Once you figure out your financial situation.
Yeah, hey, Paul's not gonna be able to help you get out of that Tyrod Taylor.
Someone's got a condo though.
Well, I do have a. Oh shoot, she could take my condo, couldn't she? Damn, I was trying to think like, could I get money from her? Because I'm the deadbeat. I'm probably the deadbeat.
Do you got room for a 22-year-old? You want to be playing Madden with your stepson?
I don't want to change my office to be a nursery. Sorry.
No, 22. Oh yeah, Jalen's. Yeah, I was gonna say a 22-year-old stepson though. I think that's Paul's alley, right? That's right up Paul's.
That would be weird.
You could take him drinking.
That would be kind of fun.
That's true. That is
just
true.
Got a friend.
Yeah.
You got a friend in me. 713-780-3776. Phil has a question, wondering if there's any Astros trade targets. Phil, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. So you guys are talking about free agents, and I just don't think that's as realistic, and here's why. Really, all they're needing is a stopgap for 1 to 2 years, waiting on Cam Smith and Jacob Melton and, a couple of these other guys from the farm that may emerge. And so the way I look at it is, if they start targeting arbitration guys from small market clubs, whether it's Miami or Cincinnati, they could find a guy that is a salary dump by the other team that maybe costs us a couple of prospects in low A we've never heard of that they're okay parting with, regardless of trying to rebuild the system. But really, it's just a salary dump by the other team where we're getting a guy making $8 million on arbitration for 1 to 2 years from free agency. And that maybe open up some more possibilities than what's left on the free agent market, where you're getting guys taking a prove-it deal to try to get a big payday a year from now.
I like that.
So just didn't know if there's any names you guys had thought of on that front.
Off the top of my head, Phil, and appreciate, first off, just the creativity, because they're in a spot because of their fear of going over the luxury tax where, I don't know who they can really sign. The salary dump, and I wish I got to clarify with him what he meant by that. Like, does he mean the Astros
from the other team
taking on salary?
Yeah, not just taking on any player, but like the Marlins don't want to pay someone $8 million because they're a cheap organization.
Mm-hmm.
So the Astros pay him $8 million.
Okay, again though, that's that you go over the luxury tax. Like the big problem is they want to move Presley so that they have a little more wiggle room, and they're not going to be able to do that probably without paying money. And you almost wonder too, are they gonna have to give up a prospect or something like that to move Presley?
Yeah,
that's the problem. They don't have any prospects right now. He mentioned Jacob Belton. He missed Bryce Matthews there. Like there's a couple of guys that you need to keep around. I don't think much more is going to happen, barring pulling off a Ryan Presley trade the rest of this offseason. And I think they might be sniffing certain players, but like they're going to be waiting for something to change that I just don't think is going to, because Ryan Presley, who's from here, has no reason to waive his no trade clause.
Yeah, I think the only way they're going over the luxury tax is if you get a Josh Hader level player. Like, unless
a big
it's
splashy move.
A big splashy move is the only way I think Jim Crane goes over.
Bregman?
So, like, and I don't think Santander moves the needle enough to where, like, it makes Jim Crane want to do that. That's why I think if you're going to trade Tucker, you should have just traded Fromber, because if you're going to not re-sign him, like, he's going to get $20 million on the open market next year. You're not giving Fromber that, so Fromber's going to walk, just like Bregman and Correa and all these guys. So if you're going to trade Tucker, you might as well just trade Fromber, in which you can then get a bullpen arm and a big time outfielder and solve your problems. But I just don't know. That seems almost impossible to happen.
I'm with you
at this point.
Appreciate the attempt at creativity, Phil. I don't know what they do though. I really think they're stuck in this current spot. He's Joe and Paul. Sean's behind the glasses. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Quick 10-minute drill coming up next. Who's under the most pressure in the NFL this first weekend of the playoffs? What used to be called Super Wild Card Weekend. Now it's just Wild Card Weekend. We'll discuss. You have an answer for that. Chime in. Stay put. 2 days away from Wild Card Weekend in the NFL. Question for the class. Who is under the most pressure this weekend? I'll start first. Lamar Jackson. First off, somehow the Ravens are, I think, 9-point favorites over the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. And Lamar Jackson, in his career against Pittsburgh, is 3-5. He's had one of the best seasons ever for a quarterback, but the playoff no-shows that happen so often, they are a thing. No one is under more pressure than Lamar Jackson Saturday night on Amazon Prime.
And unfortunately, they just ruled out Zay Flowers.
Ooh.
So that's going to make things a little more challenging for Baltimore. And look, they're always like a weird cast of characters. It feels like a wide receiver. Rashad Bateman has had some good moments this year. And you have
Isaiah Likely, who stepped up. Then Mark Andrews steps up down the stretch when he looked like he was a husk at the beginning of the year. Yeah.
Like, you have Derrick Henry for a reason. Like, it's almost, there's no excuse at this point to not advance. You can't lose to the Steelers in the first round. I'll include Josh Allen in that mix too, as right alongside Lamar. I mean, this is a guy who, those are your top 2 MVP choices. Like, I don't know who's going to win it this year, but it would be brutal to lose to the Denver Broncos in the first round of the playoffs, no matter what the weather conditions are. I don't know what it's going to be like in Buffalo this weekend. It's snowing in Dallas, so I'm assuming it's going to be snowing in Buffalo.
Probably chilly up there. Yeah.
Just, guessing. But I would throw Josh Allen right there with Lamar Jackson. I think you're right. Lamar's number
I don't know,
one.
though, man. Allen's never stunk in a playoff game outside of that time against the Houston Texans where he's throwing it in triple coverage to a fullback and lateraling it randomly downfield. Like, he's lost to the Chiefs in ways where it wasn't his fault. Like, he's the reason they stuck in those games.
And I feel like if you want to make the Allen case, the pressure wouldn't start until next week. Either
That's fair.
playing, if we're penciling in the Ravens, or playing, well, they can't play the Chiefs next week, so playing the Texans. Then the pressure's on, buddy. But I think it's more Allen. Allen is more pressure against the upper echelon, where Lamar still just kind of needs to put good playoff games under his belt. He's a lot like Peyton Manning in that one specific, probably maybe the only way that they're super similar is the MVPs, and then not just struggles in the playoffs, not just like losing to a good team in the playoffs, but looking bad while you do it.
I don't think there's anyone in the NFC that has a lot of pressure on them this weekend. Like,
I was thinking maybe Sam Darnold.
I mean, yeah, personal pressure.
Yeah, that's it. Just financial
Especially
pressure.
after last week where he was pretty terrible against Detroit. Like,
that was the game that we thought we were going to get in October with Sam Darnold, where we're like, party's over for this guy. And credit to him, it happened week 18. But maybe if he has another absolute stinker like that,
he might lose $30 million.
Maybe not 30, but he won't be getting 40 or 45. He'll be in the Baker Mayfield range more than, getting over that.
Yeah. Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni, maybe more Sirianni.
Pressure to get out of concussion
more
protocol.
than Jalen.
Oh.
Yeah, that too. I mean, they've been to a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts. I think it's more on Sirianni than Hurts.
Yeah, I would say Sirianni. Yeah, it would be a coach situation. I mean, maybe Sean McDermott more for the whole playoffs than Josh Allen.
If the Bills look bad, yes. If they look sloppy, yeah, I could see that happening.
It's just it's Lamar by such a wide margin.
It really is. I think it's easy to point to Lamar.
LaFleur? Matt LaFleur, maybe?
Yeah, he's finally back in again, and this time it looks a little more open in the NFC than in years past.
And I know that the Packers fans weren't like super enthused with LaFleur this year, because I think they lost to. Did they lose to every NFC North team?
They lost all the big games, I think. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, they went like 1-5, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They got swept by the Bears, huh?
No, they
split against the Bears, but I think they got swept.
They blocked a game-winning field goal to beat.
They
the Bears.
almost got
That's it.
swept.
You're right.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're like almost 2-4.
But I would say, I mean, you look at what's happened since 2020. Yeah, they beat the Rams in the first round of the playoffs, and they lost to Tom Brady.
Mhm.
The next year in the first round of the playoffs, they lost to the 49ers. Then they missed the playoffs. Last year, they beat the Cowboys in the first week, and then they lost to the 49ers.
Yeah.
So I think they're kind of like in the Buffalo territory, where at least Philly's respectable, But yeah, no. So I guess there is pressure to beat Philly. Because if you don't beat Philly, then you're not winning your big games.
And there's no Rodgers to blame it on anymore either, because Rodgers like, nah, I don't like it. We're 28-4 the last 2 years.
He was kind of the bad guy. Like there's the good cop get bad cop aspect where Rodgers was comfortable being the bad cop in that. Where now it's like, all right, LaFleur, let's actually do something here.
It is interesting because people were blaming LaFleur right away too, but it was like he looks like he's 32 with his very, 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 very manicured scruff.
Yeah.
Paul Gallant adjacent. Like, I can't hate. I do the same thing.
His is even more manicured than yours, I'd say.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, you're more grizzled than
hell yeah, dude.
Green Bay football.
I look
coach,
like a man.
Matt LaFleur.
I have a Levi denim jacket. I really do, actually. Wore it to work today. All right. Joe, I need to play some audio for you. I hope you've heard it before.
I haven't heard it yet.
Okay.
I read it, but I haven't heard it.
I was listening to a podcast, and I hoped that this didn't actually happen. This is Bears general manager Ryan Poles being asked a toughy question.
His entire rookie season was subjected to disruption and stress. What
Can you explain the disruption, the stress part?
coordinator got fired? His head coach got fired. A lot of turmoil throughout the course of his rookie season. What went wrong with your plan?
Yeah. Obviously, there's some things when there's a staff in place. When we went through the interview cycle with Shane, there's
yeah, man. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe he'll be out after the draft too.
I hope so, but I don't think so. Unfortunately, I think
that's grounds for firing right there.
Yeah.
You're asking for clarity on
what went wrong.
What went wrong? Like,
Well, you fired the
your
OC
version
head
of like the
coach.
Bears version of Jack Easterby ruined the franchise the last 4 years. There's a guy named Terrence Armstrong. He won a Super Bowl with the Bears in 1985.
Okay.
He's the agent of Ryan Poles, Matt Eberflus, and Shane Waldron. He has the ear of ownership because he's on the 85 Bears. He's running the Bears. He was nearly the president of the organization until they hired this bum, Kevin Warren, who tried to kill football.
Tried to kill football?
Remember? He's
In
the guy.
COVID.
He shut down the Big Ten until Justin Fields and Jim Harbaugh signed a petition. He was the Big Ten commissioner, a guy who stopped football being played.
I didn't know that.
It's running the Bears now.
Damn, I'm sorry.
I think they're going to hire Ben Johnson, so I'll feel better. I think they're going to pull it off somehow. But I also think there's a chance he might get a contract extension, which doesn't make me feel too much better.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, the Patriots also had a very long piece in The Athletic detailing how bad Gerard Mayo was, but he's gone now. So.
At least they fired him.
Yeah.
Think about.
Yeah.
I mean, think about what's like just for a second here. So I apologize.
No, go
like
ahead.
what has happened? Okay?
Vent.
Shane Waldron got fired at less than a year into his job. Luke Getsy, their previous offensive coordinator, was fired by the Bears and the Raiders in the same calendar year.
Happens. It happens.
Matt Eberflus also had to fire his defensive coordinator and his running back coach last season because of FBI allegations and HR violations.
FBI.
Remember when the FBI raided the house?
Yes.
And we never
remember that?
Never found out why, right?
Never found out
never
why.
got any more details.
Huh.
All we got was a 5-word statement. This person is no longer with the organization. That's all it was. We still don't know why. They're a dumpster fire, man.
He could do better hiring assistants. Eberflus, I would say.
Yeah. Also, get a new HR company. HR&P. Background checks. They're important.
They've been interviewing a lot of people. You think they're going to interview Matt Eberflus? Shane Waldron?
No.
Maybe Shane Waldron's CEO.
Yeah, their list is up to their list is up to 17 requests.
I'm trolling.
Matt Campbell of Iowa State, their latest.
Ooh.
Yeah, I saw that one. I was like, okay, guys, let's
it's so many people.
I was listening to the Athletic Football Show, and Robert Mays, I know, is a Bears fan.
Yeah.
And Robert Mays was saying, I think it's really good to be interviewing all these people. And I thought to myself, this is too many. There's a certain point where you're getting too many ideas.
It feels like 8 to 12. Good. That's a good amount where this is like, you're just interviewing people to interview people.
Yeah. To make it seem like you're doing a thorough
It's
job.
fake hustle. That's what it is. It's fake hustle from Ryan.
And it's all virtual.
Do you think? Oh, it is all virtual.
It is all virtual. I thought some of it was in person. No, they did all virtual.
Do you think that Ryan Poles is doing this to keep his calendar so busy that he can't have a meeting with the Bears to get fired?
I like it.
That he is like,
Yeah.
sorry, I can't fit this in. I'm interviewing 17 coaches.
It would be funny if that were the case. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to keep him around until best case scenario after the draft. Because if anyone, I mean, I know the Raiders fired their GM today, and it's kind of weird they waited a couple of days to do it. But if you're going to make a move, you make the move now so that you can bring somebody in and have as much time to ramp up to the draft as possible, or you just do what you got to do with this draft class using the scouts that you currently have on staff, and you move on.
Yeah,
it's a tricky place to be.
It is.
Maybe you, and this now I sound like middle management. Maybe you fire Ryan Poles, but keep all the scouts until the draft, and then after the draft,
but then who makes the picks? The coach?
Fire all the scouts. Your new GM.
Yeah, that's true.
You fire Ryan Poles, hire a new GM. He keeps on those scouts, and then after the draft, fire the scouts.
Yeah, because I think their assistant GM, Ian Cunningham, he's interviewing for the Titans job. I think he's gonna get it. He was one of the finalists 2 years ago.
Wait, so the Bears assistant GM?
Yeah, I think
he's gonna get a head coaching job.
No, the GM job.
No, he's gonna get a promotion.
Yeah.
The guy under Ryan Poles.
He almost got the Titans job 2 years ago.
Nice.
Okay.
He can just say everything that went wrong. It's not my fault.
I was telling Ryan Poles.
Like, that's not the guy to take.
Shane Waldron's a dummy. Have you thought about some offensive linemen, Ryan Poles?
All right, Joe, you got that Bears stuff out of your system?
Oh, yeah. We can move on.
Cool. Rockets, baby. Basketball. It's going to be all we talk about if the Texans lose on Saturday. The Rockets have a 5-game road winning streak. They play the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. It'll be the third straight start for Amen Thompson. Tari Eason doubtful to play tonight, but he was participating in shoot-around for whatever that is worth. What are you looking to see tonight from the Rockets? I'm hoping that we continue to see Amen Thompson get double-doubles.
Yeah,
please.
If we could keep that up, that'd be nice.
I know that that's a dumb thing to look for, but like Jalen Green consistency, whatever. Alperen Şengün and Green playing together well, I'd like to see that too. But the Amen Thompson show, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, see, I wonder like if there's going to be, we'll have to start to connect the dots so it's Jalen Green and Amen Thompson. If the better Amen Thompson's playing like this, if Jalen Green continues to play this consistently, like is that the correlation that these two guys work well together? The spacing more for Jalen Green. It's a better system.
That's what
when
happened
he's out there.
Yeah, that's what happened in March. I mean, Thompson played a lot more last March, and that's when Jalen Green. I mean, that's the famous
scorched earth. Yeah,
the famous Jalen Green, March 2024. That it probably is talked about more than any month in Rockets basketball since I don't even know when. The win streak in 2008.
What about Jabari Smith's 2023?
Jabari Smith was good.
And then Jalen Green's 2022.
When you said...
Don't forget Jabari Smith's Summer League.
The Summer League.
That's true, too.
When you said that Tari Eason participated in shoot-around, I hope tonight that I don't get a update that Jabari Smith has broken a bone at shoot-around. That'd be nice. If we can have guys participate in shoot-arounds and not break their hands for some reason.
We don't have any clarification on that, right? It's still like how it happened.
Not that I've seen.
No
foul or something.
It happened in a shoot-around, though. We do know that
he broke his hand in a shoot-around.
Definitely Cam Whitmore, maybe the most interesting player on the Rockets.
That's true. And so it's interesting to talk about Cam Whitmore. Supposedly, he had a bad attitude during the Rockets' latest game Tuesday against the Wizards. It came in. 18 minutes, 17 points. He played well, but supposedly he wasn't getting along with his teammates. Big Sarge Sports, who is regularly around the Houston Rockets, claims that Jalen Green posting a video of Cam Whitmore to his Instagram story yesterday was an endorsement of Whitmore, and that perhaps things aren't as bad behind the scenes as some of us watching online who are probably reading a little bit too much into it were saying about Whitmore. And I can buy that. Like, Whitmore just strikes me as a supremely intense dude, which I love. I like it. You do have to find a way to hone it in, but he played well on Tuesday. I can understand being a little frustrated about not getting back into a game where you're playing the Wizards and they suck and you want to get more minutes because the Wizards are garbage.
Yeah, I think Sarge is right about this one. Like, it's especially like Jalen is one to when there's been negative things that have been going on, conversations about the Rockets. Like, he does go to Instagram to post cryptic messages to that we interpret as like, oh, he hears what we're saying. Like, he clearly knows what the media is saying. They're very locked in amongst all the teams about like the conversations that are happening around them on social media. So I think it is a little bit of a statement, but also still at the same time, like Cam still seems to have very bad body language when he's having good performances. And specifically, my guess is the lip reading thing is what they're responding to.
Yeah,
I think that was a large leap by a lot of people.
I think that
it's always dicey lip reading.
And even the leap to like Cam Whitmore is upset about his playing time, therefore he must hate Jalen Green. Where it's like it's not always that 1, 2, 3 of a connection of like, oh, they hate like he's the guy ahead of him in the depth chart, therefore he's upset about it. Like that might not be the full scope. He might be upset at the coaches for not playing. Like there's a lot of ways that this emotion can be, fired towards. Until Ime Udoka starts sounding pissed off about this, I'm not really gonna take it that seriously. I would love it. I love him for him to have better body language. But Ime Udoka, when he came out after the press conference last week, and was just like, I have no problem with anything that he said. I was like, okay, I don't think this is that big of a deal. If Ime Udoka changes his tone talking about this, then I'll start to think that we have a serious problem.
If Whitmore was a problem, Udoka would light him up. Like Udoka lights up Şengün and Green from time to time.
He was lighting up the Boston Celtics. He was lighting up like Marcus Smart and Jaylen Brown.
Exactly.
When he was the coach of that team. So.
He's not afraid to say exactly what's happening and to call it out. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. The Texans play the Chargers on Saturday. I feel a little bit better about the matchup. Again, I was at rock bottom last week. Excuse me. Yeah, I've been at rock bottom since Christmas, but I'm a little bit better than where I was on Christmas, which again, it's pretty damn low. How do they match up against the Chargers? Is this really what Vegas is saying it is? A miracle if the Texans win in their own backyard. We will continue that discussion. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
2025 is here. Let's talk about O Athletic. OAthletic.com, O Athletic on Instagram, the best place to start losing weight for you, or whatever your goals are physically in 2025. You want to put on muscle, you want to lose weight, you can do it at O Athletic. You can sign up for a personal trainer, participate in one of their over 100 classes they offer during the week, whether it's the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or the agility training, weightlifting training. All of it is there. You can check it out at OAthletic.com. 2025 is here. Start working on your goals. Come hit your New Year's resolutions at O Athletic.
Big game for the Rockets tonight and a big college football playoff game tonight. Rockets 1.5-point favorites on the road against the Grizzlies, with a lead in the Southwest Division by half a game. And Penn State, Notre Dame 1-point favorite as they play that game in Miami for the Orange Bowl and a chance to play in the national championship. But we've been spending a lot of time this week talking about the Texans, the Chargers. Saturday, they kick off the NFL playoffs with a wild card showdown, and the Chargers are 3-point favorites. I've been trying to feel a little bit more amped, a little bit more excited for the game. And while, you take a look at the rosters and instead of thinking about the bad Texans vibes and just compare the two teams, I feel slightly better, Joe, about the Texans' chances on Saturday. But by slightly, I mean, I've gone from being still angry about them for Christmas to thinking, okay, I mean, theoretically they could win. It's just everything they've shown me this year screams they won't.
Yeah, I still probably am more. I am going to pick them to win because I said I'm in a zig or a zag. But
yeah, zig. You can't say that. You can say zag. Though.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I just made that up.
No, I know, but as you said, I was like, I think that's right.
Sounds right.
I just expect this to be a very low scoring game, and that's how I think the Texans are going to have to win this one. If the Chargers are able to push the ball down the field, I just really not sure the Texans can answer. You don't want to be. You also can't get down early. Imagine getting down early, and then you have Khalil Mack and Bosa and Dupree and the kid from USC that they drafted, all coming after CJ Stroud against this offensive line.
The kid from USC, by the way, Tui Pulotu.
Yes.
I like how you just say yes. I would too, honestly, if I didn't see it in front of me. A lot of these names, I have to read them. The two guys the Astros got in that deal for Kyle Tucker, every single time, I have to look at Paredes' name every single time. And I'm like, is it Isaac? I don't know.
Isak.
And then the other guy, I totally forgot.
Cam Smith.
No, not Cam Smith. Cam Smith's the easy one to remember.
Wisniewski.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hayden Wisniewski.
Yeah, I'm just none of them are Kyle Tucker yet. Again, by baseball season, this baseball casual will have it down, but I understand how
we
you
got
feel.
34 days.
They have a lot of pass rushers that they can throw at this offensive line that gets confused rather easily. They don't blitz often, but when they do, it's very effective. Derwin James has 5.5 sacks this year. He's one of the more disruptive safeties in the league. They got a lot going for them. That does make you think, okay, the offense is going to get it together. But defensively, I think this is really where it's going to be the biggest showdown. You've got a Chargers offensive line that's banged up. You've got a Texans pass rush that is 4th in the league in sacks. You got a Texans defense that is 2nd in the NFL in interceptions, going up against a guy in Justin Herbert who's only thrown 3 this year, the second fewest for any quarterback who's had 500+ attempts. If they win on Saturday, they're going to win it because they're doing fun things on defense. And I mean fun things like J.J. Watt getting a pick 6. You need the defense to score for you in this game. And that's going to be really hard to do because Herbert has been so careful with the football this year. And Herbert also has been very dangerous with his legs, which the Texans have not done a very good job against when it comes to mobile quarterbacks.
Yeah, and you think that Harbaugh would let it rip a little bit more in the playoffs and not play as conservative. I do think in terms of the matchups itself, it works out well for the Texans defense. Ladd McConkey's had a great rookie year for them.
Yeah, he is their passing game.
Yeah.
I mean,
and Quinn Johnson's been pretty good this year.
But he's banged up, and Joshua Palmer's got a foot
Yeah.
injury, hasn't practiced this week. So it's all about Ladd McConkey, and specifically it's all about Herbert and McConkey on 3rd down, which is what you'd expect out of a white guy that plays wide receiver.
But
what it is, Sean, it is. I'm sorry.
It's true.
You can throw a challenge flag on me if you want. You can throw one. But
timeout.
I didn't know. Wow.
Timeout. Was that intentional, or did you realize?
No, I forgot I had this. Forgot I had it in my pocket. No, so I've started doing something. Now I haven't actually effectively been able to use it until this moment right now. But I am now roaming around when I'm out of the bars. I'm roaming around with a challenge flag and a penalty flag.
I like that.
But I haven't been able to use it yet because I keep on forgetting I have them.
Okay, so
and it hasn't been cold enough to wear this jacket.
So what's the intent?
Just to be a peacocking son of a gun.
And when you see something, a foul,
yeah,
15 yards,
personal foul.
Someone throws a horns down, just throw it at him across the bar.
Yeah, nail him in the eye.
Personal
like that
foul,
offensive
betraying the
lineman.
white race by Paul Gallant.
Yeah, limiting the ceiling on white guys. by Paul.
Anyway, if you weren't watching that on YouTube or on Twitch, I have a red challenge flag in my
This is
right
a
breast
very
pocket,
visual bit,
and I have a yellow challenge penalty flag in my left pocket. The vibes. I'm really trying to get excited for the game because tomorrow I want to have fun on the show. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, and I have really felt like the Texans are dead men walking since that game, December 25th. And I know a lot of people also feel like the season's kind of over already, which is also depressing. I'm not going to lie. Arian Foster, who I found out is, we all found out, is going to be leading the Texans out for the H is up tradition that we just found out about yesterday. What a tradition that is. Arian Foster does not sound that enthusiastic about leading the Texans onto the field of battle.
I am. I got a text from their people, and they want me to lead the team out of the tunnel for the playoff game. And so,
all right, so you're all in on the Texans this weekend.
Am I all in?
You better be. You're leading them out onto the field.
But see, when they asked me to do it, I'm like, why would they ask me to do it? They know I'm not like a rah-rah type of cat. I'm gonna lead them out. Like I'm gonna carry whatever the flag or whatever. But I've never been like the hoorah, like let's hype them up. I'm just gonna lead them out on the field and like show love. Like I'll do that if they're asking me to like. I'm not like a raw. I don't like it when I played. So why would I? You know what I mean? But I'm gonna do
no
it.
speech.
Nah, I'm not. What the f I say?
I don't know.
It's a game of inches. These inches are all around us.
It's the greatest.
I mean, that would be a nice speech if you were to give that. But, okay, you can't have a guy leading you out on the field that's not a rah-rah guy.
Yeah, I kind of, when they first announced it, that was my initial reaction, was like, he doesn't care about football anymore. Like, why is he the one doing this? I don't even think the fans will be excited to see him.
I think that helps. That people are all we need them to do is to run out on the field with the flag, maybe throw an H up. Oh, or is he
Don't
in
be
car?
the Boise State player.
He's probably going to be in the car or in the truck.
Oh,
or
yeah.
4-wheeler, whatever it is, holding the flag, getting driven out. All he needs to do that, pump it up, throw his H's up. But what hurts is the fact he has a podcast where they go, so you're all in on the Texans, and he goes, am I? That's not good. That's not good for the pep rally.
Yeah, like I know JJ Watt was in town yesterday and was at NRG, so I'm sure he's got some pregame video that he's going to be pumping up the crowd.
But JJ Watt this is what's unfortunate. The playoffs this year, everyone's pretty skeptical about the Texans because of the way they played in the regular season. JJ Watt is the break in case of AFC Championship game at home guy.
Yeah.
Because you bring JJ out and they start playing. Turn down for what? And then JJ comes out carrying 3 American flags. Like that is going to make the house melt down.
Yeah.
Is one in his mouth?
Yeah.
Like across
he's just
like a little mini one.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great for JJ.
Like he won the Rose Bowl
across his back, like it's a battle axe or something like that.
Unfortunately, I don't think he'll actually be at the game. But
no, I don't think so either.
The CBS crew isn't going to be there.
But he could theoretically be there and then still have plenty of time to travel to Buffalo for the CBS crew if they're out there.
Like, private jets.
That is true. No, I was just thinking him there in a professional capacity. I wasn't thinking about him as a cheerleader.
They got to save it for a critical third down, and JJ's in the crowd, and they play turn down for what? Like a critical third down?
At that point, just have him.
Chargers are going to have to burn a timeout immediately.
Have him run out on the field. At that point, just give him a helmet.
Play Fort Minor when he comes out there.
No.
Is so do you think that they really leaned in to turn down for what? Because they realized that a good amount of people associate him with a different song.
A good amount of people.
A good amount of people.
Everyone outside of Houston, Texas, still only thinks of JJ Watt in that song.
Honestly, I forgot about the "Turn Down for What" song too until I heard about it on a podcast the other day.
I forgot about it until at the JJ Watt retirement thing at the Steelers game last year. They're playing it. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about this from 2013. Yeah, this was fun. But yeah, I do think of it's 20% skill or whatever, 15% concentrated power of will.
We're trying to get pumped for Texans Chargers. So Arian Foster, he's going to lead the H's up ceremony, but
Got my blood pumping.
Doesn't seem that enthused. This also made me a little bit concerned. CJ Stroud was asked about the struggles of the Texans' red zone offense at his press conference a couple of days ago. The Chargers are very good. Red zone defense, number one scoring defense in the league. Very much a bend but don't break defense. And he gave a strange answer.
The red zone numbers jump out. Their defense is so elite in that category, number one, I believe, in the NFL. What hasn't quite clicked at times for you guys offensively in the red zone, and how key is it that you guys figure that out in the playoffs, starting with the Chargers game?
I would say, they're a bend don't break type of defense. They don't really give up a whole bunch of explosive plays. They make you earn it. So when they bend and they don't break in the red zone. So, I think they do a good job in there, and they rally tackle. No one takes a play off, but I think we've been halfway decent in the red zone this year, better than we've been in the past. The last couple of weeks haven't been ideal all the time, but I mean, except for really the Ravens game, I would say we've been decent in the red zone, scoring touchdowns, getting points. So, I would say, it's just got to be our best.
It was interesting the way he answered it, because he starts talking about what I think that was Greg Bailey from Channel 13. He starts talking about the first thing Greg Bailey was talking about, what the Chargers defense is, and they are very good in the red zone. But then as he goes into it and he's talking about the struggles, he's like, I think we're okay, but we all know that it hasn't been. Like they do this weird thing where they constantly find themselves in a goal to go situation from like the 8 or the 9 or worse. And then everything spirals from that point. And that's why, to see the delay of game that they had, and I know CJ said, the play clock needed to be reset against the Titans, does make me think like there's definitely a chance for them to march down the field, to get into scoring range, and then to give help to the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, CJ, you're 26th in the NFL in red zone scoring, and red zone for touchdowns. You're 49%. That's 26th in the NFL. Over the last 3 games, the Houston Texans, Paul, they're the worst in the NFL. 22% in the last 3 games.
Oh my God. Well, the Ravens game.
Yeah, I know it's part of it, but like the last 3 games are 22%, and I know Davis Mills is part of this too.
Davis Mills is part of it. Yeah, Davis Mills. Come on, man. A lot of that was 2 of those were Davis Mills.
It's 22.22% over the last 3 games. You and the Cleveland Browns. I mean, it's not great. It's not. It hasn't been good, CJ. It's been terrible, actually, all year long. We all know it. There's a reason why, and not just their red zone defense. Anything plus the other side of the 50. I mean, there's a reason why Kyrie Fairbairn set the NFL record, like for most 50-yard field goals this year. It's because you can't even get into the red zone.
The Fairbairn zone. They struggle. Yeah. They struggle in the Fairbairn zone, which is the entire other side of the 50. Oy vey. We need to find a deep steel blue pill. I think I've actually found it. I've found it. I've got something in my front pocket. No, not my 2 penalty flags that I have. And not that. I think I found the deep steel blue pill for you on the other side, okay? And we're going to get hyped for this Texans-Chargers game somehow, some way. Stick around and hear it.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's been a really long time since we've given you one of these. They've been in short supply. No, we're not talking about Adderall. We're talking about the drug known as a deep steel blue pill. I've been looking all week because I am so sad and depressed when it comes to covering this Houston Texans team. They ruined my Christmas, and I am holding that, and I will hold it forever, especially if they lose Saturday, because it will be the Letterman jacket light game if they are not able to shake off the cobwebs and get at least a playoff victory to improve to 6-2 in our favorite spot of the football season, the Saturday at 3:30 slate at NRG Stadium of the wild card weekend. And I think I found some deep steel blue pills for you. Found them in the pocket. Are they perhaps broken in half? Do we even know what's in them?
Are they expired?
Do they expire?
Great question.
Another great question. I don't know. What I do know is, yeah, baby, we got a couple for you to get you pumped for Saturday. Texas Swarm!
Oh, it's been so long.
Kind of feels wrong.
Feels wrong, but it feels good.
Hey, first, Joe Mixon, Texans running back, did an interview with Chancellor Johnson of Channel 2, KPRC. Guess who he compared C.J. Stroud to? The best quarterback in the NFL in 2024.
I love the fact that I was fortunate enough to play in Cincinnati with Joe Burrow. I mean, obviously, I hate to sit here and compare and contrast, but, you know, the way that Joe, he, you know, came to work each and every day, bro, and was on top of the details, I see that a lot in CJ and certain things that I feel like CJ can, you know, progress at. You know, I'm not saying that he don't have it because I think he has all the God-given abilities. But to really, you know, up his game in terms of like sharpen it, iron sharpening iron, I think that, you know, I had like little wisdom and little tips to really tell him it's like, hey, like, you know, when the play break down, scramble and, you know, don't just throw it out. You know what I'm saying? Go scramble, go make a play, like be you. Because that's really him.
I do like has that answer goes on. Yeah, I watched Joe Burrow play. And I told CJ, you could be more like Joe, who has put together one of the most impressive seasons we've seen a quarterback put together in a while, where CJ Stroud has not.
No, I think he's right, though. I mean,
that's true. CJ Stroud, Joe Burrow, I don't know the difference.
And there is
two Ohio State quarterbacks.
That's true. CJ's got all of it. It's been a tough year. It's not all his fault. Like, there's offensive line. There's, like, obviously we've made our stance clear on the offensive coordinator issue. He's having a bad year, but he's still got all that top 5 potential that's in there for sure. I don't. Is he a top 5 quarterback? No, not right now.
Not right now.
Probably not top 10 right now.
But it's a comma, not a period.
Yeah,
like Rick Smith once said.
Okay, we can't trying to pump people up.
Yeah,
can't bring up Rick Smith.
What Joe
unfulfilled promise?
What Joe Mixon said right there. Joe Burrow, C.J. Stroud. Yeah. Stroud reminds me of Burrow.
He threw in an iron sharpens iron, too, for no reason.
No, well, they were giving out those T-shirts earlier in the year.
I saw.
When we still had dreams and hopes.
I kind of would like to see CJ just, like, instead of, as Joe Mixon said, though, instead of just, like, running out of bounds or just throwing it out of bounds, just like, go for it. I mean,
he's done that a little bit more.
Swing away.
If they're gonna go far in the playoffs this year, he has to do what he did against Georgia.
That's
like he has to play like he did at Ohio State, where he just in that game where he kind of opened everyone's eyes. He was running, he was just taking what was in front of him, he was taking shots down the field. He's just got to kind of say screw it, like just go for it.
Yeah, and I get why that's hard to do over a full season to do that when that's not your game, when you're not Lamar Jackson, but. I think in a big spot, like I do wonder if we see that kind of, maybe not that level of play of how good he was, but that style of play of back in college when he was playing against Ohio State or playing against Georgia at Ohio State.
So you guys starting to believe?
I believe
This was a good appetizer.
this is a good start.
Okay. Well, how about this? Former Houston Texans quarterback Ryan Fitzpatrick was on with Ryan Russillo on a podcast yesterday. And oh boy, he loves him some CJ Stroud.
The first thing I'll say about him is when he throws the football, it is more effortless than anybody in the NFL. If I'm teaching my kids how to throw a football, I want to have them watch CJ Stroud throw a ball. It is unbelievable the way that it comes out of his hand. I think he had an amazing year last year, gone through some struggles this year, but they still got into the playoffs. We think about how far they've come in the last 2 years from what it was before he got there to what it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Effortless CJ Stroud.
The kid should be following CJ's example.
His 17 kids should all throw like.
No, it's
CJ
not
Stroud.
Phillip Rivers.
Ryan Fitzpatrick does have a lot of kids.
Does Fitzy?
It's like 6 or 7.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was chasing that Phillip Rivers life.
Yeah. He's got a few. Also, I didn't know he had a little twang to him. He's a Harvard man with a little twang.
Where's he from?
Good question. I honestly don't know. I would assume.
Citizen of the earth.
I'm going to guess Pennsylvania. It's a very Pennsylvania name.
Arizona.
Okay. Not even close.
Close.
not remotely close.
Penn State played in the Fiesta Bowl.
Two
so that's how you got the wires.
Yeah,
crossed.
sure. No, I was a wild guess. I could not have been more off. So those are a couple of deep steel blue pills for you. And hopefully that'll make you believe in the Houston Texans.
Do you believe?
I mean,
That's a no.
More than I did on Monday. But again, I was operating as if they were dead already. They're going to be wearing, speaking of deep steel blue pills, they're going to be wearing all deep steel blue Saturday.
Okay.
Color rush for the playoffs.
Well, it's not the color rush because they got the red, the candy painted red ones that they tweet so cringily about.
Why didn't they wear those on Christmas? I know this is
it would have matched
from 2 years ago
I agree.
Or 2 weeks ago. But
I agree.
Why didn't they do that?
They played well in those when they played the Lions. They should never wear the H-Town Blues. Although they beat the Bills.
They beat the Bills.
But they lost the Ravens thing. I don't know if you can wear them next year. Again, varsity Letterman jacket light.
I think you're 1-1. You got small sample size. You're 0-1 in the red candy paints.
Okay.
I mean, the quarterback you played against threw 5 picks and you lost.
But it's the 1 seed in the NFC.
5 picks and lost. It's not great.
Joe, you saw this post on X from Ben on to top. He wrote this. Bonda, right. He's a big, very loud.
Yeah.
Really, really loud Astros fan. He's a nice guy, but he's tad aggressive online to the point where if you haven't actually talked to him privately, you're like, do I want to watch a game with you? Whatever. He had this post. All things considered, D'Amico Ryans going 10-7 in both of his first 2 seasons here is pretty impressive given how this thing looked when he got here. I'm a believer in D'Amico, a believer in D'Amico, and I think he's building something special with this defense.
I mean, yeah, and Ryan Fitzpatrick kind of said the same thing there about, back-to-back 10-win seasons after where they started. Are we being too harsh?
Well, I did cut out the part where Ryan Fitzpatrick talked about how the morale's down and Texans offensive players are hurt. We're not going to play that. It's a deep steel blue pill.
This is a happy segment.
Look, I can understand if you take a look at the big picture and see how far they have come from that spot. Sure, but it's different. Like that's why I'm not happy. That's why I'm not excited. That's why I'm getting in fights on X with Steph Stradley, who's telling me like, you need to chill, man. No, I'm pissed. I'm pissed because they've underachieved. And not just based off of what the expectations were on the outside. I really thought that they had upgraded in a serious way. And tougher schedules, first place. They played NFC North teams this year. The NFC North is the best division in the NFL, even with the Bears. But I mean, I feel like they've left so much on the table. You know, they've not scored touchdowns when they could have. They've been in position to, and they shoot themselves in the foot. And there's a lot of woulda, shoulda with this team where you go back into those games, and had they been blown out a few times, it would seriously be more disappointing. But what's frustrating is that they have been hanging around so often, and they just, outside of against the Bills, where they barely closed the door, they can't close the door on offense. It has to be the defense making the big stop at the end. And it's hard to do that in today's NFL, to rely on your defense to come up with the stop against the teams that you're going to be playing the next couple of weeks. Best case scenario.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think it's the expectations for the season feel like they're going to be not met. Like, it does not feel like they're going to get to the place that many of us thought they were going to grow to. But I think, to the point of the tweet, it's like, when we do look back, like, from the big picture perspective, they are still headed in a very positive direction overall. Yes, they play in a terrible division. And I don't really have any clue what our expectations are going to be for them for next season. Like, based off what happened this year, you have back-to-back 10-win seasons, but it still feels like a massive disappointment. Like, I don't know how we're going to look to them next year, but they still have accomplished a lot in 2 years. And if we overhyped it, they overhyped it, and that's why the season feels like it's come short. But I just still feel like we have to kind of recognize what they've accomplished and turned around in 2 years is impressive.
It is. I just don't. You know what? I'll save it for May.
Yeah.
I'll save it for May when I'm looking for a zag.
Yeah, I understand.
We're in March. You know, like right now, I don't want to hear it. Like, figure it the F out and don't lose. We'll talk more about this game tomorrow. College football playoff kicks off tonight. Notre Dame and Penn State. How's Joe feeling about the Golden Domers? Plus a big game for the Rockets and a game called How Far is Too Far? All of that before we get out of here. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We'll talk more Texans Chargers tomorrow. First off, Joe George is a Notre Dame Fighting Irish fan, though he's not wearing a Notre Dame shirt. He's not wearing a Notre Dame hat. He doesn't know the Notre Dame fight song.
Sounds so bad when you say it like
I
that.
mean, at the very least, try to memorize Newt Rockney's speech.
That's a lot of work.
Come on, Joe.
I got a lot going on.
I get that you have a kid.
Yeah.
Okay? You can only use that excuse so often with me because you're a lifelong Notre Dame fan.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. He is only 3. He's almost 4. I wasn't Notre Dame before he was born. I'm not a big, song guy, like fight song guy.
Come on, Joe.
I'm not. Right now, I'm just focused on trying to figure out who's sick.
You should know the start of it at least. Can we challenge you to know the start of it? Just get it started.
Yeah.
And then I don't need you to know verse 2.
I'll just give you an example because he did this every single game apparently. Don't forget, man. We're going to get him on the run. We're going to go, go, go. And we aren't going to stop until we go over that goal line.
He did that every game.
He did a lot of we're going to go, 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 go.
Okay. He could not coach Gen Z because they would roll their eyes after the third straight game he does that against Northern Illinois.
Sean, I'm going to put something into the rundown right now. We can actually hear what Newt Rockney said.
Is it recorded on
apparently, because I know he died in a plane crash. I want to say in the early 1920s.
Boeing, thanks.
I think 1931. That was when. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was a coach at Notre Dame.
He's only 43. Damn.
60 years before I was born.
I mean, Joe, he was our age when he was coaching Notre Dame.
I'm not in my 40s. Oh, when he was
no, Joe, he was in his 30s. Like he was Notre Dame 1918 to 1930. He died when he was 43. So I mean, he was coaching Notre Dame
24 when he got the job.
Yeah,
good for him.
3 national
what
titles.
What are we doing with our lives?
I'm guessing he graduated college and just immediately was the coach.
Possibly. Born in Norway, March 4th, 1888. I will say, like many people back then, Newt Rockney at age 43 does look like he's probably 62.
Yeah.
Nick Saban, Pete Carroll look younger, maybe even Bill Belichick. Here's what Newt Rockney sounded like, Joe, for your golden domers.
We're going inside them. We're going outside them. Inside them and outside them. And when we get them on the run once, we're going to keep them on the run. And we're not going to pass unless our secondary comes up too close. But don't forget, man, we're going to get them on the run. We're going to go, 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 go. And we aren't going to stop until we go to that goal line. And don't forget, man, today, we're going to win. They can't lick it. And the left out of the goal. The first one for the man win there. Fight, 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 fight. What do you say, man?
That's not that hard to memorize.
I don't know if I could understand all of it to memorize.
Well, it's just because this is audio that's almost 100 years old.
Yeah, but I'm impressed it exists.
It's not quite the Kirby Smart TCU pregame speech.
No, it's not.
From a couple years ago, but it's you
What
gotta fight.
What a Charlie Weiss pregame speech.
Do you think Marcus Freeman, like right before they leave, turns off all the lights, pulls out the projector, the overhead projector, plays this? Men, we gotta fight, fight, fight. We're gonna hit them inside.
No, he just shows them
outside.
he just shows them the Northern Illinois game every week.
That's
He's been doing that all season.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh,
he shows them.
Does that?
He shows them the Northern Illinois, the ending of the Northern Illinois game every week before they play.
I like that. Rub their nose in it. That,
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans showed the highlights from Christmas Day. This Saturday against the Chargers. Make them realize, hey, can't do this again.
It'd be nice if they did that. Notre Dame's gonna win tonight.
Boom.
Okay.
By
Heard it here first.
10 points, I'll say.
So by 2 booms. Boom, boom. 2 scores, 2 booms.
I think if you go to the college football championship game, you get 5 booms.
But okay, all right.
I mean, they haven't played one of those since they got smoked by Alabama.
It's going to be really weird in the other locker room, the Penn State locker room. Like, do they use a hologram of Joe Paterno?
Definitely not.
Because James Franklin inspires very little confidence. What? It's the locker room. You can't see what's in the locker room.
You can't say it's going to get weird in the Penn State locker room and then bring up Joe Paterno.
No, it was weird with Jerry Sandusky. It was Joe Paterno.
Joe Paterno's looking the other way.
Joe Paterno had no idea what was going on in those Coke bottle glasses of his. Come to Penn State. I remember at the end of that Big Ten advertisement, one of the first ones. Yeah, I will be rooting for Notre Dame tonight, Joe.
Thank you.
Partly for you and partly because a Penn State fan once pulled a switchblade on me. And I hope that person is dead.
Yeah.
I'm from Philly.
Catholics
Cool,
versus
bro.
pedophiles tonight. Let's go Catholics.
Jesus. I mean,
Don't do it, Paul. Don't do it. Don't say it.
we all know what I'm thinking, okay?
I know what you're thinking.
How far is too far? That's too far.
Okay. Rockets Grizzlies tonight. Go Ahmed Thompson.
Go Rockets.
I before we do how far is too far, I did want to play this clip of Joakim Noah and Zach Randolph on their podcast raving about Ahmed Thompson.
Man, I watched Houston play the other day. I saw this kid, Amen Thompson.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
He first team. He first
Twins,
team.
yeah.
He locked it up, too. He first team.
He's a bad mother, man. Amen Thompson, he's my favorite player right now. I'm watching his
I like what Ime doing over there as a whole. He got them young boys going.
Yeah.
Them young boys going. No bull. Shout out to my boy Ime, man. Portland. Portland finest, man.
Hell yeah, dude.
First of all, I didn't know Joakim Noah had a podcast, so
I didn't either. With Zach Randolph?
Yeah, what a combo that is. Odd combo. I don't think they ever played basketball unless they played in. Did they play in Memphis together or New York or wherever Noah ended his career with? They're right. Amen Thompson is one of the most exciting defensive players in the NBA, and then what he's been doing offensively recently too. It's awesome. It's very fun.
I like that two men who are a lot like me. Tough, large, strong. Joakim Noah and Zach Randolph. I think I like that two men just like myself. Strong black men.
Who hate LeBron.
Because I'm black Irish. And I do hate LeBron. That's true. I like that we all agree that Ahmed Thompson's our favorite. All right, Joe, you ready? Time for a little game of How Far is Too Far, and it's a Thursday.
I'll just drift into garbage and get out of 54.
I got a nerdy question for you guys.
Yes.
Sony they're always trying to up their game, right? Video games, they're trying to make them better. They're working on a new technology that would allow you to smell the scent of the video game you're playing. So you're playing what's the horse game? Red Dead
Redemption. So everyone smells like ass.
So I don't maybe smell the flowers.
No, you're gonna smell yourself. And the only reason in Red Dead Redemption, if they're gonna be as authentic as that video game is, you are just going to smell like ass. You're never gonna shower.
Yeah.
And the only way to not smell is to smoke cigarettes. They smoked cigarettes then to smell better. That was the perfume of the 1800s. I'm being serious on that front.
Yeah, no, I don't need to smell anything. What am I gonna smell? The stale beer when I play college football 25?
I mean, that would be kind of cool.
Smell the
barbecue.
It'll smell like a locker room. It'll smell terrible.
The medieval video games. I mean, you're walking down the streets, it's just gonna smell like poo and pee.
Yeah, is there a single application or a single game where this Call of Duty? Oh, cool. It smells like dead bodies and burning flesh.
A cooking video game or something. But even then, I mean, just cook the real thing. Why would you cook in a video game? Yeah, I don't see the application for this, but some
I
people,
don't either. This is
they
too
really
far.
want immersion.
This is too far for video games. We don't need this. I don't need to smell things.
I like where their head's at though. I like trying to bring in other senses, but I'm not quite sure if smell. Yeah, how would that even work?
Yeah, I don't think there's any any video game that exists that this would apply to, and you'd be like, yeah, this really enhances my experience of playing this video game?
Yeah, unless you're playing like
maybe
no,
like
there's none. There's none.
No, there's
what,
nothing.
is there like a Mario Kart
Even
track
like,
that might
smell burning
good?
rubber?
No, but the track would smell good.
Yeah, I don't know what a rainbow
What
smells
is
like.
what? Yeah, Rainbow Road might smell
Yeah.
good. I don't know. All right, what else we got, Jeff?
All right, I saw, if you guys haven't noticed this, pretty recently, there's been a bunch of these fights going viral during pickleball games. So this is a Paul specific question.
Okay.
How far would someone have to go for you to throw down in a flag football game?
I don't fight anymore. I as someone who could have gotten in a fight in Mexico, like I made a lot of effort to make sure that situation did not escalate any further, because it was two people that were in the same wedding party, and he was just being creepy, and I figured he was drunk and he'd shake it off the next night. I will chirp, but you'd have to swing at me first for me to actually dive in.
What about the old Paul Gallant?
What are we talking about? Are we talking about sixth grade Paul Gallant?
Nah.
Sixth grade is where I dramatically changed from being completely psychotic to like being slightly less. And over time, I realized I had anger management issues, and less and less and less.
See, I feel like in flag football, like it's just like if someone hit me too hard, like it was like they clearly weren't going for the flag, that would be tough. Like,
yeah, I'd get up.
There has to be a level of confrontation.
I'd get up and I'd say, "Nice hit, cupcake," and walk on. You have to. You can't show weakness. If you swing at them, you're showing weakness.
I just don't really understand how people are fighting so much during pickleball games. Like, this is like a sport for old people, isn't it? Or it was.
It also
the unathletic, yes.
It seems like low impact tennis.
Yeah,
and tennis, there's not even that many fights. Like the most you get is like the handshake afterwards. They'll like put fingers in their face or something. Yeah, I don't know why this brings out a violent side of people.
Yeah, I mean the one that like went first viral the most was when that guy was like bent over the net and they got kicked in the face. That was gnarly.
Didn't someone get like tackled?
Yeah,
like, there's all sorts of just again some violence in pickleball that I didn't think was there.
Yeah, of all the sports like where violence was going to occur, like it just wasn't towards the top of my list. I would say.
I would have thought that cornhole, like once that got started showing on
drinking.
TV,
yeah,
horseshoes too.
Horseshoes,
yeah,
darts.
Those are weapons, basically.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever play the one where they got banned? Jarts.
Never heard of it.
No.
So they're these big darts. They're
like yard
big.
darts?
Yeah. But you like throw them up into the air to try to get to land in the circle. They have giant spikes. Very dangerous.
I've never played it. I've heard of it.
Yeah. They banned like the metal ones because you can die.
Like
obviously.
kids would.
How do you ban it? You just ban the sale of the metal ones?
Like, you can't. They don't make them anymore. They only have like plastic tips, so they don't stick in the ground anymore. So it's not a good game anymore. But my buddy had a set of it, and we would still play with it. It was awesome.
Dang.
Very dangerous though. And then I found this list of the worst coaching candidates this offseason. Bobby Slowick made it. The 7 worst coaching candidates. Number 1, Pete Carroll.
No, he's great.
Number 2, Mike McCarthy.
I don't think he's as bad as he's made out to be.
Number 3, Rex Ryan.
That's a stretch.
Deserved.
Yeah. Number 4, Ron Rivera.
I don't think Rivera's in it anymore. I think Rivera's kind of graduated to media opportunities.
I think that was like a friendly, I still want to coach interview.
It's uninspired.
He was a Bear. Fun. Yeah, he was on the 85 Bears, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he should get a job.
Nope. 5th worst coaching candidate according to this list, Brian Greasy.
Yeah, that one I don't buy. Yep. Sorry, Brian.
And then number 6, Bobby Slowick. The 6th worst head coaching candidate of everyone that's been requested, including guys like David Shaw and Vance Joseph.
Yeah, I don't hate either of those.
Matt Nagy.
All of those guys. I mean, even Nagy. All of those guys have had like multiple years stretches of success where Slowick was passing game coordinator in San Francisco. You could maybe argue, well, what's Brock Purdy been since he left? But Purdy was an MVP candidate last year.
Yep.
And yeah, this year, I mean, he has to figure out how to adjust from year 2 to year 3. He's going to be here next year. Sorry, guys.
I very much agree. Unless I don't know what they'd have to do this weekend. Lose 30-5-0.
They have to score 0 points.
I was thinking, but it has. I was thinking it has to be like 17-3, where it's like it's winnable if your offense, like your defense, kept you in it.
Yeah,
and it's like really shines a light on the failure.
And I think you have to be like really incompetent. Like it can't just be that you don't score. Like,
it has to be turnovers.
Like you don't cross the 50-yard line until the second
million
half.
punts.
Yeah. I struggle to see how they advance in this. I definitely don't think Bobby Sloak is one of the 7 worst candidates available, though. Just because of who's been requested.
Well, there's so many candidates.
Yeah, I know.
But
like to put him in that category, like I know he's bad. But
Yeah.
Not Ben Johnson.
Yeah, Ben Johnson's terrible.
Byron Leftwich, Pep Hamilton. Sorry, Pep. I don't even know who Patrick Graham is. He's the Raiders defensive coordinator. Darren Rizzi, Mike Kafka, David Shaw.
Darren Rizzi, that one's.
Those are all way worse than Bobby Sloak. Not that Bobby Sloak's a great candidate, but Brian Greasy's also. Ironically, it's only the Jets that have requested Sloak, but also have Greasy coming in.
Sloak is young, still can get better as a coach, but this year has been rough. And he has, I think, of all those names, like done the least.
Yeah.
And all of those guys have had multiple years to be at a higher level. So we'll see what happens. That is How Far is Too Far. Real quick edition of Garbage Time before we GTFO. I'll save the Orlovsky for tomorrow. I'll save a lot for tomorrow. I'll save the Orlovsky for tomorrow. We get the California. Vernon Maxwell dumped on Utah again. I don't know where this ranks among Vernon Maxwell's trolling of the state of Utah, but there's a video showing Colin Sexton hitting a three-pointer, only to be outdone by Trae Young of the Hawks hitting a 49-foot game winner at the buzzer. It shows a bunch of sad Jazz fans. Vernon Maxwell, roasting Utah, said, "I haven't seen this level of heartbreak in Utah since they banned incestuous marriages in 2010. The sad thing is, I know he's joking, but I did feel the need to Google, wait, did Utah ban incestuous marriages in 2010?
When did they ban it? Or is it not banned?
I imagine it's banned.
That was my question. I was like, because I thought 2010, I thought it was maybe more recent than that.
Hang on, I'm looking it up. When did incestuous marriages... Hang on. No way. No, I don't believe this. I'm not going to... Incestuous marriages have been illegal in Utah since September 1st of 2024 per AI on Google. I don't believe that. That can't be the case. I'm going to call shenanigans on AI here. Since literally 5 months ago, yeah, I'm throwing a penalty flag on from my pocket on artificial intelligence. I don't believe that.
I think challenge on artificial intelligence, penalty on the state of Utah.
Yeah.
Penalty on state, illegal touching on Utah.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. But anyway, Vernon Maxwell roasting Utah. It's a tradition unlike any other.
I'm trying to see when these laws were put into place, but
no. Well, this might be a save for tomorrow show. And if we get too depressed talking about the Texans, we can just
when incestuous marriages ended in Utah.
Goodness gracious. It's been a rough hour for TV reporters in California. Obviously, we got what's going on in Los Angeles. There also was a California sports reporter in Sacramento who was being filmed in the newsroom, and he unfortunately had a screen in the background that showed Rihanna wearing lingerie. Listen, as somebody, that's happened to me before. Not even kidding, at NRG Stadium, because I was just scrolling through Instagram, and one of the thoughts was on my Instagram. Landry Locker walks behind me. He's like, "Oh, okay, Paul." And I was like, "Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking for that. I don't have Instagram on my phone.
Yeah, but this one's different because there's no one sitting at the chair. This is his computer.
No, he'd been there for a little bit.
That's clearly his workplace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just staring.
Yeah.
Just had it up. Just, got to get through the day somehow.
We also have this California news reporter who was covering the fires when a man on the street got a little aggressive with her.
Yes, I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl who was...
Fire happening right now.
Say that again?
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There's,
I think
wind.
It's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the
unacceptable. Gina,
oh boy. This is why it's always shaky. I feel bad for all the TV reporters out there that have to go out into the wild and you're like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" and you're all it takes is one person like Shelby Rose of Fox 26 sit down to find out like, so how do you feel about all the people who were down at H-Town? F y'all.
Yeah, but like,
all right.
Why are they still out there? Like, why are they still out there? Like, just like walking the streets and like having reporters out there. I don't understand like the whole weather, like reporter life. The guys who stand on the corner of basically our street that our building is during hurricanes, like don't get it. Like the world is ending.
The guy
gotta be on the street.
Did you see the guy, David Weir, the guy on ABC, who's wearing like a jacket, but like it had clothespin, so he looked a little svelte in the jacket?
Yeah.
God, it is so. I mean, let's be honest, I would 100% do it, but
no chance.
I would do that. I would clothespin it. I would if the
like
jacket didn't fit me.
Reporter on
if it wasn't fitting. Oh, I'd clothespin that bad boy.
But would you be like the reporter that has to do like stand at the wall on Galveston and be like, it's really coming down hard?
Oh yeah, I'd send him my Emmy reel. Hell yeah. I'd win an Emmy for that.
I think I would too.
Just imagine there's a hurricane coming, and Paul throws a flag on the play.
Mother Earth.
Penalty on you.
Penalty on you. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Gallant and George radio program. Good luck to Joe's Fighting Irish tonight. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Risk-free bets on Thursdays. They are 1-point favorites. Thank you to Sean. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, callers, texters, and everybody else who listened. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He is Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it's a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Busy show today. Coach speak as we get closer and closer to some Saturday football. Texans Invitational, wildcard round, play on Saturday. Everybody's got some thoughts, especially the coaches. How much of it is real? Who realistically has a shot to win it all this year in the NFL? 14 teams in the playoffs. Who really has a chance to win it all? And then also, where does C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans, where do they rank relative to their position versus the rest of this playoff as well? Also, it's Bad Take Boulevard because it is a Thursday, and we'll be joined by Shannon Farron, a Chargers sideline reporter, host of Gary and Shannon on KFI AM 640. I'm assuming that's in Los Angeles. I'm assuming she's safe.
It is. It's Los Angeles.
I'll ask her about that before we talk about football. But Texans aren't getting much love. We've seen this. Really, it started Sunday. Like we had the Rex Ryan stuff. We'll get into that a little bit. And we've heard from a lot of different people. They don't have a chance to win. This is why they're bad. D'Amico has addressed it because he was asked about it in his press conferences. Joe Mixon was asked about Rex Ryan's comments. Mixon's like, I'm just going to put on my helmet and shoulder pads and go play football. And I see fans get upset, too, that, like, these talking heads aren't picking them to win, or they're just, dismissing the Texans, or it's, hey, 75% of the people are picking the Chargers. I don't really care. I really don't know why people care so much. Like, they're getting mad, these Texans fans.
Yeah, but I think that's part of the whole fanatical part of being a fan is, they hate any disrespect for their team. I mean, if you're a neutral party and you're anywhere else in the country and you're looking at this game, the Chargers have been playing good football and the Texans haven't. And so it's easy to see why most everybody is picking the Chargers. From a player's perspective, I'm going to tell you honestly, no matter what they're saying and no matter what is being, talked about with the media, there is bulletin board material. And in particular, one of the quotes that we have is plastered in a lot of places around the facility, maybe not in clear view for the media, but I was told that they do have at least one quote that they've seen. But at the end of the day, if you're not motivated to play playoff football, I mean, that the locker room, I think, is fine. The players, the fans' perspective, it's just all about being fanatical and being defensive and not wanting anybody to ever think negatively or less than of your football team.
What do you think of as a fan, though? Like, does it irritate you whenever your team is getting dissed?
I think if they're not accurate. I think that if it's just like you're a casual or you're a national talking head, but you haven't spent the time to really watch the team enough, and then what you say isn't the reality of what's been. I think that in the past is, and of course, obviously when I worked for a team, I was hyper defensive of people saying things about my team, especially if I thought that it was wrong. But, I think that as you get away from it and you don't have that direct connection like that, yeah, it changes.
Yeah, maybe I like to, I do like to argue. We all know that. And maybe I might get into like a conversation about like why things might happen differently. But I couldn't care less that Rex Ryan is disrespecting the Texans. That does not resonate with me at all. And people are like mad about it. So what? Like, the Texans have an opportunity to place Rex Ryan on Bad Take Boulevard next Thursday. Like, it hasn't happened. Nothing he says is real. Like, it's his opinion, and he's an expert, and he was a former NFL head coach, so he probably carries more weight than, Brian, just throwing out a random name. But at the end of the day, who cares? Like, all that matters is what happens from the moment the ball is kicked off until that final horn.
Now, would you change your opinion if it wasn't the Texans, if it was the Cougs?
No. I couldn't care less what people say.
Because I thought in the past, and I think it was more so of you correcting, again, kind of like what I was saying, if someone made a statement that was less than flattering to the Cougs, but it was more statistically driven, I thought that you would be quick to correct that.
No, I would correct, sure. But, does it make me mad? Absolutely not. Do I think they're uneducated and uninformed? Sure. But do I get upset by it? No.
Yeah,
no.
I used to be that person, but I've grown out of it. Like, because the way I look at it, okay, so Rex Ryan says the Texans are a bye week. Okay, what's my recourse against Rex Ryan? Am I going to call him up? Am I going to change his opinion? Or some random on Twitter says something stupid? Am I going to change his opinion? I think, and this is really the coming from the age of Twitter, I've just come to a place where when people are crazy, you're not going to convince them otherwise. So you're wasting your time and your energy and your effort to try to tell someone the sky isn't blue. So just move on.
I'm with you in the fact that instead of dad strength, like we talked about yesterday, maybe it's fan strength. Because I think that over the years, I've gotten away from it too. And I think that it was with different teams for different reasons. But I think it was more just the how ludicrous it was when someone was saying something that wasn't true to drive a narrative that then, because of that being the driving force, kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah, it's just it's interesting, but I don't want to tell fans how to fan. If you want to get mad, I'm not telling you don't get mad. It's just something that caught my attention that's kind of weird to me. You don't like to argue, Brandon. You just like the sound of your own voice at the dismay of everyone else within radio signal of you. I don't like the sound of my voice.
I don't
any team with that, you don't like the sound of my voice
or yours. Yeah, I don't like.
It's the same thing.
I think Brian and I have talked about the fact in the past, but I don't like I don't even like to hear.
No, I think that's
I love
common
your voice
though.
for what it's worth.
I hate it.
I think it sounds very pretty.
It doesn't.
I think that's common.
It's pretty. Lakers has a pretty voice, right? Pretty voice.
I mean, yeah, sure. His voice is fine.
I might just felt.
I used to hate even listening. Like you have to redo your voicemails and stuff, and you want to listen to it. See, it just
yeah. Like when I would have to go record something with Michael, like I hate it. I loathe Michael's a great guy, but I hate having to like perform on the spot and then listen back to my voice and then critique it because the whole time I'm saying this is terrible.
Michael Carroll, number 1 on the Joe George nicest people at the radio station power rankings.
I would agree with that.
Mapes is 2, Gallant is 3.
I would disagree with.
It sounds like nepotism.
I would
Nepotism at its
disagree
finest.
with Michael Carroll, number 1. Yes.
Which, by the way, has
The
Joe
rest
paid
of the
your bet?
list.
He he hadn't paid mine either. Just checking. Any team without Laramie Tunsil and Booty Cheeks talk shows like yours has a chance to win. So the Texans don't have a chance to win, is what the texter is saying. Here's some of the talking heads that have been talking about this game. Here was Matt Hasselbeck on Gallant Cowherd, which Gallant Cowherd might be the only decent person at FS1.
Quite possible.
Not giving the Texans much of a chance to win.
They're not a team like ascending. I think the Chargers defense is way better than people realize. They're a team to reckon with, probably in the second round of the playoffs. I don't know if the Texans can protect CJ Stroud the way they need to.
Okay. I think that's fair.
I think it's pretty real talk.
That's
right
a fair
there.
assessment.
Sure.
Like, I don't think he's taking shots or he's like, oh, they have no chance to win. I feel like that was fair. Here's the other Hasselbeck, Tim Hasselbeck, pretty much calling the Texans soft boys.
Stroud has just been, they haven't protected him. They've done a good job keeping him upright. And when you look at the Chargers, you got a good defense and they put pressure on the quarterback and they'll hit you. And I think that's really what it will end up coming down to in that matchup. I just think when you look at, what the expectations were for Houston, how they've played, they obviously rested guys today, but it just hasn't felt like the same momentum that you would think that they would be heading into the postseason with. And I think when you look at the Chargers, I think it's just going to be a physical brand of football that might be a little much for Houston.
I feel like that isn't the best assessment. And he's basically calling them soft there. I wouldn't call the Texans soft, especially because their best side of the ball is defensively. And look, they'll punish you. They'll hit you hard. Will Anderson's not going to bow down from anybody. The same thing with Daniil Hunter. We know Azeez Al-Shire has a reputation. Christian Harris will lay the lumber a little bit. I don't agree with the Texans being soft that Tim Hasselbeck kind of alludes to here.
No, I agree with you. I think that, look, when you look at what the defense has done all year and, fought their way through the injuries throughout the process, we talked about pressures. We talked about what the edge can do. We saw what the defensive line can do. I don't know that a hit like Azeez is ever going to be considered whether it was legal or not. I think that's not the sign of a team that's soft. That's a team that's actually, whether they're headhunting or not, they're aggressive. And I think that we've seen a lot of aggressive play to where I think that's insulting. I think from an offensive perspective, I don't know that they're soft anywhere across the board. Are they less than because of the way the offensive line is played? Sure, but that's not soft.
No, I wouldn't call them soft. You could sit here and say all day that they're not going to win. And they're not. Look, they're underdogs. Saying the Chargers are going to beat the Texans is chalk.
Yeah,
That's a chalk
criticize
pick.
where their shortcomings are, where they haven't played well, and maybe even the individuals who haven't played well. But I don't think soft is a label that fits.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I don't think it's a label that fits. And then finally, the one that made the rounds, that they got everybody's attention, was Rex Ryan, who probably will not be the head coach of the New York Jets.
Chargers wind up the 5 seed. They're going to Houston. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I never realized the Chargers got a bye. They qualified for a bye, but they did because they're playing Houston.
Greeny thought that was way too funny, by the way. He laughed a lot.
People wanted, and even on the New York papers, suggesting Greeny be the next GM of the Jets.
No chance.
Just absolutely.
Are they being for real?
Well, there was a front page. It was the back page, right? The back page full picture for Greeny because it started to take. There's that's exactly what the internet. That's what Twitter is right now, and like the blogs and things. It's come to the point where they can take something that is as fictional as that and think that there's some legs to that. There's more legs to a Louis Riddick who interviewed for the Jets job today, but Mike Greenberg, shut up.
For thinking it through for about 30 seconds, I would love to see it. I would love Mike Greenberg to be the general manager.
Miserably to be fun to watch. It'd be a great car wreck.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's why I want to see it.
The drama would be fantastic.
Like Mike Mayock went from TV to being a general manager, but he was a football guy.
Right.
Like he was through and through a football guy first that went to TV and then was hired from TV to be a general manager. Like the Houston comparison would be Larry Durker. Like Larry Durker was a baseball guy, was doing TV.
Yeah.
They hired him to be the manager. That's kind of the same thing with Mike Mayock. Greenberg being a general manager of a football team would be awesome. I would love it.
You mean you don't think that ex-players that are Hall of Famers would make good general manager candidates even in like baseball?
I mean, that happens though.
I'm saying Reggie and Bagwell.
Yeah.
But I think I was joking with Lance.
I love the Killer Bees of 97.
Thanks, Baggy. I was joking with Lance after Mayock had gotten that job. I go, you got to be interviewing for when the next Texans GM opening happens. I mean, you've got to be in the running because Mayock got the job.
I think Lance could be an asset to a front office. Like
not the general manager, but absolutely.
Yeah, and then maybe like if he's in he's been in the front office for 10, 15 years to be an eventual general manager.
I mean, look, you look at guys like Alonzo Highsmith that were ex-players but worked their way up and now has a very prominent position with the Patriots where you go, that's the way you do it.
No, I think Lance could be an asset. Legitimately. Maybe better than Chris Ballard, his dear friend.
That's right. It is his buddy. Yeah.
Maybe. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Poor Colt, man. That is the face of your franchise. You lost McAfee. Manning's now in Denver. The face of your franchise is that nerd.
Go Colts!
That's the face of the Indianapolis Colts. D'Amico Ryan's response to all these people hating on the Texans, your responses as well. They're whipping through the text line. 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. We'll talk to Shannon Farron at 3:30. Nice of her to make time for measly old us in the middle of a historic fire. Where do the teams in the NFL playoffs stack up in their chances of winning it? Also, Bad Take Boulevard coming up later as well. 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on the Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Brandon. We are the Beast. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm having a fight with gravity here, and I'm losing. Blankers, Branham, Killer Bees, 713-780-ESPN. So the Texans aren't getting much love. Your reaction to all of this? Some fans are ticked off. Some fans are saying that those fans are overreacting. This is the stuff that happens in the week before a playoff game. But here was Rex Ryan again. I think this was probably the most critical of the Houston Texans.
Chargers wind up the 5 seed. They're going to Houston. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I never realized the Chargers got a bye. They didn't qualify for a bye, but they did because they're playing Houston.
There you go. Mike Greenberg laughing a lot. He said that someone on the text line said there's a different Mike Greenberg who works for the Tampa Bay Bucks front office that New York is supposed to be interested in.
It's not the mug that was on the papers in New York.
Did you get deked?
No, there was a picture. They showed the actual picture of Greeny.
Did they?
Yeah. And it might have been the Post who always takes fun and pokes fun at teams.
So there's no chance you got deked.
I mean, it's always a chance.
But you saw a picture of him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with the headline. And I forget what the headline was, but it was talking about Greenberg being the choice, should be the choice or considered.
It wasn't that guy? It wasn't. I mean,
No.
that guy looks a little bit like Greeny.
I mean, he is somewhat looks like him, but it wasn't him.
Like,
I either got deked or.
They could be cousins. Not brothers, but they could be cousins. This is Mike Greenberg and the real Mike Greenberg.
Maybe.
Right? Like
Yeah.
cousins.
Yeah,
not brothers. They don't look close enough to be brothers, but they look close enough to be cousins.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Maybe not like cousins in Kentucky, but like cousins anywhere else.
You mean like Boogie?
No.
Oh, because Boogie went to Kentucky.
Not what I meant.
Okay.
Not what I meant. Anyways, here was D'Amico Ryans. He was asked about the Actually, he was asked directly about the comments of Rex Ryan, and here's what D'Amico Ryans had to say.
Yeah, for us, I don't think, it doesn't matter. If anybody gives us a shot, it really doesn't matter to me. At the end of the day, when the ball is kicked off, it's who's the best football team right on Saturday. And that's where our focus is, on playing really good football. Everybody have an opinion about us one way or the other, but outside opinion really doesn't drive what we do here internally. Like, our guys put the work in. They know what we're about. We know what we're about. So it really doesn't matter to me on all the outside noise.
They're about it. That's how you should answer it. Like, he answered it.
Yeah, he did
perfectly.
He answered it the right way. Now, what I was alluding to in the first segment is someone told me that has people in the building that behind the scenes that quote is posted up quite a bit.
What teams, coaches, players tell you publicly is almost never what's happening privately.
Right.
There are so many times, we don't worry about that stuff. And then the quote is literally in the locker room.
Yep.
In every single locker room.
I've seen it all the time.
Yeah. So, like, what they say publicly isn't always, and very seldom is, what is going on privately. But he answered it publicly the correct way. And then the final one on D'Amico about bulletin board material.
For me, it's something like that. What does it do? Does it make you play harder because somebody said that? Does it change? Like, we play hard anyway. Like, we're going to bring our style of football, our brand of football on Saturday, regardless or irregardless of what anyone a talking head's opinion is about us, right? So it really doesn't drive or doesn't change our approach one bit.
I really wanted to play that because this is like the mindset I have. Like, if you're a player that needs this quote to get you up for a playoff game at home, then you're probably in the wrong business.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's what I was talking to, saying to you in the first segment. Like, if you're a player and you think of something like Mario Edwards in his longer than most career, he's only been to this is the second time he's been to the playoffs. I mean, he's got to be completely jacked up and ready to play. I mean, this is what you play for, the opportunity to win that trophy and get to the postseason with a chance to do big things. This has nothing to do with the players in the locker room. If you need this to do that, then you're right. You're in the wrong profession.
Yeah. So that's what D'Amico had to say about that. Lamont on Twitter, when I hear Rex Ryan's clowning the Texans, I think it's more about the coaching matchup of D'Amico versus Harbaugh, because the teams on paper, Texans is clearly better than them. Ultimately, Rex feats Ryan means nothing to me.
I don't think it's about the coaches at all.
I think that Rex Ryan's could think that Harbaugh has the coaching matchup advantage.
Sure, that's one thing. But to say it like I don't think that there's that big of a divide between the two to say that that's the reasons behind making the comment. I think making the comment is driven by the fact that you've gotten your doors blown off on Christmas by the Ravens. You haven't looked good in the final month or so of the season. And the Chargers continue to play solid football to where if you just are watching both teams, you can say that one's going in the right direction and the Texans haven't been.
Eliminating the coaching staffs and going just roster, how do you think they stack up, those two teams?
I think that, and we were discussing on if I put it on my whiteboard all the time and going back and forth. I think the Chargers come out ahead.
Yeah, I think it's about even. I think
if we just did position group by position group, I think that, there might be some washes, and then there might be some where they're close. And then I think that their offensive line is way better than the Texans' offensive line.
Which coaching staff do you think is better?
I think Harbaugh's staff is probably better because of the experience.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the coaching staff advantage for the Chargers is greater than the roster advantage if they have one. I think the roster is about a wash, and I think the Charger coaching staff's a bit better.
I think their roster is going to have an advantage. I think the coaching staff, they probably have an advantage. I don't think it's that great, but I think it's obviously there with what Harbaugh's done.
Yeah, I mean, there's no right answer. It's all opinion, right? The correct way to fan is just to take note and say nothing before the game and absolutely kill the guy if we win. That's a perfect point. That's why I have one of my bookmarks on Twitter is bad takes, and I have a lot of ones saved up just in case they happen in the future. Just in case they happen.
Old Takes Exposed exists.
I know.
That's the way you handle it.
I like how Freezing Cold Takes will they'll comment on something and it's like this,
take note.
Yeah, I just want everybody to know that I've seen this. Not saying it's a cold take yet.
Have you guys ever got outed?
Seen it. I don't think that I have.
By Old Takes Exposed, Freezing Cold Takes.
Oh no, I have not.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I got by some aggregator, but I don't think it was that. I can't remember.
I'm trying.
They've gotten me twice.
They've gotten you
twice.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's been a few local guys that have made it.
I don't know who outed me. I can't imagine they stumbled upon my account, so I don't know who outed me for it. But yeah, they've gotten me twice. Huh?
What were the takes?
One was Patrick Mahomes wasn't going to be a great NFL quarterback. Not ideal.
Yeah, not
and
good.
then I also compared, and I think this is aging better as time goes by. But in 2018, it was not. But I compared Deshaun Watson to Geno Smith as a future bust.
Geno's probably better.
I know. Like I said, in 2018, it looked really bad. Now it actually looks fine.
Yeah, you weren't wrong on that one. You were just early.
I was just early, yeah.
Yeah. Vegas has too much on the Chargers winning. I got to play the Texans. I'm not a fan, but this seems like an upset. CJ going to run out of the pocket more. I don't know if I want him out of the pocket. Cody says, ask Trevor Lawrence if the Texans are soft. Yeah, he wouldn't think that the Texans are soft. If the fans getting mad at Rex and the national guys, it's the local radio guys with the delusional takes after all the injury, suspension, etc. The unreal expectations on CJ with everything he had to deal with and still won the division. Not sure that's really pertinent. They are giving Harbaugh the advantage because of his past success, not taking the Texans serious because of that. Hey, Harbaugh does have some pelts on the wall when it comes to the postseason. Not trying to beat up on the Texans, just trying to be realistic. They beat one team that had a winning record this year. They don't cover any spreads, and they can't score in the second half. Kind of hard to give faith in that. I think it's a fair point. Do you think the Texans run their ship very relaxed, go with the flow style?
I don't think it's a dictatorship. I don't think it's Mike McDaniel level relaxed. I think if I'm going to lean either way, I think it's more of a player's locker room.
Yeah, I think that it's probably more of a player's locker room too. I think D'Amico, I don't know this, but I think D'Amico probably has few rules, but the few rules he has, you better abide by.
Yeah. You and I have had conversations throughout the year where I've questioned maybe how intently they went to handle things internally with penalties or mental mistakes or things like that with Tunsil and others, but we'll never know because we're not in the building.
Yeah. Maybe I'll try to do. I don't like doing that. I don't like asking people secrets. Texture, what are the odds Chargers blow them out like the Ravens did? I don't think it'll be a blowout, but I have thought about how this Chargers team is basically Baltimore light, and the Texans really struggle with Baltimore. Yeah. So that has been something I've thought about, but I just don't think that they have the juice to blow them out like the Ravens do.
I would tend to agree with you, and I think that as much as we know that Herbert's had a really good year, and this is the coaching staff that seems to get the most out of him. I don't look at how prolific Baltimore's offense is. I don't look at the Chargers the same way. I think they're efficient. I think they can score points. I don't think they're on the same level as the Ravens. I think, really, honestly, to me, this game's going to come down to the running game and if the Texans can run the football, and then if they can stop the run. I think we know Herbert can pass the ball. I just think if the Texans can control the running game, I think they could be in a really good position.
I think if they score more points,
I like their
Clyde. I really like their odds if they win the turnover battle.
They don't have like I like Herbert, but he's not Lamar. Lamar's
right.
a different beast. I don't love their running backs. They're okay. They're not Derrick Henry.
Right.
You know, like I like Ladd McConkey a whole lot. Actually, he might be better than Zay. Ladd McConkey might be better than Zay, who, by the way, is ruled out for the wild card round. Hey, Brandon, why don't you like it? Why do you always try to, rest starters and not play them in meaningless games? That game was meaningful, but why do you always do that? Exhibit A, Your Honor, Zay Flowers, who will not play in the wild card round. That is why I like resting my starters with snaps that are not significant, not meaningful.
No, I think Johnston coming on this year has been huge for them. They shored up their offensive line with having a high draft pick that a lot of people thought they could have gone a different direction with. I think that the coaching staff has meant more than anything. I think that they're just a really, really well-oiled machine right now, peaking at the right time.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Shannon Farron, Chargers sideline reporter, host of Gary and Shannon on KFI AM 640. She joins us next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what you need in your life? You need a goal from Pro Dunk. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll ever find. Best basketball goals on the planet. Way better than anything you'll get in the big box stores, too, by the way. A tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware, height adjustable. It's rust proof. It's got all the high end quality that you want for a goal. You driving through the neighborhood. Maybe you exercise, maybe you jog and walk through the neighborhood, but you always see these cheap goals. The rim's jacked up, the backboard's broken. Sometimes they're not even upright anymore. Get a goal from Pro Dunk. If you're going to get one, do it right. Their new goal, too, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature. It's easy to do. It's fun to do. You can go from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Also, their accessories, top-notch. LED light kits for night play. Gets a little darker early now, so you want these LED light kits. Also, you're at work, kids are at school, can't play till the nighttime. Get LED light kits. That way you can play around the clock. Backstop nets, pull pad lettering, and lots more. You can order all of this, including installation online. You know it's annoying? Whenever you order something and they deliver a big box that's not assembled to your driveway, there's a million pieces, and it's daunting. It's overwhelming. You don't want to do it. You don't have to with Pro Dunk. Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal. Perfect height, perfectly straight. They're going to knock it out of the park. You don't have to do anything. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line. Shannon Farron joining us, Chargers sideline reporter, host of Gary and Shannon on KFI AM 640. Shannon, thanks for taking a few minutes hanging out with us. First and foremost, I've been glued to the TV and the news coverage on the Flyers out in L.A. We'll talk football in a moment. But how is everything going there for you? I assume that it's going okay if you have the time for us. But how tragic is this? Just how scary is it with your feet on the ground there?
Oh, it's super scary. The first fire that took off near the ocean, probably the one that you guys have seen the most, because it's such a picturesque community there at Pacific Palisades. That one took off right away Tuesday morning at a rate of speed of 2 to 3 football fields per minute. The firefighters, which are the best in the land here in LA County, actually had no chance to stop this thing as it just crumbled through homes, crumbling neighborhoods, just eating up thousands of homes there. And then we had one on the other side of the county. That's where I live. I was evacuated Tuesday night, and it was insane leaving the house. I mean, driving through the roads just on the surface streets to get to the freeway to go south. And there were just, trees that had completely covered the road. Luckily, I have a truck, so I was able to get over them. But it has been insanity. And then last night, the Hollywood Hills start to burn. So we are used to wildfires. We are not used to this kind of an event. It's a generational wind event, generational loss in terms of fires. And our firefighters really have just been completely depleted. And so prayers up for all those guys and women on the front lines. They've got to be exhausted.
Well, and this carries over to the football team too, right? Because we've heard the wide receiver coach was affected. And I'm sure that as you guys get ready to get out of town, there's a lot of people with a lot more on their mind than just football.
Absolutely. Jim Harbaugh's daughter, Grace, was evacuated last night from that Hollywood Hills fire. She is staying with them now, safe and sound. But there's not anybody who hasn't been touched by these fires just because they're so vast and they cover so much of Los Angeles. Everyone knows someone who's been affected. So definitely on the minds of these guys. But you know what? It's playoff football. It is time to focus and lock in on Houston. And that has been really the focus at this facility here this week.
Shannon Farron joining us on the HR&P guest line, sideline reporter for the Chargers, host of Gary and Shannon on KFI AM 640. I think it's easy to understate how good Jim Harbaugh has been first year on the job. Certainly has an incredible resume, incredible track record. How could you sum up the job that he's done in year one with the Chargers?
It's the year Jim Harbaugh has done in year one everywhere he has gone. It took maybe more than a year at Michigan, but he got there. He is the king of the turnaround. People believe in him. They buy into what he's saying. He supports everyone. I mean, he is a boss who comes around and knows exactly what you're good at and loves you for it every single day. This team loves him. He's different. He speaks differently. People looking in from the outside go, oh, that guy's crazy. He's so weird. But you know what? Inside this facility, it goes a long way to have somebody who speaks to you like a human, does not act like he is above you, acts like he is with you. And his mentality has always been a blue-collar work ethic. Back when he was with the 49ers in 2011 is when he first brought those blue-collar shirts into that facility with the name badges, kind of like an electrician would wear, a plumber would wear, somebody who works for a living. That is the idea at every team Jim Harbaugh works for is you put the work in, you reap the rewards. And it's we're all in it together. No one's better than anyone else kind of vibe.
Shannon, I'm curious because the obvious thing with Harbaugh is his love for Herbert, and we've seen a lot of it on television, but he's obviously been a good influence for him. I look at a guy like Quentin Johnston, and I'm like, my goodness, he was taking a rap last year for having bad hands, and there were questions no matter how high he was drafted. And what a turnaround season he's had. I don't know if that's a Harbaugh influence or not, but boy, he has been noticeable this year all season long.
I'm so glad you brought that up. That proves my point that I was just talking about, how he finds what you're really great at, and he supports that every day here. Q is case in point. This was a guy who could not catch a break last year. Q cares so much. You're not going to find somebody more popular than Q or Derwin. Same kind of guy around here. Everyone loves these guys. And Q had a rough freshman season. And you know what? It takes a while to have chemistry with a gunslinger like Justin Herbert. It just takes a while. You look at some of the great wide receiver, quarterback combinations in NFL history, and that first year wasn't great. You look at Jerry Rice and all the drops he had his first year. You look at some of, Johnny Unitas was an example Jim Harbaugh used with his star receiver. The freshman season is not always a storybook season. And Q's sophomore season has proven to be just that. Look no further than last week in Las Vegas when he had 186 yards, a career game. He's really finding the rhythm. And to offensive coordinator Greg Roman's point, this team has found a rhythm at the right time. It seems like they're peaking at the right time. They've scored 108 points in the past 4 weeks. This has been an offense that has kind of been like almost there all season, like, oh, we're almost there. And now they're there. And it seems like it's hitting at the right point.
Being joined on the HRP guest line by Shannon Farron, Chargers sideline reporter. You go through a week, and I know that you do this with the job that you hold. You hear the coaching staffs for both teams give a healthy amount of respect to the other side. And, the Texan side, D'Amico Ryans, their players, their assistants, they've been very respectful to the Chargers. Same thing for the Chargers side towards the Houston Texans. If you try to read between the words a little bit, where do you think that the Chargers have the most respect to? Is it the coaching staff? Is it Stroud, the offense, the defense? Where do you think that they have the Texans? They hold the Texans in the highest regard.
Man, find somebody who looks at you the way Jesse Minter looks at C.J. Stroud. I don't know if you heard his comments, our defensive coordinator this week, but he was effusive about C.J. And I think every football fan watching C.J. Stroud has just, how can you not like that guy? How can you not respect what he's doing and root for him? And so I think there's a lot of respect. Listen, at this level, just to be in the NFL, it's going to take a lot week to week. There are no bad teams. There's just, maybe bad chemistry. There's no bad players. These guys are here for a reason. And when you get to the playoff level, there are no bad teams. Everyone deserves your utmost respect, and you better not count anyone out. You better look at your opposing team and think the best of them. And that's what we've done all week with the Texans.
Shannon, let's take that and look at it from a different perspective. Let's take it from the perspective of knowing the Chargers like you do and watching the Texans and knowing what you're up against. Where do the Chargers have the biggest advantage against the Texans?
Our defense. This is the number one scoring defense in the league. Jesse Minter came over from Michigan. He took a team that ranked 24th last season, basically took the same personnel and made them number one. This is a defense that plays more zone than any other team in the league. We don't have the shutdown corners like you'll see in Denver, but we do have depth when it comes to the secondary. And this is a team that communicates very well back there. And I think that C.J. Stroud has this elusive quality about him. He can hang in the pocket. He can make decisions. He's a great option quarterback. He can escape the tack. He can do everything. But this is a defense that has been known to force mistakes because the guys in the trenches are not, schmucks either. You're looking at Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa and guys that will be interchangeable on that line because there's been so many different personnel groups that move in and out, and you guys will see it on Saturday, how quickly and how many different guys. 19 guys play regular defensive snaps every week for the Chargers. Fresh legs, fresh groups, and a lot of communication. This defense really is formidable.
It's going to be a fun one coming up Saturday. Shannon, thank you so much for taking a few minutes hanging out with us. Safe travels to Houston.
Thank you, guys. Nice to talk to you.
Shannon Farron, Chargers sideline reporter, host of Gary and Shannon on KFI AM 640. Let's look at these 14 teams that are in the postseason. 14, not 12. Who realistically has a shot to win it all? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texture, Stroud is what Minter admires most. LOL. What disrespect. They don't even watch the games. Hey, what do you expect him to say, though?
Yeah, I mean,
he's great. And he was the DC at Michigan. Like, he has history with Stroud.
He would obviously would have seen him
there,
close up.
Beat him. 2 years, I think.
Was he?
I believe so.
Because he's I know he had a good career in the NFL, I believe. But
how old is this guy? How long has he been around?
He's kind of like a Jim Leonard type
Jesse
guy that
Minter,
he
Wikipedia.
played in the league and then kind of went right into coaching.
He's 41.
Yeah.
How old is Jim Leonard?
About the same.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought Jim Leonard was ancient. I thought he was like 70.
No, because he played Jets, Ravens. Jim Leonard played a lot of football.
Oh, Minter was with Baltimore. I remember this now because he went from one Harbaugh to the other, which they trade a lot of.
They do.
They trade a lot of their coaching
Look
staffs.
at Wink Martindale,
players.
who was
They trade a
Harbaugh's
lot.
DC and went right to Michigan.
But didn't he get fired from
there.
Baltimore? No, from Baltimore.
Oh, yeah.
And then, like, one Harbaugh fires you, and then the other Harbaugh hires you.
Well, wasn't Weekend with the Giants last year? Wasn't there a year in between?
Was it this year?
No,
I
he's
think
with
he was.
Michigan
I thought
this
he was with the Giants.
Yeah,
last
but
year.
He's with the University of Michigan.
Right, but he said he wasn't with Harbaugh.
Yeah, he wasn't with Harbaugh.
Oh, initially, you're right. Yeah, 2 years ago, he was with the
there was a
Giants.
gap in between. That's what I'm saying.
It's just they do that with a lot of coaches.
Because he and Dable didn't see eye to eye.
Right.
And then Dable wanted him back, and he was like, no, I'm out.
They do that with some players, too. Like, look how many Chargers are former Ravens.
I mean, yeah,
they're
just look at the
running backs.
Look at the running backs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird deal.
Look at the OC.
It's a weird deal.
Greg Roman was the Lamar architect of the offense.
Like Eskimo brothers with these coaches. It's bizarre. How worried are you with this whole TikTok thing? Pop Crave tweeted a few minutes ago. TikTok announces it will shut down in the U.S. on January 19th unless
so
the
they're not
Supreme
selling
Court
to an
strikes down
American?
and delays law requiring it to be sold.
Wasn't there a mandate they had to sell to? Yeah, it's like I
that's
thought they were
American
going to go. I
company or
thought the sell was. I had heard the sell was going to
But
go
that's
through.
what TikTok's saying. They're saying, like, you better back down. You better strike down this whole we must sell or delay the law.
I don't
Or they're
think
going to
Congress
shut
is
it
gonna
down
care
on January
about them
19th.
trying to push back.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. Well,
TikTok's a big deal.
it is, but not to the congresmen involved in making that happen. They don't care.
Yeah, how many people in Congress have it?
Something tells me that
Maybe
it'll
their
be
interns
around
help 'em with
after
it.
January 19th.
Hmm.
I think it'll be around. I hope so. Fingers crossed. As an influencer,
They banned
as
it
a,
already.
as a content creator, as a social media star, I can't. I don't want TikTok to die in 10 days.
I thought they
11
banned
days.
it for government employees while on the job.
I have no idea.
It's been a bigger deal.
I hope it doesn't die. I love TikTok. Big fan of TikTok. All right, moving on. 713-780-ESPN. Realistically, who put 12 teams in the playoffs? Like acting brand new, like there aren't 14 teams.
I don't know where it was used.
It was me. I did it. Who realistically has a shot to win it all? That's the 14 teams in the NFL playoffs.
Well, I will say there's no reason to put 14 because there's not 14 teams
You're
that
right.
can win it.
Like let's go through it. Let's go through it and eliminate them.
My
Let's
list
start
is
in
actually kind of small.
Let's
but go
start
ahead.
in the AFC.
Okay.
We'll go 1 through 7. You like 7 teams, by the way, over 6?
I do.
I'm fine with it.
It's more football. I'm a fan
Yeah,
of it
I
too.
think that's the sweet spot. If you get to 8 and now it's half the league that gets in the playoffs, I think that's too much.
I don't like when half the league makes the playoffs.
Yeah,
I agree.
So this is the cutoff. to
See,
me.
like I'm pro more football, but whenever you get to half of the league making the playoffs, that's where I draw the line.
I
feel
think
like it's
that
too many.
too many in the NBA.
You know, when we look at it from a college perspective, and they were talking about adding teams, and there's a lot more teams. I think from the NFL perspective, it gets watered down after this anyway. I think this is fine.
Yeah, I'm cool with 7. I like 7 more than 6, but I don't want 8 over 7 and 7, 8, 9. Chiefs. Can the Chiefs win it all?
Absolutely.
All right, we're all unanimous on the Chiefs, so we all have 1. Can the Bills win it all?
Yes, they can.
You got to walk a lot back if you want to make that argument.
No, I'm going to stand on that. I'm going to die on that hill. I'm going to die on the Buffalo Bill. No, they can't win it all. I don't
You're not
believe.
going to circle the wagon.
I don't believe that Josh Allen can lead a team to a Super Bowl championship. I don't believe it fundamentally.
Even though he's not playing, like the genesis of you saying that was him being turnover prone, and he's not been that this year.
He's going to make a critical error that's going to cost them a game and eliminate them from the postseason. He is not capable of winning 1, 2, 3, 4 games in a row against playoff competition. Not capable.
I think he is.
Time will tell.
Yeah, it is, because he could also make that one big play that wins a game for them, and he can do that quite frequently.
Can the Baltimore Ravens win it all?
I think
Absolutely.
they can. Yeah.
You can say the same thing about Lamar as you can Josh Allen.
Sure.
Yeah.
You can say the same
exact.
Exactly
He's got, 2 playoff wins in his career, Lamar?
Yeah, and his playoff numbers are far worse than Josh Allen, too. Like, Josh Allen's playoff numbers are actually pretty good. They're actually pretty good. Lamar Jackson's playoff numbers?
No, they're awful.
Lamar Jackson's playoff numbers are worse than C.J. Stroud's regular season numbers this year. It's a fact. It's a fact. Can the Texans win it all?
No.
Yeah, I'm out there. Can the what's the deepest they could go?
AFC Championship game.
I would agree.
So you think that they could beat the Chargers and then the Chiefs?
More
than likely the Chiefs.
Deepest.
Yeah,
Like,
the
what's
deepest
the
they
pie
could
in the
go.
sky?
Their highest ceiling is
I'm not
AFC
picking
Championship
that,
game.
but that's the deepest.
Right, I understand.
Okay.
And I'm being critical of your peak of them.
So what? So your peak is 1 win?
I think it's divisional round, yeah. I don't think they can go, like, it's not a guarantee that they would play Kansas City, but more than likely, because they do the whole reseed thing. But I don't think that the Texans can go into Arrowhead and beat Kansas City. I mean, could they go into Buffalo and beat Buffalo?
I don't
think
think so.
From the weather perspective, no.
I'd give them a better chance against KC than Buffalo.
I would too.
You looked at the 10-day forecast? What's it doing in Buffalo a week from Sunday?
I haven't looked at it yet, but I would imagine it's probably going to, based on the weather that most of the country is experiencing now, I would bet that it's going to be winter, very, very wintry.
Yeah, that's a good question. What is this Texans peak? I'm going divisional. You'll go championship. All right. Can the Chargers win it all?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Steelers?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Broncos?
No.
All right. So we're all in agreement there. So y'all have 3 teams in the AFC that could win it all. I have 2 teams in the AFC. Chiefs, y'all's are the Chiefs, Bills, Ravens. Mine are Chiefs or Ravens.
Okay.
All right. Who can win it all in the NFC? Detroit Lions.
Yes.
Yeah. I love them. I think they're my favorite roster in the NFL. Love Jahmyr Gibbs. Love Sam Laporta. And I love a future first. Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes.
Yes. Beat that dead horse.
How confident are we in Jalen Hurts' health?
I think that I don't think it was, there was no doubt in my mind he was playing this week.
Yeah, Joel and I had that conversation in break yesterday because the note on the TV was that he was practicing, but he was questionable for this week. I don't think he's going to miss, but yeah, I mean, I would change my opinion if Hurts was out. I wouldn't say that they could obviously win without him, but I think he
talk
plays.
during breaks?
I think they could beat Green Bay
briefly
without him.
Yeah.
Come on, Joel.
He hates Green Bay.
I know you hate the Packers
you
so
hate
much.
your team more than I think any fan hates their team.
Cool. I hate certain.
What, Kenny Pickett's going to beat the Packers?
Either one. I think you just hand the ball to Saquon. You can make the plays to the receivers on the outside. I think Green Bay's got internal problems. Now their defensive guys are selling out their DC, who was much better than the DC a year ago. I think there's a lot going on there.
Philly's a 4.5-point favorite. They're expecting Hurts to play. What would the spread be if Pickett played?
10.
No.
I'm sorry. I think Green Bay's favored.
I don't.
I think Hurts is
I think
worth the
Eagles by
touchdown.
like 2.5.
I think it would influence the line by
6 points would be my guess.
I would go for at least 4.5. I think it would make it a pick'em game. I don't know if they would favor Green Bay in Philly, even with Kenny Pickett, but 4.5 does feel light.
The last time I looked, because people have these rankings, like what QBs mean to a line. Obviously, Mahomes and Allen and Lamar at the top, but I believe Hurts was about 5.5 or 6, which would put it at a pick'em or a small pick or a small favorite for Green Bay.
Okay, so we think that the Eagles could win it, reach it 2. Can Tampa Bay win it, the 3 seed?
No.
You guys hate Baker.
I don't hate him at all. I just think there's a difference between Baker having a really good year and Baker taking a team to the Super Bowl. And this year ain't it.
Yeah, I also think their defense has taken a step back this year, too.
The Los Angeles Rams.
No.
Nope.
No.
Sheesh.
Probably the worst team in the playoffs.
What?
Ooh, I wouldn't go that far.
I think the Rams would beat the Broncos and the Steelers.
I think the Rams could beat the Buccaneers.
You know what? Steelers. I'll
Maybe
go with you. The Rams aren't the worst. So I would say it's the Steelers.
I think Rams Texans in a neutral field to pick them.
I think you're probably right. We talked about that the other
Texans,
day.
But
yeah, but you also had the Texans winning 14 games this year.
11.
Can the Vikings win it all?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I'm probably out on them too.
I'm going to fade Darnold. I don't know. He missed.
I think it's easy to.
He looked bad last week.
Yeah, he did. Because of last week, I was going to say it's easy to change your opinion on the Vikings. Their defense has been really good all year. They got really good skill position players and a good line. It's all on Darnold, because if Darnold just doesn't make mistakes, and I think that team's good enough to. They hung with Detroit all year until the last game. I think they could.
That game was in Detroit too, right?
Sure was.
Minnesota's road is tough. Like, they would have to beat LA in LA, which I don't think is easy. I wouldn't shock me if the Rams beat the Vikings.
That game might be in Arizona now, but
Minnesota's only favored by 1. Like, Minnesota's favored by 1 point over
Wow.
the Rams. Like, the Rams' worst team in the playoffs. They're favored by 1, Minnesota is over the Rams. So, like, that's pretty – yes, Rams have home field advantage. And if they moved the game to Arizona, I'm sure it would influence the line. All of a sudden, Minnesota would be favored by 3.5, 4 points. But Vikings would have to win in L.A. or Arizona, which would be way better for Minnesota. Then you're more than likely, unless there's an upset, if the Commanders over the Buccaneers, Packers over the Eagles, you're more than likely having to go to Detroit again, and then you're more than likely playing Philadelphia in Philly for the final round. So you have to win at L.A., you got to win at Detroit, you have to win at Philadelphia.
No chance.
I'm out on the Vikings.
That's a Rockets run right there. When the Rockets won it all, they had to do that.
It's whenever it's when Brady won it with the Buccaneers. Didn't they win 3 straight road games to get into the Super Bowl?
They did.
But Sam Darnold ain't Tom Brady. Like, duh. Like, I'm out on the Minnesota for a lot of reasons, but their path is very difficult. Commanders.
No.
And then I'll ask you this, only you, Brian, this question.
We know Joel's answer.
Green Bay chances to win it all.
I actually side with Joel. They cannot win the Super Bowl.
I don't have them winning it all either. So Blankers has 3 teams in the AFC, 3 teams in the NFC. I have 2 teams in the AFC, 2 teams in the NFC, and then Brian has 3 in the AFC, 2 in the NFC. So all pretty close. All pretty close.
I mean, it used to be it could be just quarterback play, but I think that this year, you just you look at how many teams defensively. Not Cincinnati was the worst, the worst of the spectrum in terms of how bad their defense was, but how good their offense was. You're right. I mean, I in the past there were other teams that I would say had the best roster in football. Like Detroit has the best roster in football, and even with all the injuries, they're innovative on offense. All their skill position players are there. Their defense flies around. Aaron Glenn does one hell of a job. I think that teams with really good defenses this year really stand out. I think Philly and Detroit. Yeah, I might be a stretching because of Minnesota, like you guys said with Darnold, but I think their defense has been really good all year. I think defense is big this year.
Yeah, it is. It is always. It's a factor.
But I think
Huge
like
factor.
the Ravens used to be, and we were talking about their DCs, but their pass defense sucks compared to what their defense used to be a really big calling card. I don't think it's nearly what it was.
They still stopped the run well, but the
their
pass
defense sucks.
You really could say the same about Minnesota. Their run defense is great, but their pass defense has been subpar.
Peak Texans for me is them leading at halftime. It's well done. If the Rams Texans on a neutral field would be a pick 'em, why aren't they Texans favored more? I don't really understand the question.
Because they're not playing the Rams.
Or on a neutral field ever.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I don't understand the question.
No, I don't either.
I don't get it. Philly versus Baltimore. Baltimore for the ship. I can see it. I think that's in play for sure. And then another texture. Really? Josh Allen incapable of winning 4 in a row versus playoff competition? How much weed do you smoke? Not enough. Has he ever done it? He's never done it. How can
They did go in
Call
Detroit.
me the idiot when he's never done it?
They did go into Detroit and beat the Lions this year.
Okay.
I know it's
said
one
4
game,
in a
it's
row.
regular season, but I don't know. I think you're going to have to change your opinion on this.
We'll see. We'll see. But he's never done it. I'm the idiot. What?
I think to your point, Jeremy, if there's the obvious thing is if he could get a game or two at home, because especially if it's bad weather, we know how he won a playoff game in the snow all by himself almost. I think that the 4 road games is tough.
You're talking about
for Josh Allen.
Well, it wouldn't be on the road. They're a 2 seed.
Okay, so I think if they, if he gets a couple of home games,
he would.
Then I think he absolutely can win.
He should. He should only have to win 1 road game max, right? I mean,
they would have to
2 home
max.
games on a neutral site.
Yeah, unless Kansas City wins both of their games, they would host the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, they could potentially never leave Buffalo to the Super Bowl.
I don't think Josh Allen's ever going to win a Super Bowl. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Time will tell. Saints Patrick moving the game to Arizona wouldn't change the line. The Vikings will probably still have more fans in LA than the Rams. I appreciate the dig. I like that, Saints Patrick, but it would influence the line.
Yeah, it definitely would influence the line, and I'm not sure about the fans.
Of course it would.
It would influence the line. Where would you rank CJ among all the quarterbacks in the playoffs? Where do you rank D'Amico amongst all the head coaches? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I don't know how you have more faith in Lamar than Allen. I think it's a fair point. Lamar Jackson's not been good in the postseason. It's a fair point. I think Josh Allen's going to make him costly mistakes. And you could say the same thing about Lamar. I think it's fair. Time will tell. Time will tell. 713-780-ESPN. Where do you think CJ ranks amongst quarterbacks that are in the NFL playoffs? Where do you think D'Amico ranks amongst head coaches in the NFL playoffs? You want to do quarterbacks or head coaches first?
Your call.
Brian, age before beauty.
Quarterbacks.
There you go. He didn't hesitate there. I like that. So we'll do the quarterbacks first. Couple of texts already on this. Last. You're not pessimistic at all. The Texans are the worst team in the playoffs. If there were any other division, they would not make the playoffs. We talked about this a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, that's not true.
I think NFC South, I think they win.
In the NFC West, possibly.
Possibly. I'm not as high about that likelihood as you are, Brian.
But it's certainly arguable.
Arguable for sure. Any other division on the table, though?
No.
I would say no.
Yeah, they could win. In my opinion, they could win 3 out of 8. So, not last and last.
Okay.
When we talked about this, I thought there were 2 divisions that I thought that they could win. I thought there was one more. AFC South. I mean, the NFC South is the easiest one.
I would definitely.
Yeah, my other one was NFC West. Jeremy maybe disagreed.
I would definitely have to rank CJ ahead of any quarterback that has not won a playoff game before. Darnold, Daniels, Nicks, not sure who else. Okay, I think that's a fair barometer to use. Another texture, both at the bottom of the pack, not because of skill, but because of lack of experience. Now, they do have more experience than some head coaches and quarterbacks that are in this year's playoffs. Because, they played 2. Like, D'Amico had 2 last year. Stroud had 2 last year. McDermott is more likely to make the mistakes to cost the Bills, not Allen. Do you not remember when Josh Allen played the Houston Texans at NRG Stadium in the playoffs, and he tried to do a lateral as he was running full sprint to a receiver that was to his right? Dude is an accident prone.
That was before his breakout.
It was before his breakout.
To be fair,
yes.
But
2019, he has these efforts still. He still has these efforts.
Yeah, but
he is a mistake
I think
waiting
he's toned
to
it
happen.
down.
We'll see. We'll see.
It feels like an opinion stuck in the old Josh Allen.
No, I see it all the time this year. I saw it last year. He throws into – that's a big reason why they fired their OC last year was because of all the mistakes and turnovers he was making.
That hasn't been the case this year, though. His turnover numbers are not the same as as the Josh Allen you referred to in 2019.
Regular seasons are neat. Regular seasons are cool. Let's see what Josh Allen turns into when the pressure is at its most. He turns back. He's going to turn back into the pumpkin that is careless with the football. Just telling you.
You
We'll
freely
see.
admitted earlier in the show that his postseason numbers are actually pretty good.
They are pretty good.
You can't. It's hard to say he's pumpkining.
Look, being pretty good for a majority of the game is great. But in order to win a Super Bowl, you cannot make the mistake that's going to eliminate you from the playoffs. You can do both. You can have great numbers, but then also make the mistake in a tie game that costs you. That both things can be true.
I just think that year that he got beat by the overtime system, he didn't make any mistakes. I mean, he had every right to win that football game the way he played. I think the fact that they've created a lot more structure to eliminate a lot of the careless turnovers seems to be working. I think at some point in his career, he's going to win a Super Bowl.
He was great in that 2022, whenever you're talking about. He threw 5 touchdowns against the Patriots in the wild card round. He threw 4 touchdowns against Kansas City in the game they were referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they win that game, he has to win 2 more.
Right.
Still had to win 2 more that year. We'll see. We'll argue circles. We'll go in circles on this. We're not changing each other's opinions.
No,
we have to just wait and see how it plays out. We've hit our impasse. 713-780-ESPN. CJ Stroud, quarterbacks first. Stroud over Mahomes.
Mahomes.
No.
Yeah, Mahomes over Allen.
No.
Nope.
Josh Allen's fantastic. The guy's a stud. He's really good in the playoffs specifically. Baltimore Ravens, the Lamar.
Nope.
No. How about Herbert?
No.
I think it's closer than just an immediate no, because Herbert crapped the bed a little bit in the playoffs too.
He's never won a playoff game.
2 years ago, different coaching staff.
Never has won a playoff
That's true.
game. He has 1 less playoff win than CJ.
I'll take CJ.
I'm going Herbert. If you would have asked me at the start of the year, I would have taken CJ. I have flipped with a full body of the regular season. I'm going Herbert on this one. So moving on to Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, I guess.
Bet he's better than both.
Yeah, I'll go Stroud over the Steeler quarterbacks. I'll speak for Brian. He'll say the same thing. And then Bo Nix.
I'll take him over Bo Nix.
Bo Nix is pretty good.
He's pretty good. That's great. But winning, like you said, winning playoff games, and he's got a couple playoff games under his belt. I think that he's better than Bo Nix right now.
Yeah. I think I think Stroud and Nix is actually closer than Herbert and Stroud.
That's fair.
But I'll still go Stroud. I'll go Stroud by a hair. Stroud or Nix?
Stroud.
Okay. So Blankers had 3 quarterbacks that Stroud's better than in the AFC. I had 2. Brian has 2. Jared Goff.
No.
I would take Goff.
I take Goff without any hesitation.
Right.
Jalen Hurts.
Hurts.
Ooh.
You can't stand Hurts. I love your biases. They made me laugh.
My biases?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's not been a huge Hurts guy.
Yeah,
I'll take Hurts.
Yeah, I'll go Hurts on that one. Baker Mayfield.
I'll take CJ.
I would take if I'm basing. You guys can base it on your own criteria. To me, I'm basing it on current level of play.
Yeah.
It's Baker.
I'm going Baker too. Based on
Baker's
current
been
level
really
of play.
good, but he also had, like you're talking about with Josh Allen, he has in his past a propensity to turn it over.
Yeah.
Last 2 years though, he's been amazing.
Okay.
They won a playoff game last year.
Stafford.
No.
I would take Stroud.
I'd take Stafford.
I'm going Stafford too.
Stafford hasn't played. I know he had like a 4-touchdown game a month ago, but he's been really up and down this year. So is Stroud. But I would take Stroud.
I like the offense.
Yeah, I like Stafford's experience and the fact that he's got a good offense.
If McVay was calling plays for Stroud, I might flip it there.
Sure.
But Slowick, Stroud, McVay,
I would definitely
Stafford.
take McVay over Slowick, but I'll take Stroud.
But it's the combination of the two. Right?
I get it, but I would still take Stroud.
Sam Darnold.
Stroud.
Stroud.
I'm going Darnold. Current form, I'm going.
Yeah,
Darnold.
but last week he looked great.
All those throws high last week.
It was against the best team in the NFL.
One series without an incompletion. Are you kidding me? CJ looked fantastic last week.
Stroud's got recent. He went 6 for 6 against the Titans.
Yeah, right,
blasting Darnold for losing to the best team in the NFC. Yeah, I'm going Darnold. If we're going recent form, Jaden Daniels, first ever playoff game.
Jaden.
See, that's why that experience to me has me thinking about it. From a year-to-year perspective, Jaden's had a better year than CJ. I think in the playoffs, I would take CJ to win a game over Jaden.
Okay, so you go Stroud. You win Jaden, Brian?
Yeah, because
too.
Like per the last conversation, factoring in who's calling plays for him, I would take Cliff over Bobby Slowick. So.
Yeah, I'm going Jaden as well. And then last one, Brian. Again, I'm asking just you,
Yeah,
Jordan
just
Love.
you. Just you.
I would take Stroud.
You taking Stroud or Love?
I'm taking Stroud.
I'm taking Love. I'm taking Love.
Mm.
So Joel has Stroud over 7 quarterbacks in the playoffs. So if you have him over 7, where does that rank? 8th or whatever? I have him over 2. Brian has him over 5.
Over 2 in the entire playoffs?
In the entire playoffs. I have Stroud, I guess 14 teams, 14. I have Stroud as the 12th quarterback.
Yeah, I have him at
playoffs.
9.
You had him over 2 in the AFC and nothing in the NFC?
I guess not. No, I haven't over nobody. I had him over Bo Nix, and I had him over the Steelers quarterbacks. I had him over no NFC quarterbacks. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I have Stroud number 12. You had him 9.
9. I had him 9.
And then I need to do a little bit. So
I
Blankers had him
8.
7.
Oh, at 7? Okay.
Yeah. So where's Stroud rank 7, 12, 9? 7, 9, 12 is where we have him.
Certainly a lot different than the way we were talking.
I was bullish. Right. I was bullish on Stroud.
Yeah,
sure.
our preseason quarterback rankings, we had him consensus top 5.
Honestly, there was no reason not to be bullish on CJ coming off the year he had. And doing what he did, they did, and where it looked like it was going.
I expected him to build off of last year and take another step forward, which is why I thought he'd be top 5. Because if he did take a step forward from last year's results, he would have been a top 5 quarterback. Problem is, he took 3 steps backwards.
Well, and I also think that as much as we talked about the schedule, even if they had lost tough games because of the schedule, I just felt like he was still going to perform well. And there's been a lot of
you're expecting. Speaking for the person worried about the schedule, you're expecting even if they had a step back record-wise, which
absolutely.
Even though it ended up being identical, that they would, when they're losing shootouts because Stroud was special and he was going to take a step forward.
That's basically what I said.
That wasn't the case.
Yeah, I think that because of the schedule, they might lose more games, but I definitely didn't expect him to look like this.
All right, where do you have him? Blankers has him 7. Brian has him 9. I have him 12. We'll get to the D'Amico one as well. Let's go out to the HRP listener line real quick. Joey, you're in the Hive for the Bees. What's up, Joey?
Joey, you there?
Going.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, buddy, go.
There he is.
Okay, look. What if the Texans haven't put their good stuff out? I feel like they haven't put their legit offense out or their defense out? What if they come out with a fucking, excuse my language.
Thanks for calling, Joey.
I've never seen Brian move faster.
Yeah, he did.
He was like
his quick twitch. Was getting him 5 yards there.
I was taking a drink of my Coke Zero and nearly spit it out on the board as I was trying to reach for the dump button.
He was mid-sip and went triple axle in there.
There was his 5 yards behind the line, behind a good offensive line.
Oh,
Brian's
man.
quick twitch was put right on display.
Brian,
short area quickness, Joel.
Will you go grab that and post it on the internet? Can you post your movement in there when Joey dropped the F-bomb?
I'll reach out to Sam.
It's like not the tire drill. What's the one where it's just
the 3-cone drill?
The 3-cone?
Yeah, 3-cone.
I think you're more athletic than Dalton Schultz. For the first time in my life, I believe Brian when he said he could gain 5 yards.
Just
if
get him the
C's
neck
clear.
thing, and he's good.
That was impressive. I really hate that we lost Joey there because I think he was onto something, saying that the Texans have shown nothing. They haven't shown their best stuff. I think that Bobby Slowick and the D'Amico Ryans, I think all year they were like, you know what? We're just going to put our mediocre stuff out there. That way, whenever we get to the playoffs, we're going to really show them. I think that Joey had a point. I think that Joey was being. I think he was being a savant there. I agree with him. I don't think that Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans put their best stuff on film this year because they were waiting for this moment. /S. All right, 713-780-3776. Blankers 7, BMAX 9, me 12. Where do you have Stroud rank? Where do you have D'Amico rank? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Text line's roasting me for my Josh Allen take. We'll see. We'll see. If he wins the Super Bowl, we'll have a 3-hour roast fest. If he throws an dumb interception in a critical moment, I'll roast all of you. Pat 408 with the tush push. The Eagles can win it all. Without it, they lose. Why couldn't they do it? Am I missing something here?
Yeah, I mean,
you can do it.
I mean, you're gonna do it for 100 yards. I mean, wherever you are on the field every time.
I don't see them winning it all this year, but I think he will win one eventually. I think he's talking about CJ.
Yeah, I thought he's talking about Josh Allen.
Maybe. Tyler and Conroe, the only teams better than the Texans are the Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, Lions, and Vikings. They're better than every other team, and that's a fact. I mean,
like your confidence.
But even then, is it that confident? He said that they're the 6th best team in the playoffs. They're in the middle of the 14-team playoff. That's not that hot of a take.
I mean, they are who we thought they were, except for Brian.
Yeah,
but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
I'm glad I didn't knock over your drinks. That was a stupid thing to do.
If you want to crowd them, crowd their ass.
Tyler and Conroe, Branham is totally unserious right now. Darnold recent form, he lost his team the game. It was against the Lions. I'm not going to just tank Darnold for having a really good season because he lost to the best team in the NFC. The opponent matters. And just like I'm not going to claim C.J. Stroud's a top 7 quarterback because he went 6 for 6 against Tennessee. Opponent, context matters. C.J. is that guy and a winner, 2nd year and 2-time division winner. Y'all heard y'all's lady guests. Yeah, lady guests have something nice to say about
Jesse Minter?
Yeah, about Stroud. Tyler Conroe, Branham was also bullish on Levis, so let's take his option where quarterbacks ranked with a grain of salt. I liked his attributes. I did a lot of that to troll, though, because it moved the needle. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jacob, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Jacob?
Yo, what's up? Hey, man, CJ is the guy. Let me tell you something about CJ. He had his 2nd year. People were saying he was going to go into a sophomore slump. Okay. Last year, he had a decent, easy schedule. This year, the schedule was harder. And like I said yesterday, of course, for some reason, y'all think that injuries doesn't matter. His top receiver went down. Yeah, you say he played 15 games, but he did not have intact him and Diggs for the entire season. Diggs got hurt. Now they just, you know what happened last week? They added another talented wide receiver. He's going to take some of the pressure off. Now they can go back to my man Nico deep. And not only can they go deep, now they can run the ball. They can play action. Now, the defense, when they got them 5 turnovers against Detroit, what they finna do to L.A. is going to be ridiculous, man. They defense. And Ryan, there's not a franchise with a 2nd-year coach and a 2nd-year quarterback that has the capabilities of what the Texans got. The Texans' future, as far as in football, is good, man.
But how about this year?
But Jacob, we're not talking about the overall future. We're talking about this season.
This season they got a home field advantage in his 2nd year, 2 years in a row. This season, hey, and this season starts Saturday, and nigga, you can rank them whatever you can feel what you feel. Now when they blow them out, I want to see what y'all got to say. And then because they got a shot. I'm not saying they not. I don't think they're going to beat the Chiefs, but they do have a shot. The Chiefs not looking, and the Chiefs, this ugly win, cute wins. The Chiefs won ugly all year, but they still the favorites to win it all. All right, y'all.
All right,
Appreciate
Jacob, thanks for the call.
I like his fire.
No, he's obviously a big CJ fan and D'Amico, and he should be. I mean, that's your team. I just think that as we talk about it specifically to this season and where they rank and the expectations based on how they've played, I think it's really, really hard to see them as a Super Bowl contender. It's difficult to find them in the AFC Championship game, and it's really difficult for most people looking at this opening round game. They're not the favorite, and most people aren't picking them. So, shock the world, I guess. But it's not to say that no matter what happens in this playoff run, that it tarnishes the fact that for the next several years, this team should be pretty good.
Yeah, I still like the future.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm still high on their future. I think you need to make some changes to aid that future.
For sure.
But that's probably a different conversation for a different day, or actually a conversation that we've had. All right, so
probably after they get eliminated when you start worrying, talking about what to do differently and where they can improve.
All right, let's have the D'Amico side of this. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. D'Amico or Andy Reid?
Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Easy Andy Reid.
D'Amico or Sean McDermott?
I would take D'Amico.
I'll take McDermott.
I think it's really dang close. McDermott has some game management issues.
Mm-hmm.
His motivation tactics are a little odd and even extreme.
You could say extremist.
I think I got to go McDermott, though, because of the resume.
Mm-hmm.
Like D'Amico's resume is good, too. D'Amico's won 2 division titles in 2 years, but McDermott has done it more often.
Mm-hmm.
That one's really, really close.
I'm
going to lean McDermott
Both
there.
defensive coaches, right?
Yeah.
I think
that's really close.
Yeah, I think the overall resume has me giving the nod to McDermott.
John Harbaugh.
Easily.
I got to go Harbaugh there. Jim Harbaugh.
Easily Jim Harbaugh.
I don't know easily, but yeah, definitely Jim Harbaugh.
I would say. I mean, we're going to if we're going to talk about past resume. I mean, our guest earlier in the show said it. I mean, he won at Stanford. He won with the 49ers. He won at Michigan. He won at what was it, San Diego State before Stanford?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easily too. Tomlin.
No, Tomlin. You're going to go against that?
Why do we act like Mike Tomlin's been more than mediocre for the last 7 years?
Because more times than not, he's made chicken salad out of chicken bleep with what he's had to work with.
Maybe so.
He hasn't had a quarterback since.
Yeah.
Not even since because Roethlisberger wasn't the same as the last couple of years, and he's still making the playoffs and winning 10 games.
Tomlin hasn't won a division title since 2020.
Also hasn't had a losing season.
Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game since 2016. I'm going D'Amico.
I mean, the playoff game is a fair point, but I'm still going to take what he's done. Because, I mean, I think the idea of what D'Amico did rebuilding the Texans last year is equal to what some of what Tomlin has done with lesser than quarterbacks post Roethlisberger. So, plus you have the Super Bowl and the long.
Look what D'Amico's doing with a lesser than quarterback this year.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the Super Bowl. I'll take Tomlin.
Yeah, I think that this one is pretty convincing in Mike Tomlin's favor.
I just feel like Tomlin's been super mid for the last 7
Never
years.
having a losing season for the last 15
cool.
years.
Let's applaud mediocrity. Let's applaud 9 and 7s. Like, why didn't we do that for Bill O'Brien? Like, Bill O'Brien won more playoff games in his last 7 years than Mike Tomlin did in his last 7.
I based on what he's had to work with and what he's been able to achieve, and he's got a Super Bowl under his belt, I think it's an easy decision.
He won his Super Bowl in 2008.
Still won one. He's got experience. He can lead. He can get the most out of his players. I mean, there are teams around the league that would love to trade for him. They want him. I mean, I just think it speaks for itself, the fact that he's been able to do what he's done with lesser than rosters a lot.
You know who won the Super Bowl the year before Tomlin?
2007? That would have been
Tom
Colts?
Coughlin.
Oh, the Giants, right, yeah.
You know who won the Super Bowl before Tom Coughlin? Tony Dungy. Do you know who won it before that? Bill Cowher. Like, Mike Tomlin's closer to those guys in Super Bowl wins than he is Sean McVay.
But doesn't that show that he's had longevity from that point to still be coaching the same team and winning?
Of mediocrity. I think he's been super mid in the last 7 years.
About never having a losing season as being mediocre.
Bill O'Brien didn't have a losing season until the final one. He was fired. His first one, I think, his last one.
No, he had a losing season in 2017.
They went 2-14 and got hurt. Whatever.
They were 4-12 that year.
Super Bowl winning coaches since Mike Tomlin. Sean Payton, Mike McCarthy. Like, why aren't we having the same conversation about Mike McCarthy? Mike McCarthy won a Super Bowl. Why does Tomlin get love for winning a Super Bowl in 2008 and McCarthy doesn't for winning 1 in 10?
McCarthy gets credit for winning the Super Bowl, but from the same degree of what he's been able to do, longevity, stay with the same team, and never have a losing season. We see it differently.
I can't imagine before this year McCarthy had many losing seasons either.
I mean, he had Aaron Rodgers for the majority of his career.
Sure, he's winning with Dak.
Mm-hmm.
And Dak was winning before him.
And yeah.
Bill O'Brien had 2 losing seasons in his entire career. 2. And one was the one he got fired.
He had one.
And how long was
season
his
over
career?
10
Because look at how many years you're talking about with Tomlin.
If you go 7 years of Bill O'Brien as the Houston Texans coach, he won 4 division titles. Now they were crappy divisions.
Mm-hmm.
Tomlin hasn't won a division title since when did I say? Tomlin's last division title was in 2020.
2020.
So he hasn't won a division title it's been 6 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 years.
Yeah.
5 years. He hasn't won a playoff game, Tomlin, again since 2016. 2016. Bill O'Brien won a playoff game in 2019. Bill O'Brien has won a playoff game more recently than Mike Tomlin. In fact, 3 years closer. 3 years more recent. And I'm not arguing for Bill O'Brien, obviously. But I think that we overrate Mike Tomlin.
But if you're going to use the Bill O'Brien resume argument, correct me if I'm wrong, but Bill O'Brien's only had in those 7 years 1 season where he won 10 or more games. Because most of those division titles were with 9 and 7 records.
He won 10 or more twice.
Twice?
He went 10-6 in 19. He went 11-5 in 18.
Right.
And he was fired in 20 when he went 0-4.
Okay, so two out of 7 were 10 wins plus. Okay.
Yeah, and look, I mean, O'Brien took advantage of a bad division, and Tomlin's been in the AFC North, and the AFC North traditionally far greater than the AFC South.
Brian.
No argument there. Like other coaches who have won a Super Bowl since Mike Tomlin's last Super Bowl win. Like again, this is why I think we overrate Tomlin a little bit. Tom Coughlin won a Super Bowl in 2011. Tom Coughlin has a more recent Super Bowl win than Mike Tomlin. Tom Coughlin.
And Tom Coughlin's out of the league, and Mike Tomlin's still coaching at the same team.
I think, I understand that, but what we're doing here though is we're rewarding longevity. We're not rewarding like this top level of football
accompanied with success.
It defines success. If
he's made the playoffs the last couple of years, they've never had a losing season.
If D'Amico Ryans did not have a playoff win in the last 7 years, not even 7 years, it's greater than that because Mike Tomlin's last playoff win came in 16. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If Houston went 8 years without a playoff win, we would be calling for D'Amico Ryans' head. We would be calling for D'Amico Ryans to be fired if he did not have a playoff win for 8 years.
I think the roster matters in those situations. I think if you had a less than roster and had no expectation at the start of the year that team was going to be good enough to even get to the playoffs, and he overachieved to get them into the playoffs, whether they won the playoff game or not, I think that means something.
I think that any city would be calling, maybe not except for Pittsburgh, I guess. I think that any NFL city would be calling for the head of their head coach if they didn't have a playoff win in 8 years. I think every single one.
The city matters. I think teams like Jacksonville and teams that have been lesser than in smaller market would have said, hey, making the playoffs is
doesn't matter in
deal.
Football. Market does not matter in football.
I think from the fans to clamor for a guy's job, if they continue to make the playoffs, especially when their rosters aren't great or they're not spending the same kind of money, I think that does matter.
Jacksonville won a playoff game in 2017. Was that the same year?
No, year after.
Yeah, Jacksonville has a playoff win more recently than Mike Tomlin.
Well, they've got multiple because they beat the Chargers a few years ago.
2022. Yep, they do. So they have 2 playoff wins. Jacksonville, lowly Jacksonville that you're crapping on. They have 2 more playoff wins than Mike Tomlin does.
Of a fan base that I don't think would be clamoring to fire a coach that won the division or made the playoffs.
I don't know.
They had no losing records in however many years he's been there.
Were they not clamoring for Doug Peterson to get fired?
I mean, I'll tell you this.
Were they not clamoring for Urban Meyer to get fired?
Until Dan Campbell got to Detroit.
Apples and oranges. Urban Meyer was a train wreck.
Okay, Peterson. Let's stick to that one most recently.
But, I mean,
don't you think that they were
success, though, that pertinent to this conversation, Peterson's success wasn't there.
Yes, it was 9-8, win a division, 9-8, 4-13. Like he didn't have the longevity of success, but he had 2 winning seasons prior to this year.
Sure, but the Super Bowl that would anchor that conversation wasn't
not
in
Jacksonville. Not in Jacksonville. I think that's the take. Pittsburgh is holding on to that Super Bowl title way more than they should. Tom Coughlin has a Super Bowl win more recently than Mike Tomlin. Bill Belichick has 3 Super Bowl wins more recently than Mike Tomlin. Pete Carroll has a Super Bowl win more recently than Mike Tomlin. Gary Kubiak has a Super Bowl win more recently than Mike Tomlin. Bruce Arians has a Super Bowl win more recently than Mike Tomlin. I think we overrate Mike Tomlin.
There's one guy that's still coaching out of those guys. I mean, he still kept his job.
But I understand where you're coming from, but you're rewarding him keeping the job. he has not done anything significant. Winning seasons are significant.
I guess you're saying
I'm
he
not,
shouldn't have the job.
Yeah, I guess so. I think that I think every single NFL city, I guess with the exception of Pittsburgh, and it's probably because he won the Super Bowl there. And look, Pittsburgh keeps their head coaches longer than any other NFL organization. So I think perhaps even if Tomlin was coaching at any other place, he'd probably be fired by now. How many coaches and how many organizations are going to keep a head coach that has not won a playoff game in 8 years? I would argue Pittsburgh is it.
If they haven't had a losing season and a good look, I think, there's examples that now change the narrative of like a team like Detroit that had never even sniffed any kind of success until Dan Campbell, and he took his lumps too. But I think before that, if you'd have said a team like Detroit couldn't win their division, couldn't even get to the playoffs, struggled mightily.
Let's use Dan Campbell then. Let's say Detroit wins the Super Bowl this year. They lose Ben Johnson, and then Detroit has a bunch of 9-8s for the next 8 years. They don't win a single playoff game. Do you think Detroit's calling for Dan Campbell's head?
I don't.
I don't either.
Absolutely think they are.
I don't.
I don't think he lasts 8 years. I don't think he gets 8 years
After the
of
futility
9-8
of their existence and how putridly bad it's been. I think that I think
market matters. Like Philly obviously pushed Doug Peterson out quickly when things went downhill, or for the Eagles after his Super Bowl win. I don't think Detroit would. I mean, I think you're right in that more than half the teams in the league.
Let's call it Brendan Riley. Brendan Riley's our representation.
See, I think the other thing that we're kind of we're talking more and more about.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
culture and leader of men and all these other things too. Tomlin survived the Le'Veon Bell BS, the Antonio Brown BS, and to your point, in Tampa Bay, I think that Arians lost his job because he and Brady butted heads. I think that Tomlin's been able to have that balance between leader of men, creator of culture, having the respect of everybody in the building, and then still not having a losing season to where the respect level continued to grow and grow. That's why he still has his job.
I think we're overrating 10-7s and 9-8s. Like his last 4 years, 9-7 and 1, 9-8, 10-7, 10-7. Hasn't won a playoff game since 2016. Hasn't won a division in 2020. If they get bounced again this year, in the first round, 0-2, 0-3, 0-4, 0-5, that's 6 straight playoff losses. 6 straight playoff losses. Here's the scenario with like Detroit. If they win a Super Bowl, Ben Johnson gets another head coaching job, Dan Campbell goes a bunch of 9-8. The narrative on Dan Campbell is that he can't win without Ben Johnson. And they would fire him before 8 seasons of 9-8 and not winning a playoff game. I wholeheartedly believe that.
Okay. I think, the fact that Tomlin has a no trade clause in his contract shows you too that they definitely don't want to lose him.
All right. We have our representative of Detroit, Brendan Riley, is joining us now. We just got into a big argument here, Brendan, and we brought you in to mediate the situation. Kidding, kind of. So we started talking about Mike Tomlin, and I think Mike Tomlin's overrated. I don't think that there's another NFL city where you could go 8 years without winning a playoff game that you could keep your job. And it led to Dan Campbell, and we used the scenario of Dan Campbell wins the Super Bowl this year, Ben Johnson leaves Detroit, and then Dan Campbell for the next 8 years goes 9-8, and they don't win a single playoff game. Do you want Detroit to fire Dan Campbell?
Yeah. In the exact scenario you laid out, for sure. I think there would be people who probably wouldn't, but no, if you lose your coordinator and instantly can't win a playoff game, that's a pretty clear sign you're not the reason for success.
Thank you, Brendan. Appreciate your service. It's great to hear from you too. I hope the family's well. Hope you had a good Christmas, Happy New Year, all of that. But thank you for getting to our Detroit question. Best of luck to y'all too, by the way. I'm rooting for y'all to make the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Hi, Brendan.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
All right, goodbye. I'll talk to you again in 8 months. There you go. I don't think there's another city except the Pittsburgh in the entire NFL that would allow a head coach to be winless in the postseason for 8 straight years and he keep his job.
I mean, the Texans kind of did it with Kubiak close to that. It was 6 seasons before he won his first playoff game.
Houston wanted Bill O'Brien fired. Did we not want Bill O'Brien fired whenever he was going 9-7 every year?
Sure.
And yes, a 4-12 came, but people with Houston wanted Bill O'Brien fired after that 9-7 year.
And when I'm making my point, I also will admit it's under different ownership, same family, different ownership. But I mean, Kubiak started his career with 6 straight Not just the seasons not winning a playoff game. They didn't even make the playoffs for 6 seasons, and he was still holding on to his job, and it seemed like he was never going to lose it.
It's so crazy looking at the coaches that have won a Super Bowl since Tomlin, and you see McCarthy, you see Coughlin, you see Carroll, you see Kubiak, you see Peterson, you see Bruce Arians. It's wild. Like,
in Pete Carroll's interview for the Bears job, I don't think Pete Carroll was a bad coach.
I'm not saying he's a bad coach, but he also got fired, and he won a Super Bowl more recently than Tomlin. How many losing seasons did Pete Carroll have? Like, maybe that's a good example to this conversation. Because Pete Carroll, didn't they have a winning season the year they got rid of him? Yeah, he was 9-8. Pete Carroll went 9-8, 9-8, 7-10, 12-4, 11-5, 10-6, 9-7, 10-5, 10-6, 12-4, 13-3 Super Bowl champions. They fired Pete Carroll. Like, that's another example that I think highlights my point.
I don't know. I think it's kind of apples and oranges because he got seemingly pushed out from. It's all speculation, of course, but it seems like he got pushed out in part due to his age, kind of like Belichick did in New England. Because I think Carroll's older than Belichick. He's in his 70s, so I don't know if that was entirely hey, we're tired of mediocrity, you get out of here. I think it was partly like, all right, this dude's like 73 years old. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guy.
A lot of textures on this saying quarterback. Tomlin hasn't had a quarterback. Carroll hadn't had great quarterbacks in Seattle after Russell Wilson. They weren't bad. What other franchises have 15 straight winning seasons? Cool. Like, I don't want to go 9-8 for 15 straight years. Like, that's not what I want my organization to do. Like, do you want to go 9-8 for 15 straight years? Or do you want to win like 2 Super Bowls in 15 years? And then maybe for 7 of those years, you're 6-11. Like, I'd rather have the highs and the lows than to be here in purgatory. It's like the Chuck Hayes Rockets. Cool. You're going 41-41 every year. Tomlin's going 42-40, and they're losing in the first round every year.
Yeah, we just see it differently. I just think that because of the overall big picture of what, and you're right, Pittsburgh plays into this because they haven't had many head coaches in their existence, in their history. But I think that when you talk about a guy that has been able to persevere, take less than and make more out of it, to be able to get over some really, really difficult situations, personality conflicts and otherwise, survive not having a quarterback to really, even though you spent a high pick on Pickett, you look at the fact that he survived the last couple of years, that there's a respect factor. There's, relationships that he's built with the organization that factor into it too. But I think overall, it's everything that he brings to the table as a head coach is why he's still there.
Yeah. I guess we've hit our impasse. I just think that if you had a coach that hadn't won a playoff game in 8 years, you're looking to get rid of him. Texture Tomlin is the best coach in the league after Andy. Another texture.
I disagree with that.
That's the Steelers' way. They've had 3 coaches in the last 40 years. Yeah, and I think that's why every other organization has probably moved on from Tomlin. I agree Tomlin should go. Not having a losing season is impressive, but doesn't really amount to anything significant. I agree with that. Like, it goes back to what I just said. I don't care about going 9-8 and 10-7. I'm trying to go deep into the playoffs. If I have a few losing seasons mixed in there, I don't really care. Tomlin overrated. Are you serious? Name the other coaches with no losing seasons. Trash take by Brenham.
I think
he spelled it Brenham.
He spelled it Brenham. Yeah.
I think too, when you look at this is like he's not had a quarterback for the last how many years? 5? 4? 5?
Yeah, I think Roethlisberger's last year was 2019.
And so most people wrote them off as being a really, really bad team and finding a way to win. This is like the Colts, who had everything but a quarterback, went through all these different quarterbacks and couldn't even get to the playoffs with what they had or do anything. And Tomlin's, I think that's why a lot of people are impressed at the fact that he found a way to get it to be good enough to at least make the postseason, with most teams that don't have that just fade away.
You're celebrating Bill O'Brien going to the playoffs with Matt Fitzpatrick and Brian Hoyer.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
I think where it really comes down to is what you just said. You'd rather have some tough years and then go for the peak, whereas to never have that kind of lull and go down and be able to sustain every single year, not having a losing season.
Look, I think that is impressive. I agree with you that is impressive. I just, if I'm an owner, I'm giving my head coach their goals. It isn't to go 9-8, 10-7. It's to win playoff games and win divisions and going deep into the playoffs. And maybe that's what I would want as an owner. I want to have deep playoff runs, win division titles, hang banners. I don't want to go 9-8 and 10-7.
Okay.
And you would?
I think that, again, I think the entire situation matters. The city, the owner, the dedication to, what do you consider a win? budgets, everything matters.
So what would your goals be as an owner? What are your owner goals?
I think it's easy to say my goal every year is to win the Super Bowl.
Well, that's what I asked.
I just answered.
You're starting like talking about like cities and stuff. Like if you're an owner,
I think
you're
it's
hiring
a small
head coach,
market
what
that's
is his
never
goal?
really sniffed success, and suddenly you're sniffing success.
You're the
that matters.
owner of an NFL team, and you're hiring a head coach. What are the goals that you're giving your head coach that you just hired?
You obviously want to win first and foremost, just to win. That's especially because you're probably coming from a perspective where you weren't winning. So you want to win, and then you want to make the playoffs, and then you want to win the division, and then you want to win a playoff game. Yes. And then you want to, and you go from there and there and there. But I think that the situation does matter in terms of all those other things I was calling out. Because if you're a storied franchise that has a success level of winning Super Bowls and going to the Super Bowl and doing things like that, it's going to be more impactful to the longevity of your coach than it is if you've never been there before, or you're like Cleveland in baseball where you're always kind of wallowing, or teams like that. You're going to take the fact that, hey, he finds a way to win.
So what was the goal that you hired for the head coach? Whenever you hired a head coach, your goal was what?
I said it depends on what you're coming from to where you're going to, but you first want to win, then you want to make the playoffs, then you want to win the division. And I think that happens in different years.
Keith says that Philly fired Andy Reid. That wasn't a good decision. They should have kept Andy Reid. Andy Reid's awesome. Steelers don't have less than. They always have elite talent on defense. It's a good point. They always are very good defensively. Pittsburgh has been dead man walking for how many years? A lot of years. Like it feels like Pittsburgh is going to be under 500 for like the last 4 or 5 years, and they haven't, which is a testament that Tomlin can. I'm not saying he's a bad coach. I say that we overrate him. I'm surprised he still has his job, and I believe if he wasn't the head coach in Pittsburgh, he probably would have been let go. Everyone is a loser unless they win a chip, hang the banner. Coach can't play
Don't
for
you
them.
also think that if he got let go that he'd be snapped up immediately by somebody?
Yeah, I do. Does Blankers ever answer a question directly, or does he have to word vomit and eventually get a half measure answer?
Just answered it. I answered everything you asked me.
So I'm going to Miko over
Go
Tomlin.
Blank, man.
I'm going D'Amico
I'm
over
sure you
Tomlin.
love that.
No, I was going back to what started this whole thing. D'Amico or Sean Payton?
Sean Payton.
Okay. So you had Tomlin, and now you have Payton. Brian, you have
I'd
Payton.
go Payton. It's close, though.
I'm going Payton as well. All right, let's go over to the NFC. Detroit, Dan Campbell or D'Amico?
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell.
Nick Sirianni.
D'Amico.
I hate Nick Sirianni. I shouldn't say hate. I don't hate anybody. I
think he's
strongly
jabroni?
dislike Nick Sirianni. I think he's jabroni. I think he hinders them. I think he gets in the way of their success. They should trade Mike Tomlin to Philadelphia.
When I did my list 1
That'd
through
be awesome.
14 for this exercise, I had Sirianni dead last.
I can't stand
Sirianni.
Sirianni.
That's like saying too. I think that if I had a conversation with a buddy. I think that because they were defending, they're from Philly, they were defending Sirianni, and I was like, I'll tell you this: if Belichick had that Eagles roster when he left the Patriots, I think he'd win again, and I think he'd win more consistently than Sirianni, and I think there wouldn't be any question.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions with his leadership. I mean, you see all the stuff on the sidelines, the fans, everything. That's like, your DC is not letting, or your defensive line coach isn't letting you go talk to one of your players during the game when you're listening. You're the head coach.
Yeah, I'm not a big Sirianni guy.
I'm not either.
I don't think this
Big
is
Dom
a pro
might be coaching that team.
Sirianni show. Todd Bowles.
D'Amico.
I'll take D'Amico.
Yeah, I'm going D'Amico there too. Sean McVay.
Oh, Sean McVay.
Give me McVay. Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell.
O'Connell here as well. Dan Quinn.
D'Amico.
I'm going to go Dan Quinn. And then Sean LaFleur.
I'm going to go Matt LaFleur.
Yeah, I'm going to go LaFleur as well. So y'all had 5 coaches that D'Amico's ahead of. I have 4 coaches that D'Amico's ahead of. So we're right around that same spot. All right, 713-780-ESPN. You can weigh in on this. Also, are there any coaching candidates you do not want in the division? Jacksonville looking for a head coach. Are there any coaching candidates in this carousel that you do not want in the AFC South? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. Cougar, owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs. And business owners, let HR&P help you. Whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, HR&P can help in any or all of those facets. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small, doesn't matter how big. HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. If you have a problem, You have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HRP will find a way to help. And they do it in a way that is unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You'll love that, but you will love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows your business needs. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A couple of quick texts to wrap up that previous conversation. Branham wants Tomlin in Houston. Not anymore. He would have been an upgrade over Cully and Lovey.
No doubt.
He was never really on. I mean, it was never an option.
I know analytics has those things out there.
One of the national pundits said that they should. One of the teams in looking for a coach right now should trade for Mike Tomlin, and he has a no trade. I think it was the Bears.
I've never heard that Tomlin had a no trade. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think it might have been. Maybe it was Stephen A. But someone said that they should trade. The Bears should trade to get Mike Tomlin.
Look, I think that Tomlin's a good coach. I just don't think I think we do overrate him a bit. I don't think he's top 5 coach. And I do think that he gets the benefit of winning a Super Bowl a long time ago, and he gets the benefit of being with the organization that is historically known to keep their coaches far longer than anybody else. And that's a fact. It's not an opinion. That's a fact. What franchises have done what you're talking about and won more than Tomlin besides New England and Kansas City? Well, New England fired their coach, and they did far more than Pittsburgh did. But Tomlin, let's see, who has done more? I mean, again, this depends on what you value. Like, I don't value a ton of regular season mediocrity. I guess slightly above mediocrity.
And I guess that weighs in, but it's also your roster, right?
I mean, you're talking more about coaching prowess, I think, or I'm talking more about how many coaches keep their job after not winning a playoff game in 8 years. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's any except for Pittsburgh. Any other team would have let him go already, says a texter. And then obviously Jeremy Brindham wouldn't be an owner for long because he would only make money once every 10 years. When the team was good, he would be constantly rebuilding and getting new coaches and losing more than winning. Here's the reality of the NFL. It ain't none of them losing money. All of them are making tons of money. So if I was an NFL owner, I would be an NFL owner for long. I might not be any good. I might hire a bunch of dumb people. Maybe I hire Easterby. Maybe I hire David Culley. Maybe I would be so dumb to do those things. But I'd be making a lot of money.
Hand over
never
fist.
Quit.
Maybe I'd be like Cal McNair, a hero of mine that inspires me daily. You know, that's my ringtone. Whenever people call
Never.
me, it's this.
Never quit.
It's my motivation that I listen to.
You never turn your ringer on, do you?
I never do.
Yeah.
No, I was lying about that being my ringtone. But no, I don't turn on my ringer.
We've heard it from all over with people with NFL experience that the fans want you to believe that every owner is dialed into and cares deeply about wins and losses. And the bottom line is we had Travis in here, we had Keenan in here, we had others that said it's icing on the cake. Everything is about the bottom line, and they are rolling in money.
Yeah, that was a fun conversation, just impromptu, fun discussion. That I think it's pretty divisive. I think that it's a pretty that's a good, healthy debate there. Mm-hmm. Do you think that Tomlin's slightly overrated? Yes or no? You want to go into a bar and have a 2-hour conversation? That's a conversation that you spark up. All right, let's get to the next conversation. Are there any coaching candidates you don't want in the division? 713-780-3776. We discuss next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Are there any coaching candidates in this carousel you don't want in the division? 713-780-3776. I was scrolling Twitter just now as I walked to fill up my water. Apparently Aaron Glenn turned down the request to be interviewed by the Patriots.
I think he knows what we know.
I wonder if it's two things, though. I wonder if it's that, knows what we know, but also he feels pretty confident he's going to get another job elsewhere.
And maybe the third thing on that is that right now his number one focus, he wants to be getting this Lions team to the Super Bowl.
Is he interviewing for the other ones, though? I think he is.
I think the Jets. He's on the Jets list. I don't know about the Bears. I think the Saints.
Yeah. So I don't know if he's interviewing for those jobs.
And when those interviews occur, right?
Yeah. So which coaches do you want to keep out of the division? Are there any? Like, do you just not care? Like that Jacksonville situation so bad, it doesn't even matter to you. What do you think on that?
I think. Look, I love the innovative offensive mind of Ben Johnson. I think that if Ben Johnson got Jacksonville, and Shad Khan doesn't hold back on spending money, and you could come in and pick the weapons you want to build your offense around a guy like to try and get the most out of Trevor Lawrence. I think that Ben Johnson's one of those guys that offensively could do enough to get the most out of a Trevor Lawrence run offense that it would be. I would worry about that.
Yeah, that's the one that stands out to me. I have two. One of them is for like this coaching prowess, and then one of them is because I don't want him to be a rival in the division.
Okay.
Ben Johnson's the first one. Like, I don't want Ben Johnson to be the next Sean McVay, and he's in the AFC South. And that's the one that I'm most worrisome about from like a coaching prowess point of view. Like, I don't care if Vrabel is in the AFC South. He's been there, done that. Like, I like Vrabel. I think Vrabel's a good coach, but he doesn't terrify me like a Sean McVay would terrify me. Like a Bill Belichick in his, heyday would terrify me. Like Mike Tomlin would terrify me if you're trying to get an above 500 record or 500 or better. But Ben Johnson, I think, has the best potential to be a coach that can just come in there and win a division. Like,
agreed.
The best offensive minds right now, I think, are Sean McVay, Andy Reid, obviously. Sean McVay, I think Kevin O'Connell is great.
For sure.
I think that those guys can almost single-handedly win a division. Shanahan lost some luster for me this year.
And I understand that. I just think overall, body of work, whether he's won the Super Bowl or not, I think Kyle Shanahan is a guy that has total control, and his offensive mind would be enough to concern me.
I really think he has a great offensive mind, but he also has a little bit of Josh Allen in him that he makes some critical mistakes that cost him. So, like, that's why he's second tier to me. And I also want to see if there's any truth and validity into the NFL has figured out the Shanahan offensive scheme, because you can say that with a pretty good argument this year that they have. So I want to see if that carries over until next year before I'm ready to like graduate Shanahan back into that upper echelon.
Because then it's like coming off the Super Bowl where he refused to run the football to now, if that is indeed something that is possible, does his ego get in the way of him being able to adjust and also, find different ways to do what he's been doing? Or is he hell bent on being a guy that I'm not changing my system no matter what?
Yeah. So I'm not, I don't have Shanahan up there, but I think that Ben Johnson can be in the upper echelon with McVay, with Andy Reid, with Kevin O'Connell, where they could win with just about anybody and go 10-7 and be a competitor in a division. So I don't want Benny Johnson to take the Jacksonville job. And then the second one that I don't want is Aaron Glenn.
I thought you were going to say
and that's strictly personal. Like, I don't want Aaron Glenn to be a guy that I'm rooting against for 2 years. I want Aaron Glenn to go to the NFC, a spot that I don't really care about. I don't care about the other teams in that division, and I want him to win a whole lot of football games. So those are the two for me. Any for you, Brian?
I share those same two with Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson. I would add to that, and it's not obviously very likely at all because we know where he's going. I respect Mike Vrabel as the head coach. I don't think he's necessarily the, oh my God, Sean McVay generational talent a coach, but I think he's someone that if he took a job in your division got a lot better.
I just don't want to find out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to find that out.
Yeah, I think, the more you said it, though, even from a football perspective, I think Aaron Glenn is more likely to be a D'Amico-esque type coach.
Well, he's defensive-minded for sure.
But I think that he is a guy that he can lead. He gets the respect of the players in the locker room and he's also an ex-player, which starts that process easier in the locker room. That I think that he might have that trajectory of a D'Amico Ryan.
See, I see more Dan Quinn and Aaron Glenn than anybody else.
I don't think he's the same kind of fiery, bite the kneecaps off type guy.
I think you're sleeping on Aaron Glenn a little bit.
Oh, I
think he's a competitor that would be willing to bite your kneecaps.
He's just not.
I mean, look who hired him.
I don't think he's a screamer and a tough guy and a cusser and all those things. I think he's more D'Amico than he's Dan Campbell. No, I'm saying like overly make those kind of over the top statements.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna compare him to Dan Quinn, and we can agree.
Dan Quinn or Dan Campbell?
Dan Quinn.
Okay.
I think he's more Dan Quinn, not Dan Campbell.
See, I thought we were talking about Campbell.
The way Joel was reacting was like you said Dan Campbell.
Did I say Campbell?
Yeah, I thought
you
so,
said
but
Quinn twice, so I was just making sure because you guys are having
from
two
a
different
Quinn perspective,
conversations.
that's more likely.
I think he's more Dan Quinn. That would be my coaching comp on Aaron Glenn. 713-780-ESPN. Definitely don't want to see Ben Johnson go to Jacksonville. They have a few guys on offense that can improve a lot under his tutelage and game planning, play calling. Pessimistic Chad. A lot of people think that with the Raiders firing their GM, that it's to clear up that spot to whoever the head coach wants. I have a difficult time thinking Ben Johnson is going to go somewhere that doesn't have a quarterback already in place, unless he loves somebody in this draft. But the Raiders are drafting like, what, 5th, 6th? So you're not guaranteed a quarterback.
See, I thought Colts with Ben Johnson, but Ben Johnson would probably come in and say, I'm not taking the Colts job unless I
Well, they don't have an opening either. They're keeping Steichen.
For now.
I don't think
they got a volatile owner.
They already announced
would
they're
he
coming
be
back.
up for the Colts job, though? Because he's going to take a job this cycle.
Irsay also said they're coming back. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's...
Well, he did put it in writing. I could say the Raiders looked like they were going to keep their GM and just fire their head coach, and then the awkward pause of they fired their head coach and then they fired their GM today.
I will give
they
you
have the 6th pick,
Jim,
though, too. Like, is Ben Johnson good enough with having the 6th pick and just drafting his quarterback from there? I feel like he's going to go somewhere that has quarterback in place. But then the whole hang-up with Jacksonville is they kept Trent Baalke. But wait, Shad Khan said that if the head coach that they love wants a new GM, they'd be willing to do that. So I have no idea what's going to happen in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think that
Chicago
if there was a
sense.
free agent that he could say, I'll take this job even without a quarterback, but there's a quarterback that's in free agency that entices me enough. Because I thought Cousins, the price tag's too high, and I don't think that that's the kind of guy for him. But, he did. Goff's kind of a similar type quarterback. I don't think Cousins has a whole lot left in the tank, but I don't think there's another quarterback that he could go out and say, hey, go get me.
Yeah, I mean, when is there ever a top level quarterback in free agency? I mean, Kirk Cousins, and it's been this way twice now, but is the rare exception.
Yeah. Drew Brees was the all-timer, but that was almost a different era.
Yeah, that was.
And that was also coming off. It was also
something.
a once-in-a-lifetime situation. Like, he was coming off a major shoulder surgery, and the Chargers drafted Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, and
like,
the other example off the top of my head now, I just thought I was Peyton Manning, but in both cases with him and Breeze, he's coming off a major surgery where they don't know if they can play.
I feel like we're missing one that was pretty good, but not as good as the other three. Drew Brees is the holy grail.
Well, Manning.
Yeah, Manning. Well, yeah.
And it was similar
Manning
situation with
deal.
his neck surgery.
Yeah. No Aaron Glenn in the AFC South, says a texture. Defensive excellence is the Texans thing. Yeah, I don't want Aaron Glenn in Jacksonville. Keep Ben Johnson out of the AFC South. We already got the hot OC from last hiring cycle, Shane Steichen. How disappointing has he been, though?
Yeah. Well, he's another guy that after year one, you were like, whoa. I mean, look at the things that he could possibly do. And then
you wonder if he's going to get a chance to coach the next quarterback, because there's going to be some people that make the excuse for him, especially the way Anthony Richardson quit in the Texans game and overall is very inaccurate. I wonder if he's going to get the chance, though, to coach the next quarterback.
Yeah, I'm with Blankers. I don't think he does.
I don't think he does.
I think they have to figure out Anthony Richardson next year, and if they don't, I think they're both gone.
Yep.
I think they're both gone.
I mean, we won't know if Chris Ballard or Shane Steichen made that pick, but that would be a sucky way to go out. You get your first head coaching job, you get saddled with a quarterback, and then you're fired because that quarterback sucked.
Listening to, I want to say Lance was talking about this. I feel like that was a Ballard pick. Ballard Steichen loved Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, man, if I'm Irsay, if that's the case, and I'm Irsay, I give Steichen another year
for wanting them.
No. I thought you said Ballard was the one that pounded his fist and made sure they got Anthony.
But if you're Steichen and you had Jalen and you got Jalen and the Eagles offense a certain way, you got to, unless you didn't speak up, you had to have looked at Richardson enough to go, I think I could do similar things with him.
You're coming into a situation where Ballard is established at that point. He might, I don't know. I mean, we won't know necessarily at what stage Steichen had or didn't have, but I could see a scenario where you're coming in with an established GM, that GM's making the pick, and now you're getting run out because that GM's pick of the quarterback failed?
Yeah, I don't care about fairness. I care about winning games. And I'm a believer in hiring them at the same time.
Yeah, but if you thought highly of Steichen coming in, then I think you should give him. I mean, I'm speaking for me.
So
if
it's a
I'm Jim
Daboll-like
Irsay.
situation. You didn't pick Daniel
exactly.
Jones.
It's very
and,
Daboll. Yeah.
I have also not been impressed with Steichen. Some of his game management stuff that I've seen.
Well, plus,
that's a
and
different
again, when we
conversation,
talk about
but-
culture and locker room and everything coming out now is he had very limited control of anything going on in terms of the locker room, the players, and disciplining them and all those kind of things, and created a bad culture. That's not a good look.
Yeah. Nobody knows what Johnson will do as a head coach. Adam Gase used to be an offensive genius. Another texter, Ben Johnson, better chance to be Adam Gase than Sean McVay. Ben Johnson is the most talented offense in the league. Look, that could happen. Like, there's these wonderkins get hired all the time and don't have success. But I don't want to be the division that finds out. Like, I rather them hire this mediocre coach that, is whatever than have a volatile dude who could be either Adam Gase or Sean McVay. Like, if you gave the scenario that Ben Johnson's either going to be McVay or Adam Gase, or he's going to be Vrabel, which of the one would you want your rival to hire? For me, it'd be Vrabel.
Sure.
For me, it'd be Vrabel.
Yep.
And I don't like the Adam Gase comparison because Gase rode into his head coaching jobs on the coattails of Peyton Manning. I mean, it's not like Ben Johnson has had better quarterbacks, but Jared Goff ain't Peyton Manning.
Wasn't Gase somewhere else where he had success after Peyton Manning as an OC?
No, I don't think so. He was a head
He went
coach
to
in
Chicago
Miami
in
and the
15.
Jets.
Didn't he have Cutler?
He must have. He was
Oh,
with
he might have
Denver.
had Cutler in Miami as a head
No,
coach.
Chicago.
I thought he had Cutler in Chicago when Cutler had a really good year.
So he was the OC in Denver at 13-14. He was the OC in Chicago for a year in 15, and then he went to Miami from 16 to 18. I don't know who was on that Chicago.
I think he had Cutler and Brandon Marshall.
Maybe so. I mean, but we know because from the Bears' history, they've never had a 4,000-yard passer, so it wasn't like he elevated.
No, I think he holds most of the Cutler holds most of the records.
Sure,
in
but I'm
Chicago.
just saying he didn't elevate Jay Cutler.
They weren't
to
even
some-
good that year. They were 6-10 that year, and they had the 23rd most offensive.
Oh, there
points.
you go. So he rode Peyton Manning's coattails.
Yeah, their quarterback
I
was
don't
Cutler
like
that
the.
year.
I don't
You're
like
right
that
about
comparison.
Cutler was their quarterback, which I like Jay Cutler.
Smoking Jay.
Talk about free spirit. Yeah, he would smoke a cigarette on the sideline.
Jay Cutler's my kind of guy. I could hang out with Jay Cutler. You don't think so?
No, I don't think he's your kind of guy.
Why is he not my kind of guy?
I think you're oil and water with Jay.
Did y'all watch?
That's a good thing for you.
Oil and water. I don't think y'all know who Jay Cavallari or Jay Cutler is. Did y'all watch Very Cavallari?
No.
Well, I have a better understanding of who Jay Cutler is than y'all do.
I think you're far more
I'm
type
giving
A
you
tape
credit in
control
this
than Jay
discussion because
Cutler.
Jay Cutler's.
Well, I don't even know what type A, type B means. I've never learned that.
Well, type A would be someone who takes control and is more in command of what's going on in their life. Type B is someone who just stands around and kind of lets things happen to them.
Cutler had a chicken coop. He had a chicken coop there in Nashville.
That's not type A.
That's taking control.
I don't think so.
That's being a leader. You can if you can raise some chickens, you're type A. I think.
Do we know that the chickens were healthy and raised?
I think they ate their eggs.
Aside from Anthony Richardson actually quitting on his team, you're gonna have to ask Joe George about this, but there was a lot that was said about Jay Cutler quitting on his team, taking himself out of an NFC Championship game.
Yeah. Why is nobody interviewing Josh McCown? He's not the reason for the success in Minnesota, and he's the quarterback coach. Very seldom do you see position coaches get a whole lot of head coaching
Don't
interviews.
sleep on the fact that
Usually
in the next, let's say 2 years. In the next
They say
2 years,
now.
in the next 2 years, I think that if he's under Kevin O'Connell, he's going to get looks.
I mean, I think the natural progression, though, is that he has to be an OC somewhere first. Like,
yeah.
that's just the way the NFL works. Not to say it always happens that way. And look, the Texans interviewed him twice, and he had never been an NFL coach at any position. Shouldn't you want your division to be a little more respectful? No, I want a guaranteed playoff berth. This isn't college football. No, I don't. This isn't the SEC. I don't
Doesn't
need
matter,
the
Brian.
AFC South.
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
I want a ticket to the playoffs. I don't need the AFC South to be getting,
chanting SEC, AFC South.
I don't need.
just means
I don't
more?
want to go to Indy and be chanting AFC South. AFC South.
That's
like,
so dumb.
What this is like? What is this? The BCS?
Who
Like, why do
cares
you
if
need
your
your division to be good?
Mike Tomlin.
It does help him. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine caring that my division is thought of in high regard. Who cares?
In the NFL, could not care less. Tom Brady, Brett Favre, a couple other free agents. A texter let us know.
The
Bill
Brady one.
O'Brien,
Brady's fair.
Bill O'Brien, revenge factor to beat the Tech. Bill O'Brien to Jacksonville would be high entertainment.
Yeah, it would.
I'm here for that.
Russell Wilson, the whole sweepstakes for Russell Wilson, he wasn't a free agent, right? They traded for him.
Denver
He
traded for him.
was.
Pittsburgh
no, he
signed
got.
him, right?
I thought he got cut.
No, this last
Denver
offseason,
traded
yes,
for
but
him.
Denver traded.
Oh, Denver gave up a huge package for
Yeah,
him.
they gave up the quarterback, tight end, and a bunch of picks.
It's your mind in the gutter, not mine. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, how you doing today?
Great. How are you?
I'm just calling to check to make sure that you're not driving, that you're going to be safe and fly in.
Yeah.
Because even if you drove up there, it's going to be even worse coming back.
Really?
I thought we were done with it. Well,
Oh,
here, but
Dallas?
Dallas is
That
off
was
today.
yesterday.
hit.
Dallas is getting hammered today.
Appreciate your concern, Rob. That's love there. You see that? That's love. Robbie's checking back in a day later. That's love. I love you too, Robbie.
That's like a parent.
I love you
checking
too.
in, making sure you're doing the right thing.
I am doing the right thing. I listened. I heeded the advice of Blankers. I heeded the advice of BMAC. I heeded the advice of the Hive, except for that one loser who wanted me to drive through this freeze. No, I'm
that
flying.
was a bad decision.
Did you see some? I saw an 18-wheeler.
So you're flying to KC
Oh,
and
yeah.
driving?
Yeah, I'm flying to KC. I saw an 18-wheeler hanging over an overpass because of the icy conditions.
And others like
Metroplex.
clearing a slate with like a, you know how at certain restaurants they have that thing that clears the whole table. The 18-wheeler went sideways and just took every car in all four lanes and swept it off the road.
Yeah, I saw that this morning. I was like, thank goodness I have Blankers in my life that can guide me right.
Yeah.
What does that dude say? The country western singer? Drive me
Drive me
straight.
smooth.
I
Drive
have
me smooth.
Blankers driving me smooth in
No
life.
blame, man.
Yeah, I
Thanks.
appreciate you.
Is that D?
I don't think that was D.
I don't know. I don't think that was.
No,
Coward
I don't think.
D.
I think no. D's a fan of yours.
Yeah.
He forgot who you were that one time. Yeah, that wasn't Coward D. Coward D's the guy who blasted me. All right, Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-3776. It's next. It's the Bees. It's ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, what are the worst takes of the week? What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Any off the top of y'all's heads that belongs on Bad Take Boulevard?
Nothing comes to mind right.
The texter says whoever it was that told you to drive through Dallas. I just saw
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's hard to predict weather, but yeah, it didn't turn out to be very good. I just saw Lance in the pier, and he said he had a press pass to go watch Ohio State.
I heard him say
he's not going to do it. Were you in there with us?
No, I heard him on the radio this morning.
Oh, he said that?
Yeah. Did he recognize you?
Debatable. He walked in just as I was finishing up business, and I go, hey, Lance. And he goes, oh, hey, Jeremy. And he said it real quiet, like he was unsure. You know how you do that sometimes?
Yeah.
When you say, like, hey, how's it going? And then you get really, really quiet and kind of mumble the name. So, like, they can't hear you.
Oh, he tried to get the name.
I got a question for Jeremy.
He goes, oh, hey, how's it going, Jeremy?
I got a question for Jeremy.
Yeah, so I don't know if he knows who I am yet. I think he does now.
If he got the name
he
right.
He did get the name right, but he
I
didn't
think
say.
He
said it with 25% confidence.
Now, I will be curious if he knows what your last name is.
Yeah.
Because maybe you guess, on the Jeremy, like, well, Killer Bees, I know their initials are Jeremy. I can
so
see
he's got
him,
one letter in his.
Yeah, I can see him guessing on that, but I don't know.
Speaking of Lance, it was kind of fitting. Do you have this bite here?
Yeah.
Brian, the John and Lance, the caller trying to take a victory lap, wanting Noah Brown over Stephon Diggs. Here you go.
What were we thinking? What? When I say we, I mean the Texans. And I'm not a huge Texan guy, but man, I just hate to see the city of Houston sports franchises making horrible decisions. Like we ran for a name with Steph Diggs. We ran for a name when we could have had Noah Brown and then Mike Williams. I mean, so looking back at that, would you not rather have had Mike Williams and Noah Brown over Steph Diggs? Like, what did he truly, an aging receiver? Hell, why not go out and bring Dreadhead back? I mean, why would you go
Dreadhead? I'm assuming
DeAndre Hopkins,
who had always been a cancer in the locker room.
Oh,
when you could have kept Noah Brown and had Mike Williams as a number 4 over Xavier Hutchinson.
That's really well thought out. I thought for a second, though, he was confusing Stephon Diggs for Robert Woods until he said the cancer in the locker room part.
Yeah.
That was a dead giveaway that, no, he didn't confuse Stephon Diggs.
No.
He was actually saying that. I do think that keeping Robert Woods. Oh, no.
Noah Brown.
No. I do think keeping Steven Sims over Noah Brown was a mistake. Steven Sims made the 53. Noah Brown did not. I think that was the mistake, quite frankly.
Yeah, and there's lots of places where this take of his falls apart. But the part, when you made the decision on Diggs, Noah Brown was still on the roster. So you didn't choose Diggs over Noah Brown. So the whole argument kind of falls apart there and gets worse as it goes along. I mean, you could have had both in the roster. And if you want to kill Caserio for not putting Brown on the 53, totally fair. And I agree with you. I think you guys agree too. But you didn't choose Diggs over Noah Brown because Noah Brown was making nothing.
Now, you could make the case that bringing in Diggs was not the best move.
Yeah, but what would no? But he
no,
says,
no, I'm not. This
Okay.
is a separate conversation.
Okay.
This conversation separately.
Sure.
You can make the case that the Diggs move was not the best move, and you could even say that before the injury, because either you could just draft one, you could keep the second round pick, you could do free agency a little differently. Yeah, there were some other plans that could have made more sense.
Yeah, if you want to take the hindsight route, certainly getting half a season and it costing a second round pick was not the best move. But what would Noah Brown? I know you're not making this argument, but what would a Noah Brown have given you? Nothing more than what Diggs did.
Yeah,
Less.
caller, you make the list there for the Noah Brown over Diggs thing.
You just made the list.
Lance. We heard this thanks to the Twitchers. They're fine people there. Great community. Lance's Amin Thompson comparison is Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
And you got to the bottom of it. You had boots on the ground there.
Yeah, I did.
Did it make any sense as after he explained it to
still
you?
doesn't. No. I think that you can say that, like, you could break it down into skill sets when he said, well, defensively, a man can guard any position on the floor like Rodman, and he's really good rebounding the basketball. But the rebuttal is, Rodman was awful offensively everywhere except for finishing on the break. And even there, he wasn't great. Whereas Amen offensively finishes. He's a better ball handler. He actually distributes the ball with assists. So it was a bad comparison.
The only way you can compare it at all would be the whole that they changed the game defensively, and that's pretty much it. That's it. Like they changed the game on the defensive side of the ball. That's it.
Rebounding.
That's it.
Even offensive rebounding.
I think. Well, yeah.
Because Rodman's was a good offense.
You're right. And they both are really good defenders. Now, Dennis Rodman may be one of the greatest defenders all time, pound for pound. I'm not ready to put him in there yet, but might be on his way. Not
to take shots, but did this take strike you as perhaps a casual take?
Not really.
Okay.
I don't think it's a casual take.
You think it's just a reach?
I think it's more of a reach because I like comparing him to Rodman's kind of like a difficult thing to do.
I don't know. It just feels like reaching back to when maybe you followed it more closely, which obviously is a long time ago if you're going to Rodman.
Because Snacks and he's got kids that watch the NBA religiously to where I still think he dials into NBA basketball.
Okay. Just asking the question.
Yeah, I don't really think it's a I don't think it's a casual thing. I think it's more of a reach here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Next,
you just made the list.
After Lance makes it there. A texter on Monday wants to see Davis Mills on Saturday in the playoff game against the Chargers. The Texans played a team that is playing for top pick, blah, 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 blah. Are you kidding me? San Diego is probably top 6 offenses in the NFL. The Texans will be crushed, unfortunately. Do I think they should mix it and Pierce a little bit to throw the Chargers off and maybe even Davis Mills some the next game on and off? Yes. Texter clamoring for David Mills to be.
You just made the list.
Mixed in at quarterback Saturday against the Chargers. Oh, and also continuing on from that, Davis Mills should start on Saturday. He looked good yesterday. He reminded me of Eli Manning when he went on those Super Bowl runs. Woo! So the continuation of that.
Wow.
I mean, not to take the take too seriously because it's on this list, but it kind of harkens to me when coaches decide they want to gain a competitive advantage and not name their starter. Well, when one guy's clearly far lesser than, it's not an advantage to keep it a mystery because if you take out C.J. Stroud and put in Davis Mills, the Harbaugh's not going to rip up his play sheet and get all frantic and confused because, oh, no, Davis Mills then. He's going to thank you for it.
Yeah, that's a brutal one. Speaking of Texans quarterbacks, though, you know who else makes the list? Texans quarterback, C.J. Stroud. Here's what he had to say at the beginning of the year.
Oh, no, I'm tripping. Let me go. I'm tripping? So, look, final 5. I know what I'm doing, dog. Mahomes, Lamar, myself, Dak.
Joey B.
No, he didn't really play last year. And then Hurts.
Dak,
that boy. Y'all not going to say that because he ain't one.
There you go.
You said
C.J. Stroud's top 5. Mahomes, Lamar, himself, Dak Prescott, and Jalen Hurts. There's so many bad takes on this list, too, by the way, C.J. And look, we put everybody on the list, even if we love them. We love you, C.J. We put a blind person on this list. My mother's made the list. I think Branham Babies even made the list. Like, we'll put anybody on. We put blankers on the list.
I think your whole family's made the list.
Wife's made the list?
Yeah.
Yeah, Uncle Barney, I think, has made the list a time or two. Blankers made the list a couple of weeks ago. I've made the list. Brian's made the list. Everybody. No one's off limits. Anybody can get it. C.J. Stroud had himself 3rd in the NFL this year as top quarterback. C.J. Stroud makes the list.
You just made the list.
Most disrespect here, too, though, because he's got Dak at 4. Again, you make the list, C.J. Stroud. Jalen Hurts at 5 is probably make the list worthy. Not as bad
You
as
just
Stroud
made the list.
Dak at 4. I wouldn't have Hurts as a top 5 quarterback right now. Top 8, top 10, yes.
10.
Top 5, no. Who is he disrespecting the most, though, by going Mahomes, Lamar, himself, Dak, and Jalen Hurts?
Allen.
I think there's 2. I think he's one of them, and I think the other one's Joe Burrow.
Yeah. And I think it might have been later in that clip. Someone's like, "How could you have Dak over Burrow?" And CJ kind of tried to backtrack. He's like, "Oh, I modeled my game after I love Burrow, but he said he was hurt."
He did base it off of last year. Where
I don't give him a pass for it. He says, "Oh, well, Burrow was hurt and missed all year." Bro, you played Burrow in Cincinnati.
Beat him too, though.
He didn't miss the whole year. You literally played against him in Cincinnati.
He did beat him too.
So he didn't miss the whole season.
Yeah. So he made the list, CJ, multiple times. And then did you see the Sacramento sports anchor, Jake Godon?
Is that the one that had the screen up?
Rihanna.
The lingerie.
Yeah.
Behind him on the screen while he was doing his live hit.
I mean,
some fill.
I get
Could
it.
be worse, but not a good look.
This was Bobby Slowick level fill. Will Levis level Phil. No Phil.
I've seen the pictures. I totally get it, but time and place.
Do you think he got screwed by like an ad, a pop-up ad? Or like a rotating ad? You know, they're on rotators.
Sure, but you have to usually you have to search for those things to pop up.
I mean, maybe his wife's birthday was coming up. Is there any argument for him?
But usually at work, though, they have pop-up blockers. I don't think you'd have the pop-up ad if he wasn't actually clicking on it, because most places like that of a decent size would have a pop-up
You got to have some awareness, man.
Yeah.
And you're at work.
Yeah, some awareness. Branham, take on Tomlin makes Bad Take Boulevard. That's divided.
You just made the list.
There was a good amount of people agreeing with me. I would say the split was what? 65-35 that thought it was a bad take?
Yeah.
35 in favor of me reading the text line?
64 might have been closer.
64. It was pretty split.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are on my side on that one, which, if you want to be on the right side of history, come on over. St. Patrick driving to Dallas tomorrow for the Cotton Bowl. Going to be sketch. Good luck, man. Be safe.
Be safe getting there.
Be safe. Last one, bad take, a buddy of mine on the text line. Buddy of mine called me an idiot for not wanting a free ticket to go to the playoff game. That idiot doesn't realize a free ticket is going to end up costing me like $300 in stadium beers and food. It's a good point.
Yeah.
Plus travel, plus hotel.
I think he's talking about the Texans game.
Oh, okay.
I enjoy watching the games on my television. I think it's a better viewing experience.
I think that yeah, and I think even just game presentation and otherwise, I just feel like it's kind of a sterile environment at the college games. I like you said, every camera angle, every replay, everything right there.
I think it's a better viewing experience. All right, that's it for Bad Take Boulevard. You want to talk about Fromber and Hunter Brown, or you want to talk about Tom Brady and the Raiders?
Might as well keep football going.
All right, let's do that. People are uptight about Tom Brady doing TV and this stuff he's doing with the Raiders. Let's discuss next. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. People are uptight about Tom Brady recently. I've seen it on Twitter. I saw David Sampson go on the Dan Levitard show talk about this as well. They're uptight about him doing TV and being so involved with the Raiders. Here is David Sampson on Levitard yesterday, which echoes a lot of people that have this take.
And then they leak out that Tom Brady is going to be very involved in the new coach and in the search for the new coach. Guess what? Tom Brady's running that team right now, and the NFL knows it, and Fox knows it, and something's got to give. So enjoy Tom in the booth because you're not going to see him there next year.
Whoa, what?
Okay,
Who's this David Sampson guy?
He used to be the Florida Marlins team president. I think he used to come on the Wheelhouse a lot, actually.
Yeah, I've heard. Okay,
yeah,
I remember that
guy.
Yeah, that rando that we asked at that time, like, who are they having on? And they said they gave his background, but you used to run the Marlins. We might have had him on one time.
He has, I think we did.
Yeah,
and he's pretty good on air. Like he has like hot takes, and he's eloquent, well spoken, all that stuff. Hayden Winks, who's a big underdog fantasy guy, does like tons of content, great on Twitter, all this. He says Tom Brady's an owner and a GM. He must get kicked out of the broadcast booth. This is insane. I do not understand why people are so uptight about this. He's the greatest He might not be good on the air. Which is a different conversation. But like, who cares that the quarterback that has the greatest resume of all time, who, yeah, he has minor stake in the Vegas Raiders. Yes, maybe he's acting as the general manager. Who cares that he's calling games on weekends? I could not care less.
See,
why are people uptight about this?
I think across the sports, I mean, specifically basketball, the NBA, and the NFL, you got to lighten up. Like, this goes back to when Magic Johnson used to make the talk show circuit when he was an executive with the Lakers, all the way back locally when Tad Brown and Daryl Morey couldn't stop talking about players, but they love to do it. But at the same time, if you're just having a casual conversation about a team that's coming up on your schedule and a guy that's playing well, and you mention him by name, and I got to go scrub it from the podcast and hope that Daryl doesn't get fined again, I think it's ridiculous. I think that, whatever I understand that Brady's not allowed to go to the practices of other teams, go to their facilities, do those kind of things, because that's really a lot of intel, and he could get some intel in detail. But just calling the games and talking about what you see as the greatest quarterback of all time, that's where I would draw the line and say, if he wants to talk about the officials, if he wants to talk about players, if he wants to talk about teams while he's in the broadcast booth and he's following the rules as it relates to everything else, then I don't have a problem with it.
Like, why? I don't get it. Like, can you make the case as to why this is a big deal? Like, he's not going into the team meetings. He's not talking to the coaches. He's getting zero intel. Right. He's at the football. Well, he's Connor Stallions. He's in the press box watching the team play. Anybody can do that. Mm-hmm. I can get the all 22
Scouts
and go,
do
what?
It?
Yes. Like, I don't understand the big deal. Like, you might not like him on the air, whatever. Like, that's a different conversation. But why are people so uptight that the guy has a minority stake in the Raiders, that he is very involved in the coaching search, and he does TV for Fox? Why is that a big deal? Who cares?
You've already stifled what everybody should truly be worried about, which is if you walked into the team's facility and walked onto their practice field and could hear terminology and hear what coaches were coaching up and see players and get a very up close and personal look at players that might be becoming free agents and otherwise, that's different. But if you're just in the booth to call what you see and describe what's happening and why, I think it's too far.
Yeah, he needs to step down. Why? Why do you care?
I think what you just talked about, getting to go onto the practice field, like, that creates an advantage. So the outcry should be, if there's an advantage created, being in the booth and talking about the game that's happening is not an advantage. Yeah. He could see the same game sitting at home watching TV. Like, there's no advantage being gained.
None.
If there was, cry about it, push back. But there's no advantage being gained by being in the booth.
If he's in the complex of the Denver Broncos, okay, that shouldn't be allowed. I agree there, but he's not. If he's in the coach's room with the Kansas City Chiefs and there's a bunch of stuff on the whiteboard, okay, like, the guy who's involved with the Raiders probably shouldn't see that. But him calling the game on Fox when all that stuff has already been eliminated is not a big deal.
No, I understand if other owners, are questioning if they get fined for talking about players or something like that. But he's doing a specific job as it relates to one call, and more so if they're worried about him building relationships with players because he's in the facility doing interviews and getting to interview key players and try to do it that way, then I think you're thinking too much. I just think that as long as they've cut off and prevented the majority of where a lot of intel could be achieved and a lot of relationships could be built, I think it's much ado about nothing.
Tom Brady's an owner and GM. He must get kicked out of the broadcast booth. This is insane.
He's not a GM, right?
Well, I think he's saying he's acting as a GM.
Oh, well, yeah.
But even if he was, why is that a big deal? Like, it's a Sunday. He's going to call a game for Fox. So what, man? He must get kicked out of the broadcast booth. This is insane. Texter, he'll move on after this season. He might eventually walk away, but I don't think he should be forced to. Why would him announcing have anything to do with this? I don't know. I don't get it. Brady's doing well on the mic. I thought not perfect, but he's good overall. What do you think of Brady after? I guess he's not done, but regular season.
He's not Greg Olson. He's, it's kind of like what we talk about with CJ and Bobby Slowick, guys like that. This is his first go at it. There were rough spots. I think he's going to get better. I think he cares about doing it. He likes being polished and being out there, and I hope he gets better. It's tough because he was forced into a very high pay number one spot on the entire network for doing NFL football.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was there yet.
I think he's pretty good. Should be in an A chair? Probably not, but he's Tom Brady. So
Right.
I totally understand it. Yeah, I think he's been pretty good. I don't mind him on the broadcast. I like him better than Romo. I like him far better than Romo. Romo is my least favorite.
Romo's digressed
A-chair.
a ton.
I'm not. I was never a Romo guy, and I agree though. I agree that he has digressed. I thought he was so overrated early, and I think he's gotten worse. Texter says the simple answer is tampering. If Brady calls an Atlanta Falcons game and Cousins is about to get pulled, Brady has to say is something about the system not fitting him in. There's other systems in the league while everybody infers that he's talking about the Raiders, and now the Raiders have a leg up Kirk Cousins in free agency. What? I don't think that they have a leg up in free agency because Brady's saying something on the telecast that he doesn't fit the system.
No.
What?
No, that's like saying because Brady gives a guy praise, does that mean that he's suddenly everybody's gonna jump and want to play for Tom Brady's team?
You know who else gives praise to the opposing team? Every single coach the week they're playing the guy.
We just heard it with the Chargers.
Yeah. Like, that's not a leg up. Texter, what difference does it make if you got a scout in the announcer's booth or you got a scout in the stands watching the games? I mean, it's the same thing. You got scouts at every game. True. Right. And it's all on film, and they all get this film. Key from LA, don't they have production meetings with other players before the game? He calls. Yes, but not Tom Brady.
That's right. He's not allowed.
They put rules in place because Brady had minority ownership in the Raiders, so they gave him a list of things. We all saw this at the beginning of the year.
Yep.
He can't be in the production meetings. He can't talk to the opposing coaches.
He can't be
critical of the officials, even though he's critical of the officials. He can't be at the facilities. Like, there are already rules in place that are guarding all of the issues
some of them
that are being thrown out there.
Because I think that the rules have gone too far.
The one on the officials, I've heard them say the officials made a bad call.
Yeah.
Which
and
I think is fair, though.
And I think you should be able to do that. And I think that we have coaches and owners and general managers. Nick Caserio will talk about. Everybody will talk about if the officials they'll be critical.
Yeah.
And so I think that there's some rules that are just way too critical. And I think that they need to lighten up a little bit. But all the main things we're talking about, he has been eliminated from participating.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think he can even do a Zoom interview.
Yeah, I don't think so.
With the coaches and the players.
Yeah. So let them do games on Sunday. No big deal. Like, no one's losing any sleep about this, guys.
And he's not losing $372 million.
Stop being hardos here. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. A jealous non-athlete, journalist who have nothing better to cry about. Exactly. Not a wreck, but shout out to Matthew Golden. Good luck in tomorrow's game and go Cougs. I mean, if the UT wins the national championship, U of H kind of does too.
Our beloved Cougs.
Romo's the best from a player standpoint. You're just jealous. Agree to disagree.
He has quit. He used to go to practices, go 3 days early. Everything that you hear and read about is he shows up either day of game or late the night before, doesn't do any research, and started believing his own clippings.
Yeah. I'm just not a fan. We agree to disagree. It's okay. Different strokes for different folks. We don't have to agree on everything. Can my car wreck cover 2 weeks? And it was during the holidays, whenever you catch or not on the radio. And my drive-in from 3 o'clock in the evening to 5 o'clock, I was miserable.
Love it.
Not a jab at anyone. It's just you guys as a team. I get a kick out of y'all. I get a kick out of you. Texter.
Thank you for listening.
No, it was a compliment because we
I know,
weren't
I
together.
said thank you for listening.
Okay. Yeah, you caught it on too. It took me a while. I don't know if I communicated it all that well. All right, what is your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
I'll start with the Atlanta Falcons coming out today, making a statement that they'd be okay with Kirk Cousins being their quarterback 2 next year, trying to save some face from the car wreck of losing $90 million to Kirk Cousins in less than a year. They are begging and pleading and hoping somebody comes calling to try and trade for Kirk Cousins because that was a massive mistake.
I wonder how much that even helps with. I don't have a Spotrac page up, but I got to imagine he's got a massive dead cap.
Even with that, he would gain 90, and they would get out of it, though, at least get out of it at the end of the year. If you take him for another year, that's another, I think, 27 that he collects for being the backup quarterback.
Yeah, he's not going to be there.
You're not doing that.
I don't think he'll be there. I don't think he gets traded, though. I think they're going to have to eat it.
They're just going to cut him, yeah.
I think he's going to have to eat it. Eat it all. I'm going to nominate that guy who told me to drive through Dallas.
It's a good call.
It's probably a good call.
Rex,
good call.
Bad call, but good on your part for calling him out.
There's 18-wheelers and big rigs hanging over overpasses by a thread. That texter was a jerk. I nominate him. Car wreck of the day, which led to car wrecks.
Yeah,
maybe
car
mine.
wrecks, for sure. My new car wreck of the day was caller Joey, who called in, I think, maybe it was second hour, but it gave us a ludicrous idea, which you're about to hear, after not responding to us, and then he dropped an F-bomb.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line real quick. Joey, you're in the hive for the bees. What's up, Joey?
Joey, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, buddy, go.
There he is.
Okay, look, what if the Texans haven't put their good stuff out? I feel like they haven't put their legit offense out or their defense out. What if they come out with excuse my language.
Thanks for calling, Joey. Bye.
I thought you were a little quick there, though, Brian.
After the F-bomb?
Why did you hang up on?
What are you talking about?
It's 2025.
All right, you tell that to
even on McAfee, you're not getting away with that word.
McAfee says that.
No,
right.
No. They bleep it out.
But you can stream it on ESPN Plus, and they don't bleep it out.
Online, yeah, but you can't do live radio and have some guy dropping F-bombs.
Yeah, but I think you can.
No.
You dump them, you let them continue on with the call.
No, because then we have no safety net. If he drops another F-bomb.
713-780-3776.
Unless you're burning Maxwell, you're not getting away with double F-bombs.
Should Brian have hung up on Joey, which is my dad's name? I don't think it was my dad, though. 713-780-3776. The Twitch heard it.
I was going to say, he was on that good stuff he was talking about.
Like he was on the good stuff he was talking about.
Exactly what I thought when I heard that.
He sounded inebriated of some sort.
First of all, his timing was impeccable. We waited 30 seconds for him to actually respond. And then he was slow. And then he was all about that good stuff. And then he dropped an F-bomb.
I don't think that he should have hung up on him. I think you should have let him finish the call.
You're saying I'm soft for hanging up on him?
Yeah,
or I just don't like to live
soft.
dangerously?
I don't know. It's not an official rule.
Oh,
but
it's
it used to be.
rule.
Yeah. Oh, is it? The minute you drop when you're done.
Yeah, because peek behind the curtains, we have a delay, and once I dump them, there's no delay until it builds back up.
It doesn't apply to us.
Blankers
got dumped the other day. We didn't hang up. We didn't kick him off the show for the remainder of the program.
I did have to dump Blankers.
Probably maybe 2 months ago, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember the date
exactly.
exactly.
It wasn't that long ago.
No, it was about a month.
Maybe early December.
Yeah, it was in December.
I know the words.
I wanted him to finish what he was going to say, though. Like I'm gonna think about that for the next 2 weeks.
Well, he did call back in later, but I didn't.
Did he apologize to you?
He did. I decided not to take the call though.
Man.
So he apologized to you, but you didn't take the call?
Well, I didn't put him back on the air.
Should we try to be a little bit more cutting edge in 2025 though?
Not like that.
I don't know if there's a safe harbor for radio, but it's certainly not 3:30 or 3:45 in the afternoon.
Here's the thing, though, is once you press the dump button, you don't have a second, right?
Right.
So there's like 8 seconds that have to go by, or if he drops another word that you had to dump, you can't dump it. Isn't that right?
Until it builds back up. I don't know.
I think it's 8 seconds.
It builds up to 8 seconds, but I think it takes longer than 8 seconds for it to build up.
You can't rejoin him.
So there's like 45 seconds. Let's go a minute. So you have to live dangerously for 60 seconds,
At
hoping
least,
he doesn't have to.
Yeah,
you have to dump him
probably
again.
about 30 seconds.
Yeah,
Or we got to change the rule that you cut him there, but if he calls back,
that's a good idea.
Then you could consider taking him back to explain
Let's
himself.
do it like that. Where
Brian loves this.
Joey, call in tomorrow. We're on again 3 to 6.
Because of the 60-second buildup, you have to hang up on,
right?
Because he might say it again.
Yeah.
But you can call back again. I think that's the way to do it. Blankers, you're a genius.
No,
you're a savant.
You just never can question if I care about you or not because I told you not to drive.
No, I know that you love me. You just don't like to tell me. All right, what wins?
Joey.
Joe, it was so good to call. I started bad, but it finished very, very good. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Notre Dame, Penn State coming up right now on ESPN 97.5.